doesn't have that great an influence. Isn't Zhang Ye in the group as well? Why don't you guys ask him instead? Xiaodong, I'll help to add Zhang Ye for you guys. Ninglan said, oh yeah, I've totally forgotten about Zhang Ye. At home, Zhang Ye heard this notification on his cell phone. He opened up the group chat and replied without hesitation. Sure, I got it. You need around 10 tickets, right? Ninglan, correct. Huadongfang, will it be a bother? If it is, then forget it. Zhang Ye, it's nothing. Zhang Ye then made a call. A while later, he typed, I've arranged for them. I'll leave a number here for you guys. 138x times x times x times x times x. Get your friends to go to the studio on Friday and call this number. Someone will come out to bring them in afterwards. Ninglan sent a smiley face. Thanks, Zhang. Huadongfang, thank you very much. In Beijing television, Zhang Ye could be considered rather influential. Although he did not really take part in the current production run of the show and was really more of an executive producer in name, everyone knew how much Zhang Ye's words were worth with the program team. His words were as important as executive director Hu Fei's. Ninglan, King of Mass Singers, has gotten really popular these days. Zhang Ye said with a laugh, Sister Ning, are you interested in joining the competition? Ninglan, haha, forget about me. My terrible voice. I haven't sung in such a long time. Xiaodong, Teacher Zhang, you haven't been gaining much popularity recently. You'll soon be replaced if it goes on like this. Zhang Ye simply sent a yeah. Xiaodong, why don't you try to release an album? I know a few people in recording companies who could tailor-make some songs for you. You can just release it online since being banned or not won't matter. Zhang Ye sent a neutral face emoji. Ninglan was amused. He can't even sing. Huadongfang also said, I've heard Zhang Ye's A Letter to Home before. It's rather good. But as for cutting an album, I think it's better not to think about that. I think it's pretty unlikely that'll happen. Cough, cough. He was already putting it out quite tactfully. Xiaodong said, he won't be able to sing live for sure, but it might be worth a try in the recording studio. At worst, he'll have to record a song multiple times. If it doesn't work the first time, try another 10 times. If 10 times don't work, try 20 times. There'll surely be a few times when it's good enough. Besides, they can also tune his singing to sound better than it is. Technology's so advanced nowadays. They can even fix someone's completely out of tune singing. Zhang Ye, thank you, Xiaodong. But I'll pass. Xiaodong, okay, but if you need anything, feel free to ask me. There's always a way no matter how badly you sing, so don't worry. Zhang Ye was smiling on the inside. Sure. Zhang Yuanqi suddenly appeared. Hello, comrades. Whoa, what a rare guest. Sister Zhang. Hello. Sister Zhang is here? You're up this early? A few familiar names were joking around with her. Zhang Yuanqi said, I'm still in bed right now. Xiaodong just PM'd me and suggested that we get the other 2 members of Spring Garden into this group as well. One of them is Amy, the other is Li Shaoxian. I'm here to communicate this and see what everyone thinks. We can have a vote to decide. The Goof Group could be considered a very famous group in the whole of the entertainment industry. Not just anyone could join it, as there were many big names and elites of the industry in it. The group didn't really invite anyone to join, and there were only several dozen people who were members of this group. Zhang Ye was the last person to have joined the group before this. Xiaodong cheekily said, since they're my good friends and my teammates, I'll abstain from speaking. Although that was what she said, Zhang Ye received a PM from Xiaodong very soon after. Xiaodong secretly said, Teacher Zhang, please help, followed by 4 pitiful expression stickers in a row. Zhang Ye was amused. All right, I know what to do. Xiaodong sent a crying emoji. Thank you. Zhang Ye then said in the Goof Group, I'll allow it. Amy's popularity is getting higher and higher these days, and I believe it's also just a matter of time for Li Shaoxian. With friends as good as these, we must get them into the group ASAP. Huadongfang said, I also feel that it's okay. Chen Guang. After Amy appeared on those episodes of King of Masked Singers, she indeed became more popular. She also has a great character. I've spoken to her privately a few times. I find her to be quite friendly, so I'll definitely support her. As for Li Shaoxian, there's even more nothing to say. We already know her identity. I suppose everyone here has realized as well. Ninglan, I don't have any problems with it either. We can let them join. Quite a few people gave their opinions, and a majority of them felt that it was okay. Zhang Yuanqi said, all right, I don't have any complaints either. So let's invite them in. Before long, a group notification appeared. Zhang Ye has invited Amy into Goof Group. Zhang Ye has invited Li Shaoxian into Goof Group. Let's welcome the newbies. Welcome. A warm welcome to you. Everyone was very friendly. Even a heavenly king appeared to welcome them. Amy was stunned. My God, is this the legendary group I've heard about? Ning Lan said happily. It's the Goof Group. Li Shaoxian said quietly. Hello, seniors. Amy. Aw, I've finally been admitted into the Goof Group. How exciting. Ah, Sister Zhang. Ah, Sister Ning Lan. Wow, even Teacher Zhang Ye is here. In the Spring Garden, the most well-known member definitely had to be their leader, Xiaodong. Compared to her, even though the other two members were very popular as well, they were behind her by quite a bit. As a result, the number of big names in fields other than music that Amy and Li Shaoxian knew personally could not really be considered that many, and their contact with those people was not that great. Xiaodong had pushed for them to join the group mainly because she wanted to help them network some more. If they could become familiar with these people, they would definitely have it easier in the future. Like the time Ning Lan and her team were encircled by the martial artists. Zhang Ye had gone to help her after she sent a message for help in the group. They were all about looking out for one another. Ning Lan was one of the group administrators and would usually join in the conversation whenever there was one. Zhang Ye and some of the other heavenly kings and queens might have been the most popular celebrities in the group, but as their time was very limited, they didn't usually appear to chat in the group. So a lot of the matters were handled by Ning Lan. Ning Lan said, Amy, Shaoxian, if there's any trouble you girls meet with in the future, just holler at us in the group. Don't be shy. Amy, got it. Li Shaoxian. Thank you, seniors. Hua Dongfang asked. Amy, who is the clown? Amy, I don't know too. Ning Lan asked. Does Shaoxian know? Li Shaoxian said. I'm not sure either. Ning Lan. Oldie was asking me today if I knew who the clown was. I bet he was trying to scoop him up for the company. Chen Guang. Oldie? You mean the chairman of your company? Ning Lan. Yeah. A lot of people in the industry have now set their sights on the trio of the clown, petal shower, and sunset glow. The other two contestants' identities have been more or less confirmed. Only the clown does no one have any clue about. Zhang Ye laughed, then closed the chat app. Chapter 1052. A Children's Day Singing Contest? Chapter 1052. A Children's Day Singing Contest? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Wednesday, June 1st, Children's Day. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye was sound asleep when he suddenly felt someone prodding him. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, get up. Get up. His arm was being shaken violently. Zhang Ye couldn't continue sleeping. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was Chen Shun who came, he frowned and made a shooing motion with his hand, seething, leave. Then he turned around and went back to sleep. Chen Shun was so angry that she went to complain, Grandpa, Grandma, Zhang Ye is lazing around in bed. His mother went into his room angrily and shouted, Chen Shun is here. Hurry and get up so that you can take the child out to play. Zhang Ye said in annoyance, Play what? His father also came in and said, It's Children's Day today. Get up quickly. Zhang Ye sighed. What about old Rao? Why don't you get old Rao to take her instead? You have 2 interviews scheduled, and there's also an award presentation this afternoon. Didn't Chinchin's aunt become your agent? She's already gone out to handle all that for you. So how would she have any time? Today? She brought the child here early this morning and mentioned that it was Children's Day, so she wanted you to take Chinchin out to play. His mother grumbled, Get up already. At this, Zhang Ye was no longer annoyed. All right, I'll do it. He got out of bed, went to wash up, then ate breakfast. Chinchin seemed pretty excited as she kept urging him to hurry up. Zhang Ye, brush your teeth faster. Zhang Ye, eat faster. Hurry up. Zhang Ye had a terrible headache from her nagging. Where do you want to go? Why the rush? Chinchin said, I want to go to the haunted house at the amusement park. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Going to an amusement park on Children's Day? You really don't think that it wouldn't be crowded? His mother stared at him and said, What's with all your nonsense? Hurry up. Fine. We'll go to the amusement park, okay? A little after 8 a.m., they arrived at the Beijing amusement park. In Zhang Ye's previous world, this amusement park had closed down several years ago. But in this world, the amusement park was still in operation. It was so packed with visitors that the sea of people in front of them was blocking their view of where the ticketing office was located. They lined up to buy the tickets. After passing through security, they entered the park grounds. Zhang Ye stretched his hand out. Hold on to my hand. Qinshan took his hand. Where's the haunted house? It should be somewhere up ahead. Zhang Ye wasn't in a great mood as it was very hot today. In the middle of summertime, he was wearing a surgical mask, hat, and aviators. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't feel hot? When they reached the haunted house, they had to stand in line for almost an hour before they could get in. The entrance was right in front, and all the screams of the children could be heard coming from inside. Oh, Mommy, I don't want to play here anymore. That scared the crap out of me. Sob, sob, sob. Some were even crying as screams rang out. Zhang Ye looked at Qinshan and smiled. You better not end up crying later. Qinshan smirked. Her. Then, Zhang Ye led her into the haunted house. It was also his first time visiting one. After only 8 steps in, a skeleton fell from above and dropped right in front of Zhang Ye and Qinshan. It was springing up and down in front of them. Zhang Ye immediately got the goosebumps all over as his shouts nearly pierced the roof of the haunted house. Io, what the hell? Deadpan, Qinshan glanced at him. Zhang Ye, are you sure you'll be okay? Zhang Ye shouted. Quick, move along. Keep going. As someone who would even tremble in fear when he went to a hospital, how could he possibly enjoy this experience? But just as they took a few steps forward, a figure with a protruding red tongue suddenly jumped out next to them and let out a chilling scream. However, Zhang Ye screamed out even louder than him. Holy shit! His scream nearly scared the employee dressed up as a demon out of his wits. Damn, big bro, is it really necessary for you to scream like that? You scared the shit out of me. In comparison, Qinshan was pretty calm. She looked at that demon with a red tongue and pointed at him, saying, This tongue doesn't look real at all. I could see straight away that this was made from cotton. And look at this. She pressed the red tongue and said, It's so dirty. Just how many days have you not washed this tongue? The employee speechless. Qinshan pointed out, Next time, remember to use one that is made of rubber. It'd be more realistic than this. The employee stayed speechless. When they continued forward, there was yet another terrifying scene. Something covered all in hair was striding step by step toward them. Zhang Ye was frightened so badly that he kept screaming wildly. But Qinshan just blinked her eyes and walked over to it. She pushed aside the disgusting-looking hair several times to reveal the shocked face of a female employee. Qinshan nodded at her and said, You're scarier than those people we met earlier on. The female employee said, Qinshan asked, Is your pay higher than theirs? The female staff said nothing. Qinshan, how much do you get paid? The female staff still didn't respond. After a trip through the haunted house, Zhang Ye's face had paled beyond white. He still couldn't get over it for the longest time after coming out and kept walking in places where the sun was shining, avoiding any place that was dark and shaded. It was not that he had no balls, but because he was just afraid of things that shocked and scared people. But unknown to them, the staff in the haunted house were all feeling like they were going to vomit blood. They really had never seen a child like this before. She was clearly not brought up by a normal family. How did they know that? There was no need to ask this, of course. Have you fucking seen any normal child go and uncover a demon's hair and ask how much she was paid when they saw a ghost walking toward them? Have you witnessed something like this before? Actually, Zhang Ye was also wondering how Qinshan could be so brave. She was too scared to sleep alone at night, but she was braver than anyone else once they were inside the haunted house. Even Zhang Ye nearly had his soul scared out of him, but this little kid could still find the time to mock the staff? Did you come all the way to the amusement park just to do that? Zhang Ye asked. Did you have fun? Qinshan nodded and said, It's not too bad. Zhang Ye said, What do you mean by not too bad? Qinshan said, Zhang Ye, you're such a weakling. Zhang Ye said angrily, Don't ask me to bring you out to this awful place again in the future. Qinshan said in a serious manner, Don't you know that they're all just pretending? Of course I know that. Zhang Ye said angrily. Qinshan let out a her. Zhang Ye, you're such a coward. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and harumphed. I'm a coward? You just haven't seen this bro pilot a plane. That's what you would call a big occasion. What do you know? Qinshan pouted and turned to look at a shop that was selling things. She pointed at the shop and said, Zhang Ye, I want ice cream. Zhang Ye nodded. Keep dreaming. Go buy it for me. Buy it yourself. You buy it for me. When an old couple who had brought their grandson out to have fun saw this, they could not help but criticize Zhang Ye with a few choice words. The old lady said, "Boy, if the child wants to eat, just go and buy it for her." The old man said, "Since it's Children's Day and they only get to enjoy one such holiday, you should give in to her." The two of them walked away after that. Zhang Ye was at a loss. All right, you're the king today." Zhang Ye forced himself to go and buy ice cream for her. But let me say this first. After Children's Day, I won't go so easy on you. Qinshan ignored him and continued to eat the ice cream. She kept flicking her eyes around like she was scoping out what to do next. All of a sudden, sounds of a festive atmosphere drifted over from up ahead. It seemed to be an event. A host was on stage talking at the moment. Several hundred people were around the stage. It sounded like there was some sort of a singing contest, and there were even prizes. Chapter 1053. The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol. Chapter 1053. The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the amusement park, more and more people gathered around a stage set up on the southern side of the park. The host was a young and pretty woman. Although she was not exceptionally beautiful, she still looked good nonetheless. From the way she spoke, she was definitely a professional broadcast host too. This was the occupation that Zhang Ye held. So, when faced with a fellow peer, he would know from feeling alone. Beaming, she raised her microphone and announced, "Good day to all the parents and children here today. I am the host of Central Radio Children's Channel, Yuan Meng. You can call me Little Yuan or Little Meng." Some of the people in the crowd actually knew her. "Ah, Yuan Meng? Central Radio Children's Channel? I know her. Yeah, I always let my kid listen to her show. I've only ever heard her voice in the past. I didn't think that Yuan Meng would look so pretty as well. What event are they holding here? Why is there a band and all those instruments?" Everyone was very interested. Yuan Meng smiled and said, "We're holding a live broadcast here for the June 1st Children's Day special. The signal will be broadcast in sync through our radio station." Looking at her watch, she said, "We'll be starting in about another 15 minutes time, so I hope everyone will cooperate and join the singing contest that we're holding here today. It can be the children taking part alone or teamed up with their parents as a group. We have invited a professional band to play for today's event as well, and there are even 3 music teachers from the Central Conservatory of Music here to judge the contest. Every participating family will stand to win a prize, with the top 3 prizes even grander, so we hope everyone will participate enthusiastically." The prizes were all placed behind her on the stage. The 3 judges were also beckoning with their hands and calling for everyone to join. A singing contest. There are even prizes to be given out? Wow, it's going to be live radio broadcast. Really? It will be broadcast live on Central Radio Children's Channel? Zhang Ye had a look at the equipment and the workers at the venue and knew immediately that this was truly a setup for a live broadcast. He used to work in a radio station, so of course he would know. A lot of the children started to shout in excitement. "It's Big Baby Bear. Mom, I want that. Dad, let's join the contest. I want to join too. All right, let's participate. Let's go and register. We're going to register too. Are we really going to be on a live radio show? We can sing any song that we want. Then I'll join too." The parents and their children were all very enthusiastic. But Zhang Ye was not really interested. He had already been on countless live television broadcasts, to say nothing of a live radio broadcast. Besides, if a channel like Central Radio Children's Channel wanted a celebrity like Zhang Ye to appear on their show, they would have to pay a fee for his appearance. "Let's go," Zhang Ye called out to Qinshan. But Qinshan did not move. Zhang Ye turned around. "What's the matter?" Qinshan raised her arm and pointed at the top prize on the stage. "Zhang Ye, I want that," Zhang Ye said in annoyance. "Do you even know what the name of that thing is?" Qinshan nodded. "I know. It's Big Baby Bear." The prizes were quite good. The first place prize was a plushie of one of the characters in one of this world's children's cartoon. It was pretty big and even seemed like it was a limited edition collectible that couldn't be bought with money. Zhang Ye wondered, "I thought you didn't like to watch cartoons anymore?" Qinshan looked at the other children who were all grabbing their parents' arms like spoiled brats. A lot of them seemed like they wanted to win that limited edition Big Baby Bear. Qinshan also tugged at Zhang Ye's arm. "Zhang Ye, I want that too." Zhang Ye was amused and laughed. "What? You want it just because the other kids want it as well. Qinshan nodded. Win it for me. Zhang Ye gave her a look. You know how to sing? I do. Really? I just can't sing well. That means you don't know how. Oh, do you know how? Do I know how? Why are you so funny? What do I not know? But what's so attractive about this contest? Do you know how much of an appearance fee I can command? If you want me to sing, you'd have to fork out at least $1 million or $2 million. Would I have to be so desperate over just a lousy bear? Zhang Ye was not bragging in this case. He was really worth that much these days. Zhang Ye tried to pull her away. Let's leave. Qinshan did not move. She stood there looking at a family beside her. A little girl who looked about 5 years old was shamelessly making a scene in front of her parents. Daddy, Mommy, I want Big Bear. I want Big Bear. Her father smiled bitterly and said, but Daddy and Mommy can't sing well. The little girl was nearly crying. I don't care, I want Big Bear. Her father gritted his teeth and said, all right, since my daughter has spoken, Daddy has to do it somehow. I'll go register. The little girl cheered. Yay, Daddy's the best. She even kissed her father on the cheek. Her mother patted her husband's chest and covered her mouth as she laughed. Don't embarrass yourself when you're up there. The father thumped his chest and declared, for our daughter, I don't mind being embarrassed. Qinshan looked at them without blinking. That little girl noticed Qinshan looking at her. She looked back curiously and said, Big sis, do you want Big Bear too? You can ask your daddy to join the contest. She pointed at Zhang Ye. Qinshan said, I don't have a daddy. The little girl was surprised by this and said, but everyone has a daddy. Qinshan looked at her and expressionlessly said, I don't have one. When the girl's parents heard that, they quickly pulled their daughter back and hurriedly said to the man in sunglasses beside Qinshan, sorry about that, sir. You know how kids are. We're really sorry. Zhang Ye smiled. It's fine. The mother asked out of curiosity, her parents? Zhang Ye was silent for a moment, then whispered, they've passed away. The mother was taken aback and said, oh, look at me. Why did I ask? I'm sorry. Qinshan did not say a word. Zhang Ye looked into her eyes, and when he thought about her situation, he suddenly felt very sorry and bad for her. He knelt down and said to Qinshan, about that Big Bear, do you really want it? Qinshan nodded. Uh-huh. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. All right. He then stood up and said, even if I have to risk everything, I'll definitely win Big Bear for you. Instantaneously, this fellow was eager to fight. He seemed to change into a different person as he strode up to register for the contest. A few minutes later, the live broadcast began. Yuan Ming stood on stage and announced, good day, everyone. You're listening to Central Radio Children's Channel. I'm your host, Yuan Ming. I'm currently out at Beijing Amusement Park, where we are holding a spectacular singing contest. Over here, we have 13 groups signing up for the event, and we will be starting. At the same time, the radio broadcast started. Zhang Ye's parents' house. His father was tidying up the room when he found an old radio. He asked, do we have any batteries in the house? Triple S. His mother clicked her tongue. Why are you fiddling with that? His father said, I want to see if it's still working. Otherwise, I'm going to throw it away. He tried tuning into a few radio stations. Then he said, it's still in working condition. His mother suddenly said, wait, that station earlier was Central Radio Children's Channel? Are they broadcasting live from Beijing Amusement Park? Didn't Little Yi bring Qinshan there? A singing contest. His father turned up the volume. Let's have a listen. Do you think Little Yi and Qinshan will take part? His mother's lips curled upward. With our son's terrible voice, what can he sing? At the venue, the first family was already performing on stage. Little bunny, be good. Open the door. I will not. I will not / open the door. This was a nursery rhyme that Zhang Ye had sung before on a radio broadcast. At that time, it received a resounding response, and a lot of people learned how to sing it as well. This family could only sing it rather averagely, but they received rapturous applause nonetheless. Those 3 teachers from the Central Conservatory of Music also smiled and applauded them. Then it was the second group's turn to perform. Then the third. The father of the little girl who spoke to Qinshan earlier was the 7th to go on stage. He was very nervous as his hands trembled while holding his microphone. After all those people who were taking part in the contest did not have any prior experience of being on a live radio broadcast, and every other group displayed a similar anxiety when it was their turn to go on stage. The little girl shouted, Daddy, I'm cheering for you. Daddy, go for it. When he heard his daughters cheering, the father straightened up and raised his microphone to sing along with the band's accompaniment. He sang very terribly. He even went off key. But the little girl kept clapping and shouting, "Daddy, you're great." She held her mother's hand and said, "Mommy, Daddy's really great." Her mother laughed and said, "Yes, your daddy is the best." Qinshan looked at the girl and her mother without saying a word. Zhang Ye could not watch this any further, so he purposely patted Qinshan on her head and said, "It's my turn, haha. Watch me." Qinshan looked at him. "Are you sure you can do it?" Zhang Ye laughed loudly. "Just you watch, kiddo." Yuan Ming looked into the crowd and said, "Let's welcome the 8th group on stage." Zhang Ye pulled Qinshan to the position closest to the stage and left her there as he walked up to the stage with a big smile. When a lot of people in the audience saw him dressed in that outfit, they looked at him strangely. Who would cover themselves with a surgical mask and a large pair of sunglasses on a warm summer day like this? Yuan Ming also gave him an additional once-over before passing the microphone to him. The band asked him, "What will you be singing?" Zhang Ye took off his surgical mask. "Just give me a beat, and I'll be fine." He walked over to communicate some details with the few of them. The band was actually not that professional to begin with, so they were rather confused when they heard his instructions. "What do you mean? You're even thinking of singing an original? Who do you think you are?" Qinshan looked at Zhang Ye up on stage. Beside her, a small hand grabbed hold of her hand. "Is that your daddy?" Qinshan turned her head and realized that it was the little girl from earlier. She answered, "No." Some people were looking at the sunglasses-wearing young man on the stage. What's the matter? That guy looks so familiar." "Ah, you're right." The stage was prepared. Zhang Ye stood there and thought back to when he didn't know how to sing. He cleared his throat and deliberately adjusted his voice away from the clown's voice pattern. Then he saw Qinshan looking at him and started feeling a little sad. "Qinshan, don't be sad. Your parents are no longer around. But don't you still have your aunt? Don't you still have me? I may not be your father, and neither do I know how to be a father. I really don't. But I can assure you of this. As long as you need me, I'll always be by your side. Believe me, I definitely will be. So please, cheer up." The music started. A folk music accompaniment started playing. Zhang Ye raised his microphone and stunned everyone the moment he opened his mouth to sing one. "The sun winks at me." He looked and blinked several times at Qinshan. "Birds are singing songs for me. I am a very hard-working and unclingy little genie." He pointed to his own chest. Everyone was taken aback. What song was this? An original? Did you write it yourself?" The host, Yuan Ming, was also dumbfounded. Zhang Ye walked to the front of the stage and put his hand into a flower basket. From it, he picked out a flower. "Don't ask me where I'm from, or ask me where I am going. I want to pick the prettiest flower to offer to my little princess." He stooped down and placed the flower in Qinshan's hair. He pulled Qinshan and led her up onto the stage as well. Then he bent down and, amazingly, lifted Qinshan up on his left shoulder with astonishing strength. Qinshan was terrified. Zhang Ye laughed and said in a loud voice, I nearly forgot. The king sent me on mountain patrol. Through the mortal realm, let me take a stroll, beating my drums, sounding my gong. Life is full of the feel of rhythm. The king sent me on mountain patrol to capture a monk as his dinner roll. This mountain stream is so sweet that I don't envy couples or immortals. And then, suddenly, the audience broke into cheering. The children were getting excited. The parents were also mesmerized from listening to the song. It was really good. The song was perfect. The 3 judges were stunned. The band was also dumbfounded. Damn it, this is just a children's singing contest held for entertainment's sake. What's with this song of yours? Isn't this song too professionally written? Back at home, his mother said in surprise, Hey, this voice. His father said in astonishment, Is that our son's voice? His mother said, Did he really bring Qinshan on stage? At a music production company, a department manager was just listening to the radio as he had nothing much to do. Suddenly, when this song was played, another assistant manager and he were both stunned. This song, who's that? It's not very well sung, but the song is. Have you heard this before? What song is that? I've not heard of it before. Could it be an original? At the venue, Zhang Ye raised his microphone to Qinshan's mouth. He knew that Qinshan was a smart girl. Qinshan looked at him, then opened her mouth awkwardly to say, The sun winks at me. Birds are singing songs for me. Zhang Ye took it from there and laughed. I am a very hard-working and unclingy little genie. Don't ask me where I'm from, or ask me where I am going. I want to pick the prettiest flower to offer to my little princess. Then Zhang Ye plucked out another flower and swiftly put it into Qinchin's hair again. Qinchin suddenly laughed. She was laughing very happily. This was the first time Zhang Ye had seen her laughing in such a way. It was really the first time that it happened. When he saw that, his singing became even more enthusiastic. He was already singing and skipping around mischievously. That bobbing motion of his head was especially funny. It was obviously very funny to watch, but the parents of that little girl from earlier could not laugh at all. They knew that the sunglasses-wearing young man was not the girl's father and that her real parents had already passed away. Their eyes reddened a little, and they couldn't hold back their tears anymore. It was quite touching to see, but they felt a sense of admiration even more. Zhang Ye, who had Qinchin bouncing up and down on his shoulder, was laughing and singing. The king sent me on mountain patrol. Through the mortal realm, let me take a stroll. Qinchin followed along and sang, beating my drums, sounding my gong. Life is full of the feel of rhythm. The king sent me on mountain patrol to capture a monk as his dinner roll. This mountain stream is so sweet that I don't envy couples or immortals. Applause rang out. Cheers were erupting from the audience. This song had sent the atmosphere of the entire audience to its highest point. This was not a children's song. At least, it was not like a nursery rhyme that was sung to children. The song carried a great meaning of the unconditional love between family members that even the adults could understand and be touched by it. Chapter 1054, Rave Reviews. Chapter 1054, Rave Reviews. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The song ended. Great singing. It was so nice to listen to. This song is so well written. How awesome. Yeah, there is brilliant talent among the people. A random parent who went up on stage, is this amazing? I'm impressed. Everyone applauded loudly. Many of the children were also clapping with all their might. Suddenly, someone who was staring intently at Zhang Ye's face shouted, "Damn, what do you mean by there is brilliant talent among the people? Isn't that goddamn teacher Zhang Ye? Ah, he really looks like him. What do you mean he looks like him? It is him. It really is Zhang Ye. Holy shit, Zhang Ye is here. What? I was wondering how a normal parent could write a song." The audience erupted into shouting. A lot of people in the amusement park rushed over upon hearing the news. The host, Yuan Meng, was stunned. Teacher Zhang. The band and music teachers from the Central Conservatory of Music were also shocked. By now, Zhang Ye had taken off his aviators knowing that it was pointless to wear them. When the people saw that it was really him, screaming again came from the crowd. Zhang Ye has made an appearance here. Quick, come and see. Oh my god, I've finally seen Zhang Ye in person. This is my first time seeing an A-lister. The stage was surrounded by a large crowd of people. Yuan Meng was very happy as she did not expect that she would meet a big shot like Zhang Ye while doing an outdoor live broadcast show. This was like the pie in the sky falling down, and it would definitely pull up her show's listenership ratings. Teacher Zhang Ye, would you like to say something to the live audience and radio listeners? Zhang Ye plucked Qinchin off his shoulders with a smile and patted her head. Hi. I won't say anything much or delay everyone's time. I was just bringing this kid out to play today. Since she said that she wanted that first-place prize, how could I say no? Even if I had to risk my life, I would still have to win it. Yuan Ming asked, "What's the title of this song? How could it be so good?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's called The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol." I've written it just for my king. You mean this girl is your king? Yuan Ming looked at Qinchin with a smile. Zhang Ye replied happily, "Yes." Yuan Ming said, feeling a little moved, "You're so good to your daughter." Zhang Ye waved it off and said, "Hi. All parents are the same." Qinchin said, "Can you give me that big bear already?" Embarrassed, Yuan Ming said, "But there are still 4 more groups to go." Qinchin gave an "oh" in disappointment. "All right, please proceed with the contest." Zhang Ye led the child off the stage. The moment they left the stage, they were surrounded by a group of people asking for his autograph. As he couldn't reject them, he signed for them one by one. Shortly afterwards, the contest finished. After the 3 judges and the band had a round of discussion, the results of the top 3 were soon decided. Zhang Ye had gotten first place. It was not because of his fame or some preferential treatment. Anyone who heard that song would know that first place was definitely his. His song was really good and was even an original. Moreover, this was also his first time performing it in public. So who else should get first place if not him? The prizes were given out after that. Zhang Ye smiled as he received the prize and then stuffed it into Qinshin's arms. Here, I want it. Qinshin instantly grabbed the big bear, which was nearly as tall as her, into her arms. At the moment, the little girl who had talked to her earlier was holding her parents' hands as she stared fixedly at the big bear in envy. She could not help but approach. Big sis, your daddy treats you real well. Qinshin said helplessly. I've already told you that he's not my daddy. The little girl nodded, then gulped. Then can I touch Big Bear for a little bit? Qinshin looked at her and then placed the big bear into her arms. I'll give it to you. The little girl exclaimed in surprise. Really? Her parents quickly said, No, that won't do. Qinshin said, this is just a toy for little kids to play with. I don't play with such things, so you can have it. Big Bear was so big that the little girl couldn't quite wrap her arms around it, so she fell to the ground with a heavy thud. However, joy lit up on her face as she said, Thank you, big sis. Thank you, big sis. Qinshin tugged at Zhang Ye's arm and said, Zhang Ye, let's go. Zhang Ye asked, What do you want to do next? Qinshin pouted and said, You've been recognized by others, so how can we still have fun with anything? Zhang Ye laughed and said, All right, blame it on me. Let's go home then. Zhang Ye, what's the matter? Sing that again. Yes, my king. At the amusement park, several hundred people were taking pictures and recording videos of the young and old duo with their cell phones. The adult was holding the child's hand as they left the amusement park, singing as they walked out of the place. The king sent me on mountain patrol to capture a monk as his dinner roll. This mountain stream is so sweet that I don't envy couples or immortals. On Weibo, there was a heated discussion happening. An article on Weibo titled, Zhang Ye's surprise appearance at the Central Radio Children's Channel live broadcast event immediately started trending, and the song played on the radio was posted as well. Numerous netizens also posted threads on Weibo and shared their pictures from the event. I got Zhang Ye's autograph. Come and see. We bumped into teacher Zhang at Beijing Amusement Park. Video clip of Zhang Ye singing on stage. Come quick. Picture after picture. Video after video. This song titled, The King Sent Me to Mountain Patrol, was trending all over Weibo. It's so incredible. Zhang Ye is. Indeed, Zhang Ye. Haha. Teacher Zhang released a new song. Why didn't he distribute the song over the internet or through publishers? There weren't any promotions either? He just went up on stage to sing after chancing upon a minor singing contest? Isn't this a little too carefree? Why do I seem to think that the fellow wrote that song on the spot? Since when did Zhang Ye have a kid? That little girl is a relative of his or the child of his friend, right? I know who she is. I know her too. That little girl previously led a group of her classmates and cracked the largest burglary case that startled the nation. That's right, it's her. Uffed. I remember too now. I wonder why her parents are not with her. But it seems that Zhang Ye occasionally takes care of her and sometimes takes her to and from school. He has also attended her school's parent-teacher meetings. That was reported on the news before. This song is really funny, haha. I don't think it's funny. I find it very touching instead. Me too. I was really touched by the song. The person I respect the most in the entertainment industry is Zhang Ye. Although the fellow is always insulting people, picking fights, starting trouble, and constantly kicking up a fuss, I believe that everyone in the entertainment industry isn't what they seem like on the surface, except for Zhang Ye. I really believe that to be true. He is truly a good person who wouldn't hesitate to speak up about right and wrong. My son also listened to that song, and he really likes it. It's Children's Day today. I must give a like to Zhang Ye. Yes, teacher Zhang Ye is a very good person. Yeah, he treats kids really well. Even though she's not his own daughter, he still treats her so well, and specially wrote a song to make her happy. My impression of Zhang Ye has changed now, and I'll try my best not to criticize him in the future. It's so full of positive energy. It's so full of teacher Zhang's spirit. This song is really amazing. The remarks online were all positive. The netizens were all giving rave reviews to Zhang Ye and his song. It was probably due to the alignment of many factors, But The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol had incredibly squeezed into the top Chinese music chart within just 2 short hours. It was placed at number 7 on the daily chart. It even pushed one of Sunset Glow's songs down the rankings. And the numbers kept increasing with more and more people listening to it. With the Children's Day festivities in full swing, this song became popular very quickly. Number 6. Number 5. Number 4. A dark horse emerged and appeared against all odds on the top Chinese music chart that had been mainly occupied by songs from King of Masked Singers for the past few weeks. Many of the industry insiders were dumbfounded by what they saw. However, most of them were already used to it. This was Zhang Ye, and one would never be able to measure him through common sense. Even if everyone thought that something was impossible or would not do well, when it got handled by Zhang Ye, he would complete it with earth-shattering results. There was no logic in how he did things, and no amount of logic could be used to explain it. For a time, this song was heard all over the streets and on the radio stations. It was so catchy that some people even learned how to sing it after just listening to it 3 or 4 times. In a neighborhood, "Daddy, hurry up and learn this song." "But Daddy doesn't know how to sing." "I don't care. You must learn it." "But why?" "Because I'm going to be your king." "Ha ha ha, all right. Daddy will learn it just for you." People in the entertainment circle also started talking about it. Zhang Xia posted on Weibo, recommending a song to everyone. "The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol is a really nice song to listen to." Chen Guang replied to her post below. "Grandma Zhang has already listened to the song? Haha, I've also just finished listening to it. It is indeed quite good. I only just found out that director Zhang can even write songs of this genre. He's impressed me again. But director Zhang's singing is still as terrible, and he can't control his breathing that well. I've got to give him some pointers soon." Xiaodong. At Zhang Ye, teacher Zhang, can you seriously practice your singing to become better? Although, the song's really good and I found it quite enjoyable. If I were to cover it, please. Don't charge me a copyright fee. Fan Wenli. The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol is already number 3 on the top Chinese music chart. Congratulations, director Zhang. Dong Shanshan, what a nice song. Amy. Teacher Zhang, you're amazing. Please write a song for us again. This song also received rave reviews from the industry. Of course, quite a few people also ridiculed Zhang Ye's singing. Be it A Letter to Home or The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol, these 2 songs were the only times Zhang Ye used his true identity to perform in public. They all felt that Zhang Ye's performance had no singing skill to speak of at all. When the people saw that, they were also amused. Haha, his singing is really a little terrible. So teacher Zhang also has his shortcomings. It's just a children's song. What singing skills are needed? It's not like teacher Zhang's a professional singer. Not going off key is already pretty good. I have an idea. What is it? Do you guys think that those songs sung by the clown on King of Masked Singers were written by teacher Zhang Ye? If not, where could he have gotten so many originals? That might be possible. Right, that's really a possibility. Soon after, Zhang Ye's Weibo was updated. He posted, "Thank you everyone. Thank you to all my friends and fellow peers for your support. This song was only meant to cheer up the children. I did not expect that it would cause such a big commotion. It was really unexpected that the song could even get to number 3 on the top Chinese music chart. You all have given me such a shock, haha. Anyway, I will use this song to wish all the children in our country a happy Children's Day." Chapter 1055. King of Masked Singers Gets Investigated. Chapter 1055. King of Masked Singers Gets Investigated. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. At home, Zhang Yi scarfed down his meal. Qinshin had finished lunch much earlier and was playing The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol on her cell phone. She went over to Zhang Ye's mother and held the phone out in front of her. "Grandma, Zhang Yi wrote this song for me." His mother patted her head and smiled. "It's such a nice song." Qinshin turned around. "Grandpa, Zhang Yi wrote this song for me." His father nodded enthusiastically. "It's great. Granny and I both listened to it on the radio just now." Qinshin said, "You can hear me singing in it as well." His mother smiled. "You sang much better than little Yi." Qinshin nodded. "Yup." Zhang Yi was rolling his eyes at everything they said. "Don't you guys feel bad making such lies?" His mother shot him a look. "With that lousy voice of yours, how can you be better at singing than our Qinshin?" Zhang Yi threw up his hands. All right, but can I eat in peace? What place is it at now? His father asked. You mean on the top Chinese music chart? Zhang Ye laughed and answered. I think it's almost reached second. His mother said in astonishment. How many hours has it been? Zhang Ye analyzed. It's Children's Day today, so the momentum from that is pushing it up. I think it shouldn't be a problem for it to get first place by tonight, but I doubt that it can muster up a fight in the monthly chart's top rankings. The 5th episode of King of Masked Singers will be broadcast in another few days. At that point, there will be another flurry of songs released. However, that was already good enough. The drop in his popularity after so many days without being in the public eye had been turned around a little bit. A phone rang. It was Qinshin's cell phone. Qinshin answered her phone. Aunt. Rao, did Zhang Ye take you out to play? Qinshin said. We went to Beijing amusement park and even sang a song together. Rao, did you enjoy yourself then? Qinshin said. I guess it was all right. Zhang Ye interjected. Only all right. Qinshin handed her cell phone to him. Zhang Ye, my aunt is looking for you. Okay. Zhang Ye took the phone from her and said, Sorry to have inconvenienced you, old Rao. Have you accepted the award yet? It sounded rather chaotic on Rao Imin's end, so she was probably outside somewhere. It's been withdrawn. Zhang Ye said, I don't know what's with this bunch of bastards. They withdrew your award at the last minute and changed the recipient to someone else. It seems like they received some instructions from above or something. A man's voice sounded over the phone. Hey, why are you swearing at us? Zhang Ye heard Rao Imin say. What's wrong with me swearing at you people? You made me come all the way here to accept the award, then change the recipient to someone else on the spot? You people might have nothing better to do, but I have many things to handle on my end. When the man heard this, he felt a little guilty. Big sis, why is your temper even more terrible than Zhang Ye's? Zhang Ye's and Rao Imin's temperament were very similar. The two of them always did as they liked and would scold others the moment they disagreed with something. Zhang Ye said, Calm down, cool your jets. It's fine. If they've withdrawn the prize, so be it. Come back quick. The kid's waiting for you. Rao Imin said, All right, I'll head back soon. But let me give them another piece of my mind first. Just before the call ended, Zhang Ye heard Rao Imin say, Call your organizer's manager out. Are you people taking us for fools? The award was not actually an important one, but neither was it pointless. It was still considered an officially recognized award in the Beijing municipality called the Lifetime Contribution Award to Variety Shows. With King of Masked Singers becoming so popular, Beijing television had fought hard to get this award for Zhang Ye. As the value attached to this award was not really that great, Zhang Ye had sent his agent to collect the prize on his behalf. However, he did not expect it to be withdrawn at the last minute like this. Based on his time in the entertainment circle, Zhang Ye knew that there was something behind this decision. Perhaps this was done to send a signal of some sort. Sure enough, it happened. A few minutes later, there was a sudden change in the top Chinese music chart. The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol was removed and its popularity score was locked. Even though the netizens could still access the song from various channels, the popularity score of the song would no longer increase. It had disappeared from the chart completely. A lot of people on Weibo were stunned by the development. What happened? Why is the King no longer on the charts? Did its popularity ranking drop all of a sudden? That can't be. It was in second place, and almost in first place. It can't possibly just drop off from second place to outside the top 100 spots. I've tried searching for it, but the King is no longer in the top 100. What the hell? What's with this turn of events? Was there a mistake with the statistics calculations? What happened? Can anyone explain this? Comrades, I've just received news that there was supposed to be an official award presented today in Beijing called the Lifetime Contribution Award to Variety Shows. Teacher Zhang was slated to receive it, but just a moment ago, the recipient was switched to someone else. It seems like they received notice from the Ministry of Culture to prevent the award from being given to Teacher Zhang, and his agent even got into an argument with the organizers. A ban. The smog issue still hasn't blown over yet. What was supposed to happen still couldn't be avoided, huh? Damn it. Would King of Masked Singers be affected by this then? Who knows? Teacher Zhang is in the news again. The Brain Gold commercial has been taken down as well. What? I have a friend working at a television station and I just got notified about that. But why? No reason was given. There was just an order to change the commercial and redo it. The meaning couldn't be simpler. It just means that Zhang Ye's scene in the commercial has to be cut. A Letter to Home has disappeared from the top Chinese music chart as well. Damn, those are both good songs. It's not an issue with the song. It was clearly taken down because of the singer. The bad news kept coming. At home, Zhang Ye's phone was blowing up. His mother said in shock, "Why are they suddenly targeting you?" Zhang Ye said calmly, "This should have happened much earlier, but it just got delayed." His mother said angrily, "How can you be this calm?" "I was long prepared for this," Zhang Ye replied. Yes, he already knew about this long ago as Wu Zuqing had warned him about it. All this time, all these days, Zhang Ye was being soft-banned. Although there was no official statement about his status from any agencies, the truth was that Zhang Ye had already been banned for about a month or two. But due to the controversy at that time and the topic still being fervently discussed in the public sphere, this matter was not explicitly picked on during that sensitive period. If Zhang Ye had continued maintaining a low profile, this problem should have blown over in another month or two with old Wu around. That would have been the end of the issue, and Zhang Ye would have been able to stand up anew to do whatever he wanted to do. But today, Zhang Ye, who had been quiet for over a month, had come out with a new work. It even managed to shoot up to the top of the top Chinese music chart at the double with momentum that was a force to be reckoned with. This was what attracted the current response from the authorities. Ring, ring, ring. The clown's cell phone rang. Han Chi spoke in a flustered tone. "Teacher, can you make a trip down to the television station now?" Zhang Ye disguised his voice and said, "Did something happen?" Han Chi said, "An executive from the Beijing Ministry of Culture and directors of some associations came for an inspection, so Director Hu got me to contact you. The other contestants are also on their way over now." Zhang Ye acknowledged, "I'll be right there." At Beijing Television, in a meeting room, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, and Flowing Time, along with two other replacement masked singers, were present. They were all wearing their masks and seated in the meeting room when the clown finally arrived. Before long, Hu Fei also came into the meeting room with a group of people trailing behind him. They came in one by one until a dozen or so people in suits were inside the room. Finally, a deputy station head of Beijing Television who accompanied them throughout also arrived. Hu Fei said, "Let me introduce all of you. There was an honorary chairman from a television association. There was a director from a certain cultural institution. There were some enforcement officials from the Beijing Ministry of Culture." Then, one of the leaders of the delegation smiled and said, "I'm very honored today to meet all of the show's contestants. This show you're doing is fantastic, and I love watching it as well. However, there are some problems that I have to point out regarding some of the contestants' choice of song. I find them a little negative and not exactly helping to spread positive energy to the audience. Since this show has become so popular all over the country with over tens of millions of people watching the show, we have to pay more attention to what goes on it. The management of the SARFD is already preparing a censorship control system regarding song titles, as well as drama series and film titles. In the future, we'll all be following this system to carry out our enforcement of the rules. I think this is a good thing as there really is a necessity to make the censorship control system stricter. This is a kind of respect for our culture, as well as a guiding our citizens down the correct path." He rattled on and talked about many things. After that, the group of people moved off and continued with their inspection. The deputy station head went with them while Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, and the others stayed behind. Flowing Time asked, "Director Hu, what's the meaning of this?" A new replacement masked singer said, "We don't even have the freedom to choose what we want to sing anymore." Sunset Glow added, "If we're talking about songs with positive energy, how many love songs would be considered positive? Aren't they unnecessarily limiting a great deal of songs that we can sing? We won't even be able to sing love songs from now on." Hu Fei fluttered his hands. "It's not that bad. Everyone, just pay a bit more attention to your choice of songs for this episode, and everything will be fine. Don't choose something like what Li Yu chose, and everything should work out." Petal Shower said, "We won't even be able to sing children's songs now, much less love songs." Flowing Time agreed and said, "Zhang Ye's song has already been taken off the top Chinese music chart." Hoga said, "That was strictly targeted at Director Zhang, not you guys." Petal Shower gave him a look. Those people from the Beijing Ministry of Culture and the associations are probably here for Zhang Ye as well, aren't they? Hu Fei sighed. Flowing Time asked, was this move initiated by the SARFD? Hu Fei answered, it's not the SARFD this time. Flowing Time heaved a sigh of relief. That's not so bad then. One of the replacement masked singers said curiously, why isn't the SARFD leading the crackdown this time? In the past, banning artists and program censorship have always been the SARF's business, hasn't it? Hu Fei thought about it, then shook his head. We're not sure about that either. Whatever it is, everyone should just take note of this matter. It's Children's Day anyway, so it might not be a bad idea to sing some children's songs for this episode. Children's songs? The contestants looked at each other. Meanwhile, the clown sat there, having not said a word since the beginning of the meeting. He did not know what to say at all. He wanted to apologize, but was unable to say that. This entire affair started because of him, as he had offended too many people the previous time. This was why, even though Wu Ziqing was holding down the fort over at the SARFD and they did not come to trouble him, there were still other departments and their leaders trying to prevent Zhang Ye from rising again. This was all very logical. This was all within his expectations. No matter how he thought about it, everything pointed to this outcome. Zhang Ye himself knew this too. Although Zhang Ye looked very calm and was not exactly bursting with emotion, this thought he was holding inside him made him feel quite disappointed and exhausted. Chapter 1056. The Clown Sings a Children's Song? Chapter 1056. The Clown Sings a Children's Song. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Friday. On the day of recording. Since morning, a lot of unverified news appeared all over the internet. Zhang Ye faces yet another ban. The King of Masked Singers program team gets investigated. King of Masked Singers to stop broadcasting soon. With the introduction of new regulations, all songs in violation will be banned. King of Masked Singers in an awkward position. Guidance and suggestions from the Ministry of Culture to Variety Singing Sings. Promote positive energy and boycott pessimistic and negative musical pieces. The SARFD yet to make a statement. The netizens were getting very anxious. Are they really going to stop the broadcast? Impossible. This must be fake news. They can't stop such a large show just like that. But there's no doubt that King of Masked Singers has been implicated in a sticky situation. I heard that the contestants were called up individually for talks. Have you seen Li Yu's Weibo yet? He had sung about his mother telling him of the hopelessness of life. And then there's that I really hate you. Now, though, he has to step forward to make an apology and even declare that he is fully supportive of the authorities' guidance and suggestions, and that all his works from now on will contain positivity. This old Li, he's so spineless. He has no other choice since the general environment's like this. I wonder if King of Masked Singers can carry on recording as usual today. Yeah. The contestants might be greatly affected by this. The clown seems to have been called out and criticized as well. Petal Shower and Sunset Glow were called out and criticized too. They've also performed love songs on stage that seem to have crossed the regulations line. What the heck are they trying to do? For the past 2 days, this matter was constantly being discussed online. Everyone was worried that King of Masked Singers would really be taken off the air. Later that morning, at Babaishan Revolutionary Cemetery, Han Shi was already calling him for the 3rd time. Teacher Clown, you're still not here yet? I have something to do, so I'll be running a little late. I've already drawn the lots on your behalf. You'll be the 6th contestant to go on stage today. Okay, thank you. Then, please hurry and don't be too late. After hanging up, Zhang Ye, dressed all in black, found his way and walked forward. For some reason, when he woke up this morning, Zhang Ye suddenly thought of coming here to chat with Old Wei. He did not know why. He just wanted to come. There were some reporters and cameras in front. Zhang Ye immediately recognized them to be employees from the Central TV news channel, as he had met the host once before. When he saw them, Zhang Ye did not go over but stood in a distant, inconspicuous corner. Other than the portrait of the deceased and the birthday on Old Wei's tombstone, a line inscribed on it. When some people live, they are already dead, / when some people die, they are still alive. This was from the poem Zhang Ye had recited at Father Wei's funeral. After Old Wei passed, this line served as an epitaph inscribed on his tombstone to accompany him on his journey of eternal sleep. Besides the reporters and cameras stationed around the tombstone, 20 to 30 students were standing there. Father Wei. Sob, we miss you. Father Wei, we're doing very well right now. You don't need to worry about us anymore. My second mock exam results were very good. The teacher said that I would definitely qualify for Peking University. I'll be taking the college entrance examination in a few days' time, and I'll definitely work hard to do well. By the way, Tong has already been assured of a place in a university. He was your favorite back then, and he did not disappoint you at all. Father, please come back to us. We really miss you so much. Some of them were crying out to the tombstone, while the others did not speak at all and just covered their mouths as they cried. It was Old Wei's birthday today, and the children brought many things to pay their respects to him. When the Central TV News reporter heard what the children said, she quietly turned around to wipe away her tears. With that, we have come to the end of our report here. They finished packing their equipment. The television station staff left and were gradually followed by the children. Zhang Ye, who was still standing far away, decided to slowly make his way over at this time. Standing in front of the tombstone, he smiled and said, "Old friend, I'm here to see you. How are you doing?" Then he sat down and smiled at the tombstone. "I did not bring anything with me today, but I guess there's no need for it either, really. Just look, so many of your children have been thinking of you, and so many people miss you. With them bringing you so many offerings and things, you must definitely be living a good life on the other side." The cemetery was quite peaceful. Zhang Ye was the only one around, and he muttered to himself, "I really envy you, really. Haha, you don't know how popular you've become. You're respected by many, and your name has been immortalized for the ages. But I know that you definitely do not care about that, because you're different from me in that you don't covet riches or fame. Look at me now. I have it far worse than you. There are people criticizing me every day, with some wanting to censor me and others trying to step on me. By the way, this bro has been banned yet again. Even when I sang a children's song, people were whispering and pointing their fingers at me. I've been shrouded in an especially bad aura these past 2 days. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. So can you tell me what I'm slogging so much for? I don't even know what I'm doing all this for anymore. You must be enjoying yourself since there's definitely no air pollution in heaven. Oh yeah, there probably aren't traffic jams either. You can cause as much trouble as you like in such a vast place. How wonderful would that be? But just look at where I am. Before I even rise up, my head is struck. Any little thing that I do, people nitpick and tell me what to do. Do you think this is interesting? It's way too fucking uninteresting. But I still have to continue moving forward. I'm not as carefree as you, leaving just like that without even saying goodbye to me. Old Wei, do you think I'm a huge failure? Everyone says that I'm successful, but why don't I feel that way? Please don't find me annoying, Old Wei. I'm only able to say these words to you. I'll feel better when I let everything out. Then I'll have to go and perform after this. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang again. Han Shi was calling again. Zhang Ye did not take the call. He waved the cell phone at the tombstone and said with a smile, "See? Everything is about work, and they're hounding me again. All right, I've said enough to you. I'll come back to see you again when I'm free. Oh yes, don't worry about your daughter, Wei Ying. She's doing quite fine and has gotten quite a good job as well. I've given her my number, so if there's anything she needs help with, I'll definitely help her out. With me around, you can rest assured." He stood up. Zhang Ye was about to walk off, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back for a last glance. "I'm leaving now." At Beijing Television, in the King of Masked Singers recording studio. Recording had long since begun and 4 contestants had already finished performing. On stage, Flowing Time was currently singing. "The king sent me on mountain patrol to capture a monk as his dinner roll." He was performing Zhang Ye's song that had gotten really popular over the past few days. Hu Fei said anxiously, "Is the clown still not here?" Hoga looked at Han Chi. "What's going on?" Han Chi also said anxiously, "He should be here soon. He should be here soon. It's going to be his turn next." Hu Fei said, "Pester him a bit more." When Han Chi was just about to make the call, an employee rushed over from elsewhere and said, "The clown is here and is waiting in the waiting area. We can continue to record normally." Hu Fei nodded. "Great." Han Chi heaved a sigh of relief. The clown had been a very punctual and polite person and had never been late before. So she was unsure as to what was going on with the clown today. Could it be that the investigation had left him unsure about what song he should sing? Anyway, what was the clown's first song going to be today? Hanshi immediately checked the title of the song. When she saw it, she was a little stunned. This title is a children's song? It was going to be another children's song? 3 contestants had already sung a children's song today. Hanshi suddenly felt a little disappointed and helpless. Chapter 1057. I'm a small little bird. Chapter 1057. I'm a small little bird. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the studio, Flowing Time's performance ended. The audience gave an enthusiastic round of applause, but the discussions weren't as enthusiastic as they looked on the surface. Great song. Yeah, it sounded good. But I feel that something's missing. All the songs are children's songs today. Yeah, we already heard 3 such songs. The new replacement masked singer sang the first one, followed by Sunset Glow, and then Flowing Time. The other replacement masked singer's song added an excerpt of a children's song to the end of his performance as well, except that he slightly arranged the melody. That was the only hint of creativity I saw today. Even though it was very enjoyable to listen to, this is too much. It's good that there's positive energy, but isn't this too goddamn positive, don't you think? What can they do other than this? The contestants have been called out individually and criticized, not only on King of Masked Singers. It's the same story for other singing shows. Hi, is there not a single contestant with the backbone to stand against it? Who'd want to step forward? They'd just be sticking their necks out if they did that. Do you think everyone is like Zhang Ye? Speaking of Teacher Zhang, I'm really starting to miss him. If Teacher Zhang were here competing, he would surely be wonderful to watch. He definitely wouldn't be afraid of the Ministry of Culture or some television association. Haha, that's right. That's just how Zhang Ye is. That's totally spot on. Sometimes, I criticize Zhang Ye too. But having not seen him for some time now, it feels like I'm missing a part of myself. Do you guys think I'm insane? Sucks that Zhang Ye isn't taking part. Teacher Zhang has been thoroughly banned. Who knows how long it'll be before he can make a comeback. Hi, showbiz without Zhang Ye is as good as boring. It's the clown turn now. He's the last one to perform in this first round. Let's see what he's gonna sing. Dong Shanshan's voice reverberated. Let's welcome the final contestant, the clown. The audience erupted into applause. Everyone still had great expectations for the clown. The clown went on stage. The title of the song was displayed on the teleprompter screen at this moment. I'm a small little bird. When the audience saw this, they were left speechless. Hell, it's another children's song? A small little bird? This is definitely a children's song. I'm sick of listening to them. Can they not sing children's songs anymore? Please, why did those people from the Television Association have to butt in and cause all this trouble? A proper singing show has been forced to this state. These singers too. Why isn't there anyone with some backbone? How weak. Yeah, will no one step up and shout back? This is actually pretty good. You guys just haven't seen how the other singing shows reacted. The songs on those other shows are basically all the same. Hi. Even today Zhang Ye is remembered. He who refused to return to Jiangdong won. Backstage, the contestants who had finished performing were all seated in the tea room. Flowing Time, who had just returned from the stage, glanced at the television but did not say anything. A new replacement masked singer said, "The clown is also singing a children's song? I'm a small little bird too." Sunset Glow blinked. Petal Shower sulked. What can we sing other than children's songs? It's the safest choice we have. The other replacement masked singer sighed. We're the focus of attention right now, so it's best that we take the necessary precautions. At the panel, the judges were also giving each other looks. Another children's song? Hi. Chen Guang smiled wryly. Zhang Xia and Amy wore neutral expressions. Even they were finding today's episode pointless. The lights dimmed. The music started playing. Some of the audience members had lost concentration and had let their minds wander off after they saw the title of the song. Without warning, the clown began singing. With him singing, a lot of people froze on the spot and were taken by surprise. There are times I feel like I'm a small, little bird. I want to fly, but no matter how I can't fly high. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't a children's song. Holy shit. This was not a children's song. It was a fucking rock song. In the tea room, the look in Petal Shower's eyes shifted. Flowing Time's eyes widened in shock. This song, these lyrics. The audience perked up in an instant. The clown's eyes held gloom and despair. Perhaps I'll one day perch on the branches. Yet the hunters I've incurred. Only when I flew into the blue sky did I discover that I had nothing upon which to rely. What to do when born under evil stars? Before I could even rise, I was beaten unwise, a worn-out hat covering my face. I crossed the busy marketplace, in an old ship laden with wine jars. Floating down the brine three. He was really annoyed. He was downright disappointed. The clown's voice trembled. Every time the dead of night arrives, I can never fall asleep. He pointed at his chest and thumped it. Is it only my tomorrows that won't ever get better? Is that my keep? What's the future hold? Exactly, who could know? Whether happiness is just a legend. I'm forever unable to find and show. Chen Guang was gnashing his teeth listening to the song. Yao Jinkai was stunned. Amy was also deeply shocked by the few lines the clown had sung. She didn't even notice that her mouth was hanging agape in an inelegant manner. She just kept listening while looking like that. The clown suddenly sang louder. I'm just a small little bird. I want to fly and soar, but I just can't fly high. I'm searching and finding, looking for and seeking a warm bosom in which to lie. Does this request seem too hard to apply? Many in the audience suddenly stood up. This is so great. Oh my God, the clown, the clown. The audience was getting extremely excited. In the tea room, the other contestants were surprised by this. Flowing Time said, he's really willing to sing something like that? Even a fool could tell that other than the title of the song resembling a children's song, the rest of it had nothing to do with being a children's song. The clown closed his eyes. All you who know my name, you doing well, by the by? The world's such a small place. We're destined to have no escape, no space. When I've had my fill of fickle feelings, when you decide to fight for your ideals, the pressures of living and the dignity of life, which has more appeal? To me, the most important thing is dignity. To me, it's even more important than life itself. But I've already given my best. I've really given my very best. I don't ask for much. All I want is to work in peace, to find a place that suits me and accepts me for me. But why can't I find it? Why have I been unable to find such a place in all this time? Is it really that difficult? Is this request really so difficult to fulfill? Han Chi was in tears listening. It was as though the clown's song contained some sort of spell that made her tears flood down her face. She did not know who the clown was, nor did she know what the clown's story was. But she was sure that it was a story full of sadness, anger, and loneliness. Teacher Clown, just who are you? How much have you gone through to be able to sing a song like this? The clown suddenly jumped an octave. Was he lost? Or was it a cry for help? Maybe he was asking this world a question? I'm just a small little bird. I want to fly and soar. But I just can't fly high. I'm searching and finding, looking for and seeking a warm bosom in which to lie. Does this request seem too hard to apply? The clown laughed at himself. Then his voice softened as he conveyed his disappointment at the industry. He sang like he was asking the world a question. Does this request seem too hard to apply? Chapter 1058, For Dignity. Chapter 1058, For Dignity. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Did this request seem too hard to apply? Petal Shower fell silent. Sunset Glow fell silent. The judges fell silent as well. After he finished performing, the clown took a deep breath and bowed to the audience. Then he turned around and calmed himself. Feelings of disappointment and anger were written all over his back. The audience roared. Based on what they saw and heard, the clown's song and his singing weren't even good. The song did not have any showy high notes or any portamento techniques. He did not even care about his stage presence or the atmosphere and just quietly stood there singing, telling a story about himself. The sheer power of the song was immense. It resonated deeply with the crowd. I'm a small little bird one. Some of the audience members started crying when they thought of their experiences. Some others clenched their fists angrily when they recalled their past. The studio erupted into thunderous applause. He's so cool. The clown is so cool. It's really good. He sang really well. I don't know how to describe it. Someone really stepped forward. Damn, who was saying earlier that this was a children's song? Come out. I promise that I won't beat you up. The clown. The clown. The clown. A lot of people started chanting his stage name, soon joining in unison. Dong Shanshan walked onto the stage and looked deep into the clown's eyes before announcing, "Let's welcome Flowing Time back to the stage. Next is the voting." Flowing Time gave a bitter laugh. Why the fuck is it me again? Why am I always being placed next to him in such critical moments during a battle? Flowing Time really did not wish to go up on stage as he knew that it would be meaningless whether he went up or not. In this first round of performances, it was impossible for Flowing Time to beat the clown no matter what. Even he himself did not have any hopes of winning. In fact, he had also been moved by the song, but he concealed it very well and did not let show his eyes it. For a slight moment, he was very impressed with the song. He was not impressed by the clown singing, but by the person who wrote it. Yao Jinkai could not wait to speak. I'll leave the professional comments to the other teachers since I can't make any professional judgments when it comes to music. But I want to give my vote to the clown. It definitely has to be him. Chen Guang said, I'm voting for the clown. Zhang Xia, the clown. Amy, the clown. Wang Zhuishu, the clown. Chen Yidong, I'll vote for the clown too. The judges did not say more than what was necessary as they were at a critical juncture where the relevant associations were conducting a large-scale boycott of negative and pessimistic music pieces. They couldn't say anything at all since no matter what evaluation they gave, it would still be seen as wrong. This was because I'm a Small, Little Bird was a song full of negative energy. There was not a trace of positivity in it. However, they did not try to avoid the matter and used the most straightforward way to express their opinions. They just gave their votes to the clown. They gave no reason for their choice. The audience voting began and ended very quickly. The clown, 422 votes. Flowing Time, 78 votes. The clown won. Offstage, Hogu said with a wry smile. Brother Hu, when the clown submitted the song, it was without any lyrics. We still thought that this would be a children's song and didn't think much of it. But who could have expected? Da Fei said worriedly. Can this part be broadcast? Hu Fei looked at the two of them. Why not? Da Fei said, but didn't those associations? Xiao Lu also asked. What if they come here and find fault with us? Will we be able to handle them? At this, Hu Fei suddenly said, I also used to feel that we should follow the guidelines from the relevant organizations and make sure that positive energy songs are sung. But when I heard the clown's song, I suddenly had a change of heart. Find fault with us. Let them come then. Zhang Ye is the most troublesome person of all, but we still hired the biggest troublemaker in the entertainment industry to be our program's executive producer. Why should we be afraid of attracting any other trouble? Da Fei chuckled. All right. Xiao Lu also got excited all at once. Understood. Suddenly, Petal Shower came over. Hu Fei started and looked at her. Petal Shower said, Director Hu, since we're currently in the intermission, I came over to look for you about something. Hu Fei said, Just speak. What's the matter? Petal Shower solemnly said, I'd like to change my second round song. Da Fei was taken aback. Change your song? At this time, Petal Shower nodded. Yes. Sunset Glow also walked over from afar. When she saw Petal Shower, she was surprised as well. Then, without saying anything to her, she walked up to Hu Fei and said, Director Hu, I'd like to change my second song. Xiao Lu exclaimed, You want to change your song too? Hu Fei looked at the two of them. Can you tell me why? Petal Shower thought for a while. For the sake of dignity. Sunset Glow looked at her and nodded. For dignity. Xiao Lu said anxiously, but it's too late for that now. We're all ready. Okay. Hu Fei cut her off. I'll approve it. Xiao Lu groaned. But, Brother Hu this. Hu Fei dismissed her complaint with a wave of his hands. It's settled. Please get ready. In the waiting room, Zhang Ye came back alone and sat down on the sofa. He drank some water and continued to stay silent. He had sung all that he wanted to say about his past few years of experiences and plights. But for some reason, he was still unable to calm down on the inside. Instead, he was angering even further. He felt a cell phone's vibration come from his bag. Zhang Ye looked over and dug out the offending cell phone. It was his personal cell phone, and the caller ID was displaying the name of Wu Ziqing's secretary, Bai Li. He picked up. Zhang Ye said hello. Secretary Bai immediately said, Is this Teacher Zhang? Zhang Ye said, This is he. Chief Wu is away on an overseas business trip, so it's not convenient for her to contact you. She wanted me to pass you the message that she already knows about what's going on here and that she'll handle it as soon as possible. I'll also be helping to sort out the issue regarding your two songs, and Zhang Yi interrupted, I don't care about my affairs. Secretary Bai, you all may ban a letter to home, and the king sent me on mountain patrol as you wish. I'll accept it without grudges. I was already mentally prepared for all of this. It's also fine if you want to withdraw the Brain Gold advertisement and any of my other works. I can deal with all the trouble that I've caused on my own. If I can't handle it, I'll accept the consequences. But what has this got to do with King of Masked Singers? What has this got to do with the other singers in show business? Can't you all leave the contestants in peace? Can't you all leave a way out for the television variety industry's workers who are battling on the front lines? Can't you guys do that? Secretary Bai hurriedly replied. Teacher Zhang, you've misunderstood. You've really misunderstood. The matter this time was really not handled by us at the SARFT. We wrote up a guiding white paper related to musical and film work directives, but it was definitely not supposed to be like this. I assure you that this was not our original intent, and that this was just the Beijing Ministry of Culture making things up by themselves. It was just those television associations talking nonsense. We definitely did not issue such guidelines regarding musical pieces. We did not ask for all songs to only spread inspirational messages or positive energy. Bailey did not know what the relationship between Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing was even now, but she understood quite clearly that the relationship between them was definitely very close. That was why Bailey spoke to Zhang Ye in a very polite manner, approaching him very professionally from her official standpoint. She spoke to Zhang Ye in the same way she would speak to Chief Wu. Secretary Bai said, Teacher Zhang, I'll handle this matter from here on out, and I'll get it taken care of immediately. The lower downs are much too outrageous. Leave this matter to me. She ended the call. A knock on the door followed. Zhang Ye tucked his cell phone away and said to the outside, Please come in. Han Qi, Xiao Lu, and a few others came into the room. Teacher Clown, what's the matter? Zhang Ye asked. Xiao Lu replied, It's nothing. We're just here to see you. Worried, Han Qi asked, Teacher, are you all right? Zhang Ye nodded. I'm fine. Han Qi said, Your condition today as compared to the previous times, I'm afraid. Today, the clown was indeed different from before. Han Qi and the program team staff felt an ominous feeling about it, and were afraid that the clown would start having negative thoughts and do something irrational due to those associations taking large-scale actions to ban music pieces. Maybe he would withdraw from the competition? The program team staff were trying very hard for the longest time to find out what he was thinking. Zhang Ye took a while before he finally understood their worries and concerns. Then he laughed. Withdraw from the competition? Don't worry, I won't do that. Even if the sky is falling, I won't run away. Besides, the sky hasn't even fallen yet, right? When he thought about this, Zhang Ye froze. His works were taken down. His commercial was taken down, getting banned. His musical pieces got restricted. Several associations all came pointing their fingers at him. If it were anyone else, they would probably have quit at such a time. Even a clay figure would retain some fire, let alone such a notorious figure like Zhang Ye, who in the entertainment industry didn't know about that foul temper of his. But with everything turning out this way, Zhang Ye suddenly realized that while he was angry and disappointed, he still believed deep down inside that everything would work out. Only then did he realize that he was never a pessimistic person to begin with. He was more of a natural fighter. He might feel dejected, lonely, and hopeless at times, but he would never shirk from a battle he had to fight. Chapter 1059, The Internationale. Chapter 1059, The Internationale. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 3 contestants asked for a last-minute song change. An hour later, the 5th episode's elimination round of King of Masked Singers officially began recording. The 3 contestants who advanced into the battle round were Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, and the Clown. The remaining contestants of Flowing Time and the 2 replacement masked singers had all lost in the first round. On stage, one of the replacement masked singers was singing The Colors of Youth loudly. Don't expect too much of some people. Don't be too stubborn with some things. Maybe someday, we'll look back on the past, and you'll realize that some things can't be changed. The audience's eyes lit up. It's not a children's song. This is great. I was so sick of listening to all those children's songs today. What's going on? Why did they started singing this type of song as well? This should be a pessimistic song, right? Right. They were all affected by the clown. Everyone is finally angry. They're just singing as they should now. What censorship? What guidelines? They're not going to listen to them anymore. We're finally listening to a proper song. The song that the clown sang was not for nothing. Everyone has been awakened. All those lousy associations know is how to give arbitrary directions. That's right. A nice, world-class variety show was nearly wrecked by their meddling. The elimination round ended and Flowing Time managed to keep his place in the competition with a Hokkien song. Next up was the 5th episode's battle to be Masked King. The first contestant to take to the stage was Petal Shower, followed by Sunset Glow. The two of them had also changed the songs they were to perform. They stuck to their previous approach in the competition and sang in their same respective styles. The audience was largely enjoying their performances as they completely differed from their performances in the first round. Sunset Glow finished her part of the recording. Dong Shanshan went up on stage and announced, "Next up, let's welcome the last contestant, the clown." However, even before the audience could applaud, a group of people suddenly arrived and interrupted the entire recording process. 8 or 9 people dressed in suits had barged right into the studio. Xiaolu was startled and immediately went to stop them. "What are you people trying to do?" The leader of the group was a middle-aged man who said coldly, "I'm from the Television Show Association." Dafei also went over. "We're in the midst of recording a show." "I don't care about that," another middle-aged man said. "We were here 2 days ago and made the guidelines very clear at that time. And what's happening here and now? You didn't listen to a single word we said, did you?" The people from the association were here. No one knew how they received the tip, but they rushed over immediately to deal with things when they found out about the discordant factors that had occurred during the recording of King of Masked Singers. Hu Fei was angry. He strode forward and confronted them. "This is a recording studio. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in here. Whatever you have to say, you have to wait until we're done recording." That person from the association said, "You don't have to record the show anymore." "What do you mean?" Hu Fei sneered. Behind them, an executive from Beijing Television rushed over after hearing about this interruption. The middle-aged man from the association said firmly, "We stated the guidelines clearly the other day. Are you all deliberately trying to cause trouble? All right then, let's see whose backing is stronger." He turned to his secretary and said, "Issue an order to the relevant departments. Then get in touch with Director Zhou and immediately notify him about this." The secretary said, "Understood." Then he stepped to the side to make the call. The Beijing Television executive asked, "Old Hu, what's going on?" Hu Fei did not know how to answer him. Sunset Glow, who had just finished her song, was frowning. Petal Shower's face sank. The judges on the guessing panel looked over. Zhang Xia frowned. "Those people are from the authorities?" Amy said, "What are they doing here at a time like this? Will recording still continue?" Wang Zhuishu said angrily, "The cameras are still rolling. How can they just charge in like that? What is happening? Even if they're higher-ups from the authorities, there's no need for such behavior, is there?" The audience was not having any of this either. "Fuck, these bastards. They've really come? Fucking hell, what are they doing? Are they here to cause trouble? That's what I'm wondering too. It's just singing. Why are they making this so difficult? It's over. We won't be able to finish the recording today. What the hell is going on? How infuriating. Are they really going to impose all those regulations on the music industry? Aren't they a little too hell-bent on that? This move doesn't make any sense at all. The people won't even have the right to listen to the music they like anymore. Do we really look like such pushovers to them? We have our own thinking process, and we know how to judge right from wrong. We don't need you people poking your nose into our business. They're taking us for slaves. AI, don't bring that up. We're just a bunch of powerless folk, a bunch of shitty workers. How can we possibly stand up to them?" Dong Shanshan looked down into the audience. Over there, the group of people from the association were arguing with the program team. Flowing Time walked over. The 2 replacement masked singers also appeared there. But right at that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly took the stage as if no one were present. The figure stood in front of the microphone stand and adjusted it, then looked over to music director Bai Yuanfei and the band. They instantly understood. Bai Yuanfei hesitated for a moment before nodding. Straight away, a drumbeat kicked. The guitar strummed. Hu Fei, Xiaolu, Dafei, and the others from the program team were stunned. Music? Where did the music come from? They looked over to the source of the sound and realized that the clown was standing on the stage. Petal Shower was stunned. Sunset Glow was startled. Flowing Time widened his eyes a bit and stared. Meanwhile, those people from the association were angered. What is that? Get him off the stage. Why is he still singing? The audience was caught off guard too. No one knew what the clown was planning or what he was going to sing. But for some reason, when that passionate music started playing, excitement surged through the crowd. Then the clown opened his mouth. With that, the studio was shocked. The first sound that came out when his mouth opened was a roaring high note. The clown pointed to the ceiling and screamed one. Arise, ye prenas of starvation. Arise, ye wretched of the earth. For justice thunders condemnation. A better world's in birth. Arise, prisoners. Arise, condemnation. The program team staff were dumbfounded. Petal Shower and Sunset Glow were staring with mouths agape. The audience felt the rush of hot blood course through them. What was this song? Just what the fuck was this song? Someone looked at the teleprompter screen. The Internationale. Rock. The clown was singing loudly and angrily in a high pitch. He had never sung in such a way on this stage before. Today was the first time he was doing so. It was as though he wanted to use this song to sing the anger in his heart. No more traditions' chains shall bind us. Arise, ye slaves, no more in thrall. The earth shall rise on new foundations. We have been not. We shall be all. The faces of those people from the association darkened as they got infuriated. However, the live studio audience was brought to a blood-boiling high from listening to the song. The clown pointed at them and sang loudly, "'Tis the final conflict. Let each stand in his place. The international working class / shall be the human race." The clown raised one of his hands high in a clenched fist too, the universal symbol of industrial workers all over the world. International? The Internationale? The International Workers Association? This was a song of the workers? This was a song for ordinary folk like them? Shen Guang was visibly moved. Amy was listening in disbelief. The clown sang loudly. We want no condescending saviors to rule us from their judgment hall. We workers ask not for their favors. Let us consult for all. No one can help us. But neither do we expect a savior to come forward. We have ourselves. We have weapons. Arise. Don't be afraid. Arise. People who are like me. The clown screamed. To make the thief disgorge his booty. To free the spirit from its cell. We must ourselves decide our duty. We must decide, and do it well. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the audience raised his hand high and displayed the gesture of the International Workers Association, then stood up silently. A young man beside him also proudly raised a fist as the clown did earlier, as he slowly stood up as well. Then a third person, followed by a 10th person, a 50th, 100 people. The clown sang loudly. "'Tis the final conflict. Let each stand in his place. The international working class / shall be the human race." Shen Guang stood up and raised his right hand. Amy stood up and raised her right hand. Wang Zhuishu, Yao Jinkai, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow. They all raised their hands in a clenched fist. Han Qi also raised her right hand. She was bursting with emotion and could not help herself, having been influenced by the mood in the studio. Dafei raised his right hand proudly. Xiaolu slowly brought her hand up as well. 100 people, 300 people, 500 people. At this moment, no one in the studio was sitting down. Even some of the backstage staff stood up with their right hands raised as hot tears welled up in their eyes. The clown sang loudly. How many on our flesh have fattened? But if the noisome birds of prey shall vanish from the sky some morning, the blessed sunlight still will stay. All of a sudden, without anyone leadership, without anyone saying a word, and with the entire audience seeming to have discussed it beforehand, everyone started singing loudly along with the clown. "'Tis the final conflict. Let each stand in his place. The international working class shall be the human race." Petal Shower was singing. Sunset Glow was singing. Bai Yuanfei was singing. Shen Guang was singing. Zhang Xiao was singing. Amy was singing. "'Tis the final conflict. / let each stand in his place. The international working class / shall be the human race. The international working class / shall be the human race." The nearly 1,000 people present were singing with raised right fists. If someone witnessed such a scene, they would be deeply shocked. This shock was something that simply could not be described in words. The source of this shocking scene originated from something known as dignity. Chapter 1060, A Battle for Music and Dignity. Chapter 1060, A Battle for Music and Dignity. Translator, Leg editor, leg. The Internationale one also existed in this world. There was also a song for the International Workers' Association in this world, but it didn't sound as passionate or indomitable as this version. This song was the Internationale 2 from Zhang Ye's previous world. It was the most famous song of the international communist movement. The Soviet Union had used it as a national anthem, and it was even an openly acknowledged communist song. You could even find traces of the Internationale within the melody and lyrics of China's national anthem. Historically, this song carried a great significance for the past generations and had left its mark all around the world. And Zhang Ye had sung just that song. It was the rock version by the domestic Chinese rock band, Tang Dynasty 3. Positive energy? There should be no other song with more positive energy than this song. Although it was no longer that era anymore. Although many young people had forgotten. Although this song had gradually exited stage left from history, its spirit was still around. Its dignity was still around. Its anger was still around. Zhang Ye believed that this was a peaceful and orderly world. He loved this new world that split away from his previous world. But there existed some black sheep he could not tolerate, and some forms of oppression he had to resist. Banning pieces of music across the board that carried any hint of negativity, he could not accept it. Love songs were also considered songs that spread negativity. He could not accept it. So he rose up, and along with him, everyone in the studio rose up. As Flowing Time looked at the clown on stage, he suddenly felt a sense of respect for him. The song had awakened many of his memories. He suddenly remembered that he had his pride too, and that he should also rise up to resist. For music, or maybe for dignity. 'Tis the final conflict. 'Tis the final battlefield. They had no room for retreat. The song ended, but no one sat down. The expressions of the association members were as ugly as they could get. They could not say anything, because in this atmosphere and situation facing everyone's anger, they did not risk saying another word more. The middle-aged man who was leading the group looked at his colleagues behind him as their group exchanged looks before they quietly left the place in defeat. When those troublemakers left, recording of the show continued. The results of the 5th episode's voting came out very quickly. Petal Shower, 21 votes. Sunset Glow, 18 votes. The Clown, 461 votes. It was an overwhelming victory. The Clown became the masked king in the 5th episode with a dominating number of votes. Earth-shattering applause, cheers, and screams instantly rang out in the studio. Sunday, King of Masked Singers was broadcast. Why is it all children's songs? How boring. It's the clown's turn. I'm a small little bird. This song is really great. It's such a nice song. At the start, everyone was watching the show without expecting much. But when the clown's performance of the Internationale came on, everyone was shocked. Arise, ye prenas of starvation. Arise, ye wretched of the earth. For justice thunders condemnation. We have been not. We shall be all. At a music production company. It was very late, but a lot of people were still working overtime to help several singers cut some of their new album songs that did not comply with the regulations. Quick, everyone. Let's work a little harder on it. But how are we supposed to change this line in the lyrics? Director Lee, the singers are protesting strongly against this. Actually, I also feel that this part is quite good. If we have to change it, then we might as well change the entire song. Do we have to do it this way from now on? Yeah, do all the songs have to be like this in the future? If all the songs are this similar, how can we still call this music? Everyone had very strong opinions about it, and they even had the impulse to just quit. Suddenly, a female employee in the office space shouted, "Hey, come and watch this." Watch what? What's the matter, little he? Quick, watch King of Masked Singers. We're in a tight squeeze, and you're watching TV? Their show is definitely facing the same problems as we are, since all pieces of music are being restricted now. The restrictions they have are even stricter than ours. So what's the point of watching their show when it's expected that their performances will all be either revolutionary songs or children's songs? Yeah, do your work. Guys, just come here and watch. Everyone was wondering what was going on as they eventually gathered around her. When the Internationale played on stage, when the clown's angry shouting roared through the studio, when the entire audience, all the judges, and staff members in the studio slowly rose up with their right fists raised. The company's staff were stunned and their jaws dropped. Hot blood coursed through their veins. Someone has come forward. Someone in the music industry has finally come forward. The clown. What a good song the Internationale is. He's fighting for the truth? Suddenly, an employee threw down the stack of documents in his hands and said, "Damn it, I'm not changing this anymore. Is there any meaning to it if we end up making a crappy piece of music after making the changes?" 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, all of them put down the tasks they had on hand. At Zhang Ye's house, watching the show on television, she was left speechless by what she saw. Fang Weihong's chin was trembling as she watched the show. She was neither a nationalist nor someone who liked getting angry. As an elite manager in the entertainment industry, she had gotten used to such situations and seen past all of it. But today, when she heard the clowns, the Internationale, Fang Weihong did not know why or how, but her usually weak fist was clenched so tight that her fingernails were digging into her palms, and she was nearly bleeding. She could feel the blood coursing through her veins. On Weibo, a highly respected veteran artist in the music industry finally said something. It was a domestic veteran singer who was from the same generation as Zhang Ye. In fact, he had even debuted several years earlier than her. He had come from an art troupe and had a military background. He was the famous singer Cui Haiquan. Cui Haiquan. Regarding the recent implementation of the new regulations for works of music, I will neither acknowledge nor accept it. This is as good as strangling the life out of the music scene. This is basically going to kill the music scene. Musicians, please don't remain silent anymore. Musicians, this is our last line of defense. Musicians, please rise up. The netizens were greatly shocked. Another person has come forward. It's Grandpa Chui. Grandpa Chui is amazing. A few minutes later, Zhang Xia and a group of veteran singers jointly issued a response. Arise, ye musicians. Arise, 'tis the final conflict. From now on, we will never take a step back. Chen Guang spoke up. Arise, ye singers. Fan Wenli spoke up. Please rise up, China's musicians. Xiao Dong, Amy, and Li Shaoxian issued a response as a group. Please rise up for the last shreds of our dignity as musicians. Please rise up and fight together with us. A lyricist. Arise, ye musicians. A composer. Arise. We can no longer retreat. 10, 20, 50. The Internationale had united the entire music industry. The heavenly kings spoke up. The heavenly queens spoke up. The music companies spoke up. Each and every one of the musicians stood up. This was the first time people in the music industry had ever responded in such a united manner. This was a battle for music and dignity. Chapter 1061. Victory for the musicians. Chapter 1061. Victory for the musicians. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The music industry raised a furor. The people from the television industry were shocked by what they were seeing. The music industry is at war with the associations. How fierce. It's making my blood course with passion. Good showing, brothers. They really spoke up. There are this many of them coming forward. All of the veterans, singers, rookies, lyricists, and composers in the music industry have come forward. This is an event that will definitely go down in the annals of history. Just what will the final outcome of this battle be? Dunno. Now we see how the authorities react. It's definitely going to be hard to deal with. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it might not be so bad. But with this large group that even includes some of China's veteran singers, influential singers from the political department's song and dance troupe, and the heavenly kings and queens protesting against the ban on musical pieces, how could they handle it? I think this is going to be difficult to answer since the most important factor is still the SARF's attitude on the issue. But they haven't issued a response to this yet. This was a big event in the music industry. With the involvement of so many celebrities, the news had spread far and wide. The netizens were very excited. Just one song is enough to cause such huge trouble? I have to give it to the clown. Which celebrity could this fellow be? Fight, fight, fight. Supporting our musicians. They have my support too. I must really give a like to the music industry this time. Many people were paying constant attention to the developments as this issue was getting way too serious. If it was not properly handled, it would cause a major shakeup. Elsewhere, Bailey was currently on the phone with someone. Hello, Secretary Bai. Director Han. I finally managed to reach you. I've been away for a meeting the past few days and just got back today. Have you heard? Yet? Of course I've heard. What's going on over on your side? Why did you guys suddenly decide to roll out a ban on musical pieces? Who approved the decision? Who agreed to it? Wasn't the SARFD going to introduce something similar? And weren't the directives going to be announced very soon as well? We have indeed come up with a new white paper listing some music and film work directives, but when did we state it in a way like you? When did we say that we would not allow the broadcast and composition of music pieces that don't generate positivity? Have you even seen our documents? Do you all know what the intent of the white paper is? We simply wanted to standardize some regulations, not call for restraint or a ban without valid reasons. What has it become now? Look at how things have turned out. Many musicians refuse to accept it. Did you guys consider the consequences of your actions? Did you think of the negative impact caused by your mishandling? Secretary by, the SARFT has its considerations, and we have ours. After all, the scope of our work is different, and besides, are you sure you still want to go on about this? Fine, let me tell you this then. This matter was entrusted to me by Chief Wu personally. She's still overseas at the moment and can come back on today's flight. If my words are ineffective, fine. But when Chief Wu gets back tonight, maybe I should get her to contact you personally. Would that be better? At this, Director Han anxiously said, how could I make Chief Wu personally call me? He gave a bitter laugh and said, Secretary Bai, please don't get me into trouble. Bai said, the SARFD is very unhappy with how the Beijing Ministry of Culture has handled things this time. It's not that I'm trying to get you into trouble. It's your own people who are messing things up. We only have one request right now, and that is to call for an immediate withdrawal of the guidelines that you all announced earlier, as well as those so-called directives by the relevant associations. When the finalized white paper is published by the SARFD, any new regulations introduced will be done in consideration of the SARF's directives. Director Han said, that's not really for me to decide. Bailey was annoyed. All right, I'll get someone who can make the decision on your behalf then. An hour later, an executive from the Ministry of Culture was startled. This executive was not from the local department of the Ministry of Culture, but a more senior leader above them. Perhaps it was Bai Li or someone else from the SARFT who had communicated it to him. But it was only then that he realized that the so-called guidelines issued by the local department below was from some hearsay and actually very imprecise due to the fact that the SARFD had not officially passed down their directives yet. But because of the local department's authoritarianism, the other associations had misunderstood and treated the guidelines like an imperial edict by rushing to implement those orders. This resulted in an irreversible situation. That executive spoke with the SARFD for a very long time. These two organizations carried out a simple but in-depth discussion of the incident. In the end, that executive from the Ministry of Culture made a call to the local Beijing office that started this trouble and chewed them out. It wasn't easy for our country to get such a high-quality domestic variety show produced. Why are you all causing all this trouble for me now? Don't you all want our domestic works to be successful? Don't you hope that our domestic works can wade into the international market? You're even insisting that all music pieces should only spread positivity? Music is a form of art, and the expression of art is very diverse. Why do they all have to generate positive energy? If you don't even have this bit of tolerance or artistry, how can you continue to be part of the business of cultural undertakings? Sir, we withdraw all those guidelines pronto. Yes. All right, we understand. If this happens again, I want you to pack up and get out. We're sorry, sir. We misunderstood the policies. We will not repeat this mistake again. It was really a misunderstanding this time. Leave such matters to our SARFD colleagues in the future. Did you all have nothing better to do than get involved in this affair? Aren't you just stirring up trouble? In this world, the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Culture and the SARFT was without a clear boundary. Some responsibilities overlapped, while some were distinct. However, most of the decision-making on policies regarding the entertainment industry still lay with the SARFT. I understand. I'll say this again. It better not happen another time. Yes, sir. There won't be another time. As the executive from the Ministry of Culture was very understanding and had a good relationship with Wu Ziqing, the issue was resolved very quickly. Actually, even if this relationship with Wu Ziqing did not exist, he would still have to handle such matters. It was due to the strategic failure of his staff at the local office and their misunderstanding of the policy resolutions that led to such a strong backlash. The entire music industry was angered as a result, so he had to say something even if he did not wish to interfere. If things went on like that, then it would really spiral out of control and cause a huge mess. He had to handle it no matter what. He couldn't possibly let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel. The Ministry of Culture had always been very open-minded about things and seldom interfered with the SARF's business. Before long, the guidelines from earlier were withdrawn. There was no explanation or clarifications made. There weren't any signs that this would happen. They were withdrawn just like that. The netizens soon took notice. Aya, the directives have been withdrawn. Quick, look at this. The guidelines from earlier are gone. Did they accidentally delete them? It's impossible that they'd accidentally delete them. Then does this set the tone? It's set. It's definitely been set. Wow. There's an exec from the Ministry of Culture who gave a like to the Internationale. Another exec from the Minister of Culture liked it. Damn, you're right. Everyone was shocked to find out that the clowns, the Internationale, had received several likes from a few executives of the Ministry of Culture's upper management on their Weibo verified accounts. One of the executives even left a comment. This is a great song with great lyrics. I was reminded of things from long ago and felt a little touched. I'm really fond of those memories from that time. The SARFD also issued a statement not long afterwards to appease the musicians. It clarified that the guidelines from before were not introduced by them, and that their designated standards would only restrict some song titles and other works that were too vulgar and implied death. There was no intention of a large-scale blanket ban on music pieces and films. In reality, it wasn't that the SARFD or the Ministry of Culture's upper management were seeking to compromise on those measures. From the start, they didn't intend to introduce them at all. It was all blindly caused by those below them. They set the tone. The netizens were stunned. The musicians cheered at once. In just a few minutes later, Zhang Ye's A Letter to Home and The King Sent Me on Mountain Patrol returned to the top Chinese music chart and continued to rule the rankings. Unsurprisingly, the #1 spot went to the Internationale. The Internationale seemed to have steamrolled straight to #1 on the top Chinese music chart's daily chart, and even to #1 on the monthly chart. Yes, #1 on the monthly chart. In just a single day, it charged its way right up to first place on the monthly chart in just a single day. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the history of the top Chinese music chart. But the clown managed to do it. This song did it. Chapter 1062, The Grand Finals Approach. Chapter 1062, The Grand Finals Approach. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Han Chi called the clown. Teacher Clown. Hello. We won. We won. Yeah, I already knew. You're incredible. That song of yours is incredible. I can't believe that they really gave in. I can't take the credit. This was due to the persistence and hard work of the entire music industry. But it was your song that roused the musicians. Surely I'm not that great. But you really are that great. The guillotine hanging over the head of the music industry had finally been lifted. The music industry was cheering and jumping for joy, celebrating their win. But maybe it was better to say it was music and dignity that won. Netizens made countless comments. We won. The higher-ups are still pretty open-minded about things. I have a feeling that the Internationale will become a legend. With this story, the song should already be considered a legend. Have you ever seen a piece of music that has such great appeal and influence? A legendary song and a legendary person. But just who could the clown be? Hurry up and take off your mask. The suspense is killing me. When will the grand finals of King of Masked Singers take place? Yeah, I can't wait either. The Masked King these days is always either Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, or the Clown. It's always them fighting for the throne every episode. The new replacement Masked Singers aren't really a match for them at all. So I believe that the grand finals should be held quite soon. Who do you guys want to see take off their masks the most? The Clown. Fuck, of course it has to be the Clown. Right. Only his identity still remains a mystery. No one has managed to guess it yet. On that night, the King of Masked Singers program team suddenly announced that the next episode of the show would kick off the revival round of the competition. Whether it was the contestants who started in the premiere episode or the replacement Masked Singers, All of them would be entered into the revival round as long as they had not been crowned Masked King before, meaning that even those who still remained in the competition, as long as they had not been crowned Masked King before, would be required to compete against the contestants who had been eliminated for the remaining spots in the grand finals, which would be broadcast live. A total of 5 episodes had been broadcast so far, in which the clown had taken the throne of the Masked King thrice, Petal Shower once, and Sunset Glow once. That meant that only the 3 of them could advance straight into the grand finals of the competition. The program team contacted Spinach. Teacher Spinach, the revival round will begin soon. All right, please get ready. I can't wait. Teacher Martial Persona. Hello. We'll be recording the revival round next week. Okay, got it. Teacher King of Oddity. Is it beginning soon? Yes, recording will start next week. All right. How many spots will there be in the grand finals? Other than the clown, Petal Shower, and Sunset Glow holding 3 spots, 3 remaining spots are up for grabs. Understood. Many of the eliminated contestants received this update from the program team. Some of them were anticipating it, some were nervous about it, and others were worried about it. But without an exception, all of them immediately went to prepare after receiving notification of this news. This was their final chance, and they all wanted to make the best of it. Zhang Ye also received a call, but this call was about something different. Hu Fei said, Teacher Clown, the issue has been resolved. We want to thank you for doing so much for the show. If it wasn't for you, the restrictions wouldn't have been lifted, and there wouldn't have been any meaning to the grand finals. There's no need to thank me. I didn't do much. The revival round will be held next week, and the grand finals the week after that. Hu Fei had called the clown's cell phone number, so Zhang Ye had to deliberately disguise and change his vocal register when speaking. He said, So soon? We initially planned for it to happen after 6 or 7 episodes were broadcast. But the disparity in talent is too great for the next replacement masked singers to compete against. So the program team called for a meeting where we decided that we wouldn't be adding any more replacement masked singers and instead move the date of the grand finals forward. I see. You won't need to do any prepping for the revival round. The main thing that I want to talk about is the details of the grand finals. These grand finals will be broadcast live nationwide, and the location will change as well to a larger venue. The voting format will also be changed to a public vote. That is to say, the television audience can also take part in the voting. On top of that, the grand finals will have 2 rounds, with the second round being an individual performance. Meanwhile, we have designed the first round with a segment where a contestant will perform with a guest partner. The contestants can invite a good friend of theirs and get them to put on a mask as well, then sing together on stage. This is an important segment because if the guest partner is not suitable for the competition, the contestant might not be able to advance to the second round and end up getting eliminated. That's why you need to prepare well for this and hopefully invite a professional singer. The more popular the guest partner is, the better. It would also help to garner more votes for the contestant. This was Hu Fei's decision. Zhang Ye had provided him with a program structure that had several formats for the grand finals. For example, in the Chinese version of King of Masked Singers in his previous world, 2 contestants were paired up into groups, and the groups would verse each other in a knockout format. However, Zhang Ye knew that this format would not make the show exciting to watch, so he added another one that was similar to the format of the finals of I Am a Singer. He left that for Hu Fei to decide, and clearly, he had chosen the latter. This was quite a good choice since it would add to the viewing experience and anticipation of the audience. Okay, do you have any other questions? I can answer over the phone. The clown asked, Are there any limitations to the choices of song? There are basically no limitations. You can sing anything you want. The clown asked further, For the group segment, can we choose to sing alone and not invite a guest? Sing alone? Is that allowed? Hu Fei shook his head. That's definitely not allowed, as the show rules are set that way. You can either invite 1 or 2 guest partners, but they have to at least sing together with you. Okay, I understand. That's good then. We'll see you in the grand finals. All right, I'll prepare well. After hanging up, Zhang Ye was in a quandary. A celebrity guest partner? If the performance wasn't good enough, they might get eliminated in the first round? Then there wouldn't be a chance to take part in the battle round for the overall Masked King of the grand finals? This was a little troublesome to handle. His troubles stemmed from him not wanting anyone to find out about who he really was. If no one knew who he was, then how could he possibly invite anyone? Who could he invite? His social ties within the entertainment circle was already abysmal, and he didn't know that many people either. There were even fewer choices if he needed someone who could sing. Zhang Xiao? She was already on the guessing panel of judges. Chen Guang too. It would be impossible to invite them. How about Fan Wenli? Old Fan was even more impossible. Xiaodong. She was probably going to become someone else's guest partner. Who could he find? Someone was friends with him and had to sing well? They even had to be a big name? There was no one. As he thought about it, it seemed like there was no one suitable among the people he knew. Zhang Ye lit a cigarette and pondered for a long time, but came up with nothing. This celebrity guest partner was simply too important. It directly affected whether or not he could become the masked king of the grand finals. So he definitely had to consider everything carefully. Hi, if only he had known. He wouldn't have put this suggestion into the plan in the first place. This was as good as shooting himself in the foot. There were only 2 weeks left. What should he do until then? Chapter 1063. A candidate to be the celebrity guest partner. Chapter 1063. A candidate to be the celebrity guest partner. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Next Saturday, in the evening, the television was on and tuned into Beijing television. His mother was sitting on the sofa and chomping on melon seeds. Why isn't it starting yet? Little Yi, is today the revival round? His father asked. Zhang Ye said, yes, and next week will be the grand finals. His mother asked, who will be revived today? Hurry up and tell us. Zhang Ye laughed and said, how would I know? I wasn't at the recording yesterday, so we'll find out later as we watch. I feel that Spinach has got quite a good chance, though. His mother said, that king of oddity from the first episode is quite good, too. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang. Zhang Ye answered, Sister Xiaodong? Xiaodong immediately asked, Teacher Zhang, what you up to? Hi, just watching TV at home, Zhang Ye said. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. Did you not get selected to be a question setter this year? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, I wasn't called up this year. They originally said that I would be asked to do it again, but with all the negative publicity surrounding me recently, and coupled with the questions that I set at last year's Beijing college entrance exam being a little too difficult, the examinees and their parents started protesting against my appointment 2 months ago. They were all afraid that I would become the national examination question setter this year, so I ended up not getting appointed. Actually, I don't really want to go too. It's really a thankless task. Then about that matter I brought up to you regarding my relative, Zhang Ye said. It's always been on my mind, and I've already asked around for him. As long as your relative's score passes the Peking University cutoff grade, he'll be guaranteed an admission spot for any major that he chooses. This was a favor that Xiaodong had asked of him when he first joined the Goof Group last year. He hadn't forgotten all this while, and had already helped her ask around. When it came to favors that people asked of him, Zhang Ye had always made sure to do the best he could. Xiaodong laughed happily. Thanks, Teacher Zhang. Don't mention it. It was no trouble at all. Then, he suddenly remembered the rules of the grand finals and how he didn't have a guest partner yet. He offhandedly asked, Oh right, Sister Xiaodong. Do you have any plans next Saturday? Xiaodong was taken aback. Next Saturday? Isn't that day the night of the King of Masked Singers? Finale. Zhang Ye coughed and said, Yes. Won't you be present at the venue that day? I have something to do that day, so I'll be going too. Zhang Ye understood immediately. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaodong asked, What about that day? It's nothing. I was just wondering. Turned out, Xiaodong was going to be at the grand finals. Actually, Zhang Ye had already figured it to be so, but he wanted to make sure. Who else was there then? There were only a few other people who he knew who could sing. The revival round began. Spinach, King of Oddity, Flowing Time, Martial Persona, and several other contestants who had either been eliminated or not taken the throne of the Masked King before were all taking part in this episode, with the exception of Liu, Sunflower in the Starlight. Due to what had happened, Beijing television excluded him after vowing never to work with him again, so only Liu was not present today. This week's episode was intense and passionate. The audience had already gotten to know some of the contestants whose identities have been revealed. At the same time, there was a lot of suspense for those who had not taken off their masks yet, with the identities of a few contestants still remaining a mystery. The Whistling Winds. sailing through the waves. When will my heart rest easy? Vast skies and wide lands, the corners of the world. But where are you, my dear? Spinach's Liao Ichi song shocked the studio. Compared to her previous performances, Spinach's progress was obviously a big leap forward. Zhang Ye also heard about how Grandma Zhang Xia had personally given her some guidance to help her polish her technique so that she could bring out the best points of her singing. The song she was currently singing may have also had a little to do with Zhang Xia's suggestions to her. Sure enough, it was quite effective. She sang this song really well. Ioyo, are you coming? Hioyo, where are you? Yesterday's Daylily did not perform too well today. He had chosen an older folk song to sing and even rearranged it, but it did not manage to catch the attention of the audience. He was probably going to miss out on the grand finals. Performance after performance, all of the contestants gave their very best. They threw out all the tricks they had left, all for a ticket to the grand finals. In the end, the results were out. On TV, Dong Shanshan announced, the first contestant to advance to the grand finals is Flowing Time. A round of applause rang out. Flowing Time had the most votes out of all the contestants. The second contestant to advance to the grand finals is King of Oddity. King of Oddity got very excited and threw his hands into the air. The final contestant to advance to the grand finals is Spinach. When Spinach heard, she cried there on the spot. She was crying. They were tears of joy. She had said that she would be back, and now she had really come back. With that, the 3 tickets to advance to the grand finals had all been assigned. The others would miss out on the night of the grand finals, and the eliminated singers gave their blessings and encouragement to the 3 who made it. They wished for them to carry a part of their desire into the grand finals and hoped that they would get a good place and gain fame along with it. The revival round was over, but the show was not done yet. In the closing minutes, a video introduced the finale. It introduced the competition format, how it would be broadcast live nationwide, and the first round segment involving a celebrity guest partner for each contestant. There were even a few gimmicky catchphrases thrown out to increase everyone's anticipation of the grand finals. A voiceover sounded. Sunset Glow's heavyweight celebrity guest partner to aid her in the grand finals. The video on screen cut to the back of a woman who was wearing a mask. But as her back was facing the screen, the viewers were unable to recognize who she was. Petal Shower's big-name celebrity guest partner from the music scene is someone that no one does not know of. The picture on screen was overlaid with the words, mystery guest. Following, the celebrity guest partners for Spinach, Flowing Time, and the others were confirmed. Due to the show having been recorded just the day before, the program team had contacted the contestants on the day of after they had made it through to the grand finals to confirm their celebrity guest partners and communicated everything in detail. The gender of Spinach's celebrity guest partner was unknown, with the image unclear after being pixelated. Only an introduction was made, which did not reveal the person's identity at all. It was the same for Flowing Time and King of Oddity. Gimmicky catchphrases were used. Smokescreens were put up to mislead. But it was undeniable that this really whetted the appetites of many who were watching. After the introductions were done, everyone was guessing who the invited celebrity guest partners were. They were extremely curious. Back at home, his mother wondered, why wasn't there an introduction for the clown's celebrity guest partner? Yeah, he was the only one who didn't have an introduction for his guest partner. His father wondered as well. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile and thought to himself, that's because this bro doesn't know who to invite yet. At this moment, a call arrived. It was the clown's cell phone. When Zhang Ye saw that, he immediately went into his own room and answered with a disguised voice. Hello. Han Shi asked immediately. Teacher Clown, have you managed to invite your celebrity guest partner yet? Zhang Ye stayed silent for a moment. Not yet. Han Shi said anxiously. There's only a week left until the live broadcast of the grand finals. The program team kept urging me to contact you many times. Zhang Ye said, give me a little more time. I'll definitely find someone. Han Chi said, all right. Please hurry then. You really have to get it done as soon as possible. How can someone like you who can sing so well be unable to invite any friends of yours to come? You must be asking for a lot, aren't you? Asking a lot, my ass. This bro really doesn't have that many friends to begin with. Before long, the news spread all over the internet. On Weibo, Who could Sunset Glow have invited? Why is it so mysterious? That back looks a little familiar. If she's the person that everyone's guessing she is, then could she have invited our goddess Xiaodong? Wow, are you sure? That would be wonderful. Petal Shower seems to have invited a big name as well. Could it be an A-list celebrity? I heard that an A-lister has really been invited onto the show this time. Who? I don't know. The biggest name on this stage should have been Li Yu. But he's no longer an A-lister anymore. So could there really be an A-lister coming? I can't wait. What about the clown? That's right. We didn't see anything regarding the clown's celebrity guest partner, right? Why didn't they make any mention of it? I've heard something about that. It seems like the clown's celebrity guest partner has not been decided yet. Surely not, right? He was among the first batch of contestants to be confirmed for the grand finals. How long has it been since then? The grand finals are next week, but he still hasn't found a partner? Could it be that there's no one he can choose? Or maybe he couldn't get anyone to come onto the show? If that's the case, that'd mean that the clown lied when he said that he was at least a B-lister. He's probably just some artist who's not that famous. Although he's really shot to fame, since he does not know any fellow big-name artists, he couldn't invite any of them onto the show. That's quite possible. Fuck, can he really be that pathetic? Even if he does not know any big names, he should at least know a few small-timers. Why can't he get them? If he really invites a small-timer as a celebrity guest partner, wouldn't it be as good as giving up on the crown of the Masked King? This is the grand finals we're talking about. The others have all invited big names who are at least B-listers, or if worst comes to worst, C-listers. It's been rumored that there's even an A-lister coming onto the show, but I don't know if that's true or not. If the clown invites some unknown artist to support him, it'd be awkward if no one knows who that person is when they go on stage. He might even get eliminated right in the first round and lose his qualification to battle for the throne of the Masked King. That's true. At night, Zhang Ye was lying in bed and getting ready to sleep. He kept this problem over in his head, unable to fall asleep. So he started browsing his Weibo and saw those comments. He suddenly sat up on his bed and rolled his eyes. I'm not famous. I don't know any big names. Hey, don't make me mad. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye thought of someone. Then he started thinking about how he should broach the subject and in what way he should do it. He knew that this person would be extremely difficult to invite. Chapter 1064. Convincing the Heavenly Queen. Chapter 1064. Convincing the Heavenly Queen. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, Zhang Ye got up at 5 in the morning and started walking around in his room with his hands behind his back. He walked from his room into the living room, then from the living room to the balcony, all the while trying to think of ideas. His mother yawned as she opened her bedroom door and came out. Whoa, what are you doing? Zhang Ye turned around and said, thinking of something. His mother looked at the clock. This early, still in his pajamas, his father also came out to have a look. What are you doing up so early? Do you want to have breakfast? No thanks. Don't worry about me. Go back to bed, Zhang Ye said. The other contestants had invited very capable guest partners for King of Masked Singers. Although there wasn't a publicized list, Zhang Ye could just about guess who would be there. They were all B-list big shots, so if he wanted to take the crown of the Masked King in the grand finals, the guest partner he invited would be an extremely crucial factor. He already had a candidate in mind. Of all the people he knew, only she was still available as a choice to him. Yes, that person was Zhang Yuanqi, the famous heavenly queen of the pop music scene and film industry. This fellow had been stirred up by the netizens' comments that said that he did not know any big-name stars. If that was the case, then he would just need to find one to prove them wrong. An S-list superstar, the one of very few at the top of the entertainment circle. How should he ask her? How should he invite her? If it were anyone else, they'd definitely not be able to get her to agree. They wouldn't even have needed to consider it. An S-list celebrity like her would never agree to take part in a singing competition show. If she won on it, it would have been expected. But if she lost, that would be embarrassing. She also didn't need to take part in the show, because at her level, not many things could move her anymore. As such, the biggest celebrity the program team had on their contestants' invitation list when King of Masked Singers started its production was Li Yu, the front-runner of the B-list celebrity rankings. They did not try to invite any A-list celebrities, much less an S-list heavenly queen. Beijing Television and the program team knew that those people would never agree to join their show. The same was true in Zhang Ye's previous world. It would be almost impossible for the current, most popular heavenly kings and queens to join any singing competitions. Like Fei Wang, would it be possible that she would join one? Or Andy Lau, would that be possible either? This didn't even need to be touched on. But luckily, Zhang Ye managed to come up with an idea very quickly. He didn't know if it would work, but with a sparkle in his eye, he quickly returned to his bedroom. He immersed himself into remembering those songs from his previous world that were considered classic male-female duets. Finally, he chose 2 of them and started writing the lyrics and musical notation down. Other people might not understand Zhang Yuanqi, but he did. She was someone who was especially nice and friendly to other people in public, but was in fact irascible in private. He knew that Zhang Yuanqi's greatest weakness was that a good song would appeal to her more than anything else. He kept himself busy with the songwriting until 9 a.m., when he finally finished it. Zhang Ye picked up the clown's cell phone and called Feng Weihong. Do. The call connected. Zhang Ye spoke very carefully and switched to a gruff voice. Hello, Feng Weihong said. Hello, who is this? Zhang Ye. Is this Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Feng Weihong? This is she, Feng Weihong said. This is the clown. He got straight to the point. Feng Weihong was stunned. The clown? The clown from King of Masked Singers. Zhang Ye said, yes. Feng Weihong immediately said, we've been trying to find a way to contact you all this time. Sister Zhang has been particularly hoping to get to know you and has mentioned it to me several times already. What is it that you're calling me for? I have something that I would like to seek Teacher Zhang's help for. What is it? Can I pass the message along? Or do you want to contact Sister Zhang directly? Well, why don't we do it this way? I'll send 2 songs over first. Songs? Yes. Feng Weihong was worthy of being an elite manager of the industry. When she heard him say that, she could almost immediately guess what he wanted. Are you calling about the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals? Are you thinking of inviting Sister Zhang to be your celebrity guest partner? Does Teacher Zhang have time? I'm not too sure about that. I have to check. Okay, I'll send the songs over first then. All right then, I can only help you ask. But whether it'll work, I can't guarantee. By the way, don't you have a lot of friends in the music scene? Why would you approach Sister Zhang for this? Why does everyone think that I have many friends? Feng Weihong chuckled at this. That's true. It's not like that was a guaranteed thing. Just like that Zhang Ye who had a pretty good relationship with Sister Zhang. He was very popular and experienced, but his social ties were just terrible. There was hardly anyone in the entertainment industry who liked him. Feng Weihong said, okay, I'll speak to Sister Zhang about this. Thank you. After hanging up, Zhang Ye quietly waited for the outcome. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. However, Feng Weihong's call did not arrive. Instead, it was Zhang Yuanqi who contacted him. She did not contact him on the clown's cell phone, but on his personal phone's chat app. DD. Zhang Yuanqi, show yourself. Zhang Ye was startled, then replied, I'm here. Did you write those songs for the clown? Zhang Ye gulped. He just sent me 2 songs, and I've taken a look at them. I think they're really good. So tell me the truth, did you write all of his songs for him? Zhang Ye played dumb. Nope. Are you friends with the clown? Are you 2 on very good terms? I have to spend so much effort just to get you to write me a song, yet you've written so many of them for the clown in such a short period of time. Zhang Ye laughed and typed, it's really not me. He invited me to appear as his celebrity guest partner in the grand finals. Oh, is that so? What are your views on that? I don't know. Go if you like, don't go if you don't want to. When will you write another 2 songs for me? Zhang Ye coughed. Let's talk about that some other time. Who exactly is the clown? I'd like to know as well. Zhang Yuanqi said stiffly. All right, I'm off. Zhang Ye typed, bye. Afterwards, Zhang Ye continued to wait. He was really unsure if he could invite Zhang Yuanqi, so he could only try to do it this way. If it really didn't work, at most he would just go ahead and reveal his identity to her. Based on his relationship with old Zhang and his reputation, he believed that he would still be able to convince her to join him on the show. In the afternoon, Feng Weihong's call finally arrived. Feng Weihong immediately spoke when the call connected. Is it convenient to ask about your identity? Can I keep it a secret for now? It's like this. You should know that with Sister Zhang's status, she doesn't usually take part in competitive variety shows. Although you're good at singing and Sister Zhang also lacks some good duet songs. But I know that. That's why I'd like to ask you about your identity. Sister Zhang's exact words were, "If it were any of my better friends, I'd definitely help out. But if this is just a case of working together, then, is that how it is? Do you know Sister Zhang? I know her. Are you close with her?" "I am." On the other end of the line, Fang Weihong was surprised by this response. They really knew each other? And they're even quite close? Fang Weihong was a little unsure. She couldn't just take the other party's words at face value, as this was not a trivial matter, after all. So she asked, "Sorry for asking you so abruptly, but what does Sister Zhang like to drink?" The clown answered, "Wine." Fang Weihong was taken aback. "She seldom drinks." The clown said, "She often drinks." Fang Weihong fell silent. Zhang Yuanqi had always been guarded whenever she was in the public eye, and was the same even among her normal friends. As such, there were some things about her that no one would know from the news or hearsay from the industry. There really weren't many people who knew that old Zhang liked to drink, and Fang Weihong was one of the few who did. So when Fang Weihong realized that the clown did not fall for her trick when she tried to fool him, she understood that the clown really knew about this. She was sure of it. This person definitely knew Sister Zhang well. Who was he? Just who could it be? Fang Weihong wanted to ask, but hesitated and eventually stifled her curiosity. "All right, I understand. I'll communicate this to Sister Zhang, so wait for my news." "Okay, thank you." Chapter 1065, Mysterious Partners. Chapter 1065, Mysterious Partners. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the other end. After hanging up, Fang Weihong called Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Yuanqi was running in her home gym. When she saw her phone ringing, she stopped the treadmill and used a towel to wipe away her sweat before tossing it aside. Then she picked up the phone. She was clearly very curious about the clown's identity and why he had thought of inviting her to be his guest partner. "Sister Zhang, did you find out who he is?" "I didn't manage to find out anything, as he didn't want to tell." "Oh, but he knows you." "How well does he know me?" "He should be a friend of yours, and seems pretty close to you." "Oh, did he claim so himself?" "When I tested him by asking what drinks you liked, he said that you liked to drink wine. But when I tried to fool him by claiming that you don't drink, he didn't fall for it." "Pretty close to me? That's for sure. How many people know that you like to drink daily?" "Not many." "Is there anyone who matches up with the clown?" "No one who can sing as well as him." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Then who could he be?" "I've got no idea." "Then what about the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals? Will you go?" "Give me the clown's contact number." "Are you really planning on going?" I should do him this favor since he's an old friend of mine. I want to see him when he shows his face at the venue. I want to see just which friend of mine can sing so well, yet keep this secret so well hidden." They hung up. Zhang Yuanqi kept quiet for a long while before she turned to look for pen and paper. She flipped her planner open to a blank page and scribbled some names on it. Then she shook her head and crossed them out. She wrote down another 2 names, but shook her head and crossed them out as well. The next day, Beijing television. The set for the rehearsal had already been arranged for. Han Shi and some of the program team staff were currently waiting there, with the band also standing by. They were just waiting for the leads to arrive now. This was not the original recording studio, but a bigger set that was arranged for separately and could accommodate more than 1,000 audience members. The stage had been redesigned, and it looked much more magnificent than the previous one. It incorporated a lot more advanced equipment that had been designed to the highest standards as specified by the program team. The live broadcast set was specially designed for the show. Beijing television had started planning for it ever since they'd known the King of Masked Singers premiere episode's viewership rating. To ensure that the show would be produced to perfection, they invested a lot into it regardless of the cost. They had been very low-key in the variety show industry for far too long. As it was not easy for them to get this chance to change things, the station definitely didn't want to miss this opportunity. Hu Fei walked over. "Are they here yet?" Han Chi checked her watch. "They should be here soon." "Who could the clown have invited as his guest partner?" Da Fei asked curiously. Han Chi smiled wryly. "I don't know. Teacher Clown didn't say." Xiao Lu said, "We'll find out in a while when they arrive." The clown was the first to arrive. As usual, he was already in his costume with his mask on. Then, just a few minutes later, the clown's celebrity guest partner arrived. She walked up to them with her high heels click-clacking. When they heard that and looked to her, all they could see was a person in a red mask. Hu Fei was taken aback. The program team staff blinked in surprise. Zhang Ye disguised his voice and said, "You're here?" A woman's voice came from beneath the mask. "Yes." Zhang Ye noticed that old Zhang had also deliberately lowered the tone of her vocal register. If he didn't know who she was, he probably wouldn't have been able to figure out her identity. Hu Fei greeted, "Hello, I'm the executive director of King of Masked Singers, Hu Fei." The masked woman shook hands with him. "Hello," Hu Fei said. "Can I ask? Who might you be?" The masked woman said, "I'm not anyone famous, so I won't be giving my name." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "You're not famous? Even if we don't mention this stage, are there any celebrities who are more famous than you in the entire country?" Da Fei said. "Then how should we address you?" The masked woman thought for a moment before answering with a laugh. "Just call me Wild Rose." Wild Rose? The title of that song sung by the clown? Hu Fei asked. "Then when can we begin rehearsing?" Wild Rose said, "Anytime." Hu Fei looked to the person standing next to her. "Teacher Clown." The clown said, "Anytime." Hu Fei said, "All right, let's get started then." Han Chi immediately led them inside. "Teachers, this way please." She was studying Wild Rose so intensely that she kept looking at her every now and then. But even after looking for a long time, she still could not guess who she was. Not famous, unwilling to give her name, afraid that no one would recognize her. Could Teacher Clown really be what the netizens claimed him to be? That he was just lying about himself being a B-list celebrity? So he didn't actually know any famous celebrities? And so got a rando to be his guest partner? The Miracle Wheels band was already waiting for them, as well as music director by Yuan Fei, several professional musicians, and piano teachers. The clown handed the music score to the band and then gave them some instructions. Following, Wild Rose also went over to communicate with the band for a bit. She listed one by one the things she needed for some parts of the song regarding the rhythm and pauses. At this point, everyone still did not know how Wild Rose would sing. Then the rehearsal began. When she opened her mouth to sing, everyone in the studio was stunned. The clown was the first to begin. Wild Rose followed after him. Everyone already knew that the clown's singing was very good. As a result, they expected that even if the clown's invited guest partner was not famous or might even be a newcomer, her singing would surely not be too bad either. But nobody expected that Wild Rose would give such an earth-shattering performance. When she sang, her voice stunned everyone. They only needed to rehearse it once. It was flawless. It was so professional. After they exited the stage, Xiao Lu rushed up to the clown and asked, "Teacher, who is she?" The clown smiled and said, "If she doesn't want to say, I must keep it a secret as well." Xiao Lu asked with wide eyes, "Is she really an unknown female singer?" The clown did not say anything. Next to them, Da Fei added, "Many newcomers have really good singing nowadays. It's just that there's either no opportunity for them, or they only have average looks, so they can't get famous. In reality, there's plenty of people who can sing very well in our country." Xiao Lu said, "Oh, so that's why." But Xiao Lu still felt that this woman did not look like a newcomer from any angle. "I'm not well educated, so please don't try to fool me." The clown asked, "Is the melody all right?" Bai Yuan Fei said, "Yes." Hu Fei nodded. "It's quite good." The clown said, "Then we're good." "Yes." Hu Fei approved of it and said, "I'm looking forward to your two's performance on the night of the finale." "Oh right, there's still the second song. Would you like to rehearse it later as well?" "Sure," the clown said. When Wild Rose heard, she said, "I have something to do. If it's all right, I'd like to leave." Hu Fei was stunned. Why was she in such a hurry? What was so important? Didn't she just arrive a bit ago? But Zhang Yi knew that she was indeed a busy person. It was quite flattering that she took an hour out of her day to rehearse with him. He said, "Thank you very much." Wild Rose laughed. "You owe me a favor," Zhang Yi said. "Okay, I'll be sure to return the favor. I'm leaving now." Wild Rose turned around and left without saying anything more. The program team staff looked at Wild Rose's receding figure, then at the clown. They felt that these two people were a little strange. They were at this stage, so surely there wasn't a need to hide who they were. Was there? Weren't they? Trying too hard to maintain their mysteriousness? They kept themselves so secretive that not even the program team staff knew who they were. How could they go about the promotions now? Hi. They were still hoping to analyze and deduce the clown's identity based on his invited celebrity guest partner. If they knew who his friend was and which circle they belonged to, His identity should get more obvious as the possibilities would be reduced even further. But it looked like they had overthought things. Since it was like this, they could only respect the contestants not wanting to reveal their identities. There wasn't much they could say about it. The competition's grand finals would be in another few days anyway, so they could still find out when the time came for them to take off their masks. They were also very curious about the identities of this pair of mysterious partners. Chapter 1066. The Grand Finals Arrive. Chapter 1066. The Grand Finals Arrive. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The Grand Finals were approaching. The huge promotional campaign for King of Masked Singers was also in its final stages. Whether it was television commercials, online video hosting site advertisements, newspapers, or advertorials, they spared no efforts in the show's advertising. The discussions online were also in full swing. Have you guys seen the new promo? I've seen it. Haha, Sunset Glow's invited celebrity guest partner looks so familiar. The Clown's partner has been decided as well. Why was the Clown's guest partner skimmed over with just one line? Yeah, there wasn't even a back revealed or the likes, nothing at all. What's going on here? The exact words used were invited a mysterious guest partner. Who was this mysterious guest partner? There weren't even any words like heavyweight or famous attached to the introductory lines. Could it be that the guest partner isn't someone famous? That might be possible. Damn, could our resourceful netizens really have guessed right? Is the Clown really not that famous? Are all the people that he knows just C or D-list celebrities? That's why they didn't even know how to write the introduction and just used mysterious guest partner instead, and simply gloss over it. Surely not, right? I was still looking forward to it quite a bit. Then that'd be really bad for the Clown. That really is bad. If the guest partner is not someone famous, how can fight for the throne of the Masked King? If this is how it is, then I expect Petal Shower to win even more. I'm more optimistic about Sunset Glow's chances. I'm Flowing Time's brain-dead fan. The overall situation is indeed disadvantageous for the Clown. Although the Internationale brought him a great deal of popularity and supporters, there are also many people who do not like the song. The controversy surrounding it is pretty big. Back at home, call after call came in. Zhang Ye had not been slacking these past 2 days. Many people were looking for him, mostly for the same reason. His old colleague, Hachichi. Director Zhang, can you get us a few tickets? How many do you need? Our group from the Central TV documentary channel would all like to go, so they've appointed me as the representative to ask you about it. I guess about a dozen tickets or so should be enough. Sure, that won't be a problem. Thanks, Director Zhang. Then it was his relative's turn to call. Little Yi. Oh, third uncle. A few of my colleagues would like to attend the grand finals of King of Masked Singers. Can you get us a few tickets? Of course. Just 3 tickets would suffice. Sure, I'll get them for you. Finally, even Dong Shanshan came looking for him. Zhang help me to reserve 5 tickets, all right? Damn, you're the host, and you're asking me. The tickets for the grand finals are too sought after, with so many people waiting to get one. I can get 1 or 2 tickets, but 5's too difficult. You have greater influence than me and the program team, so do me this favor, please. Sure, I got it. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. You keep saying that, but I've never been treated by you before. I'll definitely treat you this time. All right, I'll take your word for it. After handling these trivial matters, Zhang Ye went back to practicing his songs. He had been practicing the songs he lined up for the grand finals for 2 full days. For this reason, he even deliberately found a place where no one could disturb him, leaving early in the morning and only coming home late at night. He tirelessly practiced over and over again until he had lost count of the number of times he had sung them. However, he still felt that it was unsatisfactory and even practiced until he nearly lost his voice. Only then did he quickly stop and rest for a while. After eating some instant noodles, he thought about it again and finally realized where the problem lay. It wasn't that he didn't sing well. It was just that Zhang Yuanqi had sung too well. Having eaten all those singing skill experience books, Zhang Ye thought that he had become invincible by now and would not be inferior to anyone else when it came to singing. But after listening to Zhang Yuanqi's sample of the song, he realized that he was the frog in the well. Actually, even if Zhang Ye were to compare himself to the likes of Petal Shower and Chen Guang, he still probably couldn't sing better than them. He might be a little better in certain areas, but there were also many areas that he did not do as well as them. Zhang Yuanqi's singing had shocked him plenty and made Zhang Ye feel that he couldn't hold the stage alongside her. This was his stage to begin with, but with old Zhang supporting his act, and after hearing a sample of her singing, Zhang Ye knew that he would become the support act instead if it stayed this way. Other people might not be able to hear it, but he could feel it. This definitely wouldn't do. What should he do? He couldn't ask old Zhang to sing badly on purpose, could he? That would be such a loss of face. The only way was to raise his own level. The grand finals would only be held this once, and there was only going to be one winner to speak of. It was even a live broadcast, so Zhang Ye definitely had to give it his all. He immediately brought up the game ring's virtual screen. He had so many reputation points now that he could just use them as he liked. He didn't have to worry about not having enough for now. He activated the lucky halo, upgraded. -100,000. -100,000. He immediately tapped on lottery draw, 1. Additional stakes, 500. The wheel began to rotate. The needle started moving. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. It stopped in the skills category region. The treasure chests, small, appeared. Musical arrangement skill experience book, 501. Musical arrangement? He received this item from the lottery draw? Zhang Ye was taken aback, but was still pretty satisfied with it. In the past, the arrangement his songs mostly followed were the original arrangement of the songs in his previous world. There were some slight variations, but there wasn't too much. His songs were still mainly based on the arrangement he listened to, and he needed to adhere to the opinions of the band. After all, Zhang Ye was not a professional in this field, so there were some arrangements he could only leave to the band and music director to decide. If he could arrange his own songs, then things would definitely be different. He would be able to experiment more daringly and freely by adding in all the aspects that he liked. Being able to arrange his own music would also make the songs better suited to his style and allow him to perform them even better. This was good stuff. He was going to eat it. Zhang Ye started studying the books one by one. Next, he began his second round of the lottery draw. He added an additional stake of 500 just like before. The lucky halo, upgraded, was once again activated as well. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions. The needle came to a stop. It was the skills category region again. Singing skill experience book, 501. Enhances the player's singing technique. He had received this skill experience book before, the exact same one. It was precisely because of this skill experience book that Zhang Ye was able to make a qualitative leap in his singing, and it was exactly what he needed most right now as well. Zhang Ye immediately started studying them without hesitation. He had received 500 books last time and 501 books this time. It wasn't until he ate the last book that a system message sounded from the game ring. He had maxed out on the skill. There was no way to learn any more. This was a similar case like the fruits of strength and fruits of stamina, of which 1,000 fruits were the maximum amount he could eat. As he could not learn from that last skill experience book, it could only go to waste. After he deactivated the lucky halo, Zhang Ye immediately gave it a try. He tried singing that song again, which he had sung so many times that he was starting to get sick of it. As expected, the effect was entirely different now. Even Zhang Ye himself was surprised at this, although the improvement in his singing was not as obvious as after the first time he had eaten the books. Because, as he gained more of the skill, the effect of the skill experience book would become less obvious. But no matter what, they were still 500 books, and they effectively maxed out his level for this item gained from lottery draw, 1. It was still an improvement, albeit a minor one. Moreover, Zhang Ye's singing skill that had been upgraded was not just in one single aspect. It included improvements to his portamento, technique, breathing, etc. This was considered an overall upgrade. Everything related to his singing skills were improved. He stayed up for yet another night, trying out his singing, arranging the music, repeating it over and over again, then continuing to practice the songs. Eventually, his parents could no longer look on. "Little Yi, you must take a break. What are you doing that's keeping you up night after night?" His mother said. "Why are you risking your life like that?" Zhang Ye laughed. "I'm helping someone write a song. Don't worry about me. Just go to sleep, Mom and Dad." His father pointed to the sky outside. "Your mom and I have already had enough sleep. Look at what time it is. It's light out." Zhang Ye replied perfunctorily. "Okay, I'll go to bed in a bit." His mother nagged. "Quickly." "I know." Zhang Ye buried himself into his work again. The fellow always behaved this way. He always wanted to do his work to his very best, or at least to the best of his abilities. Otherwise, he would keep doing it over and over, repeating it until he got it perfect. Perhaps he was a perfectionist deep down. Further, this grand finals were extremely important to him. It wasn't until the day before the grand finals that Zhang Ye managed to complete things. He had a meeting with old Zhang over the phone, as well as with Bai Yuanfei and the band afterwards. Bai Yuanfei was astonished. "Did you arrange the music all by yourself?" Zhang Ye said. "It's not too bad, right? This is something that even the most professional arrangers would barely be able to do, don't you think? How about the dance choreography and costume effects? Have you thought about those yet? I think the duet between you and Wild Rose can have a little more visual effect. I can reveal to you that the other contestants have all given considerable thought to effects like visual presentation and fog machines. It's going to have a great visual impact for sure. I'm not really well versed in this area, but we have professionals who can help you design something on our team. Do you want to?" "That's not for me," Zhang Ye laughed. "I'll just sing normally," Bai Yuanfei said. "But you'd be disadvantaged for sure." Zhang Ye said, "It's fine. I don't like all those fanciful effects anyway." Bai Yuanfei said, "All right, I understand. You have my gratitude for all your hard work." With this, Zhang Ye was fully prepared for the grand finals. Chapter 1067, The Live Broadcast Begins. Chapter 1067, The Live Broadcast Begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Saturday, on the day of the grand finals. Though it was only a bit after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, large groups of people were already lining up outside of Beijing television. Some of them were distributing bottled water, some were distributing clothes, while others were distributing LED light boards. Everyone was behaving in a very orderly manner as they began preparations to show support for their favorite contestants tonight. "Where are Teacher Flowing Time's fans? Gather over here, please. Fans of Petal Shower, come quickly. We're distributing clothes over here. Everyone, let's standardize our outfits to show our support for Little Sunset, Sunset Glow. Are there any fans of Teacher Clown around? You guys can get free bottles of water over here. There are still 3 available LED light boards for King of Oddity. Are any of you going to be seated in the front rows? Those who are seated near the front rows, please come and get one. Since the cameras focus there, those who are seated at the back, please don't take the LED light boards." King of Oddity posted on Weibo that if he can gain a spot in the top 3, he would sign autographs for his fans at the venue after the competition ends. Everyone will get one. Are you serious? Then how many will he have to sign? Teacher Flowing Time posted that if he gets crowned as the grand champion on King of Masked Singers, he'll move up his new album's release date and hold a fan meeting with everyone this week. He's hoping that everyone can give him their support and vote for him. "I've already instructed everyone at home to vote for Flowing Time tonight. Sunset Glow has also been canvassing for votes in advance. She started a lottery on Weibo 2 days ago. That's how I got my admission pass for today. Someone even won the latest model of a laptop. The celebs have all poured in a lot of money for this. Yeah, the celebrities are all trying their best to get votes. Only the clown's Weibo has been inactive. He never posted anything. Damn, why isn't Teacher Clown asking for votes? Who knows? As they said, he's probably not very famous, and the celebrity guest partner he's invited should also be quite an unknown newcomer. So why isn't he worried? All the more he should be asking for votes in advance." At the live broadcast venue, the program staff were having a hectic time. "Check the equipment again. There's a bit of a problem with camera. 5. Equipment team, handle it. There's only 3 hours left. Are the contestants and their celebrity guest partners here yet?" "They're all here except for the clown's celebrity guest partner. Wild Rose isn't here yet." "Not yet." All the contestants had arrived in advance along with their guest partners. However, the clown's celebrity guest partner was the exception. By rights, everyone should have already reached the venue since this was such an important live broadcast event. But Wild Rose was still nowhere to be seen, and they were only missing her presence as of now. Han Chi rushed to find the clown. "Where's your partner?" The clown said evenly. "She has a busy schedule." "Don't worry." Han Chi didn't know how to react. "You're really calm, aren't you? Could you call her and hurry her up? There's not much time left." The clown shook his head. There's no need. He understood old Zhang quite well, as she was the same type of person as him. Since she had agreed to do something, she would definitely do it well. So there was no need to hurry her. After knowing each other for some time, there was some trust between them. A distance away, Flowing Time and King of Oddity overheard. Flowing Time said, "Only the clown's partner isn't here yet." Flowing Time's partner sneered. "What's with this diva behavior? We're rehearsing soon. Is she going to make all of us wait for her?" In a room close by, King of Oddity was also not too happy to hear this. "What's going to happen now? Are we going to go ahead with the rehearsal?" The program team employee said, "We're not going to wait. Let's rehearse." King of Oddity's partner smacked his lips and said, "These newbies are behaving too ridiculously." Just as he said that, the program team received an update. Wild Rose has arrived. The rehearsal began. In reality, it was not really a rehearsal, but simply something for everyone to go through the motions to find their positions. For example, they had to know where the cameras were located and where to stand when they went up on stage. They had to run through the general process once. The contestants and celebrity guest partners gathered next to the stage all at once. When Zhang Ye saw Sunset Glow, Petal Shower, and Spinach, he nodded at them in greeting. Then he glanced at the partners beside them. Although they were all wearing masks, their figures looked very familiar. The other contestants and their partners also exchanged greetings as they scrutinized each other. Zhang Ye was naturally one of those whom everyone had their focus on. Many of the contestants and their partners were sizing him up. Then Wild Rose finally arrived, late. Flowing Time's partner glanced at her and shook his head slightly. Petal Shower looked at Wild Rose and blinked several times. Even though she was late, Wild Rose showed no timidity at all. Instead, she smiled gracefully. "I'm sorry. I got caught in a traffic jam on the way here. Let's get started." Dafei said, "All right. Now that everyone is here, we can begin the rehearsal." Sunset Glow and her partner were also looking at Wild Rose with eyes full of speculation. Was she really a newcomer? She didn't look like it. Her voice sounded somewhat familiar, but it also felt like she had deliberately changed the tone of her vocal register. If she was a newcomer, why would she need to deliberately change her voice? Was she afraid that someone would recognize her? The sky was gradually getting darker. The time for the grand finals was approaching. Zhang Ye's parents and several of his relatives also came to attend the recording and were currently lining up with their admission passes. The audience members were already getting admitted into the venue. They were verifying their admission passes and performing security checks at the front gate. His mother exclaimed, "Why are there so many people?" His eldest sister smiled and said, "It's the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals, and it's even going to be broadcast live, so of course there's going to be a lot of people." His third sister called out, "Why are the people up ahead not moving? I can't wait." His third uncle said, "What are you so anxious for? We'll definitely get in." His third aunt said, "It's not like the seats will run away. Be patient." Almost all of Zhang Ye's family members were here today. If not for his grandparents' legs being not as strong as before, coupled with their high blood pressure making them unable to be in crowded places for long, the two seniors would probably have come as well. Not far away, Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, and the others were also standing in line. "It's so hot. It's not our turn yet. The security check is taking too long. Let's patiently wait. If it wasn't for Director Zhang, we wouldn't have even gotten the tickets." How many people do you think have a chance to watch the grand finals at the venue? We're very fortunate. This was the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals. It was a feast for the music and television show industry. Attention from the industry insiders, the entertainment industry, the entire country's audience, and even the authorities were all focused here tonight. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his grandpa and grandma turned on the television. Has it started yet? Not yet. His paternal aunt's house. His paternal elder cousin and her best friend, who ran a blog shop together, had been waiting at their TV for a long time. Who do you like? I like all of them. I only like the clown he. At Peking University. Many Peking University students who weren't on break, yet were using the internet in their dormitories to access the live broadcast on the television station's website. Some students even brought back a TV set from somewhere and hooked it up to an antenna to watch the live broadcast. It's about to begin. Hurry and tell everyone. I have a TV in my dorm. Whoever wants to come here and watch, hurry up. We must support the show that was produced by Professor Zhang. The audience was shown in. The stage was ready. The countdown to recording had begun. It was getting more and more rowdy online. There is only one show tonight. King of Masked Singers. It's starting. Supporting Petal Shower. I love Sunset Glow the most. Flowing time. Let's go, the clown. Every one of them has a chance of winning tonight. I'm looking forward to the crowning of the grand champion of King of Masked Singers. At 8 p.m., under everyone's attention, the live broadcast of King of Masked Singers finale began. Chapter 1068, Spinach in the Lead. Chapter 1068, Spinach in the Lead. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The live broadcast signal came on. Dong Shanshan appeared on the television screen. Amid the cheering and screaming, Dong Shanshan descended from above. She was, in fact, sitting on a platform that was being lowered from the rafters. The stage was covered with fog and mesmerizing lights were shining. Welcome to the King of Masked Singers, brought to you exclusively by Bright Fruit Cocoa. We're in the theater of the live broadcast of tonight's finale, and I am your most lovable, beautiful, sexy, and slightly artistic host, Dong Shanshan. A burst of opening remarks. The audience's applause thundered. Countless people were waving their LED light boards and screaming in excitement. Dong Shanshan's current popularity was much different from before. On the LED light boards the live audience members were holding up today, other than for the contestants, many had Dong Shanshan's name on them. Some people were attending the event today just to support Dong Shanshan. They were all her diehard fans. The platform was finally lowered down onto the stage. Dong Shanshan elegantly walked off it and said as she strode on stage, "It's the night of the grand finals, and we'll see the most exciting battle between experts in this theater tonight. The grand champion of King of Masked Singers will emerge here tonight. The rules of the competition are very simple. The winners and losers will be decided by our live viewers. When the competition begins proper, the contestants' number to vote for will be displayed on screen. Cast your votes and choose your grand champion so that they may be crowned Masked King tonight." The venue was changed. The stage setup was also changed. Zhang Xia was seated in the audience in the first row. Chen Guang, Amy, Wang Zhuishu, and the other judges were also seated in the audience. For tonight's live broadcast, they were not tasked with commenting and were only here to watch the show. The competition's rules for the grand finals had long since been leaked. The result of today's competition was no longer just for the live audience to decide, but for all viewers. The voting channel would be opened right from the first performance of the first round. Whichever contestant placed last in the celebrity guest partner round would immediately get eliminated and not be able to advance to the next round. Voting would only close after the last contestant performed their song in the second round. The contestant with the highest number of votes at the end would then be crowned Masked King, and the results for the first and second rounds were equally important as the votes were cumulative. Further, the program team had planned for a segment during which the contestants could take off their masks at any time between the first and second rounds, meaning they could reveal their identities without needing to wait until the end of the show to do so. A King of Masked Singers discussion thread was created on Weibo. They're about to begin. Who'll perform first? They go according to the number of times that they've been crowned Masked King. Then the first person should be Spinach. She gained entry via the revival round and came in third. Who do you guys think will be eliminated in the first round? Other than Petal Shower and the Clown, I think everyone else is in danger of being eliminated. Haha, place your bets. The betting's open. I'll bet on Flowing Time getting eliminated. My bet is on Spinach. At the venue, the competition had not yet begun, but the atmosphere was exploding and chaotic. Zhang Ye's parents, his uncles and aunts, as well as everyone else were all influenced by this atmosphere. Dong Shanshan announced loudly, "As of now, the voting channels are open. Let's welcome today's first performer on stage, Spinach, and her guest partner, Celery." Dong Shanshan immediately exited the stage. The onstage lights switched to a different style. The audience was also very cooperative as they immediately turned quiet. Suddenly, a voice singing in a cappella rang out. Spinach stepped out onto the stage. "You said the snow was pure. I said the skies were dark." Another woman's voice followed. "I said our dreams were forever green. You said your soul was gray." This song became very popular in the past 2 years and was one of the top 10 most requested songs during karaoke. But when it was performed by the two of them, it sounded like it upstaged the original. They actually added some operatic elements into it, and the song seemed to have a heavy feel of Peking opera to it. It was especially enjoyable to listen to. The dancers came out onto the stage, all of them dressed like Peking opera singers. This was a classic example of a traditional meets modern performance. Old Zhang had already gone to change into her costume. Zhang Ye was watching the TV alone in his waiting room and nodded approvingly. He rather liked this song that Spinach was performing today. All of a sudden, without any warning, Spinach's partner was sustaining a high note when she ripped off her mask. When the audience managed to react, they were stunned. Chen Guang pointed to the stage. Han Ku. Zhang Xia smiled. That's my old friend's granddaughter. Han Ku, a C-list celebrity and the granddaughter of Han Aigua, a famous singer of the older generation in China. Han Aigua was on the same level as Zhang Xia and a friend of hers who debuted together with her. At the same time, Han Aigua and Liao Yiqi's grandfather were good friends of many years, so Han Ku and Liao Yiqi practically grew up together as best friends. This was why no one found it unexpected that Han Ku would be on the stage today, even though they were surprised. Spinach smiled and also took off her mask. In fact, she had already taken off her mask, and everyone knew who she was already. But when her face was unmasked, the audience still cheered her on with screams and applause. The viewers watching their TVs at home were also very excited. It's Han Ku. Han Ku really came onto the show. They're no doubt childhood friends. How supportive. I like Han Ku a lot. She was a child star, and I especially like those TV dramas that she acted in when she was young. She still is pretty even after growing up. I'm fairly sure it's only because of Liao Yiqi that she's here. If it were anyone else, she probably would not agree to come onto the show as a celebrity guest. After all, she hasn't sung for the past 1 or 2 years. Let's vote. Right, let's quickly vote. Vote for Spinach. I'm going to vote for Spinach just because of Han Ku. Haha. I'm doing this for Han Ku too. At the bottom of the screen, the tally was being calculated and displayed in real time. In an instant, Spinach's tally had jumped to the top, with 870,000 votes, and almost breaking 1 million. Meanwhile, the remaining contestants who had not yet performed also received some votes, although they didn't get much. The live audience was shouting, Liao Yiqi, Liao Yiqi, Han Ku, Han Ku. The duo of Spinach and Celery was really not to be underestimated. When it came to the end of their song, Spinach's tally had reached 990,000 votes. She was in first place for the time being with a rather eye-catching result. Dong Shanshan came back onto the stage. Hello, little Liao. Hello, little Han. Han Ku raised her microphone. As she had already taken off her mask, the backstage crew switched off the voice transformer on her microphone. She greeted Shanshan with her real voice. Hello, Sister Shanshan. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, long time no see. Han Ku giggled and said, yeah, Sister Shanshan has become even more beautiful. The two of them clearly knew each other. In the past, they had both done an endorsement for the same product and filmed a commercial for it. Sometimes, this was just how small the industry was. Dong Shanshan said happily, so you're here tonight to support your best friend? Han Ku nodded and looked at the audience. She said, when little Liao called me about this, I was actually filming outside of Beijing. After she told me the details, I rushed back without another word. It goes without saying I would have come back even if the sky was falling. This episode, once a duo finished performing, they were allowed to say some words on stage. They could either have a short chat or canvas for votes. Anything was fine. It was not as restrictive as the past episodes. However, Spinach and Celery did not really talk about anything else. Perhaps they were embarrassed about asking for votes, so the two of them just bowed to the audience and left the stage after a few words. Chapter 1069, Out of Control Grand Finals. Chapter 1069, Out of Control Grand Finals. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the front row, Zhang Xia commented, little Liao sang very well today. Chen Guang also said, yeah, she really did quite well. Amy laughed and said, ever since the revival round, Spinach has transformed into another person. It's like she's suddenly been enlightened. She's a surefire favorite to win today. Wang Zhuishu said, I think she'll do well too. On the last stage, Spinach's popularity was not considered particularly high. At the least, it was quite far off from Petal Shower and the Clown's level of popularity. But ever since the revival round, Spinach had started to really accumulate a good deal of popularity and left an impression on many in the audience. They all started to like her. Although the celebrity guest partner Spinach had invited was not that famous and was just a C-list artist like herself, they sang the song wonderfully. Following their performance, the next contestant came out. The second person to take the stage was Sunset Glow. By rights, Sunset Glow should have appeared much later. After all, she had been crowned the masked king once. Although she wouldn't have gotten a better spot in the appearance order than the clown, she could still have chosen between appearing as the second to last or third to last contestant. But as she probably had some considerations regarding her song and the atmosphere in the studio, Sunset Glow chose to be the second contestant to go on stage. On the stage, a familiar tune started playing. Zhang Ye also found it very familiar. It turned out to be Superstar. The audience was screaming, "This song, Sunset Glow, is really that singer? This song is the best. Where's her celebrity guest partner?" Yeah, where's the celebrity guest partner? There was only Sunset Glow on stage. The masked Sunset Glow raised her microphone and sang, "Praising your smile. Your knitted brows break my heart. I cannot notice me. I only feel what you feel." Suddenly, the stage was covered in fog. With a loud rumble, all the lights went out. When the lights came back on, another masked woman had appeared on stage. When she opened her mouth to sing, the theater was stunned for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. "Wherever you go, bring my soul along with you. It's captured in your spell. What use is leaving it?" Her celebrity guest partner had taken the stage as well. This voice sounded all too familiar. Zhang Ye smiled. Zhang Xia smiled. Many of the audience members knew this voice as well. But what was even more surprising was yet to come. The lights went out again, with only a few columns of light remaining. The effect was especially artistic. Vaguely, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, and the others discovered someone standing up beside them. The audience also saw this. From out of the blue, Amy had taken out a mask and worn it over her face, then strode forward and made her way up onto the stage as well. With a smile, she stood alongside Sunset Glow and the other celebrity guest partner. Their three voices chorused in unison. "You're a zap, you're my light, you're my only fairy tale. I love just you. You are my superstar. You decide, I abide. There is nothing better here. Loving just you. You are my superstar." The audience went crazy. No one had expected that Amy would also go up on stage. Sunset Glow chose to remove her mask at this point in time. When it was off, the face of someone who looked particularly quiet was revealed. Spring Garden's Li Shaoxian. Next to her, one of them removed their mask as well, Amy. The last person to take off her mask was Sunset Glow's celebrity guest partner, Xiaodong. All the members of Spring Garden had assembled. This lineup was a really powerful one. At their televisions, the home audience was also taken by surprise. It's really Shaoxian. Sunset Glow is Li Shaoxian. Damn, for real. I didn't believe it when the netizens analyzed who she might be. I always thought that the singing of Spring Garden's trio was just SOSO. They've always sung group songs that talk about lovey-dovey subjects, so I didn't hear anything special. I never expected Li Shaoxian's singing to be so good. She can also sing good by herself. So this isn't just some pretty girl group. They really have the skills to back themselves up. Vote for her. Yes, vote. Spring Garden was the country's most popular girl group, with no others coming close. The group was so popular that all of its members were practically B-list celebrities and worth a lot. If the three members were separated individually and looked at, they might not be much. But when these three B-list celebrities joined together, their influence was absolutely comparable to that of an A-list star. Zhang Ye's three sisters were also screaming and shouting from their seats in the audience. When they finished singing, the entire place was chanting their names. Sunset Glow, Li Shaoxian, lifted her microphone and said, "Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to my two sisters who are here to support me. I was actually very nervous for today's grand finals, but I feel much better with them standing here with me. Hello, everyone. I am Li Shaoxian." Applause and screams rang out once. More. "Shaoxian, Shaoxian, Shaoxian," Li Shaoxian said. "I really didn't think that there would be so many people who like me." She smiled. "I wasn't confident at all about joining King of Masked Singers, and I felt really perturbed. I was afraid that I would be too embarrassed if I lost, so I didn't let anyone know that I was joining the show at the beginning. I was too scared to tell anyone about it. Amy grumbled. You didn't even let me know. Xiaodong said with a giggle. You've kept it under wraps quite well. Li Xiaoxian blinked. Sorry about that, my sisters. Xiaodong laughed. It's fine, you're forgiven. Then she looked at the audience and into the cameras. Everyone, remember to vote for our dearest Xiaoxian. Amy suddenly pointed her microphone at the audience. Did Xiaoxian sing well today? The audience was unanimous. Yes. Amy asked, should you vote for her? The audience replied, yes. Amy and Xiaodong were trying their best to get votes for Li Xiaoxian. Everyone noticed that Sunset Glow's tally was currently soaring. It shot up to 2 million votes, double that of Spinach's tally. She had replaced Spinach and was in first place for the time being. The third contestant to appear on stage was King of Oddity. He had revealed his identity already, so everyone knew who he was. But when the crowd saw him coming on stage with his celebrity guest partner, they were still surprised for a bit. Their costumes were too extravagant. They were both wearing golden robes. They were even wearing bejeweled crowns that looked extremely expensive on their heads. These were definitely not provided for by Beijing Television and were probably rented by their talent agencies. Their song was titled The King's Sorrow. The audience was startled. How much did they spend on that? Wow, they're so stunning. I must vote for them just based on their costumes. They're so willing to spend on their outfits. How extravagant. Awesome. This visual impact is so great. They began singing. The entire song felt like some sort of stage play with a lot of people taking part in the performance. At times, people would come out for a dance. At other times, a chorus would come out and accompany the main singers. When they were a minute and a half into the song, King of Oddity's celebrity guest partner took off his mask. Li Yuan, a famous singer from Hong Kong, a B-list celebrity. When her identity was revealed, King of Oddity's tally rocketed up. King of Oddity was not considered a very popular singer in the music industry, or at least was not known as a great singer. However, it was different for Li Yu. She held a lofty position in the pop music scene, and she was very popular and worth a lot. The song ended. When Zhang Ye saw King of Oddity's tally, he was startled and frowned a little. King of Oddity had almost managed to catch up to Sunset Glow with over 1.8 million votes now, and was already ahead of Spinach by a mile. In truth, Zhang Ye felt that Spinach's group sang the best among the three groups that went first. The song Sunset Glow had sung was not exactly suited for a competition, as it did not allow her to showcase her singing skills. As for the King of Oddities, The King's Sorrow, he sang average. He clearly made several mistakes, and his form today was not really that good. But why did the results of the voting turn out this way? Zhang Ye realized that something was wrong. This had deviated from the premise of the show. When King of Oddity and Li Yu started asking for votes, Zhang Ye felt this feeling even stronger. King of Oddity said, I hope that everyone can vote for me. Thank you. Li Yu smiled and said, King of Oddity's next album is about to get released, and the album will be titled King of Oddity. Although he doesn't want me to reveal too much, I still want to say this. King of Oddity looked at her and tugged at her. However, Li Yu insisted on speaking. He has decided that all the proceeds for the King of Oddity album will be donated to charity, which will be used to aid children. When I heard about it, I felt really touched. For a singer who is so kind-hearted, he totally deserves your votes. King of Oddity quickly waved it off. I'm just doing something that's within my power. The applause from the live audience wouldn't end. Donating everything? Is he serious? King of Oddity is such a kind-hearted person. Yeah, he definitely deserves praise. It's rare that a celebrity can be so charitable. There really aren't many like him. That's so nice of him. Supporting King of Oddity. Just by that commitment of his, I must support him. How generous. But there were also doubters. Wasn't there some negative news coverage about King of Oddity some years ago? Something about him verbally abusing a reporter after drinking? Cussing out a waiter? He even beat someone up in the past? What's with this about donating his album sales to charity now? What's with him making this declaration on this occasion? Is he trying to get more people to vote for him? Why do I find him so pretentious? Those are just rumors. How can you believe all that? King of Oddity is a very nice person. He's willing to donate all of his album's proceeds. Why don't you do the same if you can? Passerby transforming into a fan. Zhang Ye had also heard of that news regarding King of Oddity. He did not know if they were true, but at least on today's stage, King of Oddity felt like two different persons on and off stage. His talk and attitude were entirely different, and that left Zhang Ye unable to distinguish how he really was. In his opinion, it was a good thing to contribute to charitable causes, but to use that as a tactic to ask for votes on this occasion, it didn't seem to be in good taste. Meanwhile, King of Oddity's tally kept climbing. Right after he announced that he would be donating to charity, his tally shot above Sunset Glow's. Over 2.3 million votes. King of Oddity was in first place, and his tally was still continuing to rise. Hu Fei was very happy. The program team's staff were also beaming. This was because they were constantly receiving news updates of the show's viewership rating and the constantly increasing number of people tuning into the show, so they were not exactly bothered by these developments. Only Zhang Ye fell silent. He suddenly thought that he should have intervened in the competition's grand finals format and rules, and that he should have participated more actively in the show's production. It seemed out of control now. The tallies no longer had anything to do with the performance itself. Whoever invited the more popular celebrity guest partner, whoever had the more extravagant costume, whoever gave the most touching speech, all of that would decide who would get the most votes. This was not the original vision that King of Masked Singers had. Chapter 1070. The Clown's Turn to Take the Stage. Chapter 1070. The Clown's Turn to Take the Stage. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At TVs, there were numerous sets of eyes focused on Beijing television. King of Oddity is first, while Sunset Glow and Spinach are second and third, respectively. This is so intense. Did King of Oddity really sing that well? How is his tally so high? He did say that he would donate to charity. After all, isn't that way of canvassing for votes a little disingenuous of him? Yeah, it's too phony, but people still buy into it. I don't like King of Oddity's way of canvassing for votes. If we're talking purely about the songs, Liao Yiqi, Spinach, should be in first place. If not, it should be Sunset Glow instead. Many people understood how things ought to be, but more people who were confused seemed to be around. Some people did not care about what you did and only cared about what you said. If you said it well and put it beautifully, claiming to do all sorts of extravagant things, then everyone would think that you were good. Furthermore, King of Oddity's outfit was indeed overly extravagant, and his invited guest partner was also a big-name B-lister. Coupled with his declaration to donate to charity, it was completely within reason that he had such a tally. But as for how he had performed, it probably did not matter any longer. However, when it came to the next contestant's turn, a lot of people finally understood what it meant when people said that there was always someone who could do something better. The next contestant to appear was Flowing Time. He was the famous Hokkien singer, Zhao Qichuan. Flowing Time sang one of his own Hokkien songs, but the lyrics had been changed by him. His part in the song was sung in Hokkien, but his partner's portion was sung in Mandarin. His partner's singing was not very good and could even be considered amateur. He barely managed to stay on key, although his intonation wasn't too bad overall. His singing voice was also fine, but if it were really to be assessed, then it couldn't be considered good at all. Anyone could come along and probably sing more professionally than him. At the beginning, the audience was even feeling somewhat disappointed. But when they came to the end of the song, Flowing Time's guest partner ripped off his mask. With that, the audience became so excited that they jumped to their feet. Holy shit! Jiang Hanwei. It's Jiang Hanwei. Old Jiang got invited onto the show. Indeed, Flowing Time has well-connected friends in the entertainment industry. Even old Jiang is here. Damn, there's really an A-lister on the show. Yeah, I heard someone mention it before. I thought it was just a rumor. King of Masked Singers has finally managed to invite an A-lister. This is so awesome. Old Jiang sings pretty good. Jiang Hanwei, a famous martial arts star. The #1 star of martial arts movies. A famous A-lister from China. Zhang Hanwei had sung the theme songs for his movies before, but he was not a true singer and only did so in the capacity of a guest or as a side job. So he wasn't going to be a complete professional at singing. However, his popularity was still a force to be reckoned with. In fact, he probably did not even need to sing. He could just show his face and the votes would still come in. Zhao Qichuan did not have this kind of influence. His popularity was not considered to be that widespread, but it was different for Zhang Hanwei. He was a true blue A-list celebrity who was not ranked at the bottom of the A-list rankings. Let's vote. There's no need to think any further. Let's just vote for Flowing Time. I'm Old Zhang's diehard fan. Old Zhang must be the most famous celebrity among all the invited guest partners. After they finished singing, Dong Shanshan went back on stage. I had not expected that Teacher Jiang would be here. Jiang Hanwei laughed loudly as he clapped Zhao Qichuan on the shoulder. I had to come and give my support since this old friend of mine invited me. Everyone, please remember to vote for Old Zhao and vote generously. If Old Zhao is crowned as the grand champion of King of Masked Singers, I promise to reveal Old Zhao's wife to everyone. Flowing Time gave a wry smile. Must you be so hard on me? Dong Shanshan was surprised. Teacher Zhao got married? Flowing Time coughed. Yes. Be it the live audience or the people watching on TV, all of them flew into an uproar. What? Didn't Old Zhao get divorced just the year before last? He got married again? With who? Why wasn't there any news about it? Holy shit. What the hell have the paparazzi been doing? Hurry up and tell us. Who is Old Zhao's wife? Jiang Hanwei suddenly added. Haha. I can divulge this right now. Old Zhao's wife is also a celebrity, and you all definitely know who she is. All at once, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Jiang Hanwei said with a laugh. I promise on Old Zhao's behalf that as long as he gets crowned as the grand champion, I'll expose her to the world. May I do that, Old Zhao? Flowing Time said helplessly. All right, I give. The media present at the venue went on high alert. Jiang Hanwei shouted, hurry up and vote. I'll be counting on all of you. Flowing Time bowed slightly as he went off the stage with Old Jiang. The audience at the venue was screaming nonstop. Jiang Hanwei, Jiang Hanwei, Jiang Hanwei. There was hardly anyone shouting Flowing Time's name. Most of them were directed at Jiang Hanwei. No one present today had not watched Jiang Hanwei's movies before. Almost everyone here was a fan of his. Immediately, the TV audience started voting. 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Flowing Time's tally went over 3 million votes. He had firmly taken first place. He was far ahead of everyone else. Zhang Xiao laughed and said, this old Jiang really knows how to get the votes. Amy had returned to her seat by now. He's in first. Wang Zhuishu suddenly looked to his left and right. Where's old Chun? I don't know. He was still around just a while ago. Chen Yidong was also puzzled. The next minute, they were surprised to see a familiar figure appearing on stage. This person was wearing the same outfit as Chen Guang had when he was seated beside them earlier. The only difference was that he was now wearing a mask. It was time for the next group's performance. They were Petal Shower and Humble Light. Petal Shower sang, why aren't you leaving yet? The Humble Light faced her and sang, I want to watch the sea with you here. This was a song by Chun Guang and Fan Wenli. It was originally a duet sung by them. By this point, the audience knew who they were even if they had not yet taken their masks off. Petal Shower was Fan Wenli. Humble Light was Chun Guang. I guessed long ago that it was Old Fan. It's really her. I like her. I really like her. I knew it had to be her. Ha 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 ha. Old Chun is a judge, giving the couple who perform together a like. Their singing is wonderful. Old Chun and Old Fan are so impressive. The two biggest names in the music industry have joined together, and they're even a couple with great understanding. On this stage, who else besides the clown will be a match for this pair? Even the clown might not be able to beat them. Right, the clown's invited guest partner seems like a newcomer. The performance ended. Everyone stood up and applauded them. Dong Shanshan walked onto the stage with a smile. So Petal Shower's actually teacher Fan Wenli. No wonder you sang so well. I am a fan of yours. Fan Wenli smiled and said, thank you, Shanshan. Dong Shanshan looked at Chen Guang. Teacher Chun has always been a judge on the guessing panel. I understand that the program team had also invited you to join the competition, so why didn't you choose to participate? Chen Guang chuckled. I was considering it, but my wife told me out of the blue one day that she was going to compete on King of Masked Singers to challenge herself. I thought it was better that I didn't join since I was really afraid that it would be too embarrassing if I lost to her on the show. The audience was tickled. They chatted for a while, but did not ask for any votes. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli had always been like this. Even if you requested that they shout, quickly vote for me, to the television audience, they would not do it. When Zhang Ye saw their tally, he frowned again. Flowing Time was still in first place with 3.8 million votes. King of Oddity was in second place with 3 million votes. Petal Shower had taken over third place with 2.9 million votes. The audience was stunned. How can this be? She's only in third place? Old Chun and old fans sang so well. Yeah, this song should be the best sung one today, followed by Spinach's song. But why is Petal Shower merely in third place? And why is Spinach in last place? Was it simply because she did not ask for people to vote for her? It shouldn't be like this. I didn't vote for Petal Shower because I already knew that she was Fan Wenli and guessed that Chen Guang would be her guest partner. Their performance had nothing to look forward to. Yeah, there was more to look forward to in Flowing Time's performance. Who could his wife be? No one was able to guess who Flowing Time's and King of Oddities' guest partners were. Petal Shower and the others were given too much attention during the course of the competition, so there's nothing fresh and exciting to look forward to with them. But Petal Shower sang really well. The other contestants publicized performing charitable acts or exposing their love life. They even invited some big names and spared no efforts in canvassing for votes. So how could Petal Shower and Spinach possibly compete with them? There's nothing wrong with these tallies. If they really want to catch up in the rankings, there's still a chance to do so in the second round, where they'll be performing solo. Hopefully, Petal Shower can catch up. I feel that she deserves to become the grand champion. A lot of people were very surprised by this tally, including Zhang Ye, who was quite unhappy. If Petal Shower and Spinach had truly sung badly, he likely could have accepted this. But the issue here was that both of them had sung outstandingly. From a professional point of view, they were the two groups who had performed the best today. Hence, Zhang Ye could not accept that they were not higher in the rankings. It was his turn next. It was time for him to take the stage. Chapter 1071, Love of a Lifetime. Chapter 1071, Love of a Lifetime. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the waiting area, Dafei quickly said, "Teacher, it's your turn." The clown nodded. "Okay." Xiao Lu asked Wild Rose, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Wild Rose answered plainly. As per procedure, Xiao Lu reminded them, "Teachers, you must not get nervous later no matter what. Cameras 2 and 3 are located at the front, and the two of you must face the cameras at all times, although you shouldn't look into them." Where are the in-ear monitors? The program team staff and she were treating Wild Rose like she was a real newcomer. The clown said, "I don't need it." Wild Rose said, "I don't need it either." Xiao Lu gasped, "Oh, all right then." Singers who usually sang in a recording studio would be used to wearing an in-ear monitor. A lot of singers who perform live were also used to wearing them, as they were still very effective for listening to their own voices and the music. This gave a better effect and also prevented a desynchronization in the singing with the rhythm of the song. After all, the propagation of sound in such a large venue was usually delayed, so if their awareness of it was not that sharp, a problem would arise where the singing and music were not in sync. Only those singers who were especially professional and adept at live performances would not require such earpieces. Wild Rose was clearly the latter, while Zhang Ye was an exception because this fellow did not know how to use an earpiece at all. Whether it was in the past or right now, he had never worn one in the first place. It was almost time to take the stage. The clown's tally was still at the very bottom with only 200,000 votes. This was because the others had finished performing. He was the only one who had not gone on stage to perform, so his tally was naturally in last place. Dong Shanshan's voice sounded. "Next up, let's welcome the last pair of contestants." The clown. Wild Rose. Cheers erupted. Many people were waiting for this last pair of contestants. It's time for the clown's performance. It's finally his turn. Both Sunset Glow and Petal Shower have revealed themselves. There's only him left now. Yeah, it's only the clown's identity that we don't know. Hurry up and show yourself. I'd also like to see who on earth his partner is. Is it really a newcomer? Even if they're not a newcomer, they shouldn't be a very well-known celebrity, right? His mother sat up straight. It's the clown's turn. His third sister's eyes were glimmering. I was waiting for him. Ha Chi-Chi said, "I've always liked the clown." Zhang's was said, "Haha, I also like him quite a bit." There were also countless viewers staring fixedly at their televisions. After Fan Wenli and Li Shaoxian finished performing, they returned to their seats offstage and were looking up in wait for the start of the clown's performance. They were also anticipating the reveal of his identity, as no one could guess who the clown was all this while. As all the others had revealed themselves, Their guess was that the clown was also likely reveal himself to increase his tally in the first round. If he did not put in more effort in the first round to help close the gap, then it would definitely be very difficult to catch up later. The fog machine was turned on. The stage was covered in fog. Nothing on it could be seen. At the same time, the music started playing. It was a little sad and ethereal. After the fog dissipated, the clown was standing at center stage. He was by himself, listening to the melody. Zhang Ye closed his eyes and reminisced about the times with old Zhang. He experienced a rather complex mix of emotions. The first time he met old Zhang was 2 years ago. He could still remember with great clarity how Sister Zhang looked very cheerful and friendly on television back then. She was kind and pleasant to everyone and never put on any airs. Zhang Ye believed it to be real at the time. In the end, someone pressed his doorbell that night. When he opened the door and took a look, Zhang Yuanqi was standing right there at his apartment's door. She spoke in a cold manner and was even drunk. Thinking of it, Zhang Ye found it hilarious, and his impression of old Zhang as a female goddess was shattered on the spot. Since then, the two of them had become good friends. Whenever old Zhang had time, she would come over to drink wine with him and tell him about things she could not tell others. Sometimes, Zhang Ye questioned himself as to whether or not he liked old Zhang. He didn't know. He probably did like her, right? If old Wu had not agreed to be his girlfriend, or if old Wu had not appeared in his life, he was unsure if he would have tried to woo old Zhang. Sometimes, fate was really unpredictable. So when he learned that Zhang Yuanqi was going to sing a duet with him, the first song that came mind was this song. Zhang Ye wanted to sing this song with her even though she did not know that the clown was him. He just really wanted to sing it. He opened his eyes and raised his microphone one. The past has passed and won't return to now. Scarlet leaves long buried in the dirt. Wild Rose was the first person to be taken aback. When the two of them were rehearsing earlier, the clown did not sound like he did now. Zhang Xia was also shocked by his voice. Why did she feel that the clown's singing was even better than before? A Cantonese song? He chose a Cantonese song. Those two lines pulled the audience into the music. The audience could feel inexplicable sorrow and seemed to see an image of life and death. The start and end can't be changed anyhow. My faraway lover drifting beyond the clouds. He jumped an octave up. The sea of woes rolls with love and hate. It's hard to escape this world's fate. Zhang Ye reached into the distance to grasp at something, but was unable to grab anything. In love, but each other we must avert. Perhaps I should believe this is fate. There was no applause. There were no cheers. Everyone in the audience was carefully controlling their breathing, lest they affected him and the song. Zhang Xia sighed. This is what you call singing. When Wang Jueshu heard Zhang Xia's comment and realized it implied something more, he could not help but glance at her. Yes, this was what singing was about. The king of oddities and flowing time's performances could only be called performances, while the clown's performance was what one would call real singing. It was overwhelming. This was a real singer who did not need to add any gimmicks into his performance. All of a sudden, a woman's voice sounded from afar. Ah! The audience turned their heads in surprise. Wild Rose had appeared behind the audience and was standing on an elevated platform. As she sang, her eyes stayed on the stage while she walked over to it step by step. Her voice was amazing. A single vocalization covered countless people in goosebumps. Some of the audience members probably thought that it sounded nice, but did not feel anything more. However, there were many professionals present here today, and a lot of them were stunned by this singing. Zhang Xia got quite the fright. Who is she? Fan Wenli broke out in a cold sweat. This is Chen Guang, Xiaodong, Li Shaoxian, Amy, and the others were also shocked. This voice, this singing, this breathing technique. Even the fluctuation of the intensity in her emotions was successfully conveyed within her vocalization. This was good beyond measure. Just who did the clown invite? Their fellow peers in the music industry were also dumbfounded watching their televisions. Just the clown alone was astonishing enough. And now, there was another person like that in Wild Rose. These two were fucking exceptional singers. How could the others have a chance with these two singing together? The clown looked toward Wild Rose. Lovers, once gone, never shall come back. Wild Rose sang softly, disappearing love. The clown closed his eyes. Sitting alone, I stare past this world all slack. Wild Rose was nearing the stage. Hope to see you again, though the flower may wither. Wild Rose sang sadly, wishing only it will bloom back. Wild Rose looked at the clown. For you, the love of my life seems to be waiting beyond the clouds. Wild Rose sang, I hope. Wild Rose walked onto the stage. The two of them were facing each other, no more than 5 meters apart. Their voices suddenly harmonized. The sea of woes rolls with love and hate. It's hard to escape this world's fate. The two of them walked toward each other slowly and reached their hands out at the same time. It was like they were trying to grab hold of each other's hands. Yet when their fingertips came within touching distance, Wild Rose's hand trembled with hesitation as she withdrew it. The clown reached further out toward her, then clenched his fist as he started withdrawing his hand as well. Despite being at such close proximity, they couldn't close the distance between them. These few centimeters felt like the furthest distance in the world. Now they closed their eyes. In love, but each other we must avert. Perhaps I should believe this is fate. The sea of woes rolls with love and hate. It's hard to escape this world's fate. In love, but each other we must avert. Perhaps I should believe this is fate. A lot of people were deeply engrossed in the song. This was the charm of music. The song had given many people a vivid experience of a life and death romance in just 3 minutes, hooking them in and never letting go. Yao Jiankai asked anxiously, Who the heck is she? Beside him, Zhang Xia said in astonishment, This voice sounds really familiar. Fan Wenli looked over and said, I also find her voice very familiar. Xiaodong exclaimed, It can't be her, right? Chen Guang could guess who Xiaodong was referring to. That's impossible. Who here is qualified enough to invite her? With her status, would she come and compete? Fan Wenli said, The song's too short. I can't truly identify who she is by her voice. Amy yelled, Why are they still not showing themselves? The suspense is killing me. The audience suddenly shouted, Oh, she's going to take off her mask. She's about to take it off. Who could it be? Who is this woman? A lot of people opened their eyes wide in curiosity, because at the final moment when the song was coming to an end, Wild Rose placed her hand on her mask and was very close to revealing her mysterious identity. But unfortunately, her hand stopped right there, because the clown had walked up to her and given her a slight shake of his head. Wild Rose did not say anything, but dropped her hand. The audience regretted this deeply. Io, take your mask off already. Why isn't she taking it off anymore? What's going on? She was about to take off her mask. Why is she not taking off her mask? Everyone else has revealed themselves. What is the clown thinking? Does he really intend to wear the mask for the entire duration of the competition? Damn, isn't he overdoing it by a little too much? They're still not going to reveal themselves? I'm just afraid that when they get eliminated after the first round, they won't even have a chance to show who they are even if they want to. This is the best time to show themselves and ask for votes. Chapter 1072. I'm a newcomer. Chapter 1072. I'm a newcomer. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the audience, Zhang Ye's father sighed. What a nice song this is. His mother said, This woman sang really well. His eldest sister was shocked. Yeah, who is she? His third sister anxiously said, I don't know. Why didn't she take off her mask? The clown stopped her. His second sister slapped her thigh and exclaimed, This song is so good. It didn't feel fake, nor was there much flamboyance to it. It was purely singing. It was so damn awesome. A duet and a solo were two different concepts. They were completely different. The difficulty of singing a duet lay in the cooperation between the singers and the control of the atmosphere. In fact, the majority of duets were not suited for competitive singing. As such, some of the contestants before them chose to make use of musical instruments to control the atmosphere by putting on electronica the moment they went on stage and using it to pump up the atmosphere. Some others chose to use their performances to control the atmosphere by wearing resplendent outfits like they were staging a play and adding a dance segment to give the audience a stronger visual impact. But the clown and Wild Rose's song was all about controlling the stage with their voices and using their singing to excite the audience. This was clearly much more difficult, as even the husband and wife pair of Chen Guang and Fan Wenli could not cooperate to this level in their earlier performance. The music ended. The audience were at a loss for a moment, then suddenly erupted into applause. Hearing the applause and seeing everyone around them standing up from their seats, Zhang Ye was having fun singing. He felt fulfilled with his performance today and could claim to have sung to perfection. He managed to use his own style to sing all that he wanted to say and express. Furthermore, Wild Rose's partnership with him was even better. The two of them seemingly had an unspoken understanding of each other, even though their characters and approach to handling things were totally different. For some reason, they resonated very well together on a spiritual and artistic level. Perhaps this was why these two people who were from two completely different worlds could end up as the good friends they were. Voice, rhythm, cooperation, they were flawless in all aspects. This was a very famous classic from Zhang Ye's previous world called Love of a Lifetime that was used as the theme song of a Chinese odyssey. Zhang Ye had heard of it when he was young, but did not have any strong feelings about it. However, when the song was used in the movie, it brought out a different side to the song that sounded quite good. However, he had never had the urge to sing this song. It wasn't until the grand finals when he invited Wild Rose to be his partner that Zhang Ye suddenly thought of this song. It was like it had infected him. He really wanted to sing it. For this reason, Zhang Ye stayed up many nights just to practice the pronunciation of this song's Cantonese lyrics so that he could sing it today. Thinking about it now, it was worth all the effort he put in. He did not fail this song regardless of how the results would turn out. Dong Shanshan walked back onto the stage with a smile. "Hello, teachers." The clown and Wild Rose both smiled. With the live broadcast camera in front of them, the attention of the entire country's audience was focused on them. Dong Shanshan looked at them and said, "I don't know how I should greet the two of you right now, because you two have yet to reveal your identities, so I wouldn't know who you are." Wild Rose smiled as she raised her microphone and said, "I was planning to reveal my face." Because she did not take off her mask, the vocoder on her microphone was still on. "Curious," Dong Shanshan asked. "Then why didn't you?" Wild Rose laughed and said, "You have to ask him." Dong Shanshan looked at the clown. Oh, the clown did not answer. In fact, Zhang Ye and Wild Rose had communicated about this issue beforehand. She was not too inclined to take off her mask during the performance itself, as she did not want to destroy the artistic integrity of the performance, which Zhang Ye agreed with. So the two of them did not plan to take off their masks from the start. Zhang Ye did not know why Wild Rose would suddenly change her mind about this. Perhaps she was afraid that he would lose out too much in the voting, but Zhang Ye managed to stop her from doing so. On this stage, Zhang Ye's only intended to sing well. He knew that if Wild Rose had taken off her mask, the competition would probably end early with Zhang Ye gaining a great advantage. But that was not what he wanted. He wanted to win. He wanted to win fair and square. Comparing popularity? Comparing acting chops? Comparing misery? Comparing charitability? What was the meaning in that? Zhang Ye did not wish for his show that he brought over from his previous world to become like this. So the clown raised his microphone to his mouth as he looked to the singer next to him. "Today, I would like to thank Teacher Wild Rose for taking time off to support me. My deepest gratitude." The vocoder made him sound very strange. Wild Rose laughed and said, "That's what friends are for." The clown looked at the audience. "Next, I would like to thank my parents and family. They're also here today, but I wonder if they like my song." Dong Shanshan said in surprise, "Oh, Aunt and Uncle are here too." Hu Fei, who was giving instructions off stage, was stunned. Da Fei and Xiao Lu were also a little taken aback. "What? The clown's family members are here? That's impossible." The clown did not request for any admission passes to the grand finals from them. All the admission passes that were given out had gone through their hands, so they naturally wouldn't remember wrong. Many of the contestants' relatives were attending the grand finals today, like Spinach's aunt and uncle, King of Oddity's mother, and Li Xiaoxian's siblings. The program team had allocated the best tickets for them and arranged for them to be seated in the front rows. However, the clown's family members were definitely not included in this list. Hu Fei asked Da Fei, "Did you give them passes?" Da Fei replied, "I didn't." "Little Han, did you give them passes?" Han Chi stuttered, "It wasn't me either. I don't know anything." A lot of people in the audience started looking around. The clown's parents? Who are they? Who are his parents? We should be able to figure out his identity if we can spot them. Where are they? Zhang Ye's parents were also searching. His mother turned to check behind her and to the sides. There's no one. His eldest sister also searched for a long time. No one stood up. His father wondered, are his parents seated in the front row? His mother stretched her neck to have a look. They're not up front either. At this time, Dong Shanshan questioned, Teacher Clown, Teacher Wild Rose. I believe that there are many people who are curious about who you are, including me. In 5 minutes' time, the voting channels will be suspended. Are the both of you really not planning to reveal your faces and let everyone see who you really are? The clown said, "It's not necessary." Dong Shanshan blinked. "Then do you want to ask for votes?" The clown calmly said, "It's not necessary." Dong Shanshan did not know what else to say. Then all right, we will respect the teacher's choice. Let's have them head backstage for a short break. We'll return after these messages. The TV's cut to commercial break. Dong Shanshan was sweating from the stage lights as they were too hot. She immediately went off stage to get her makeup touched up. 3 makeup artists ran over to assist her. The other members of the staff quickly tidied up the stage. When they were heading off the stage, Wild Rose, who was walking ahead of the clown, asked without even looking back, "Are we really not going to reveal our identities?" The clown made a noise in the affirmative. "Not going to ask for votes?" "No. You know, this song was never suitable for a competition." "I know. What if we lose?" "I'll accept it." Wild Rose suddenly laughed. She turned around and looked at him for several seconds. "I finally believe that you're really my old friend. I don't have many friends with a temperament like yours. I think I know who you are now, although I'm not very sure because the person I know shouldn't know how to sing." The clown spread his hands, not replying. The staff led them to the front row. Fan Wenli, Chun Guang, Li Shaoxian, Xiaodong, Jiang Hanwei, Zhang Xia, and the others were all seated there. This special zone was reserved for the contestants and judges. When the two of them came over, all the contestants and judges stared at them en masse as they took their seats beside them. Amy spoke up the fastest. "Big sis, who are you?" Wild Rose looked at her and chuckled. "Guess." Flowing Time, Zhao Qichuan, said, "You should have taken your mask off." King of Oddity agreed. "Yeah." Wild Rose acknowledged him. Jiang Hanwei asked suspiciously, "Do we know each other?" Wild Rose purposely disguised her voice and said, "No, I'm a newcomer." "You're a newcomer? How is that possible?" The singers nearby nearly fainted, especially Flowing Time and the other veteran contestants. They were even more at a loss for words. "Damn, if you are a newcomer, then aren't we dead meat?" Chapter 1073, The Clown on the Verge of Elimination? Chapter 1073, The Clown on the Verge of Elimination? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. During the commercial break, some of the audience took a bathroom break. Some of the staff made use of this time to check the equipment. Li Shaoxian, Sunset Glow, looked at Wild Rose, who was seated beside the clown, and asked, "Big sis, do you know who the clown is?" Wild Rose smiled and said, "I don't know, but I have someone in mind." Xiaodong quickly asked, "Oh, who?" Fan Wenli added, "Do we know him?" Wild Rose glanced at the clown, then looked back at them. Her, the person I'm thinking of, you guys definitely know him. Also, I think you should be quite familiar with him." When the clown heard that, his eyebrows twitched a little. Amy exclaimed, "Surely not, right? We're very familiar with him." Fan Wenli said with a frown, "Why do I have no memory of someone like that?" Zhang Xia said, "Just who could it be?" Wild Rose laughed and said, "It's only a guess. I might be wrong." Chen Guang didn't know how to react. "If you're not even sure of who the clown is, why did you agree to come in support?" Wild Rose smiled without saying another word. The others could not figure out if she was telling the truth or lying. Liao Ichi, Spinach, had not said anything all this time. Her celebrity guest partner, Celery, was talking her ear off, probably worried about her current tally of votes. After all, the numbers were not really ideal. The host finished touching up her makeup. The program team counted down to the return of the show. 3, 2, 1. The commercial break was over. The show's broadcast signal came back on. Dong Shanshan beamed as she announced, "Welcome back to tonight's finale of King of Masked Singers." She pointed down. At the bottom of your screens, you can see the numbers to call for each contestant. Please support and vote for your favorite contestant so that they might become tonight's masked king. Your votes decide if they will remain or leave after the first round. The contestant that comes in last won't continue competing tonight. Only 5 will remain in the battle for the masked king in the next round. And now that our 6 contestants have all finished performing, let's bring the real-time tallies up onto the big screen behind me and have a look at the current rankings. In an instant, the entire venue went quiet. The TV audience also seemed to be holding their breath. Spinach looked up. Fan Wenli took a deep breath. Flowing Time and Zhang Hanwei were smiling so widely they were squinting. King of Oddity looked relaxed as he knew he would be safe from elimination with his current tally. Who's in first? I don't know. Are the results out yet? Who'll be the first one to get eliminated? Zhang Ye also looked up at the screen. With a sudden flash, the tallies appeared on the big screen and updated in real time. The votes were changing every second as the numbers jumped. When the audience saw the rankings, there was an uproar in the venue. First, Flowing Time. Second, King of Oddity. Third, Petal Shower. Fourth, Sunset Glow. Fifth, Spinach. Sixth, The Clown. Fan Wenli said in surprise, "What?" Zhang Xia couldn't believe it either. The Clown is sixth? He's in the last place. Wild Rose gave the Clown a look. The Clown did not react. Amy cried out, "What's with this result?" Flowing Time shook his head. That's what he gets for acting aloof and not wanting to take off his mask. King of Oddity was also smiling on the inside. He knew that the Clown had sung very well, and he admitted that the best song that he has heard today was the Clown and Wild Rose's Love of a Lifetime. They had indeed sung much better than the other contestants by far. However, it seemed like that didn't affect anything at all, since how many in the audience would look at their performance from a purely professional point of view? Most people just listened and watched the performances for the fun of it. If you did not take off your mask or ask for votes, and chose not to have any gimmicks to interest the audience, then who would want to vote for you? Xiaodong was also finding it difficult to understand. Even if the Clown isn't in first place, he shouldn't be in the last place. There was clearly nothing wrong with his song at all. Li Xiaoxian frowned and said, "I just cast a vote for Teacher Clown on my phone. He and Teacher Wild Rose really sang this song well. So how could?" Even Dong Shanshan, who was currently on stage and facing the cameras, looked a bit startled when she saw the rankings. She hadn't expected to see such a result either. Zhang Ye's mother was enraged. What the hell? His father could not keep watching. How are these people even voting? His eldest young sister said in shock, "The Clown and Wild Rose sang so great. They should be in first place. But why is their tally so low? This is impossible." Ha Chi gasped. "Isn't that too low?" Zhang's was said. "No one wants to vote for the Clown? I might not be a professional, but even I could hear that the Clown and Wild Rose sang much better than the others." Others in the audience held opposing views. "I'm giving my vote to Flowing Time anyway." "Me too. I just want to know who his wife is." Ha ha ha. The Clown and Wild Rose sang well, great, even. But who would know who they are since they were unwilling to take off their masks? They're probably just some unknown artists who are afraid to show their faces in the first place. Maybe they're scared the audience won't recognize them? Then we might as well give our votes to the celebrities we know. King of Oddity is a good choice to support since he has intents to support charity. Right? King of Oddity seems like he has a good character. I voted for Zhao Qichuan. Likewise, but I'm doing so because I'm giving face to Zhang Hanwei. Old Zhang has already done so much to get votes for Flowing Time, so we must definitely give him face. In the previous episodes of the competition, the contestants were not allowed to speak or ask for votes after their performances, or even take off their masks midway through. There were also no celebrity guest partners at all. But the rules were changed in today's grand finals, and the outcome was clearly very different from before. The program team had not anticipated this, and they also did not think too much of it when Flowing Time and King of Oddity were asking for votes from their supporters. But at this moment, when they saw the Clown's tally, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, and the others suddenly realized that something was not right. This development had gone beyond their expectations and design of the competition format. It had gone utterly off track from their original vision of the competition. In the outside world, on Weibo, the fans of the contestants were calling for support and votes everywhere. Please vote for Flowing Time. Thank you. Where are King of Oddity's fans? Go vote for him. Let's push King of Oddity up the rankings together. Don't let our big brother fight this battle alone. Where are Old Fan and Old Chen's diehard fans? Let's give our votes to Petal Shower together. It was bustling online. People calling for support everywhere, and some even offered to sell their votes. This was because every phone number could only be used to vote once. So many diehard fans of Flowing Time, King of Oddity, and the others were offering to buy votes for the contestants they supported. Although this behavior was prohibited, it was in fact very difficult to enforce. Only Spinach and the clown did not experience much support from their fans. For Spinach, it was because she was not that well known. As for the clown, it was because no one knew who he was. But there were also fans of the clown who were very angry. Why is he in the last place? The hell? Are they all deaf? Can you people not hear the difference between good and bad? You guys should be voting for the clown. This is a singing competition. It's not about outdoing each other with gimmicks. Are you kidding me? How can the clown be last? At the venue, Dong Shanshan checked the remaining time. We're only 2 minutes away from the end of the first round. By now, the front runners were leading by a lot of votes compared to those behind them. Spinach, 5th place, 1.27 million votes. The clown, 6th place, 1.26 million votes. There were only 11,000 votes between them. There were still 2 minutes left. It would be impossible for them to catch up to those in the lead in such a short time. The eliminated contestant would be either Spinach or the clown. Spinach looked toward the clown and let out a sickly laugh. The clown looked at her in return. Dong Shanshan said, "There's still a minute until voting closes. The voting is getting more and more intense." The clown had 1.28 million votes. Spinach was also at 1.28 million votes. Their two tallies were tied. Counting down, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. A lot of people were tensing up with nerves. All of a sudden, Dong Shanshan announced, "Okay, the voting window has closed." Instantaneously, the tallies on the big screen stopped changing. Countless home viewers and the live audience immediately looked at it. 5th, the clown. 6th, Spinach. The difference between their two tallies was just 220 votes. Spinach was eliminated and would not advance into the battle round. Hu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaolu patted her breast. "I was scared to death." Han Qi's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. How close? He nearly got eliminated. Then she got furious and wondered, how could that have happened? Why did it become like this? The clown. Wild Rose. How could these two singers nearly get eliminated? Are all of you deaf? Are all of you so easily deceived by those gimmicks rather than listening to their singing? Chapter 1074. The Clown Loses His Title Chances? Chapter 1074. The Clown Loses His Title Chances? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The netizens commented on end. Spinach was eliminated. The results are out. It was way too close for the clown. Yeah, he's a favorite to win the title tonight. In fact, he's the favorite to win, so how did he nearly get eliminated in the first round? This doesn't make any sense. Liao Yiqi was eliminated? Damn, I was supporting Spinach. Spinach sang so much better today. Right, Spinach absolutely sang much better than Flowing Time and King of Oddity. At least today, at least this round, Spinach absolutely should not have been eliminated. It's their fault for not trying to get votes. Right, I think it was only Spinach and the clown who didn't canvass for votes. AI, Spinach was already the contestant with the lowest popularity on this show. It was to her disadvantage as such competitions still depend on one's fame to be successful. I feel so much pity for Spinach. She should have asked for support and votes. Exactly, both her and the clown miscalculated. At the venue, Dong Shanshan had already announced the results. She looked down at Spinach from on stage. "We're quite sad and sorry to see that teacher Liao Yiqi will be leaving this stage early tonight. Could you say something for everyone before you go?" Spinach stood up and walked on stage. Dong Shanshan handed the microphone to her. Spinach forced a smile. "Thank you, everyone. Getting here, reaching the grand finals, I'm very happy with my performance, really." In the audience, quite a number of Spinach's fans stood up. "Spinach, little Chi, we're cheering you on. Cheering you on. You're the best. We love you." Some fans were already in tears. Several grown men were wiping tears away as they held up LED light boards with Spinach's stage name on it. They were holding them high with all their strength, like they were trying to raise the boards into the sky. When she saw this, Spinach could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Thank you. Thank you, all of you." Pausing, she bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make it to the end." Spinach was a very cheerful person in private and usually had a lot to say. However, the Spinach on stage was not as talkative as she was in private. Just like before, she did not really touch on how she was feeling even after she had been eliminated, much less complain about anything. When they heard Spinach apologizing, the fans felt even worse. A lot of them started crying, and their hearts went out to her. Spinach exited the stage. The other contestants also left and went backstage to prepare for the next round of the competition. Only Wild Rose, Xiaodong, Chun Guang, Jiang Hanwei, and the other celebrity guest partners remained behind in the audience as they were not involved in the next round of competition. Their work here was done for the day. Backstage, the clown did not say anything on the way over. Fan Wenli looked at him. You should have been first in the first round. Li Shaoxian was no longer wearing her mask. We were just discussing that if the results were based only on the songs, you'd definitely have gotten first place. Flowing Time and King of Oddity did not say anything. They were already heading back to their own waiting rooms to change costumes. Their makeup artists were already waiting for them. The clown looked at both Fan Wenli and Li Shaoxian. Thanks, Fan Wenli said. You'll definitely catch up in the second round. The clown chuckled but did not speak. Fan Wenli and Li Shaoxian also headed back to their waiting rooms. The clown was by himself now. He was just about to open the door and go inside his waiting room when he heard footfalls coming from behind. He turned around to look and saw that it was Liao Yiqi who had come backstage. Teacher Clown. Zhang Ye looked at her. Teacher Spinach, you're looking for me? Liao Yiqi asked. Did I not sing well? Zhang Ye firmly shook his head. It's not that. You sang great. If I'd voted, I would not have given my vote to Sunset Glow or Petal Shower. I would have voted for you. Liao Yiqi said, Is that so? Zhang Ye reaffirmed, Yes. Liao Yiqi smiled wanly and said, Then why are our tallies so low? Zhang Ye did not answer her, nor did he know how to answer her. I can't accept it, Liao Yiqi suddenly said. I really can't accept it. Zhang Ye waited for her to continue. Liao Yiqi took a deep breath. I don't have another chance to sing. So Teacher Clown, I'd like you to do me a favor. You must be crowned masked king. Can you do that for me? Zhang Ye said. With you gone, I'm the one with the lowest tally amongst the 5 remaining contestants. Liao Yiqi was silent for a moment. Then she looked up and said, I'd like to know if there really is no recognition for those of us who just want to sing in peace. Zhang Ye comforted, You're still young. There'll still be a lot of chances in the future. Liao Yiqi said, But right now, my beliefs have been shaken. Zhang Ye understood. He knew exactly what Spinach was feeling at this moment. He was furious about her elimination from the competition. He felt that it was unfair and also found it unbelievable. Not counting his duet with Wild Rose, Zhang Ye felt that Spinach's song was the best one out there tonight. Surprisingly, she performed much better than the husband and wife pair of Chun Guang and Fan Wenli. Because of that, Zhang Ye did not know how he could comfort her when he was faced with this young singer who had just come of age. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhang Ye suddenly spoke. Don't be shaken. Believe in yourself, and believe in what you have always thought is right. Liao Yiqi did not say anything. She was hesitating and looked lost. Zhang Ye looked at her. About what you've asked of me, I'll give you my word. Liao Yiqi was startled by his words. Zhang Ye laughed and said, So if I become the masked king, if I become the grand champion, you must promise me that you'll continue to believe. There's nothing wrong with singing in peace, okay? Liao Yiqi's eyes finally lit up. Okay, Zhang Ye nodded. Then it's a deal. Turning around, Zhang Ye pushed open the waiting room door. Inside, the makeup artists and wardrobe assistant were having a conversation. The female makeup artist said, Well, I suppose that's it for the clown. The male makeup artist said, Both he and Spinach acted too high and mighty. I can tell that they're newcomers at a glance. They're still not used to the pace and rules of the entertainment circle. Even though such shows say that they only listen and judge the music, how many people would know how to do that? This current competition format totally depends on the viewers' votes. How many votes can they get with just their singing alone? They definitely have to incorporate other ways to gain more support. Flowing Time and King of Oddity were fine examples of how it should be done. Their talent agencies must have strategized it for them, using those gimmicks to gain votes that other contestants would have needed to gain with 2 songs. The wardrobe assistant sighed and said, Honestly, the clown has already fallen out of the race for the masked king. The female makeup artist said, Yeah, the tally's differences are too large. There's no way he can catch up. The clown has an advantage, though. That's right. His advantage is that he has not taken his mask off yet. He still has a chance to do so in the second round and gain an explosion of support. But if he insists on keeping his mask on, then he's really done for. He won't even be able to fight for the top 3 spots. The 3 of them were chatting. Zhang Ye closed the door behind him. Only now did they realize that the clown had come back. They did not know whether he had overheard their conversation, but the 3 of them looked a little guilty. Teacher Clown, let's do your makeup. Zhang Ye acknowledged them and sat down at the makeup table without a word. All of a sudden, he was full of fight. He refused to have his beliefs shaken today. Chapter 1075, the second round of the Grand Finals. Chapter 1075, the second round of the Grand Finals. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The commercial break ended. The live broadcast cut back to the theater. After the elimination of Liao Yiqi, the competition entered its climax. The countless domestic viewers watching their televisions could even smell gunpowder in the air. The atmosphere of the competition was intense. What a long commercial break. It's starting. Dong Shanshan is so damn beautiful. Her popularity has taken off due to this show. True. Dong Shanshan, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, The Clown, all of them have become really popular. How can you say that the clown is popular? He was nearly knocked out of the competition. Isn't there still the second round? He won't be able to catch up even in the second round. I now believe that the clown might really be a newcomer. Yeah, he doesn't even know the basic rules and behavior of show business. Not necessarily. The clown might. Know that it'll affect his votes if he doesn't take off his mask, canvas for votes, or let his celebrity guest partner reveal herself, and that it puts him at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, that's what he's chosen to do. Maybe it's in his principles to win fair and square. Could this be a possibility? Get over it. Do you think that everyone thinks like that Zhang Ye fellow? On stage, Dong Shanshan looked into the camera and announced, "Welcome back to the show. And now, let's have our staff reopen the voting channels." The second round of the competition has begun. In the second round, which was also the final round, only one song remained for each contestant to perform. Their final song would decide their outcome and spot in the competition. Although there was still one more chance to perform alone after being crowned as Masked King, the prerequisite was winning. The voting channels were opened. The real-time tallies were shown on the big screen. First, Flowing Time, 3.51 million votes. Second, King of Oddity, 2.68 million votes. Third, Petal Shower, 2.35 million votes. Fourth, Sunset Glow, 2 million votes. Fifth, The Clown, 1.3 million votes. The difference was too great. The clown had already fallen behind right at the beginning. Han Chi kept quiet, a dark look on her face. Hu Fei was not in a good mood either. He felt that he had done the clown wrong this time, as well as Spinach. Hu Fei had even purposely gone to look for Spinach to offer his apologies to her a bit ago. The format of this competition was a mistake on their program team's part, and Hu Fei felt that he was responsible. However, Spinach did not seem like she was in the mood to talk. Hu Fei could see that Liao Yiqi had been dealt quite a blow, so he got even more worried about the clown. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand this pressure. The clown was the contestant who had become the Masked King the most times so far. He was clearly the favorite to win and become the grand champion, yet he had now fallen all the way to the last place. This disparity was too much for anyone to accept, but there was nothing they could do. The results were set in stone. The clown had almost no chance of becoming the champion. They couldn't stop the competition now, nor could they change the rules at the last minute. All they could do was let the competition keep progressing. A knocked arrow must fly. 1. Beijing Television's head and several station heads had all come to watch the competition in person and were seated in a remote corner in the theater. After all, this was Beijing Television's most popular variety show in their history of existence. The entire television station's attention was on the team, and everyone had very high hopes for the show. With Dong Shanshan's announcement, the final round of the competition began. The audience fell silent. Li Shaoxian, Sunset Glow, came onto the stage. "I've always been told I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing. I've always been told I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living. I've always been told I don't understand passion, women, or romance. I've always been told I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts." It was a rock song. Sunset Glow was actually singing a rock song. This song had once been performed by a female contestant on The Voice. But when it was sung by Li Shaoxian, the style of the song was entirely different. There was very deep emotion within the singing as Li Shaoxian used a restrained voice with feminine quiet to sing that rebellious shouting of the rock spirit. Who told you I can't sing? The entire audience perked up. Scream after scream rang out. Xiaodong and Amy gave each other a look and broke out into gratified smiles. Their Spring Garden group was the most popular girl group in the country, but had always been mired in controversy. A lot of people called their singing into question and believed that they depended on their appearances to be successful. They'd heard so much criticism about themselves over the years, but had never been able to give a proper response to those critics. But today, Li Shaoxian had stepped forward. She had used the identity of Sunset Glow to let everyone know that they could also sing well, and that they could sing songs that people thought they couldn't. More importantly, they could sing well. When her performance was over, Sunset Glow's vote count immediately soared. The audience could see the constant change in her tallied votes from the real-time update on the big screen. It increased by several hundreds of thousands of votes, and she surpassed Petal Shower in the rankings. Li Shaoxian's solo song required all of her singing skills that Sunset Glow was well known for. The next contestant was King of Oddity. Child, my child, how could I have a future without you? Child, my child, Dad will wait for your return. This was a charity single that had been released for an anti-human trafficking campaign. The original version had 10 celebrities singing in it, and 2 of those 10 were currently seated in the audience. One of them was Grandma Zhang Xiao, the other was Jiang Hanwei. This was a song many people had heard before, and it immediately evoked a lot of memories. Frankly, King of Oddity's singing was just average. He specialized in singing portamento, but this technique did not at all suit some songs. However, he had added some complex portamento and pauses into the song that made it sound a little too over the top. Yet somehow, the audience was touched and bought into it. Before the song ended, King of Oddity's votes had increased by more than 500,000. It shot up by much more than Sunset Glow's increase, and his tally was now nearly even with Flowing Times. Some in the audience kept clapping. Great song. How nostalgic it is to hear this again. It looks like King of Oddity is really here to help. Charity today. Yup, that's how all celebrities should be. Everyone should follow King of Oddity's example. Just based on this charity theme song, I will vote for King of Oddity. I've already voted for him, so I can't vote anymore. During the first round, most of those watching the show had cast their votes. As a result, there wasn't as much of an increase in the tallies during the second round as compared to the first round, where the tallies changed by 1 to 2 million votes per contestant. The uptick of votes for each of them in the second round was only in the region of several hundred thousand. This was expected due to the votes being cast earlier on. This was also the exact reason why all the contestants, other than the clown, had chosen to take off their masks during the first round. Everyone knew that such a situation would occur, so they took off their masks early on to try to gain an advantage over the others. Otherwise, their chances of winning would have been minimized if they waited until the second round to do so. Unless someone sang an extraordinary song stunningly, there was almost no realistic chance of them bridging the difference in votes. This reason was why the program team and everyone else believed that the clown had already lost his title chances. There weren't enough votes, and it would only lessen toward the end of the show. The tally was constantly changing. When Li Shaoxian saw it, she gave a dry laugh. Xiaodong was speechless. King of Oddity had performed this song about average, but how did he get so many votes? It seemed like Shaoxian would not even stand a chance of getting placed in the top 3. Zhang Ye had changed into his other costume and had had his makeup done. He watched the TV in the waiting room and shook his head slightly. This again? He was playing the charity card again? He was even starting to overuse this gimmick? Was there no end to this? Zhang Ye did not object to charity, so of course he wouldn't oppose it. But to do this on such an occasion, wasn't it too obvious what his objectives were? To put it bluntly, this was as good as moral abduction. He was using means other than singing to get the audience to want to vote for him. Li Shaoxian had sung great even if she wasn't in her best shape today. She still managed to showcase a large part of her strengths in her performance, yet she did not get as many votes as King of Oddity did. Immediately, Spinach's words echoed in her mind. Is there really no recognition for those of us who just want to sing in peace? Zhang Ye was silent. Then he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 1076. Wild Rose's Mask Falls Off. Chapter 1076. Wild Rose's Mask Falls Off. Translator, Leg editor, leg. King of Oddities stepped down from the stage and returned to his front row seat. Congratulations. You're guaranteed to finish in the top 3. If it's close, you might even get first place. Haha, your tally will be moving into first place soon. Zhang Hanwei and a few others offered their congratulations. King of Oddity was also looking at his own tally. He got very excited knowing that he would be surpassing the first place flowing time in a moment. As a singer who was still considered half a newcomer to the industry and not really that popular yet, King of Oddity was pleased to have achieved such results in the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals. Sunset Glow had finished performing, so it should be impossible for her to catch up to him. Although the clown had not yet performed, as his tally was too far behind, he could be left out of consideration for the top 3 places, in which King of Oddity was pretty much assured a spot. He might even get second. There were 3 divisions in the ranking based on the tallies displayed on the big screen. The first and second place votes were very close. The third and fourth place votes were quite similar. The last rung of the rankings belonged only to the clown, whose number of votes was falling far behind. It's Petal Shower's turn. Let's see how Old Fan does with her song. This performance is too important for Old Fan, who will get crowned Masked King. Flowing Time's chances are the best. He's leading by too much in the voting. Gradually, the number of people discussing the clown lessened. Some of those who supported him were left cursing and protesting for him. But as this was a competition, and with the live tallies displayed openly, they had no recourse but to continue watching the competition. Their attention was instead focused onto the battle between Petal Shower, King of Oddity, and Flowing Time. Fan Winley went on stage. Chen Guang was watching her from the seats with a smile. A lot of people were also watching her in anticipation. Sure enough, Fan Winley did not disappoint. Piercing lights hang overhead. I can hear the calls the crowd led. I stand at center stage, the only place I can, endlessly singing with a sweet smile spread. The sky is so blue. The water is so clear. How white the clouds are. The people are so kind. Love is so pure. How beautiful this world is. All of a sudden, Fan Winley raised her voice. But I don't want to sing. I don't want to sing today. I just want to let the loneliness eat me away. I don't want to sing. I just don't want to sing. Those rotten lyrics that ain't worth a thing. The earlier duet had limited much of Fan Winley's singing from being showcased. But in her solo performance, she was not bound by anything. She was able to let go and put all of her emotions and feelings into her singing. The title of this song was I Don't Want to Sing. It was an alternative rock song that Chen Guang wrote in his early days when he was in his most down-and-out period. This song meant a lot to Chen Guang, as well as Fan Winley. Zhang Xia stood up and clapped. Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, and Amy also stood up and clapped. Petal Shower's tally rocketed up. 3.2 million, 3.5 million, 3.6 million. She surpassed King of Oddity and Flowing Time to take first place. The rankings instantly changed. Petal Shower was in first place. Flowing Time was in second place. King of Oddity was third. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. Great song. Let's go Petal Shower. The audience was shouting her name. Li Xiaoxian, Sunset Glow, was delighted. Sister Fan will definitely become the champion. She and the clown were already out of the race, but she was hoping that Fan Winley could at least become the champion of this competition. It wasn't that they were both women, or that they had a good personal relationship. It was because Li Xiaoxian felt that Fan Winley had sung much better than both Flowing Time and King of Oddity. Yao Jiankai said happily, "Congratulations." Chen Guang smiled and said, "Old Zhao has not sung yet." As Flowing Time's guest partner and a friend of many years, Jiang Hanwei chuckled. Old Zhao still has a killer move lined up for his last song. Just watch. Zhang Xia said curiously, "Oh." On stage, Dong Shanshan announced, "Let's welcome the next contestant, Flowing Time." Flowing Time took the stage. Soothing music played. However, what came on over the sound system was not a singing voice, but Flowing Time speaking. "Today is the 100-day anniversary of my marriage to my wife. I would like to thank her for staying with me through the most difficult period of my life and encouraging me. I have written a special song for today's grand finals as a present for her." Hu Fei's face sank. The program team staff looked at each other. During the rehearsal, this part was not mentioned, and he was not supposed to have made a speech. Why was he not singing, and instead, using an opening speech to set up the atmosphere? Usually, Having speech within a song was fine. It wasn't like it was prohibited. But the program team felt that there was something very wrong with Flowing Time's speech. He was once again trying to play the emotional card and use it to canvass for more votes. If Flowing Time had mentioned he'd give this speech during the rehearsal, Hu Fei, as the executive director, would definitely not allow him to add it to the performance. But who could have expected that he would resort to a fait accompli instead of mentioning it to them in the first place? Flowing Time sang, "Dearest wife, please hold me tight. Without you, I can't live. Without you, I won't survive." Seated in the audience was Wang Jueshu, an accomplished professional composer and lyricist. He had written many songs, so when he heard this song and its lyrics, he knew right off the bat that Flowing Time did not really know how to write songs. The lyrics were middling, although the melody was decent. Zhang Xia glanced at Jiang Hanwei. Xiaodong, who was sitting quite close to Jiang Hanwei, laughed dryly. "Was this the killer move you mentioned? This song? I'd rather not. Talk about it." Jiang Hanwei was an outsider to the music industry, not someone who did music professionally. As such, the professional singers and musicians seated around him did not really say much about this. But what surprised them was that the audience had actually bought into Flowing Time's gimmick. Because of that opening speech in which Flowing Time mentioned that he was gifting the song to his wife. What a good man. My impression of Flowing Time has changed for the better. It's not easy on him either. Yeah, all that bad press about him in the past. I guess I could let it slide. I should vote for him just for this song of his, or else I won't feel good. Flowing Time is quite sentimental. When he got divorced, old Zhao's ex-wife posted on Weibo alleging that he had beaten her up. I suppose that was just a rumor. Old Zhao has a great character and is also pretty gentle. This song sounds really touching. Who on earth is his wife? I really want to find out. Quick, let's vote for him. Didn't teacher Jiang Hanwei say? As long as Flowing Time becomes the grand champion, he'll reveal the details of their marriage. That's right. The tally kept changing. Zhang Xia was dumbfounded. Chen Guang and the others were also stunned. The song was not over yet, but Flowing Time's tally had caught up to Petal Showers. By the time the song was over, he had surpassed her tally with an astonishing 4 million votes. This number made those professional singers and guests' jaws drop. Even Yao Jiankai had to have some admiration for Zhao Qichuan. Although the song was not that good, he really knew how to spice things up to get the votes. His gimmicks kept coming one after another. From his first song onward, he was in total control of the audience's emotions. He had planned it all out, from start to finish. Clearly, his emotional card had struck a chord with the audience better than King of Oddities' charity card. Most critically, everyone still did not know who his wife was. This anticipation left them wanting more. After his performance, Flowing Time came down from the stage. Jiang Hanwei stood up and gave him a hug. "Haha, you sang well. Thanks." Then Flowing Time walked to Fan Wenli. Fan Wenli also gave him a hug and smiled. Li Shaoxian stood up as well. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Next, Flowing Time went over to Wild Rose. Such hugs were quite common to see in theaters. It was a form of congratulations and encouragement. Flowing Time bent forward a slight bit and already had his arms out. However, surprising many people, Wild Rose did not even get up from her seat. She just put up a hand. "Don't mind me. You didn't sing too bad. Hurry up and sit." Flowing Time was taken aback too. Damn, she was not giving any face to him at all. The live broadcast cut to Flowing Time's hugs with the other contestant and guests. But in a twist of fate, this moment was captured by the cameras, leaving the cameraman to sweat nervously. He yanked the shot away from them, but that scene had already been seen by everyone. No matter if it was the live audience or the home viewers, everyone was taken aback. Who is this woman? How face-smacking. She's not even returning the gesture to the grand champion? Who are you referring to as the grand champion? The competition hasn't ended yet. It's already over, okay? Yeah, the masked king has already been decided. It's definitely going to be Zhao Qichuan. It doesn't matter whether the clown goes up on stage or not anymore. Haha, this Wild Rose is interesting. I'm very curious about who she is. It looks like what the netizens said about both her and the clown were right. They're definitely newcomers who don't know how to play by the rules. Wild Rose has offended Flowing Time. Some of Flowing Time's fans were cursing at this. Fuck, who is this woman? She's so disrespectful. Why's a newcomer like you getting all arrogant? Flowing Time also looked a little unhappy. He was irate, but maintained the smile on his face. He didn't seem like he minded it at all. Then he went over to Zhang Hanwei and had a few words with him before sitting down. Xiaodong and Amy looked at Wild Rose in amazement. Zhang Xia and Fan Wenli were also staring at her. Dong Shanshan announced, "Next, let's welcome the last contestant, the clown." Applause sounded. In reality, it was just encouraging applause. The gap between the tallies was too large. The only person who could catch up to Flowing Time now was Petal Shower, but even that didn't seem too likely anymore. The difference was already more than 300,000 votes, while the clown, in the last place, was still at his previous tally of just over 1 million. He was behind Flowing Time by almost 3 million votes. How could he possibly catch up? It was totally impossible. As a result, the championship was practically in Flowing Time's hands. The last song of the competition had lost all meaning since it didn't matter whether the clown sang or not. Some of the audience members sighed sadly. The clown should have placed much higher than this. Yeah, that should absolutely not have been a problem with the strength that he has. AI, he deserved it for being so stubborn. Who told him to not take off his mask? It's not that he doesn't want to do it. I'm sure it's because he and Wild Rose, who he invited, are both little known, so no one would recognize them even if they took off their masks. If they did, it might cause a reverse effect instead, so they might as well try to keep it mysterious. You're right, but that's why Flowing Time will win. His reputation was already quite big to begin with, and he even got A-lister Zhang Hanwei to be his guest partner. Showbiz is still very dependent on one's popularity. The clown didn't lose for no reason. He's just a newcomer, so he can still slowly work his way up. The clown had already stepped onto the stage. But right at this moment, an accident occurred. Wild Rose's hair was a little messy, so she put her hand behind her head and straightened it a little. But, intentional or not, the mask on her face loosened and thudded onto the floor. Her mask fell off. A perfectly sculpted face was exposed to everyone's sight. When Zhang Hanwei heard the commotion, he instinctively turned his head. He was just about to bend down to pick up the mask for Wild Rose like a gentleman would when he saw her face. He was immediately stunned. Zhang Xia was stunned. Li Shaoxian was stunned. Flowing Time was stunned. Hu Fei was stunned. The program team was stunned. The entire live audience was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the floor. Chapter 1077. Exaggerated Brought to Life. Chapter 1077. Exaggerated Brought to Life. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It went quiet. There was dead silence in the theater. There was also dead silence at home. When Wild Rose saw that everyone was looking at her, she chuckled and bent down to pick up her mask. "Oh, my mask fell off. I'm sorry about that, her. Zhang Yuanqi." It was the heavenly queen Zhang Yuanqi. The entire place was shocked. Or rather, the place was dumbfounded. Zhang Xia was startled. "Yuanqi." Xiaodong stared hard. Sister Zhang, it's you." Amy and Li Shaoxian simply could not believe it. Fan Wenli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "And I was just wondering who could have sung so well." Zhang Hanwei said in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Flowing Time was sweating nervously now and looked embarrassed. He had wanted to give a hug to Wild Rose earlier, but was rejected with a simple response from her. Flowing Time had been infuriated by her rejection, but now he could not even get angry. With Zhang Yuanqi's status in the entertainment industry, even if she did not accept his hug and had criticized him on the spot, he would still have to stand there and take the abuse. Why was it her? Why was it Zhang Yuanqi? How could the clown have possibly managed to invite her? How could the clown have possibly moved the heavenly queen with his invitation? In an instant, the place blew up. A lot of people had only just returned to their senses. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's Sister Zhang. It was her who sang Love of a Lifetime just now. Goddamn. This is too insane. How could Sister Zhang take part in a competitive show? It's impossible. Did the clown invite her? Who on earth is the clown? He even managed to invite Sister Zhang. A newcomer? Who the fuck said that they were newcomers? Huh. Is Sister Zhang a newcomer? Can you guys not be so funny? I've realized that we were wrong. We've made a colossal mistake. Who said that they didn't take off their masks because they were unknowns? Huh. Who said that? The clown is amazing. He even invited Sister Zhang to be his celebrity guest partner? What kind of a person is he? Everyone was so shocked that they were unable to get a hold of themselves. Han Chi's jaw dropped. Even Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, and the rest of the program team staff went slack-jawed. They did not know who Wild Rose really was either. The Heavenly Queen had come to King of Masked Singers? Backstage, Spinach was watching the show on TV in shock. Li Shaoxian could no longer bear it and asked, Sister Zhang, why didn't you take off your mask earlier then? If you had done it. Zhang Yuanqi smiled. He wouldn't let me. Fan Wenli said in surprise. Why not? Zhang Xia said. Yuanqi, who on earth is he? He could even convince you to come? Amy said. Both of you should have taken off your masks in the first round. No one knew what the clown was thinking. If Zhang Yuanqi had taken off her mask and revealed herself in the first round, the clown would surely have been crowned champion, without question. No matter if it was King of Oddity using his charity card, or if Flowing Time had invited Hu Dongfang or Jiang Hanwei and played the emotional card, all of those would have been meaningless. As long as Zhang Yuanqi was standing beside the clown, he would definitely have been the champion tonight. Yao Jiankai and Zhang Xia looked at the clown who was already standing on stage. The live audience looked at him. The TV viewers looked at him. It was the second round now and the last song of the competition. How can you still catch up? Even if Sister Zhang's identity has been exposed, you still can't catch up. You clearly could have won. You clearly could have taken a huge lead in the first round. But why? Just why didn't you? All eyes fell on the clown. On stage, Zhang Ye stood there quietly. He was dressed in a suit, all in white, and looked particularly clean and quiet at present. Spinach's words kept playing in his mind, echoing over and over again. When he saw Spinach getting eliminated, Sunset Glow falling behind in the rankings, and Petal Shower being unable to fight Flowing Time's tally even though she had sung so well, Zhang Ye couldn't help but think of what he had gone through in the past. Without a face, without a background, and without anything to speak of, all he had was a burning passion and his determination. But journeying down this path was so difficult and such a struggle that no one would be able to see or understand it. Determination, is it wrong? Hard work, is it wrong? Why do you guys only see the fancy things in life? Why don't you even glance at the people working slowly and steadily? Can't you all see me? Can you really not see people like us? Everyone was asking Zhang Ye why. But in Zhang Ye's heart, he was also asking everyone why. I'm not going to take off my mask. I'm not going to canvass for votes. I'm not doing any gimmicks. I just want to sing in peace. Is that not allowed? Why can't I do that? The music played. The notes of the piano flowed like water. It sounded rather heavy. It sounded rather sad. Zhang Ye suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the other contestants, the live audience, the live broadcast cameras. With anger and questioning, he raised his microphone. One. You only see the brightest of stars in the starry night sky. In a crowd you adore the one with the hottest stories, the most come by. The audience was stunned. Zhang Xia was stunned. Zhang Yuanqi was also stunned. This song, Zhang Ye lightly laughed. Who doesn't long to stand at the center of the stage? He looked up at the lights around him. The halo shining only for me. After the show's over and the curtains come down, who cares what you think? And who cares what you do then? Exaggeration is not a crime. It can fill an empty and tedious lifetime. Those prying eyes, that gossiping mouth, they spice up every get-together's downtime. In the audience, those who had been talking and criticizing the clown for not understanding how to adapt suddenly fell silent. They could not say anything at all. Zhang Ye's voice went higher as he made a mocking gesture. He was questioning them. He was questioning all of them. Do we really have to exaggerate? Whether it is right or wrong, false or true. Comparing style, image, and value. Zhang Ye pointed at everyone and sang loudly. Who would speak their mind? Who would speak their mind? As long as the picture is shocking, as long as the story blows up in kind, flowing out of my mouth is mocking, hyperbole, and laughter aligned. Only at night before the mirror can I secretly tell the truth unrefined. Zhang Ye now laughed insolently and rudely. It was a laugh of ridicule and derision. King of Oddity's face had turned green from anger. Flowing Time's face was at once flush red and flush white. King of Oddities and Flowing Time's fans in the audience were also angered. What is this? He's obviously implying something. Damn, who are you trying to criticize? This clown is awful. He's exactly the type of person I dislike. I don't like him either. Why is he accusing our Flowing Time for no reason? However, the clown's voice rang out again. Zhang Ye sang to those in the audience. Whether you like me or don't like me, that is your choice. Those people who had been talking ill of the clown were stunned. I'm just hoping to voice myself sometimes and catch your ear. Since I sang the first note of my musical dream, I have never given up here. There are too many obstacles from myself, circumstances, and onlookers. Good or bad, I have bear it. Zhang Ye sang high. So, I want to sing a song of praise. And in the song set my emotions ablaze. Though there's many options, how many good songs are there that can move people and give them feeling? Do we really have to exaggerate? Whether it is right or wrong, false or true. Comparing style, image, and value. Who's the big winner? Who's the big winner? As long as the picture is shocking, / as long as the story blows up in kind. Flowing out of my mouth is mocking, hyperbole, and laughter aligned. / only at night before the mirror can I secretly tell the truth unrefined. Aha. Chen Guang could no longer help himself and stood up. Great. Absorbed in the music, Fan Wenli said. Now this is singing. Zhang Yuanqi sighed and said, now this is a musical genius, as well as a musical madman. For some reasons, Li Xiaoxian's eyes reddened. Everyone had been shocked by this song. They were in disbelief that there could be this sort of song. How could anyone sing a song like this? He was a natural-born singer. The clown really was the favored son of heaven. He seemed to have been born just for this industry. Even genius singers like Fan Wenli and Chen Guang felt a little envious of him. A singer like you should have already become world famous. So why? Why was someone as lucky as you? However, the clown's next line dumbfounded them once again. Zhang Ye shook his head and flapped his hands. The lucky one is not me, because the path I've chosen is very tough. If I'm remarkable but can't stand out enough, I must at least make sure there's no one else like me. Canvassing for votes? Resorting to gimmicks? They could make speeches better than they could sing? Using charitable acts as a weapon? Morally abducting the audience? Should I also do the same? Do I really have to learn from all that too? When? Zhang Ye suddenly raised his voice and went into his head voice. He grabbed his chest tight and poured all his confusion, doubt, and anger into song. Do we really have to exaggerate? I too grappled with it in my heart. He pointed at himself, jabbed his chest. When I was working hard on my own, did anyone see me? Would anyone know? For a song, I did not sleep for 2 days. I always try my best in everything I do. I've really worked my tail off. But did you guys see? Did you know? The audience was falling into low spirits. They suddenly felt something heavy tie up their hearts, something that made them want to cry. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye seemed to go crazy. He sang, singing until my thoughts dissolve, and until my throat goes hoarse. You can say that I am enthralled, that I've gone crazy, but if I can't be carefree, how can I call myself a singer? He pointed at the camera, at all of the audience members. He shouted with a staunch and stubborn look in his eyes. Look at me shining for you. Spinach cried. Li Xiaoxian could no longer hold back her tears, and they rolled down her cheeks. They did not know why they were crying. They really did not know why. But as they watched and cried at the clown's on-stage mournful shout singing, many other people started crying their hearts out as well. All of the live audience stood up in shock. The home viewers got the goosebumps from listening to the song and stood up in shock as well. Zhang Ye pointed at the audience and yelled, whether you like it or not, please accept me graciously. All of a sudden, his voice soared an octave higher, yelling, screaming, fury. As the next moment is when I'll sparkle for you. He-I. Look at me. Please, all of you. Look at me. I am the clown. I am singing for every one of you. The place exploded. Everyone went insane. Everyone stood up as though they had gone mad and were screaming like crazy. Chapter 1078. Shocking the World. Chapter 1078. Shocking the World. Translator, leg editor, leg. Things got out of hand. The place blew up. The entire live broadcast venue was reverberating with the clown's scream of madness at the end. All that oppression, confusion, rage, and determination were let out with that final scream. He blew up entirely and screamed to the point that his lungs almost tore apart. The artistry and soul of this song from beginning to end were all assimilated into this last outburst. The entire song, all of the lyrics, every part of his singing. It could only be described as shocking. Fan Wenli was shocked. Zhang Xia, Xiaodong, and the rest were also taken aback. What kind of song was this? What kind of person was this? Li Xiaoxian was already in tears. She raised her hand high and gave a thumbs up. In the staff area, Han Chi was also crying. She was covered in goosebumps and was so emotional that she did not know how to express herself. All she could do was vent in the most primitive of ways by shouting, "The clown! The clown! The clown!" In the audience, his mother stood up and shouted, "The clown!" Zhang Ye's three sisters literally jumped out of their seats. "The clown!" Ha Chi-Chi shouted, "The clown!" Zhang's were raised both his hands and shouted loudly, "The clown!" A male audience member screamed, "The clown!" A female audience member was in tears and saying, "The clown! The clown! The clown! The clown!" One person, 100 people, 1,000 people. The shouting was becoming more and more united. The shouting was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted out something different that caused everyone to follow suit. That person shouted, "Champion! Champion! 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 Champion!" His mother was shouting. His father was also shouting. The audience was shouting like crazy. With this song, the previous performances by Flowing Time, Petal Shower, and King of Oddity had all been thrown to the back of everyone's minds. None of those songs mattered anymore. On stage, Zhang Ye's voice had gone hoarse. Even after the music had stopped, he was still deeply immersed in the emotions of his singing. It was the shouting that brought him back to reality. When he saw the sea of people in the audience standing up and chanting his stage name, mixed with calls of "champion," Zhang Ye froze for a moment. He suddenly understood why he was able to persevere up till now. Hu Fei sighed, "He's really, really great." Xiao Lu wiped away her tears and said, "Why? Why am I reminded of Teacher Zhang?" Hoga said, "Yeah, these lyrics also made me think of Teacher Zhang. He's just like the clown, always encountering those difficult situations along the way and getting ignored by people. Others may not know and simply criticize him. But those who have ever worked with Teacher Zhang know. Do they even know how much hard work Teacher Zhang puts into making his shows? Have they seen it for themselves? Whether it's Teacher Zhang or the clown, both of them really have not had it easy." Da Fei said, "The lyrics were so well written. This song was called Exaggerated. The original was Yi Sin Chan's Cantonese version 1. But Zhang Ye chose to sing Terry Lin's Mandarin version 2 for his performance. These two versions were both very good songs, and he liked them very much as well. However, the meanings behind them were polar opposites. He had chosen to sing the Mandarin version because it expressed the exact situation that he was in now, and it was also what he had been hoping to say all these years. In all fairness, this was not a song that one would be amazed with when they first heard it. At least, Zhang Ye did not feel this way when he first heard the song. Whether it was the Mandarin or the Cantonese version, he did not feel much for either of them and could not remember the lyrics either. In fact, he did not even know what the songs were trying to convey. The melody was also not that beautiful. But when he listened to it for the 5th time, and then the 10th time, he suddenly felt very surprised by it. Afterwards, it was only a matter of falling in love with the song. This was the type of song that slowly became nicer with time. But today, Zhang Ye made it popular almost immediately due to the atmosphere, setting, and message behind it. Zhang Ye walked off the stage. Using the window of time before he returned to his seat, Amy looked at Chun Guang and asked, "Teacher Chun, if you had joined the competition and faced the clown on stage, who do you think would win?" She did not mean it maliciously. Amy really was just being curious. For those at today's taping, if they mentioned the two best singers present at the venue, the best would definitely be Zhang Yuanqi. But second best would not be Fan Wenli, Zhang Xiao, Li Shaoxian, nor Xiaodong. It would be Chen Guang. This was not Amy's personal ranking of them, but the long-accepted opinion of the public and the industry. Chen Guang smiled wryly. "I wouldn't want to think about that." Amy did not understand. "Huh? What do you mean?" Fan Wenli laughed and said, "What old Chun is trying to say is that he wouldn't want to be standing on the same stage and competing against someone like the clown." Then, she gave Chen Guang a look. "Afraid you'd lose?" Chen Guang rolled his eyes, but did not answer. Would he lose? Chen Guang did not. No, he only knew one thing. To beat the clown, it would be extremely difficult. Especially this song the clown sang today called Exaggerated. Even if it was Zhang Yuanqi competing against the clown, she might not be able to beat him. The clown was really insane today. This song was insane. His singing was insane. Everyone who was here today was seemingly baptized from head to toe by this song. This was the charm of song, the charm of music. But most importantly, It was the charm of the singer. Chen Guang questioned whether he could sing this song as well as the clown if it had been given to him. That final scream at the end was a mixture of complex emotions and not something that just anyone could sing. He could not do it. Fan Wenli could not do it. Li Shaoxian could not do it. Flowing Time could not do it. Even Sister Zhang would probably not be able to do it. That scream could only have come from the clown. In the outside world, shock had also descended upon everyone watching at this moment. Among the viewers who were watching the King of Masked Singers grand finals on their televisions, 9 out of 10 were stunned by what they saw. They hadn't been interested in listening to the clown's last song originally, thinking that the results had already been decided. Every one of them knew that the clown would not have a chance of being crowned champion anymore. But when Wild Rose's mask fell off, when Exaggerated played on TV, almost all of them got a shock. They had been shocked by Exaggerated. They had been shocked by the clown's determination and anger. Quick, tune into the live broadcast. Holy shit, the clown has blown his top. This song is just too goddamn awesome, isn't it? Oh god, I'm going crazy from listening to this. What's this song called? God damn it. It's called Exaggerated. How can there be such an awesome song in this world? It's even an original? Today's the first time it's been sung? Fuck, who the hell wrote this song for him? It's the last song of the finals? Quickly go and vote. Oh right, voting is still ongoing. I already voted for Flowing Time. What do I do now? My vote has been cast as well. I fucking gave it to King of Oddity. Fuck, curse these hands of mine. If only I had known, I wouldn't have voted so early on. I would definitely, 10,000%, have voted for the clown. I can't even take back my vote now. No, I can't just let this be. I'll go get my parents' cell phones to vote. Hurry, everyone. We don't have much time. Comrades, give your votes to the clown. If a singer like him were to place last in this competition, that would really be too deplorable. That would be an insult to the entire music industry. I'm here. I voted. Damn, do we need you to tell us? I voted already. I'm gonna call my sister and brother to get them to vote as well. Just based on this song, I don't care who the clown turns out to be after he unmasks himself. I will fucking become his brain-dead fan for life. For life. With this post as my witness. Count me in. Count me in too. Since the Internationale, I've been a diehard fan of the clown. But with this Exaggerated, I'm going to turn into a brain-dead fan from now on. No impulsiveness, no exaggeration, no bluffing. The clown is the only true singer. He's the only person to sing with all his soul on this stage. There was an explosion of comments on Weibo. The industry insiders were blowing up with excitement. Exaggerated had shocked the world. Chapter 1079. The Grand Champion is Born. Chapter 1079. The Grand Champion is Born. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the venue of the Grand Finals, the clown walked back to his seat in the front row. Amy came over and asked anxiously, "Teacher, which famous figure are you, really? Can you stop teasing us like this? I beg of you, please tell me. I'm dying of curiosity." Xiaodong stared at the clown. Li Shaoxian and the others were also looking at him. The final song had been performed. However, the clown still did not take off his mask. A lot of people were very curious, but also very worried about the clown at the same time. There was not much time left as it was the last performance in the battle for the Grand Champion. Since this was the final sprint, why are you still not taking off your mask? What are you still waiting for? It'll be too late to reveal yourself when the results are announced. You still have some time to increase your number of votes if you reveal your face now. Flowing Time was feeling rather nervous as he looked at the clown. King of Oddity was feeling the same, his fingers continuously fidgeting and tapping his thigh. Clearly, he was not as calm as he looked. They naturally did not wish for the clown to reveal himself. This song had actually impressed the two of them. Although the lyrics were scolding them, they were still impressed with it. Wang Jueshu asked, "Who are you?" The clown still did not answer. He had promised spinach. Is there no recognition for those of us who just want to sing earnestly? Zhang Ye wanted to tell her that this path was not a dead end, and that she could still continue journeying down it. Therefore, he was very insistent on not revealing his face. "Teacher, famous person? Say something." The clown smiled and shook his head in silence. Amy huffed and tried again to change his mind. Li Shaoxian tugged at her. "Don't." After listening to the song, Exaggerated, they understood Teacher Clown's character. He definitely would not change his mind once he had decided on something. Li Shaoxian clearly understood that before the results were announced, the clown would surely not take off his mask. There was no reason, but she just knew that it would be like this. Dong Shanshan appeared back on stage. She checked the remaining time before announcing. Now that the final song has been performed, we're only 3 minutes away from the end of the voting. The voting window will close in 3 minutes. In the audience, his mother quickly said, I'm going to vote as well. Ming Ming, how do I vote? Help me vote, quickly. His third sister took the cell phone from her and asked, Who do you want to vote for? His mother said, For the clown, of course. Do you even need to ask? This young man sang so well. His parents are also here today, and they're seated here in the crowd with us. How can we allow his parents to witness him getting last place despite singing so well? Just how heart-wrenching would that be? Hurry up and vote. His father nodded firmly. Well said. Ming Ming, take my cell phone too. His third sister went right into action. Okay, I'll help the two of you to vote. His second sister said loudly, I voted for the clown too. Is there still time to catch up? There's probably not enough time for that, right? His eldest sister slapped her thigh and said, The difference in the votes from earlier was just too much. If it was just a difference of a few 100,000 votes, he could definitely catch up. But the difference was 2 to 3 million votes. So how can he possibly catch up? His second sister slapped her forehead and said, Oh no, my idol won't be crowned grand champion. At the venue, many of the audience members were rushing to vote as well. There were less than 3 minutes left. Dong Shanshan announced, All right, let's take a look at the latest tallies. Can we have our staff pull it up on the big screen? Thank you. These words made everyone even more nervous. When they heard, everyone immediately looked up. Zhang Yuanqi looked at the screen with narrowed eyes. Zhang Xia stared with wide eyes. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli did not blink at all. Everyone's attention focused on the big screen. The television viewers were also watching intently. Li Shaoxian clenched her fists. Backstage, Liao Yiqi, Spinach, took a deep breath, as she was so nervous that her hands were trembling. The clown's liaison, Han Qi, had already closed her eyes. She was afraid to even peek. Clasping her hands together and facing the big screen, she kept chanting some words that the staff around her could not understand. She sounded like she was praying. Only King of Oddity and Flowing Time felt a little relaxed. When they heard that the clown would not be taking off his mask, they felt completely at ease and heaved a long sigh of relief. To them, as long the clown did not take off his mask, he would have no chance of winning today, even if Zhang Yuanqi's identity had already been exposed. The main issue here was that Zhang Yuanqi's mask had fallen off too late, during the last few minutes of the competition before the final song began. It would not help the clown much, even if she was the heavenly queen. First place should stay with Flowing Time. King of Oddity's position in the top 3 was also guaranteed. Xiaolu said, What a shame. Dafei sighed. It was a bit too late. If it happened a little earlier, hi. Hogu said, He really had the ability to be crowned the champion, but it was too little, too late. Following that, the tallies were displayed on the big screen. When they saw the results, the entire venue fell dead silent. First, Flowing Time, 4.01 million votes. Second, The Clown, 3.56 million votes. Third, Petal Shower, 3.21 million votes. Amy was dumbfounded by the results. Fan Wenli and Chen Guang looked at each other in astonishment. Zhang Yuanqi smiled. Xiaodong screamed, Oh my goodness. The audience suddenly boiled over with excitement. Many people jumped up in shock. His parents got very excited. Zhang Ye's 3 sisters wore shocked expressions. Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai, and the others were all staring at the screen in disbelief. He's catching up. Fuck, the clown is catching up. He's catching up from 1 million votes behind. His votes tripled. Oh, are you serious? The difference is only 400,000 votes. It's only a difference of 400,000 now. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Flowing Time was so shocked that he nearly fell out of his chair. How is that possible? Just how is that possible? How could he have caught up? There's no reason for him to have caught up. Zhang Hanwei was stunned and his jaw dropped. King of Oddity and his guest partner were also stunned. It was just impossible. There were only 90 seconds left to go. Flowing Time's tally had already stopped moving. It seemed to have stopped at 4.01 million votes while the clown's tally was still surging up at an incredible rate. 3.60 million, 3.70 million, 3.80 million. Dong Shanshan froze on stage. No one thought the clown would actually catch up. No one thought the clown would actually achieve a feat that even the gods might not be able to achieve. There were still 40 seconds to go. There were still 39 seconds to go. The entire audience stood up. A lot of people could not take this excitement and were so nervous that their hearts nearly burst from their chests. Countless viewers watching TV started screaming. They were witnessing a miracle right now. 3.85 million, 3.90 million, 3.95 million, counting down to the last 10 seconds. Backstage, Spinach was finding it hard to stifle her emotions as she rushed back into the theater. Han Chi looked at the tally on the screen, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Dumbfounded, Hu Fei gazed at the screen. Everyone looked at the screen with stunned faces. 3.98 million. 5 seconds. For seconds. 3.99 million. For million. 4.01 million. 4.02 million. At this moment, the voting ended. Looking at the final results of the voting, everyone was stunned. Then, they suddenly screamed and cheered. He won. He won. He really won. The clown is the masked king. Ah! Masked king. Masked king. Masked king. Masked king. Masked king. The audience started chanting in unison. Even the ceiling was almost blown away. Chapter 1080. Gu Cheng's Life Fantasia. Chapter 1080. Gu Cheng's Life Fantasia. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the stage, Dong Shanshan announced loudly, "The grand champion of the first season of King of Masked Singers is the clown." All the cameras focused on the clown. All the guests and audience members stood up to clap for him. Han Chi cried as she hugged Xiao Lu, who was next to her, and shouted, "We've won! We've won!" Spinach's tears were also flowing. "Teacher Clown, thank you. Thank you. You've really carried out your promise to me. I will continue journeying down this path. From now on, I won't waver again." A miracle. This was a crazy miracle. The clown had managed to jump from last place with slightly over 1 million votes to first place with his final song and in the last few minutes of voting. There had never before been such a turn of events at any of the other singing competitions. Never. Everyone was dumbfounded. King of Oddity felt a sense of bitterness. Flowing Time was crying out impossible over and over again in his head. He should have been the champion. The grand champion was supposed to be him. But why did it end up like this? Why did so many people vote for the clown? This influence, this appeal, this singing, they couldn't have come from someone who was just an unknown. Who are you? Just who the hell are you? Suddenly, a female audience member shouted, "Take off your mask and reveal yourself." Instantaneously, many others joined with her. All of the audience started chanting in unison, "Reveal, reveal, reveal, reveal." Then, even the guests followed along and chanted. Zhang Xiao laughed and said, "Reveal." Amy said loudly, "Reveal." Fan Wenli said, "Reveal." Li Xiaoxian said, "Reveal." Zhang Yuanqi was keeping a close eye on the clown, who was walking away. Zhang Ye exited the stage and went backstage to change costumes. He still had another song left to perform as the competition allowed the grand champion to get one final performance. Dong Shanshan looked slightly excited on stage. She said loudly, "Today, the first grand champion of King of Masked Singers has been born. We're extremely excited to witness the birth of a legendary singer. Perhaps he might have been an unknown singer that few know of. Perhaps he might have been a bright and shining star. We don't know who he was, but we all want to know who he is. We all want to see what the face beneath the clown's mask looks like, and to know what sort of a person he is." The theater fell silent. The home viewers were staring at their TVs with hanging jaws. Dong Shanshan said loudly, "Now the chance has finally come after waiting so long. The clown will be taking his mask off very soon. I know you're all as anxious as I am, but please give Teacher Clown a minute to get changed. He still has one song left to perform. Later, during the song, the clown's identity shall be revealed." Weibo was blowing up. The King of Masked Singers thread was flooding with comments. He really won. He's finally going to reveal himself. Quick, go and watch Beijing TV. The clown is going to reveal his face soon. I freaking want to know who the hell this saint is. He's really amazing. Amazing. What? The clown was crowned champion? Didn't he have no chance? I stopped watching just now. What happened? What happened during the last few minutes? Previous poster. Just go and cry yourself to sleep. Something big happened during that time. The clown totally turned the tide with his efforts. Holy shit. Seriously? He could even catch up in those circumstances? Who on earth is he? That's what we want to know too. Your question is being asked by people all over the country right now. Within the industry, the music industry, whether it was the newcomers, the active singers, or even the retired musicians, all of them were alarmed at this moment. They all had their televisions switched on and were currently staring intently at the screen. Did anyone manage to guess who he is? No. No one was able to guess at all. Who is he? Where did he get his songs? Nobody knows. He's about to reveal himself. Wait for him to finish changing his costume. It was not only the people from the music industry. People from other professions in the entertainment industry were also watching their televisions in amazement. Hu Dongfang was watching. Ning Lan was watching. Tang Dazhang was also watching. The viewership rating kept soaring. The viewership rating for King of Masked Singers at this point in time had reached a historical high. Even when the clown was singing exaggerated, the viewership rating was not as high as this moment. Backstage, the waiting room door opened. Zhang Ye had changed into his costume and was about to walk out. However, the staff who were standing and waiting outside were all surprised when they saw him. Han Qi was stunned. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded. Da Fei nearly fainted on the spot. Xiao Lu pointed at the clown's outfit and cried out, "Are you going to wear that?" Da Fei said, "Did you change into the wrong outfit?" The clown laughed. "No, this is the correct one." Han Qi said anxiously, But how can you wear that? How can you wear something like that?" However, the clown said, "This is it. Let's go already." Along the way, all the staff who saw him were also startled, without an exception. They all stood there and watched him, dumbfounded, then turned to stare at each other with odd expressions. At the venue, the piano played. The music was starting. The audience was very confused by this. Where is he? Why isn't anyone coming out yet? Did they play the music too early? Where's the clown? Why is there music playing? Nobody was sure of what was going on. In the audience, his mother was blinking and wondering what was happening. His father peered at the waiting area. Right at this moment, before even appearing on stage, the clown's voice rang out through the venue. It was him speaking. He was speaking against a musical backdrop. There are always people asking me why I came to this stage. There are always people asking me what is it that I'm trying to achieve. Today, I will happily answer those questions. The reason why I came here and those songs that I chose were all for a dream that I have. A rather laughable, but very great dream. The clown's microphone was already connected to the sound system. He was walking over from backstage. The mood of the audience was once again lifted. Everyone pricked their ears up to listen. With the piano accompaniment, the clown's voice drifted out from all sides as he recited, "Put my visions and dreams in a slender seashell. Wind my roof wove of willows. With the long song of the summer cicada, I tighten the stays. The wind blows the sail through the morning fog. And I'm off, without aim, drifting through the blue sky." The audience was stunned by what they were hearing. What was this about? A poem? A poem? Zhang Xiao's expression changed. Jiang Hanwei's pupils dilated. His mother suddenly stood up. This. Zhang Ye's three sisters were also dumbfounded. A lot of people's jaws dropped. The clown smiled. Night is a valley. The day a mountain. Peak. Sleep. I close my eyes. And the world falls away. The horse of time collapses. The yellowtail waxwing builds a nest in my carriage. I want to keep roaming the world. To deserts, jungles, the remotest spots. I impress my footprints, like seals into the earth. And the world mingles into me. The clown's voice was getting louder and louder. The outline of his figure could be seen. He raised his leg and stepped up onto the stage. The audience started exclaiming in shock. They were confused by what the clown was wearing. He was in his pajamas. The clown had worn his pajamas onto the stage. He was even barefoot. No one had dared to dress like this before. This was a live show. People from all over the country were watching. Why aren't you wearing something more proper? Why are you dressed so casually? What are you planning to do? What will you be singing? The clown stood on stage and looked at everyone with a smile. I want to sing. A human song. That ages from now. Will chorus through the universe. Everyone was stunned with their mouths agape. All of the audience and guests, as well as all the staff at the venue, had seemingly gotten their tails stepped on as they nearly jumped up in shock. Your translator's thoughts. Leg. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/gu_chung. Chapter 1081. The Clown Takes Off His Mask. Chapter 1081. The Clown Takes Off His Mask. Translator, leg. Editor, leg. Flowing time. Gasped. Different expressions were shifting and running across King of Oddity's face. When Life Fantasia from the Clown's World was recited, a lot of people felt as though their sweat glands had suddenly exploded. This was a poem they had never heard before. It was such a ridiculously good poem that many people became very engrossed in listening to it. However, the reason for their shock was not because of how good this poem was. What shocked them was totally unrelated to this poem's literary and artistic standards. It was because this poem had suddenly reminded them of someone. At this moment, everyone watching on TV and those at the venue all thought of one man. Zhang Ye said anxiously, "Is he?" Amy said, "Surely that can't be, right?" Yao Jinkai said, "Holy shit." Chen Guang stared with wide eyes and said, "That's impossible." Xiaodong also shouted in astonishment, "It can't possibly be him. It's absolutely impossible. No one believed that the clown could be that man. Who are you? Just who are you?" The music suddenly started playing gently. The title of the song was already displayed on the teleprompter screen. I Am What I Am 1. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. I am what I am. The clown smiled as he walked around the stage barefoot. Standing at center stage barefoot, it felt very cooling and comfortable. The pajamas he had on gave him a very relaxed sense of unparalleled coziness. It was as though all his disguises and burdens had suddenly been dropped, and he could finally get back to being himself again in front of everyone. It was such a good feeling. Ever since he was banned, he had never felt so happy. Being secretive, hiding here and there, this was not actually something he enjoyed. He wished to stand in the light and sing to the entire world. This was the real him. This was who he really was. The clown lifted his microphone. He started singing softly. Happiness is that there's more than one way to be happy. The greatest blessing is that everyone is the pride of the Creator. The platform below him started to rise. Bit by bit, it took Zhang Ye higher. 1 meter, 5 meters, 8 meters. Before long, the clown was standing at the highest point in the venue, 10 meters up in the air where he could see everyone. Dressed in his pajamas and standing barefoot, he sang loudly as though he had seemingly forgotten himself. There's no need to hide. I live for the life I appreciate. No need for a disguised side. In the bright corner I'll wait. The audience was stunned when they heard. Xiaodong, Fan Wenli, and the others were also stunned. No hiding? No disguising? Waiting in a bright corner? You. At this moment, the clown suddenly raised his hand and ripped off his mask. Flinging it, the mask flew outward. A face that shocked everyone was exposed on screen. The eldest young sister shouted, "Ah!" His second sister screamed. His third sister's mouth was hanging. They're like she had forgotten how to scream. Ha Chi-Chi, who was in the audience, was dumbfounded. Zhangzhou was dumbfounded. Spinach looked at him in shock. Han Chi was dumbfounded as she sat there unable to move. It's you. Why is it you? How could it possibly be you? At this moment, the venue erupted. At this moment, everyone watching on TV went crazy. This was really crazy. Looking at that very familiar face, everyone went insane. The clown suddenly exploded with a high note. Who am I? You're all still asking who I am. I'm not anyone else. Lose the honorific. The surname is Zhang. He screamed as he looked up and pointed to his chest and sang loudly. I am what I am. A firework of different colors. The broad sky and open seas. I'll be the strongest bubble as I please. I like what I am. May the wild rose blossom at ease. Even in a lonely desert. Blooming in plain sight, unhurt. Banning, censoring, criticizing me, insulting me, bullying me. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at all. Even if there is only one person looking at me, even if there isn't a single person left, I still won't retreat and let this world change me. I am what I am. No matter where I go, I am what I am. Like that stubborn wild rose that blooms in the desert. Can you all understand that? Can you all see that? In the audience, his mother suddenly cried as she pointed at the stage and shouted, "That's my son. My son." His father also teared up a little. So earlier, when the clown had said that his parents were here too, he was actually referring to them. His mother was choking back her tears. It hasn't been easy for little Yi. It really hasn't been easy at all. His third sister shouted, "Brother." The eldest young sister and second sister were also so excited that they were unable to get a hold of themselves. Currently, all of the audience's reactions were similar to theirs. Shock, enthrallment, astonishment, disbelief. It was Zhang Ye. The clown was actually Zhang Ye. The clown laughed. He laughed without restraint. "How happy I am. Enjoying life in a glass house." He pointed to the sky and sang loudly, and telling the world what it's like to be bright and open. A sustained note made the entire audience stand up. Screams, applause. Everything else was drowned out in an instant. A lot of people were crying. A lot of people were shocked. The man who insisted on singing when he had nearly fainted on the stage due to a fever during the first episode, that was Zhang Ye. The man who sang the Internationale with anger when he was faced with censorship from several television associations, that was Zhang Ye. At this moment, many of the clown's songs floated uninhibited into the minds of the audience. I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. / hating the heavens for being unfair. I'm ugly / but I am so tender. Arise. / ye prenas of starvation. / 'tis the final conflict. You only see the brightest of stars in the starry night sky. Zhang Xia cried out, "It's little Zhang." Xiaodong shouted, "Oh my God." Zhang Yuanqi was the first person to guess that the clown might have been Zhang Ye. But when she saw the clown take off his mask and the face behind it, she still found it unbelievable. Dong Shanshan was dumbfounded. High up in the air, the clown pointed at himself. I am what I am. A firework of different colors. The broad sky and open seas. I'll be the strongest bubble as I please. I like what I am. May the wild rose blossom at ease. Even in a lonely desert. Blooming in plain sight, unhurt. It was too shocking. This song had turned the theater upside down. This song was written with Zhang Ye in mind. Every single word was about him. Many of the audience members were waving their arms and screaming for Zhang Ye. Countless viewers watching TV were shouting and yelling in shock and going crazy for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye closed his eyes. He lowered his voice. Even in a lonely desert, blooming in plain sight, unhurt. The entire audience stood up. It was as if everyone had agreed beforehand that they should stand up in unison. Han Chi covered her mouth and cried. She had already lost count of the number of times she had cried today. It was really touching. She was captivated by his unique charm. So much so that she couldn't free herself. Han Chi suddenly raised her hands and shouted, "Zhang Ye! Zhang Ye!" In an instant, cheers erupted throughout the venue. A female audience member shouted in tears, "Zhang Ye!" A male audience member bellowed, "Zhang Ye! Zhang Ye! Zhang Ye! Zhang Ye! Zhang Ye! Zhang Ye!" The audience had gone out of control. The audience had gone insane. This night belonged to the clown. This night belonged to Zhang Ye. Translator's thoughts. Leg. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/leslie_chung/https://youtube be/873fnjq?*1m15s. Do you all know about Leslie Chung? Comment away. Chapter 1082, A National Sensation. Chapter 1082, A National Sensation. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At Old Rao's house, the live broadcast of King of Masked Singers was showing on the television. Yang Shu, sitting on the sofa, was staring with her mouth agape. Rao was stunned. Chen was also so shocked that her jaw had fallen to the floor. Yang Shu said, "This is my senior bro?" At Peking University, it was almost summer break. The teachers from the Chinese department were having a dinner party. When I Am What I Am was performed on television in the restaurant's private room, when the clown who was on screen suddenly ripped off his mask, the entire room fell silent. Before the song was finished, no one moved their chopsticks. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost as they kept staring straight at the television. Zhang Ye. It's Professor Zhang. How could the clown turn out to be him? Damn. At the SARFT, in Old Wu's office, Secretary Bai Li pushed open the door and came into the room. Chief Wu, something has happened. What's the matter? Wu Ziqing was working overtime to handle some documentation work. When she heard Bai Li, she did not even look up as she continued writing something calmly with her head lowered. Bai Li said in horror, Zhang Ye is on TV. Only then did Wu Ziqing slowly look up. Oh, Bai Li said anxiously. Take a quick look at King of Masked Singers. Wu Ziqing picked up the remote control and immediately turned on the television. The figure of Zhang Ye appeared on screen. Then Wu Ziqing laughed. Okay, I see. But Bai Li could not laugh at all, because Zhang Ye was currently on the ban list. As the tone had been set long ago, these people were supposed to be restricted from appearing on screen for a certain amount of time. But who could have expected teacher Zhang Ye to take on another persona and appear on the most popular, currently running variety show while hiding behind a mask? Further, he revealed himself during the live broadcast. This was something that no one had expected at all. At an entertainment company, Fang Weihong stared at the television in shock. A lot of her surrounding colleagues were also stunned. Today, they were waiting for the clown to take off his mask and were discussing whether they would be able to poach him to their company. The proposal was already written and the offer had been decided on as well. All that was left was for the clown to reveal his true self. As long as they knew who he was, they could find and approach him. But when Zhang Ye's face appeared behind the mask, their office fell silent. Silence. Then, Fang Weihong threw the proposal straight into the trash can and said, There's no need to try to poach him anymore. Since it is him, there would be no talent agency that could ever poach him even if he was a free agent. Her colleagues gave bitter smiles as they knew that their proposal was written in vain. It was Zhang Ye. The clown fucking turned out to be Zhang Ye. Oh my god. What's happening with this world? They felt as though that this world had gone crazy in this moment. On television, the live audience was screaming in excitement. On Weibo, the reactions were about the same as well. A fan club that had kept a low profile ever since their idol went silent suddenly came alive and appeared again. This fan club that had previously made people tremble and fright countless times in the entertainment industry was called Zhang Ye's fan club. Zhang Ye. It's Teacher Zhang. Oh my god. Comrades, so Teacher Zhang did not disappear after all. Fuck. When did our old Zhang pick up singing? I'm so surprised. This is so fucking surprising. How could it be Zhang Ye? God damn it. I'm so shocked. Is this for real? Is this really happening? I love you to death, Teacher Zhang. I've been wondering why the clown's bad temper felt so familiar. I should have known. He even admitted defeat just so that he could eliminate Liu. How many people like him are there in the entertainment industry who dare to fall out and pick a fight with someone like that? I've only been a brain-dead fan of two people in my entire life. One is Zhang Ye and the other is the clown. In the end, the two of them are actually the same person. Can you guys imagine the shock? Can you? This is too unbelievable. Teacher Zhang, I love you to death. You're fantastic. You're really fantastic. The acting leader of Zhang Ye's fan club, Big Saber Bro, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared again. Big Saber Bro, my large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Brothers and sisters, follow my lead. In an instant, Liu's and Flowing Time's Weibo were filled with condemning voices. Previously, they had not known about the clown's identity. But now that they knew who he was, they definitely had to seek an explanation about the issue from back then. If they did not receive one, then they would scold them until they gave one. Elsewhere, many netizens were shocked by what they were seeing. Fuck, Zhang Ye's fan club has been revived. They've started their insulting again. These people are fucking warriors just like Zhang Ye. Ha 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 ha. I haven't witnessed such a sight in such a long time. It feels pretty nostalgic to me. Yeah, an entertainment circle without the presence of Zhang Ye's fan club is definitely incomplete. After such a long time without seeing them banding together for something, I really do miss them. This Zhang Ye is amazing. I thought that Teacher Zhang didn't know how to sing. Was he just pretending in the past? How devious of him. He's way too devious. That's right. I've never before seen someone as awful as him. But it's really such a nice song. I've realized that I've also become a brain-dead fan of Zhang Ye's. What should I do? At the King of Masked Singers venue, the song ended. The live broadcast was still ongoing. The entire venue was still going crazy. Thousands of audience members began chanting Zhang Ye's name in unison as the atmosphere reached its climax. There was no way to calm them down. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Champion, Champion. The live broadcast was coming to an end. Dong Shanshan was not feeling any calmer than the audience. She raised her microphone and said loudly with a smile, "Thank you, everyone." With Teacher Clown's song over, the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals has come to a perfect ending. Tell me, do you guys still wish to watch and listen to these teachers' performances again? The audience shouted, "Yes, yes, yes." Dong Shanshan announced loudly, "If so, I would like to send out an invitation to everyone on behalf of Beijing Television and the King of Masked Singers program team. King of Masked Singers will be holding a live concert next Saturday night. Contestants like the Clown, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, Flowing Time, King of Oddity, and Spinach, whom you all like so much, will be appearing at the live concert. Then, I welcome everyone to join us for the event. At that time, let us witness the glory together." There was still more. There was still going to be an episode showing the live concert. When the audience heard, they became exceedingly excited. Zhang Ye, Fan Wenli, Liao Yiqi. Everyone was madly shouting the names of the contestants they liked. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast signal was shut off. The night of the King of Masked Singers finale had officially come to an end. Zhang Ye, who had just gotten off from the stage, was immediately surrounded. Yao Jiankai chided him with a laugh. "You sure are good, little Zhang. Why didn't you tell me you joined the competition? You're a real puzzle. A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma." Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed. "Ahem." Fan Wenli smiled and said, "Director Zhang, it's been a while." Zhang Yi was amused and said, "It hasn't been that long. We meet each other every week." Chen Guang asked with great surprise, "Were all the songs that you sang on stage written by you?" "Yes." Zhang Yi grinned and said, "Please excuse my poor writing." Zhang Xiao pointed at him and said, "You're just great. I never expected that it would be you. You even pretended to be a Northeasterner, pretended to be a Hong Konger, and even pretended to be Hokkien." Zhang Yi said awkwardly, "Grandma Zhang, that was because I didn't dare to reveal myself. The air pollution documentary problem hasn't been dealt with yet. I'm still banned, unlike all of you." At this moment, Dong Shanshan suddenly rushed down from the stage to question him. "You!" Dong Shanshan shouted at him loudly. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose. "Yo, if it isn't Teacher Shanshan." Dong Shanshan pointed at him and said, "When I called you that one time, I asked you if you were the clown. You even denied it back then and swore that you were not him, didn't you?" Zhang Yi smiled sheepishly. "Did I? I've forgotten already." Li Shaoxian laughed and said, "Was that song of yours really dedicated to Teacher Shanshan?" Xiaodong exclaimed, "Didn't they explain it online? That Shanshan's birthday was not on that day." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "We've been classmates for so many years, and we're even seated in front and behind of each other. So how could I not know when her birthday is? Her recorded date of birth on her household register is the wrong date." Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes. "Then why did you claim that I never told you about it before?" Zhang Yi said innocently, "But it's true that you never told me about it. I only knew because I overheard when you were telling another classmate back in school." Dong Shanshan asked, "Then how did you suddenly learn how to sing?" Zhang Yi laughed. "That's a secret." Zhang Yuanqi also walked up to him and said with a smile, "How many favors do you owe me this time?" Zhang Yi replied nervously, "Isn't one more than enough?" Zhang Yuanqi said, "I guessed it was you." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "But you weren't very sure about it." "Right, because I've heard you sing on the spot before," Zhang Yuanqi said. Zhang Xia also remembered the day Zhang Yi wrote Woman Flower and sang it on the spot for her and Yuanqi backstage during the Spring Festival Gala. They really did not find anything flattering about his singing skill and voice at that time. Coupled with a letter to home, which he sang on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, no one had expected that Zhang Yi would know how to sing. This was also the reason why no one thought of him as a possibility. As such, when everyone saw the clown after he took off his mask, that shock was really too great to handle. Over there, the Beijing television staff also rushed up to him all at once. Da Fei shouted, "Director Zhang." The moment Ho Ge came up to Zhang Yi, He gave him a bear hug. How could it be you? Xiao Lu came over. Hu Fei came over. Han Shi also excitedly ran up to him. Teacher Zhang, you were so amazing. We were trying to guess who the clown was. Why is it you? How could it possibly be you? Did you really win? I was wondering who could have written so many heaven-defying classics. Han Chi's eyes reddened. Little as she got very excited at seeing her idol. Teacher Zhang, I like every one of your songs. I love them to death. Zhang Ye looked at her and said with a smile, Thank you, little Han. Thanks for all your hard work these past several days. Then he gave the group a fist and palm salute. Everyone, I'm sorry that I had to hide this from you. I was afraid that if my identity was exposed, the show would be dragged down by me, so I had to keep it a secret. If there's anything that I did wrong, I'll treat everyone to dinner as an apology at a later time. Huh. All of a sudden, someone wrapped their arms around Zhang Ye's waist and lifted him up. Then a lot of people from Beijing television surrounded Zhang Ye and raised him up high. They threw him up in the air. They caught him. They threw him up in the air again. They caught him again. Champion. 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 Today, he was a national sensation. Translator's thoughts. Leg. Let's start easing towards the next arc. No hangovers. And keep commenting. Chapter 1083. Zhang Ye's latest celebrity ranking? Chapter 1083. Zhang Ye's latest celebrity ranking? Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, Sunday, at his parents' house, Zhang Ye slept all the way until 10 in the morning. After he had sent his parents home from the competition venue last night, he headed straight to bed and dozed off immediately for a full 11 hours of sleep. Over these past few days, he had become incredibly tired. It was much too tiring having to do the production, choose his songs, arrange music, practice his singing, record the show, and attend the live broadcast. He was just like a warrior who did not know what fatigue meant. Throughout the duration of the competition, he even experienced staying up for 2 days and nights in a row, as well as not succumbing to a fever of 40°C. It had been 2 months, and now the competition was finally over. When the tension he had been experiencing was released, he was immediately overcome with a heavy sense of fatigue that made him sleep until now. His cell phone had run out of battery. He rolled over and plugged it into the charger before turning his phone on, all without stepping out of his bed. There were quite a few notifications of missed calls and messages received on his cell phone's display. His old colleague, Ha Chi-Chi, Director Zhang, me, Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, and everyone else all saw the moment you got crowned champion on stage. Great job. Congratulations. Central TV Department 14th Director Yin Tianfei. Teacher Zhang, you're really not being a bro here. Why didn't you let me know about such an important thing? Haha, I couldn't get through to you, so I'm sending you this message to congratulate you. I thought that you'd really stop doing things after getting banned, and were really going to behave yourself from now on. But seeing that you're back now, I'm relieved. You're still the same old teacher. Little Zhang that I knew, always going around and stirring up trouble every other day. His university classmate, Yu Yingyi. Old classmate, you're really on fire now. In the entire entertainment industry, you're the most popular one of all. When are you going to treat us to a meal? Quickly set a date. I can't wait. His old colleague, Tian Bin. Old Zhang, do you intend to ascend to the heavens? A-list movie star, Ning Lan. Did you have to make such a big splash? His friends and colleagues all came to congratulate him and express their shock at the same time. Zhang Ye was lying in bed and smiling as he read the messages, replying to them one by one. For the entire morning, the internet, newspapers, and news broadcasts were all reporting about the clown and Zhang Ye, as well as king of masked singers. Admittedly, Zhang Ye's position was slightly more awkward since he was currently soft-banned, without any official statement or clarification from the authorities. Any news reports regarding him were also greatly controlled. However, yesterday's live broadcast had caused such a big stir that there was no one who did not know about it anymore. So the media couldn't possibly avoid not mentioning Zhang Ye's name and not report about it even if they wanted to. Curtains fall on King of Masked Singers, the clown crowned champion. Inconceivable. King of Masked Singers, the clown's true identity. The clown turns out to be Zhang Ye. The clown's I am what I am send. Shockwaves through audience. Zhang Ye performs another astonishing crossover. A layman sweeps away the music industry. King of Masked Singers to hold live concert next week. Zhang Ye's appearance still unknown. Our reporter inquires over the phone. Authorities yet to make statement. Zhang Ye, entertainment industry's professional shit stirrer. Watch out, music industry musicians. Here comes Zhang Ye. People throughout the country were still in a state of shock. Fan Wenli had also taken her mask off yesterday, as did Li Shaoxian. But as their identities had long since been speculated by the netizens, there didn't exist an element of surprise. However, no one had been able to guess the clown's real identity all this time. Then there was also the fact that the name of Zhang Ye itself had always been a focal point, and his status was unlike Fan Wenli and Li Shaoxian's, who were professional singers. A host, director, mathematician, and someone who meddled in the Chinese language had been crowned the grand champion of King of Masked Singers by taking down a series of professional singers like Fan Wenli, Li Shaoxian, Zhao Qiquan, and many others. This made many of the industry insiders want to vomit blood. This was too unreasonable. Zhang Ye, did you intend to blast off from Earth? Any topic related to Zhang Ye had always been this hotly debated. He was truly the most wondrous person in show business. No one could predict what he would do next. Ever since his debut, everything he did would always shock a group of people. Just look, it was no exception this time. Outside, the door opened. His parents came home in a laughing mood. Zhang Ye quickly got out of bed and strolled into the living room. Dad, Mom, where did you go? You just woke up? His mother was grinning from ear to ear. She placed the plastic bags in her hands down. Your dad and I went grocery shopping. I must cook some good dishes for you in the afternoon to celebrate. His father glanced at his wife and said, What grocery shopping? Your mom went out early this morning to brag. She reached the market at 8 a.m. and started bragging the moment we bumped into every neighbor we saw. Look at the time now. It's already 11 a.m. His mother was having none of it. What's wrong with me bragging about my son? His father threw his hands up and said, All right. I didn't say that it was wrong. His mother harumphed. My son is so popular. Why am I not allowed to tell others about it? His father pursed his lips at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Mom, just go ahead and tell anyone you like. No one will stop you. Let's quickly eat lunch. I'm getting hungry already. I haven't had anything much to eat at all. His mother immediately said, Wait a bit. It'll be ready soon. Just before stepping into the kitchen, she suddenly turned around and asked, By the way, son, what's your popularity score now? Where are you ranked? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. His mother urged, Quickly go and check. You were at the last 2 places on the A-list rankings last time, but it should have changed by now. Go check and see how many spots you've advanced. Zhang Ye nodded. All right. In recent days, his popularity score had been at a standstill while the celebrities behind him had kept increasing their popularity and were catching up to him. Like Li Yu, who had exposed his own identity on King of Masked Singers. He was close to returning to the A-list celebrity rankings once again. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, who hadn't been appearing much on screen and had few new works, had dropped to the last 2 spots on the A-list rankings. He was in a very precarious position. Yesterday's unmasking was a turning point for him as he finally did not need to worry about dropping back down to the B-list rankings. He would definitely advance in the rankings, although he did not know by how many positions he would advance. He quickly went back to his room and powered on his computer. Zhang Ye typed in the address to the official website of the Celebrity Rankings Index and loaded the page. But the page could not load. Please try again. This notification was all that was on the page. Zhang Ye refreshed the page. The page was still unable to load. What was happening? Why couldn't he access the site? He immediately went on to Weibo to check. Be it the netizens or the industry insiders, everyone was confused about what was going on. The Celebrity Rankings website is not loading. I'm experiencing the same thing. Is there something wrong with my connection? It's not your connection. The site has been inaccessible since midnight. But that's not possible. This is the official website. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Yeah, what's going on? This has never happened in the past. What's their technical team doing? We're at a crucial point in time right now. I was hoping to check out Fan Wenli's popularity ranking. I was waiting to see Zhang Ye's. He was about to drop off the A-list rankings the last time I checked. A lot of those in the entertainment industry were also waiting. The influence of King of Masked Singers was so widespread. Its songs dominated the top Chinese music chart, and the popularity score gain it gave was also astonishing. Those involved in the show would always check their own rankings the following day to see if there were any changes in their rankings and how much their popularity scores had increased by. Even the celebrities and people from the talent agencies who did not have anything to do with the show would also check. They wanted to know if those who were on the show would have any changes in their ranking and whether they would be overtaken by them in the rankings. Popularity was the lifeblood of a celebrity, and this celebrity rankings index was the life chart of the entertainment industry. This issue was also being discussed in the Goof group. Ning Lan. It's still not out yet? It's still not loading. Huadong Fong. I don't know, perhaps something happened. Chen Guang sent a sweating emoji. On my lovely wife's request, I've been waiting up all night in the hopes of checking the rankings. I can wait no longer, so it's time to sleep. Xiaodong appeared. Ha ha ha, brother Chen. You're truly a model husband. Amy, I'm waiting for our Xiaoxian's ranking to come out. Hurry, hurry. A male star said. This has never happened before in the many years it's existed. So what's going on today? Noon. 12 o'clock sharp. There was finally an official announcement. It was an announcement that dumbfounded the entire entertainment industry and the public. The announcement was as follows. Explanation regarding the temporary inaccessibility of the Celebrity Rankings Index website. Due to the rising influence of a certain variety show in recent times, the data statistics of the Rankings Index have been affected to a certain extent. In addition, the popularity score of a certain celebrity has seen fluctuation on too wide of a scale. The amount of data collected has exceeded more than what our systems can handle, and this caused a temporary outage to our system. At the moment, our technical team is stepping in to rectify it as soon as possible. We sincerely apologize for inconveniencing everyone. We will be making another announcement when the rankings index is updated and returns to service. A certain variety show? Wouldn't that be King of Masked Singers? A certain celebrity? Wouldn't that be Zhang Ye? When this announcement was made, everyone was dumbfounded. On Weibo, what? Zhang Ye's popularity score has greatly fluctuated, and it even crippled their systems. Are they serious? Why is it that everything that goes wrong has to do with Zhang Ye? Huh? Holy cow, just how much did Teacher Zhang's popularity score increase by? It even fucking crippled their systems. That's nothing strange with that. When the clown took his mask off yesterday, that was an instantaneous moment. Because of that, the system would have to transfer all of the clown's popularity score from the previous month or so to Zhang Ye. Perhaps the data for that really did overflow. Teacher Zhang is really great. He even brought down the Celebrity Rankings Index that had been operating fine for so long. I'm cramping up from laughing. Teacher Zhang is so mighty. Teacher Zhang is so impressive. Suddenly, someone posted the poem that Zhang Ye recited at last night's grand finals. Life Fantasia. Especially those last few lines. No matter how you looked at it, it was got the blood going. Many of the netizens hadn't read Zhang Ye's poems in a long time, but it was still as domineering, earth-shaking, and moving as ever. I want to sing a human song that ages from now. Will. Chorus through the universe. The netizens started posting in the comments below. I like Zhang Ye so much. His poems are always so awesome. His songs as well. Earth no longer has a place that can contain Zhang Ye. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. You're already blasting out into the universe. The Celebrity Rankings Index website could even get crippled. I really have to take my hat off to Zhang Ye. The people in the industry didn't know how to react. The website crashed? It was Zhang Ye's fault. Damn, just how much did your popularity score go up by this time? Chapter 1084, the first concert of its kind in the industry. Chapter 1084, the first concert of its kind in the industry. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, the Celebrity Rankings Index website was still down. The netizens were continuing to gloat over this problem. Zhang Ye, you made a huge mess. All the celebrity rankings have been wiped out because of you. Teacher Zhang Ye, you've caused trouble again. Ha 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 ha. Pissing myself laughing. This is so funny. Every time Zhang Ye does something, the entertainment industry experiences an earthquake. I just like how this fellow always causes trouble wherever he goes. As the cause of the problem, Zhang Ye could only wryly smile. What are you guys mentioning me for? What the fuck has this got to do with me? Quite a number of netizens were blaming him for it, but of course they were just joking. The one thing that relieved Zhang Ye was that none of his music industry peers had scolded him this time around. Wang Zhuishu's Weibo. During the run of King of Masked Singers, my favorite singer was Petal Shower. But the one who sang best was definitely the clown. That's something that anyone would admit. A female musician, Zhang Ye is really the favored son of heaven. His music literacy is so good that you'd never believe that he isn't even a professional singer yet. A lyricist, no one has ever dared to sing only originals on any singing show. Only Zhang Ye would dare to do something like this. He's incredible. In the field of writing lyrics, there shouldn't be anyone who is a match for him. In the past, whenever Zhang Ye crossed over to a new industry, there would always be people calling him out. So those people from Zhang Ye's fan club were gearing up for a fight, ready to take on the industry peers in the music scene. But to their surprise, there was not even an opportunity to do so, as no one scolded Zhang Ye at all. Instead, there was only praise all around. At around 2 in the afternoon, the official website of the Celebrity Rankings Index was finally partially restored after being down for close to 40 hours. The updated celebrity rankings were published. Countless netizens and entertainment industry insiders anxiously came to check. Fan Wenli's name glittered at the front of the B-list celebrity rankings. She was already in second place on the B-list. Rankings after her popularity score had increased by an unknown amount. There were also changes to Li Xiaoxin's ranking. She shot to the middle of the B-list. Spinach, Liao Yiqi, reached the front of the C-list rankings. Flowing Time, Zhao Qiquan, also experienced quite an increase to his popularity score. As the only host of the show, Dong Shanshan was almost within reach of the B-list. Chen Guang, Yao Jinkai, Zhang Xia, and the others also skimmed some popularity off of King of Masked Singers. Their popularity had also grown, although it was not as much as those who took part in the show as contestants. Only Zhang Yuanqi's ranking did not change, but that was because she had already reached the top. Being an S-list heavenly queen, this increase to her popularity score might have been a large increase for others, but it was only considered a minor change for her. Of course, it wasn't negligible, but it wasn't really that much either. Everyone was happy. For the celebrities who took part in King of Masked Singers, the celebration and revelry this time was all to the credit of Zhang Ye alone. Whether it was from the perspective of the show's production or the copyright of the show, this entire show was essentially Zhang Ye's baby. Using his show and the production to gain their current popularity, even if Flowing Time did have a conflict with the clown and clashed with Zhang Ye's fan club after the competition ended, he didn't have any complaints, all for that reason alone. He could blame the clown, but there wouldn't be any pointing of fingers at Zhang Ye. On Weibo, Fan Wenli has risen in the rankings so quickly. That's really fast. She's already second place on the B-list rankings. She could even get to this position by purely singing? I guess it's only Fan Wenli who could do something like that, right? Haha. Old Chun had better work harder. He's been overtaken by his wife. Li Xiaoxian is really fearsome too. Spring Garden is gonna blow up. Yeah, all of the Spring Garden members are now B-list celebs. Put them together, and there would simply be no competition. They deserve to be called the #1 girl group. Definitely one of the top 10 in Asia. Where's Zhang Ye's name? Damn, you're right. Why isn't Zhang Ye's name listed? There's no sign of him on the rankings at all. I've also checked. His name really isn't there. The netizens all rushed to lodge complaints with the official website in an instant. In the end, another announcement was made. Explanation regarding Zhang Ye's celebrity ranking. The system is currently undergoing maintenance to repair the statistics to recalculate Zhang Ye's popularity score. Our technical team will strive to complete the maintenance within the week. Only his ranking was not fixed. The system was not fully repaired yet. It's still not done? I'm just waiting to see Zhang Ye's ranking. I'm also waiting for it. They will get it fixed within the week. Isn't the King of Masked Singers concert scheduled for this Saturday? Are they going to wait until then to calculate all of his data at once? Anything that involves Zhang Ye always ends up a mess. Zhang Ye has probably created history in the entertainment industry with that, hasn't he? I'm really looking forward to this weekend's concert. I wonder what songs Zhang Ye will sing. Me too. I can't wait. Looking forward to seeing Fan Wenli's performance. How I wish I could attend the concert. How can we get tickets? Or do they only give them out through a lottery? Are there scalpers selling any? The topic gradually changed to the weekend concert. Countless viewers were anticipating it highly, as there had never before been a concert like this. This was going to be an unprecedented concert that no other variety show had put on before. It wasn't that the other singing shows did not want to hold one, but that they were not popular enough to do so. King of Masked Singers was the first to hold one, and had booked an entire stadium that could hold tens of thousands of spectators. It was the first in the industry, the first in the entire country. Beijing Television invited everyone from all walks of life to join in the celebration. Of course, there was also a small issue here that everyone was worried about. Beijing Television. Hu Fei asked, "Have you guys sent it upstairs already?" Hoga nodded. "Yes, but the SARFT did not make a single comment. Not a word." Hu Fei was startled. Hoga gave a wry smile. "Nothing." Dafei blinked several times. "Then would that mean that Teacher Zhang can take part in the concert, and it'll be fine? Is this how we should understand this?" Hoga shook his head. "How would I know?" Hu Fei felt that this was strange and was wondering about it. "Have you guys realized? In this past year, the SARFs toward little Zhang has changed a lot. They barely touch him anymore. Just think about it. I think the SARFD also did not issue any statements regarding the air pollution documentary incident. What's more, the air pollution documentary even managed to stay online for a few days. And there was that time when those associations issued a joint statement to make those changes, but were chased away by little Zhang with the Internationale. The SARFD did not say anything and even criticized those associations for cooking up those nonsensical guidelines. All these incidents don't add up." Xiao Lu added. "Now that you've brought it up, that's true." Ho Gus said excitedly. "Then does that mean that Teacher Zhang's ban has been lifted?" Hu Fei replied, "Not necessarily. Who knows? Since no one has said anything against it, we'll just go ahead with the concert arrangements. Everyone, start getting down to work. We must do well and make this first concert of its kind a success. Let's make it beautiful. We'll have the perfect finale for King of Masked Singers. None of you are allowed to screw this up." Back home, Zhang Ye received a lot of calls to thank him. The first call was from Fan Wenli. "Thanks, Director Zhang. What are you thanking me for?" "Your show, of course. Who else would I be thanking if not you?" Her, you're welcome. See you at the concert this weekend." Then came Liao Ichi's call. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." "You're welcome, Student Spinach. Hee, I've mooched off of you this time. My popularity has grown by so much. An advertising company just approached me to give me an endorsement and offered me 3 million renminbi straight up. I was stunned since I was never worth that much in the past. 3 million isn't that much. You're really popular now, so I think you can still push for more. Just take my advice." "All right then, I'll listen to you." After hanging up, Zhang Ye smiled. Since his popularity score hadn't been calculated yet, he stopped thinking about it. It was better to do something fruitful, like choosing a song for the concert. He definitely had to be well prepared for it, even though it was no longer a competition. Although he had already been crowned the champion, he was still not going to be sloppy about things. As long as it was related to work, Zhang Ye would take it seriously. Which song then? For this final song, what should he sing? Chapter 1085, Piano Playing Coming from the Room. Chapter 1085, Piano Playing Coming from the Room. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, the King of Masked Singers concert was getting hyped up. Be it within the industry or to the audience, everyone was looking forward to that day. They were also anticipating what kind of finale the Clown, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, Flowing Time, King of Oddity, Spinach, and the others would perform for the concert. In the morning, Zhang Ye got up and ate breakfast. Ring, ring, ring. The clown's cell phone was ringing. Zhang Ye was startled at first, then answered it. "Hello, little Han." On the other end of the line, Han Shi said, "Good morning, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Why are you still calling me on this cell phone?" Han Shi said in embarrassment, I got used to it and didn't notice." Teacher Zhang, director who wanted me to inform you that the concert this weekend will proceed according to plan. You can take part in the concert since the SARFD did not raise any objections. "All right, I understand," Han Shi said. "We found it quite strange. We were already prepared for an inquiry by the SARFT on this matter, but surprisingly, nothing came of it in the end." Zhang Yi smiled. "Isn't that good?" Han Shi asked. Have you decided on the song that you'll be singing? When can you start rehearsing? Zhang Ye thought about it. I haven't decided yet. I'll contact you again within the next 2 days. Why didn't the authorities say anything? They did not know what the reason was, but Zhang Ye did. His mother looked at him. Are they pressing you for the song that you'll be singing at the concert? Zhang Ye grunted in affirmation. His mother asked with interest, Are you ready? What song will you be singing? Are you going to sing another song for me and your dad? That, I Really Love You was quite a good song. Zhang Ye coughed and said, Probably not. I still haven't decided on what to sing after thinking about it all last night. I still need to give it some thought. However, Zhang Ye wanted to handle something else right now. He had to take his mind off the concert for a while. Dad, Mom, I need to go out after lunch. I won't be coming home for dinner tonight. Where are you running off to now? I'm going out to buy a piano. Do we have any space for that at home? He had something that he wanted to do. It was something that was very important to him. Later that morning, in a piano shop without many customers. The shop was rather empty. Other than the female manager, there was no one else around at the moment. A young man wearing a pair of sunglasses and a surgical mask pushed open the door and walked in. Hello, do you have a piano for sale? I'm looking for a decent one. The female manager nonchalantly looked up and suddenly screamed. Ah! Zhang Ye was frightened. Whoa, what's the matter? The female manager seemed to have seen a ghost. Zhang Ye, you are Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled and said, You can even recognize me like this? The female manager blurted out. I've been following King of Masked Singers every week. I can recognize you even if you turn to ashes. Then, probably realizing that it sounded a little inappropriate, she quickly said, I love you to death. You sang so well. You want to buy a piano? You don't have to pay. I'll give you a piano for free. You can choose from any of the pianos in the shop. Zhang Ye waved her off. How could that do? The female manager said in embarrassment. It's all right. Just let me take a picture with you to put in our shop. Consider it promotion for us. Zhang Ye smiled at that and said, How about this? I'll pay for the piano and also take a picture with you, that okay? The female manager immediately said, That would be great. Is the piano a gift for someone or yourself? Let me recommend you the best piano we have in our shop. Although it's a bit expensive, but hi, it's not like you're poor or anything. Come. What do you think of this piano? It's a high-end one. I wouldn't sell it to just anyone. Whether she was usually this talkative or just excited to see him, Zhang Ye didn't know. He just listened to her chatter away anyway. Finally, he selected the piano he wanted. Where should I deliver it? Please write down an address for us. You don't have to deliver it. I need it today, so can you get someone to help me tie it up on my car? What kind of a car do you have? A BMW X5. But there's no way to fit it in there. Just secure it on top of the car. How can that do? Your car will get scratched. It's a bulletproof car. You won't be able to scratch it. Then I'll get someone to give it a try. The female manager knew that a big shot like Zhang Ye would not be willing to let others know his address. So she wasn't exactly surprised at this and immediately went to find someone. Evening, 6 p.m. Wu Ziqing had just gotten off from work and was walking out of the office building. Chief Wu, you're leaving? Chief Wu, take care. It's been hard on you, Chief Wu. Wu Ziqing nodded at them with a smile. You guys knock off early when you finish working. A department supervisor walked quickly to her and said with an anguished look, Chief Wu, about the list for the concert that was submitted by King of Masked Singers. Wu Ziqing waved it off and said, It's already been decided. Don't bring it up anymore. The supervisor said nervously, but Chief Chen seems to. If he has any problems, get him to come and look for me. Wu Ziqing said calmly. Oh, all right then. Secretary Bailey quickly caught up with her. Chief Wu, you can't drive your car today, right? I'll send you home. Wu Ziqing nodded. Okay. In the car. Bailey blinked and said, What are you having for dinner tonight? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, I'll just go home and fix something up for dinner. Since I'm eating alone, I can make do with anything. Bailey instinctively asked, You're still single? Then she realized her slip of the tongue. Oh, look at me. I always ask about things that I shouldn't be asking. Please don't take it to heart. Wu Ziqing smiled. You've been working for me for a year. Why are you still so restrained? Bailey laughed and said, Because you're the boss. They arrived at Wu Ziqing's place. Bailey said, I'll be going then, Chief Wu. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, All right, thank you. She turned around and walked into the villa's yard in her high heels. She had a glance at the flowers in the yard and thought that they looked quite beautiful. Walking to the front door, she took out her keys to open the door and bent down to change into her slippers. It was the same thing every day. It was the same routine every day. Opening the door, changing into her slippers, opening the refrigerator, making dinner. Except something different happened today. The moment Wu Ziqing closed the door, she could hear piano playing coming from upstairs. She didn't have a piano at home. There shouldn't be anyone in her house. Old Wu looked up to the second floor and was stunned for a moment. Then she headed straight for the upstairs. The sound of the piano was very soothing. The melody sounded really nice too. All of a sudden, a voice softly drifted out in the room. It was a man's voice. It was a very clean male voice one. I have loved and also lost. Tasted the sweet and tart parts of love. Escaped from the irony of fate. I know what I want. There is an indescribable state, created by all emotions thereof. Why ponder the meaningless cost? What in this world is there to be proud of? Wu Ziqing walked up the stairs. The sound of the piano was getting closer and closer. The singing was also getting closer and closer. The man sang loudly. If I'm without you, I keep my eyes on the distant peaks, but missed the turn on the track. Suddenly I looked back. I found you waiting for me. You were always there. I searched down in the seas of pitch black and ignored the meandering rivers. When I found myself going against the tide, you were at my side, pushing me on. The door to the study was ajar. Wu Ziqing stood at the door. Seeing the man at the piano, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Where did the piano come from? What was with this song? The man sitting at the piano was Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye continued to play. I know that I am very rich. Because love fulfills all. Every hole in my life. You've filled them with your sincerity. Right now, from this moment on, I want to hold you in my arms and give you twice the affection. I want to sing a love song dedicated to you. So please listen. Old Wu, this song is dedicated to you. Actually, I've wanted to sing you a song since a long, long time ago, but there just wasn't a chance to do so. I will only ever sing this song for you. Thank you for not leaving me when I was most down and out. Thank you for always staying by my side. As everyone knows, I'm not someone who usually speaks seriously, and I don't know how to express what I really want to say. There are some things that I just can't put into words. So, please let me sing for you. Zhang Yi sang in the tenor range. I kept my eyes on the distant peaks, but missed the turn on the track. Suddenly I looked back. I found you waiting for me. You were always there. I searched down in the seas of pitch black and ignored the meandering rivers. When I found myself going against the tide, you were at my side, pushing me on. Outside the villa, a neighbor opened their window in shock. A lady driving home stopped her car in the neighborhood and rolled down the window with a stunned look. Who's playing the piano? Who's singing? Why haven't I heard this song before? It sounds really nice. Isn't this song way too good? That lady and several of the closer neighbors were visibly moved by what they heard. Just who are you? Who are you singing for? Translator's thoughts. Leg. 3. 1. Terry Lin, subbed. https://utp/e/lgue_t5mw. 2. Angela Chong, subbed. https://utp/e/m3jlpsxwq2q. Chapter 1086. Old Wu wants to attend the concert too? Chapter 1086. Old Wu wants to attend the concert too? Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In the neighborhood, it echoed with the melodious notes of a piano. The piano is one of the very few instruments that do not require a power source or connection to any audio equipment to be heard inside a large enclosed space or concert hall. Of course, it would have to be a grand piano meant for such venues to achieve that. On this note, both the cello and the violin cannot achieve the same sound amplification of a mechanical percussive transmission one. Although the piano that Zhang Yi bought was an upright piano, its sound amplification was still quite outstanding. However, once in an open space, the sound of the piano would diffuse a little. Several neighbors in the vicinity of Old Wu's villa could vaguely hear a man singing. Although the singing could not be heard further out in the neighborhood, the faint sound of a piano playing still managed to float out to their ears. The security guards at the neighborhood's entrance turned around in shock. The residents of the neighborhood stopped in their tracks. A lot of people were attracted to the sound of the piano and got enchanted by it. He finished singing. The sound of the piano gradually drifted away. Everyone was looking around for the source of the music. Where did it come from? Which house did the playing come from? Was it a sound system? No, it must have been played on an actual piano. Who could be so talented? Does our neighborhood have someone so talented? At Old Wu's residence. In the upstairs study. After he played the final note, Zhang Ye took his hands off the keys and put the fallboard down. Then he smiled at Wu Ziqing. Wu Ziqing looked at him. What's the title of this song? Zhang Ye said. You were always there. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Is it for me? Yes. What do you think of it? Zhang Ye wasn't sure if Old Wu liked it. Wu Ziqing smiled and asked, I like it very much. When did you learn how to play the piano? When were you able to sing that well? Zhang Ye gave a hearty laugh and said, Hi. Please don't mind those small details. Did you just buy this piano? Yep. I bought it this morning, then drove it here. It was really quite heavy and nearly crushed my car. Fortunately, I own a bulletproof car and the frame is a special make as well. You didn't get someone to deliver it? I was afraid that they might know where you live. So you carried this piano into the house and upstairs all by yourself? Yeah, this weighs nothing. Zhang Ye started boasting. Wu Ziqing pointed at the upright piano. A piano that weighs 300 to 400 pounds, and you carried it up here all by yourself? Of course, Zhang Ye boasted shamelessly. Even if it were two pianos stacked on top of each other, I could still carry them up here. These words of his were merely meant for boasting. In reality, it had taken all of Zhang Ye's strength to carry in this piano that weighed 300-odd pounds. This was even with him having martial arts and already maxing out on the fruits of strength and stamina from the lottery draw. 1. It was just that Old Wu had not seen how much effort it took for this fellow to carry it in earlier, so he started bragging about being able to carry two pianos by himself now. 700, 800 pounds? Even if this fellow had used his concealed power, he still would not be able to carry them. Besides, concealed power was not meant to be used in such a way. It was an instantaneous kind of power that could only be used for destroying, not for carrying things. Wu Ziqing smiled. Zhang Ye probably thought that he had bragged by too much, as he quickly changed the subject. Old Wu, have a seat. Are you angry at me about this matter? Wu Ziqing saw that his collar was slightly crumpled, probably from carrying the piano earlier. It was also a little dirty, so she reached out and straightened it for him and patted off the dust. Why would I be angry with you? Zhang Ye stood still and let her adjust it for him. Because I didn't tell you that I went to participate in King of Masked Singers. Actually, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. In fact, I had wanted to tell only you about it. In the end, I was just too embarrassed to bring it up after a long hesitation the other day. The main issue was that I'd never sung before. As it was my first time singing on stage, and this being such a huge competition, it would have been really embarrassing if I lost by the second episode. So I thought it might be better not to say anything about it at first, and only tell you about it after I became the champion. So here I am, immediately coming to seek your forgiveness after I got crowned Grand Champion. I practiced the song that I just sang for you for a very long time. Wu Ziqing said gently. I couldn't be any happier for you. So why would I be angry with you? You're really in the limelight this time. Not bad. You didn't make me ashamed. Zhang Ye smiled and said, That's true. Take off your shirt. I'll wash it for you later since it's dirty, Wu Ziqing said. Okay. He did not stand on ceremony. Are you hungry? Not yet. We'll eat in a bit. Sure. Then do something for me first. Oh, what is it? Wu Ziqing did not say anything and searched around the study. She took out the 4 treasures of the study too and immediately began to grind the ink. Then she said, Write down the lyrics of the song that you just sang for me. I can't remember them after listening to them just once. When you're done writing, I'll hang it and read it at my own leisure. Zhang Ye immediately said, That's not a problem. I've prepared the ink. How would you like me to write it? How many scripts do you know? I can write it in regular, semi-cursive, clerical, or cursive script. He thought about saying how he could also write in Microsoft Yahoo 3 if he wanted to, but Old Wu would surely not understand what he meant by that. Old Wu smiled and said, How about semi-cursive? I like your semi-cursive. All right. Zhang Ye immediately began writing. A set of lyrics was written down in a free-flowing motion. Wu Ziqing held up the Xian paper for it too. Dian took a look. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. As she gazed at the calligraphy, Zhang Ye looked at her. Since it was summer, Old Wu was dressed lightly and looked especially elegant in the thin, Classic cheapow. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. All of a sudden, Old Wu looked up and said, "Oh yeah, I've got something to tell you. Your ban will officially be lifted today. Although the SARFD won't be issuing any notices or documentation about it, nor will there be any announcements to the public, there won't be a restriction on any news and shows related to you anymore. In fact, your ban was scheduled to be lifted soon, but King of Masked Singers expedited the process. You've caused such a big ruckus that they were unable to keep the ban on you for longer, even if they wanted. So they might as well use the opportunity to lift your ban. Even though there are still some people in the organization who are opposed to it, I've taken care of them, so it's not going to be a big deal. And there might be some flexibility given to the air pollution documentary. With some editing, I think there could be some hope that it gets re-released to the public. I will be following up on this matter." He had been unbanned. This bro had regained his freedom? This was no doubt the happiest news Zhang Ye had heard in recent days. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Thanks, Old Wu." Wu Ziqing said, "You fought for this. It has nothing much to do with me. You've been crowned Grand Champion of King of Masked Singers and even took your mask off during the live broadcast. Did you think you would stay banned after all that? Furthermore, your songs were very good too. That's one of the most crucial factors, as you have quite a few songs that were full of positivity. For example, Strive Hard to Succeed, Life's More Than the Grind, and I Really Love You. All of those songs were a great help in changing your image. So there's no need to thank me, as you were the one who grabbed this opportunity. Without this show, you might have needed to wait at least another month or two before your ban was lifted." Zhang Ye blinked and said, "The Internationale is also a very inspirational song." He personally liked the song a lot. On that day, he vented most of his anger after he sang it. On that day, the feeling of having everyone stand up and sing loudly along with him was just so satisfying. Wu Ziqing looked at him. "Don't mention that song. Do you know how big of a mess it created?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right, I understand. I won't sing it much in the future." Wu Ziqing asked, "How are your preparations for the concert going?" Zhang Ye said, "Hi. I still haven't decided what song to sing yet." Wu Ziqing smiled. "Take your time. There's no need to hurry. Any song that you sing will definitely be good." Zhang Ye especially liked hearing that and could feel a warmth in his chest. He really had never come across a woman like Old Wu before. It was as though Old Wu found whatever he did to be good and would always give him her support. Furthermore, Old Wu would never broach further on a subject if it was something he did not wish to speak about or preferred to keep secret. She always gave him a lot of space and respect in that regard. She was always beside him, supporting him and encouraging him on his journey. Wu Ziqing suddenly asked, "Do you have any tickets for the concert left?" Zhang Ye was surprised. "Of course. What?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "I would like to attend in person and listen to you sing." "You really want to go?" "Yes, I want to go there in my own personal capacity. Although the broadcast is on Saturday, the recording is scheduled for Friday afternoon. You don't have to work. I'll take the day off. My fiancée will be staging a concert. Even if the sky falls, I must go." Just look at the way she put it. Zhang Ye loved hearing it. "All right, I'll get a ticket for you. It'll definitely be a front row seat." "That's not necessary. I'm fine with sitting wherever." "That won't do. You won't be able to see me if you're seated too far away." Thinking about how Wu Ziqing would also be there on that day to listen to him sing, Zhang Ye was suddenly quite looking forward to it. At the same time, he also felt a little more nervous about it. He suddenly thought of a song and knew exactly what he would be singing at the concert. It was a very nice song. It was a song about one's ideals. Translator's thoughts. Leg. 1. Pianos are considered both percussion and string instruments. 2. Ink, inkstone, paper, and ink brush. 3. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Microsoft_Yahe. Chapter 1087. The concert begins. Chapter 1087. The concert begins. Translator, Leg editor, Leg. Friday. In the afternoon, there was a sea of people at the Beijing Stadium. Where are the Fan Wenli fans? Zhao Qiquan's fans, please gather under the billboard. Over here. Here. Come with me. Where are the Zhang Ye fans? Coming. We're here. Hurry, it's time to distribute the items. Glow sticks for everyone. They're free. Don't buy from those people out there. They're so expensive. Even before entering the stadium, The bustle outside was spectacular. Vehicles had already occupied all of the underground parking garage spots and roads around the venue. There were no more free spots, and the roads were no longer accessible other than the one that was leading west toward the suburbs. The roads in the other three directions were jam-packed. At the entrance, it was as though the entire population of Beijing's merchants and peddlers were gathered here. There were people selling celebrity posters, glow sticks, scalp tickets, and even the king of masked singers contestants' genuine autographs. The media outlets' vehicles also arrived one after another. It was a flurry of activity. The place was heating up. On Weibo, the netizens also made a racket. Who still has tickets for the concert? It's beginning soon. I can't wait. Haha. I'm already at the venue and waiting to get admitted. Previous poster. Bragging like this will only end up with you getting beaten up. How I wish I could go and watch them perform live. Especially Zhang Ye's songs. Why do I like him so much? I wonder what song he'll sing today. Our Xiaoxian is quite good too. Everyone knows that Zhang Ye is good at writing songs, but I'm still finding it difficult to accept that the guy can also sing this well. It's impossible to measure a person like him with common sense. He was born to be a star. You're wrong. Zhang Ye wasn't born to be one. Yeah, he was never meant to be a celebrity at all. He had to fight so hard to be where he is now. This has been a very difficult journey for teacher Zhang Ye, and everyone knows that. I wonder how he has managed to survive for this long. I heard that the SARFD has not said anything either this time and allowed Zhang Ye to take part in the concert. Does that mean that Zhang Ye has been unbanned? I'm so happy for him. Yeah, the ban has finally been lifted. Inside the stadium, the singers had already arrived for some time. There were not only Zhang Ye, Fan Wenli, and those other singers who had taken part in the King of Masked Singers competition. Even Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, Amy, Celery, and several other celebrity guests were also backstage and getting ready for the concert. They too would be taking part in the concert today. Executive Director Hu Fei said, "We've been preparing for this concert for quite some time now. We practically started preparing for it since the broadcast of the first episode and had the stadium booked since that time. The entire country's attention is on us now, so I hope we can make this industry's first concert based on a variety show a great success. I'll leave all that to you. So let's execute this beautifully." With a pause, he reminded them, "By the way, there's something else to note. It wasn't reported on yesterday's weather forecast, but this morning's forecast predicted that there could be rain today. So, everyone, please be aware of this possibility." Hogu came over to look for him. "Director Hu, we need you over at the stage." Hu Fei nodded, then said to the other staff members, "I'm going to the front for a bit. If there's anything urgent over here, ask Director Zhang for advice. He can take charge of the things here." Xiao Lu replied, "Yes, sir." Han Qi replied, "Understood." Everyone responded in kind, thinking it was a matter of course. However, Zhang Ye did not seem to care for anything right now. He lowered his head and continued texting. "Zhang Ye, are you here yet?" "Wu Ziqing, I just arrived. There was a traffic jam." "Zhang Ye, are you lining up to get in yet?" "Wu Ziqing, yes. I'm passing through security now." "Zhang Ye, let me get someone to bring you in." "Wu Ziqing, there's no need. Don't alarm too many people. Most of your staff knows who I am, so it's better for me to keep a low profile. After all, I'm here in my own personal capacity today." "Zhang Ye, okay." Chen Guang came over. "Director Zhang, who are you chatting with?" Zhang Ye looked up and smiled. "What's up?" Fan Wenli looked at her husband. "Stay away. Don't come over here and try to pry any information from us." Chen Guang yelled, "Must I, Wenli?" Li Xiaoxian also smiled. "We belong to different camps today." Amy rolled her eyes. "Teacher Chen, let's give our best and sing well today. We'll stamp them down." Chen Guang harumphed. "All right." Zhang Xiao laughed and shook her head. "You people, today's opening song was going to be an explosive and attention-stealing showdown between the contestants and the celebrity guests. Each side was a team, the contestants' team versus the celebrity guests' team. Everyone was looking forward to this matchup. Just look. Even before going on stage, the competitiveness from both sides was picking up. Half an hour later, people gradually filled the stadium. In the blink of an eye, the seats were packed with over 10,000 people. Some of the audience members were shouting their favorite celebrities' names. Some were holding up LED light boards and waving them around. while others were bursting into songs performed on King of Masked Singers. Sunset Glow, The Clown, Flowing Time, Petal Shower, I Am What I Am, /A. Firework of different colors. Why is the concert still not beginning? I can't wait in it. The scenes were very chaotic. The audience was reaching a fever pitch. Wu Ziqing finally got into the stadium at this point in time. She found her way to the second row of front row seats and checked her ticket to find her seat. As she made her way across the row, she smiled warmly. "Excuse me, coming through." But a little ways in, someone called out to her. It was a middle-aged married couple. "Hey, President Wu. President Wu." The couple looked at her, startled. Wu Ziqing turned around in confusion and asked, "You two are?" Zhang Ye's mother stood up excitedly. "I am Zhang Ye's mother." Wu Ziqing said, "Oh, it's Auntie." His father asked, "Why are you also here?" Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Well, I'm off today, so I came to watch the concert." "Io, thank you so much for taking care of our little Yi. You've helped him a lot. We've been wanting to visit you to express our thanks, but we just didn't have the chance to do so," his mother said. Wu Ziqing said, "Auntie, you're too kind." His mother immediately said, "Sit here with us, sit." Little Yi gave us 3 tickets, but we have an empty seat now because his cousin was unable to make it. Wu Ziqing thought over the offer for a moment, then smiled and sat down. "All right." His mother was very enthusiastic. "President Wu, wait, I should be addressing you as Chief Wu instead." Wu Ziqing immediately said, "Don't call me that, Auntie. You can just call me Little Wu. That would be so inappropriate." "It's not. Her. Can I really call you that?" "Of course." And so, Wu Ziqing started chatting together with Zhang Ye's parents, talking and laughing throughout their conversation. Taking some time out, Wu Ziqing quietly sent a message to Zhang Ye. "I found a seat. I'm sitting together with your parents." Very quickly, she got a reply. Wu Ziqing. Her. I've wanted to meet your parents for a while now. What a coincidence. I won't be replying anymore. I want to chat some more with your parents. Zhang Ye. *sweats*. Okay. At this moment, the host, Dong Shanshan, came out. When the crowd saw her, they gave her warm applause immediately. "She's here. It's starting," Dong Shanshan announced. "Welcome, everyone, to King of Masked Singers, brought to you by our sponsor, Bright Fruit Cocoa. I'm your host, Dong Shanshan. How are all of you?" The audience cheered in response. After a slew of opening remarks, the main event finally kicked off. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Backstage today, there was so much going on. 2 groups of people nearly clashed, with one side claiming that they could sing really well, while another side claimed that they could sing even better. They bickered so much that when I was asked to give my opinion on who was better, I was too scared to answer. I believe that we should let our audience decide." "Clashed? Ha. The audience chuckled," Dong Shanshan said. "Next, let's welcome the all-stars onto the stage to perform I Believe One for Everyone." She handed over the stage. Applause thundered. The music started playing. Spinach, Liao Yiqi, took her microphone and went out onto the stage. "I want to fly to the sky, walk beside the sun. The world waits for me to change it." At the other end of the stage, Zhang Xia appeared and sang, "Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen." Back on other side, Fan Wenli strode onto stage. "Laughing loudly, let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere?" At the other end, Amy appeared. "Casting off all worries, I stride forward bravely. Now I am taking center stage." Li Xiaoxian. "I believe I'm me. I trust tomorrow." Celery. "I believe that youth has no limits." Zhang Ye appeared. "Whether sunset at the beach or the crowded streets, it's the prettiest paradise for me." Chen Guang sang loudly. "I believe in freedom. I believe in hope. I believe I can reach out and touch the sky." They sang all together. "With you by my side, life is more exciting. Every moment so wonderful." I do believe. The contestants were in one group. The celebrity guests were in another group. They sang one line one after the other as they appeared and took the stage. The 2 groups of people were apparently competing, trying to outdo and outsing the person before them. The atmosphere in the stadium ignited. Screams, shouts, clouds darkened the skies as the multicolored glow sticks started to come to life. This song was the theme song for The Voice. Back then, Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli sang it together. Zhang Ye wrote this song. Translator's thoughts. Leg. I believe. https://youtube.be/oivbozo3fdk. Chapter 1088. Vast Horizons. Chapter 1088. Vast Horizons. Translator. Leg. Editor. Leg. The audience reached a fever pitch. In the open-air stadium, the screaming sounded like it was piercing through the upper atmosphere. Awesome. What a star-studded event. All of them sang great. The song was well written in the first place. That's for sure. This song was written by Zhang Ye himself. Chun Guang's singing is a force to be reckoned with. I still prefer Zhang Ye a bit more. The two of them don't have the same style. Old Chun is better at explosive singing, while Zhang Ye focuses more on emotional singing. Get lost. Zhang Ye is also very good at explosive singing. Can anyone replicate that last scream in exaggerated? If you want to put it that way, then Old Chun is also good at emotional songs. Fuck, what are you two arguing for? Haha. As to which of those two can sing better, they have to fight it out on stage for us to find out. We won't know from the song that they just sang. The first song ended. The audience applauded them. Zhang Ye's mother was also furiously clapping in the audience. Great. Come on, son. His father gave her a tug and chin nodded in Wu Ziqing's direction. Calm down a little, will you? He was reminding her that the executive of the organization that oversaw the entertainment industry was sitting beside her. But his mother did not care. Little Wu, who do you think sang better? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Zhang Ye sang the best. His mother said happily. Oh, you think so too? Wu Ziqing replied, I like his songs very much and feel that every one of them is good. At that, his mother grabbed Wu Ziqing's hands with a sense of familiarity and felt that she was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. She started chattering to her again. Did you know? This kid's music genes all come from me. Wu Ziqing nodded. Yes, I can see that. His father nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. On stage, it was time for Fan Wenli's performance. When she came out on stage, the applause went up by several decibels. Petal shower. Everyone was still used to chanting her stage name. The next to take the stage was Flowing Time, followed by Spinach, Sunset Glow, and King of Oddity. The singers came out one after another. The screaming and shouting at the venue came wave after wave. They were midway through the concert when the skies turned even gloomier. Dark clouds blocked the moon and faint roars of thunder could be heard. It seemed like it was going to rain. Right at this moment, the clown took the stage. Many of the audience members were shaken. Some of them were very tired from clapping so much. But when they saw Zhang Ye, they started applauding again, crazy over him. Some of Zhang Ye's diehard fans even stood up and waved Zhang Ye's LED lightboards excitedly as they screamed his name. His mother exclaimed, It's my son's turn. My son. His father stared at the stage without blinking. Wu Ziqing watched him as he walked onto the stage, quietly waiting for his performance today. The clown. Zhang Ye, Fan Wenli, and Chun Guang came to the front of the stage. Liao Yiqi silently came out as well. Zhang Xia, Li Shaoxian, and Amy did the same. When everyone saw each other, they smiled at one another. What are you guys doing out here? The feels aren't the same backstage. I'm curious about what song he'll be singing. They were all looking forward to hearing Zhang Ye's song today, so they came to the front to listen. This was because every song Zhang Ye sang was a song that they had never heard before. It was always going to be a surprise for them. Zhang Ye was already standing in his spot on stage. 9 cameras were focused on him. Over 10,000 audience members were looking at him. Zhang Ye swept his eyes over them and spotted Wu Ziqing in the crowd. He also saw his parents, Fan Wenli and Chun Guang, Grandma Zhang Xia, and the many pairs of eyes of the audience. All of a sudden, the music played. Snowflakes started drifting around. These were snowflakes generated by the machine at the side of the stadium. A lot of people were mesmerized by the effect of the snowflakes floating around. But then, a voiceover played through the stadium. A man's voice. Zhang Ye, you won't be able to become famous the way you are. Another man's voice. This path is not suitable for you. Please go back. A woman's voice. You want to be a celebrity with that temper of yours? Who would like you? Huh. A middle-aged man's voice. Zhang Ye, you're fired. Go pack your things and leave. The lonely snowflakes gently drifted down. Wu Ziqing was stunned. Zhang Ye's parents were stunned. Zhang Xia was stunned. Fan Wenli was stunned. Han Qi's eyes reddened. Just those few lines of the voiceover were enough to stun everyone. Zhang Ye opened his eyes and reached out. He tried to grab some of the snowflakes, but was unable to catch any. He sighed, then lightly sang one. Tonight, I saw snow drift through the cold sky. With a cooled-off heart, I drifted far away, chasing you in the storm. Can't tell shadows apart in the fog. You and I in these vast horizons. Can we change? This is what my life has been. Today, I will sing it out for all of you to listen to. He took 2 steps forward and looked at everyone as he sang. Many times, I've been scorned and ridiculed, but never have I abandoned my ideals. In a fleeting trance, I felt something was missing. Unaware, it faded away. My passion. The choir accompaniment sang. Who understands me? Who can understand him? Which of us here can understand him? Li Shaoxian gasped. Flowing time fell silent. Listening to him sing, Amy was dumbfounded. Zhang Ye suddenly sang loudly. Forgive me for always loving freedom and indulging. I'm afraid I might fall someday too. Discarding one's ideals. Anyone can do. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me? The audience had forgotten how to speak. They had forgotten how to clap. Everyone was just staring dumbfounded at the onstage Zhang Ye. At this moment, the voiceover began anew. A man's voice. Give it up. You won't be able to make it. Another man's voice. Hurry up and go back home. A woman's voice. Huh. How far do you think you can make it to with what you have? A middle-aged man's voice. You want to say whatever you want to say? You want to sing whatever you want to sing? Do you think you make the decisions around here? Art. Don't talk to me about art. Just hurry up and kick yourself out of here. Let me tell you this. A person like you, no one in the entire entertainment industry would ever take a liking to you. The audience's mood was restrained to the extreme. His mother felt a niggling sense of uneasiness. Zhang Xia and the others also felt like there was something heavy weighing on their chests. They knew that these were the past events Zhang Ye had experienced. But the very next moment, the music soared. The guitar sped up the tempo. The drums also turned up the heat. Zhang Ye's expression changed as he pointed up to the sky suddenly and sang. I am still who I am, forever singing as I please, wherever I go. With that, the stadium erupted. His father stood up from his seat. His mother stood up with tears in her eyes. Wu Ziqing stood up as well. Every one of the audience members started screaming wildly. They had been moved. They had been stunned. Liao Yiqi's tears flowed without end. Well done, Teacher Zhang, good on you. Zhang Ye shout sang. Forgive me for always loving freedom and indulging. I'm afraid I might fall someday too. Discarding one's ideals. Anyone can do. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me? You all can insult me, underestimate, or even scold me. All of that is fine. Just give up on me. But I won't give up on myself. Even if everyone in this world discarded their ideals. Zhang Ye suddenly turned to where Wu Ziqing was and looked into her eyes. Discarding one's ideals, anyone can do. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me? He smiled. And then she smiled. Even if there were only the 2 of them left on this road. At least I still have you. At least you'll still be right by my side. Translator's thoughts. Leg. The song you've probably been waiting for. 1. https://youtube.be/vxdscrws89g. Didn't realize, but happy Songkran to our Thai readers. Chapter 1089, Do you guys really want to keep listening? Chapter 1089, Do you guys really want to keep listening? Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The audience in the stadium was going crazy. This is Zhang Ye. This is who he is. Zhang Ye, I love you. The clown, you're the best. You still have me, right? You still have us. We'll walk together with you down this road. Count me in. There's me too. Count all of us in. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me? I am still who I am, forever singing as I please. These couple of lines in the lyrics had made everyone's blood surge with passion. This was a song by Beyond. This was a song from Zhang Ye's previous world that could be considered one of the most classic and greatest songs of all. It was called Vast Horizons 1. Outside the stadium, in a nearby neighborhood. Hear that? What's that sound? It's going to rain soon. Let's hurry and get back home. What's this shouting that's coming from that direction? The stadium? Is there a match going on today? That noisy? Why is it so loud? Who's shouting over there? Did you guys forget? That's the recording studio for the King of Masked Singers concert. Damn, what happened over there? I don't know, but it does sound like a lot of screaming. Does it have to be so electrifying? The sky was getting heavier. The dark clouds were growing and rain was drizzling. There was no forecast of rain during yesterday's weather report, so the program team did not full preparations for such an event. They immediately deployed some employees to set up several temporary parasols to cover the equipment. The stadium was not specialized to handle concerts, but as time had been too tight for them to get a proper place, they had to make do with this venue. In the entire stadium, only part of the grandstands facing the stage were sheltered. Meanwhile, the rest of the grandstands and the stage were all in the open air. As many of the equipment was not waterproof, they were forced to take emergency measures to protect them. However, that would only be effective under light rain conditions. But they were really unlucky to meet with such trouble today. The wind started picking up. The rain became heavier too. The audience hurriedly took out their umbrellas and put on their raincoats. It's getting heavier. Quick, go and take shelter. What's with this weather? Some people in raincoats insisted on staying where they were. A lot of the audience members seated in the front ran back a few rows. There was a large zone there where they could take shelter from the rain for a bit. His parents had not brought umbrellas with them today. His mother complained. How could it rain just like that? His father said, the weather reports are getting more and more inaccurate these days. Beside them, Wu Ziqing took out an umbrella from her bag. Auntie, uncle, take this umbrella and share it. Then she opened it up and handed it to them. His father said, no. His mother did not accept the offer either. Shelter yourself. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, I don't need it. If it gets too heavy, I'll head back for shelter. How can that be fine? His mother did not expect Chief Wu to be so polite. Fortunately, Xiao Lu came running over right at this moment. Auntie, I have a raincoat over here. I'll give it to you and go look for another. If there are extras, I'll get more for you. She didn't bother with other people, nor could she care too much about them. But since these were teacher Zhang's parents, she must definitely look after them properly. There was a relationship here, after all. His mother said, Thank you then, Xiao Lu. Wu Ziqing smiled. That came at just the right time. Let uncle have the raincoat. Auntie, and I can share the umbrella. She leaned closer to Zhang Ye's mother and held up the umbrella. His mother reached out to take the umbrella. Let me hold it. Wu Ziqing said, There's no need. You don't have to be so polite with me. Backstage, recording had temporarily been suspended. The singers and program team staff were all looking for a place to take shelter from the rain. Hu Fei asked loudly, How's it looking? Can we still record? Ho Gu ran over and said, It's possible since the cameras are all waterproof, but the instruments and performers are not. With all that rain and wind out there, it's impossible to sing. Fan Wenli looked at the sky. Zhao Qiquan shook his head. I'm afraid this rain won't be stopping anytime soon. Over there, Zhang Xia, Amy, Li Shaoxian, and a few others were all standing under a temporary sunshade tent to hide from the rain. Zhang Ye came up. How many songs are left? Hu Fei was holding an umbrella and said, There's still 3 or 4 songs left for the set. We were only slightly more than half done with the concert schedule. There's still a choir that we invited to perform, as well as the group closing song that all of you were scheduled to sing. Xiao Lu returned. Brother Hu, the rain is getting heavier. Hu Fei clenched his teeth and said, Let's wait a little longer. After 5 more minutes. The weather did not look like it would get any better. King of Oddity shook his head and said, We can't sing anymore. The weather won't allow us to do so. Zhao Qiquan, flowing time, added, I think we should cut the recording short. They can't play music out there anymore. Furthermore, the rain has already gotten so heavy. How can we still sing? Let's quickly disperse the crowd and get everyone home. Amy sighed, It's true. We can't carry on recording. Zhang Ye looked over at the audience and saw that no one had left yet. Hu Fei said, Then, let's wait a while, interrupted Zhang Ye. Hu Fei looked at Zhang Ye and nodded. All right, let's give it another 5 minutes. Zhao Qiquan frowned and wondered why they still bothered to wait. The weather was clearly not going to clear up. King of Oddity also gave a slight shake his head. Who could sing in this bloody weather? There might be a bit of a shelter in the grandstands, but no place on the stage could shield them from the rain. However, the program team staff did not have any objections to waiting. With Zhang Ye's words already spoken, It was as good as Hu Fei saying them himself. Whenever even Hu Fei could not make a decision on something, he would usually seek Zhang Ye's advice. Soon after, the rain did let up a little, but still did not stop. Shen Guang also spoke up. We really won't be able to sing if it goes on like this. Xiao Lu anxiously said, Brother Hu, Director Zhang. Dong Shanshan was holding an umbrella and talking to the audience from the stage at this moment. Would everyone please wait for a bit? I have to seek advice from the program team on how to proceed. At this time, Xiao Lu hurriedly walked up to the stage and whispered some instructions to Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan nodded. All right, I understand. Then she looked at the audience and said, I'm terribly sorry, but this sudden downpour was not something that we had anticipated. We were not prepared to handle such weather, so we sincerely apologize on our part. We can't continue recording, so the concert will end here. Please get ready to leave the stadium and remember to give way to each other. When they heard this, many of the audience members started shouting. But why? The rain's not that heavy. It's only a moderate shower. We still want to listen. So few songs have been performed. Can't we have a few more songs? We're fine, right? We don't want to go. It was so good. Let us have another song. Several dozen audience members were already starting to stream out of the stadium. However, a majority of the audience did not move. They stared at the stage without blinking, some of them sitting in their seats in their raincoats or carrying umbrellas. Dong Shanshan urged, please start exiting the stadium. We're truly sorry about today. Recording will stop here because the musical instruments cannot be played in the rain, so it isn't possible to perform anymore. You all can see for yourselves that the stage is open air. We also did not wish for this to happen. Sing a few more songs. We really haven't had enough yet. I came up from Shanghai just to attend this concert. Just one song would do. Must we end it like this? We don't need any musical accompaniment. Just sing a cappella. All of a sudden, someone led a chant. Petal shower. Petal shower. The clown. The clown. Flowing time. Flowing time. They all chanted the stage names of the contestants. The audience was eagerly waiting for them to appear back on stage. This concert had excited them so much that hardly any of them were willing to leave. Dong Shanshan was out of ideas. We're really. From out of nowhere, Zhang Ye came up onto the stage. Hand me the microphone. Dong Shanshan looked at him and then handed him the microphone. Seeing that he was without an umbrella, Dong Shanshan wanted to shield him from the rain. However, Zhang Ye fluttered his hand in refusal. He did so because he saw many people in the audience who were still out in the rain. Since they didn't have umbrellas, he didn't want to be shielded by one. The rain was soaking Zhang Ye's shirt. Dong Shanshan had no choice but to hand the stage over to him and went back down by herself. Facing the audience, Zhang Ye stood in the rain and said, we can't carry on recording. The cameras have already stopped. No one can predict the weather, but we were in the wrong too. Please give me some face and quickly go home. It's too cold out here, and the rain is getting heavier as well. It's a shame about the concert, but we really want to continue listening, a middle-aged man shouted. A girl yelled, we're not afraid of the rain. Really, a mother said, my kid loves to watch your show. Can we have a few more songs to listen to? Zhang Yi said loudly, but today's weather. Suddenly, a little girl of around 9 years old somehow made her way up onto the stage. She probably came up via the side stairs, which the staff forgot to watch due to the rain becoming heavier. The little girl was holding a kid's umbrella with floral patterns on it and walked straight up to Zhang Ye's side. Zhang Ye was startled by her, not knowing what she's doing up here. He was just about to tell her that his place was restricted to non-authorized personnel when the little girl pushed the umbrella toward him. The little girl was very short and trying very hard to stand on her tippy toes to get the umbrella over Zhang Ye's head. Zhang Ye was taken aback by this action and quickly knelt down. When a few staff members saw this, they ran over in panic to lead her away. But Zhang Ye put his hand up at them to stop them from coming over. The little girl finally managed to shield Zhang Ye with the umbrella. Brother, please. Can you please sing a few more songs? I will shield you and not let the rain get on you. The umbrella was very small and could only shield one person at most. In the blink of an eye, the girl's clothes were wet. Zhang Ye asked, then what will we do about you getting wet? The little girl said determinedly, I'm not afraid of that. Zhang Ye took the little girl by her hand and pushed the umbrella back over her head. Do you really wish to keep listening? The little girl nodded vigorously. Me, my parents, and my brother, we all like you. And we also like Sister Petal Shower and Sister Spinach too. Zhang Ye smiled then. He turned to the audience and looked at the stubborn audience members who were still sitting there. He suddenly asked, "Do you guys really want to keep listening?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." In an instant, the shouting thundered. It even drowned out the rumbling of the thunder. Zhang Ye smiled. Again, everyone's not afraid of getting wet. No. No. Afraid, my balls. Everyone shouted in unison. Zhang Ye smiled for the third time. He carried the little girl down the stage and returned her to her mother. Then he went back on stage and looked around it for something. Xiao Lu was stunned. "Director Zhang, what are you doing?" Han Shi also asked, "What are you planning on doing?" The Miracle Wheels band also said, "The rain is so heavy." Ho Gu added anxiously. "The cameras have already stopped. We're not recording any more today?" "You don't have to." "Stopped recording? Won't be broadcasting this." What did all that have to do with him? The audience was still here. The audience had not left yet. If they are not afraid, why should I be afraid? If they are not leaving, how can I leave? Translator's thoughts. Leg. 1. https://youtube.be/vxdscrws89g. Happy Songkran to our Thai readers. Chapter 1090. Singing 3 songs in a row. Chapter 1090. Singing 3 songs in a row. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Director Zhang. What are you doing? We really cannot keep performing in these conditions. The rain's too heavy. How can we sing? Have you gone crazy? Teacher Zhang, you can't really intend to. Backstage, a lot of people were frantically trying to dissuade him. When they saw Zhang Ye grab an acoustic guitar placed there, the program team, contestants, and celebrity guests all had a look of incredulity on their faces. They knew that Zhang Ye really meant to go on stage and perform. On this windy and rainy day, he was really going to go on stage and sing. What are you trying to achieve? Why are you doing this? Zhang Ye did not say anything and simply strode onto the stage. By the time he finished setting up the microphone stand, he was soaked from head to toe. Then he started playing the acoustic guitar and a melody floated out. In the midst of the pouring rain, Zhang Ye's voice reverberated through the skies. The first line of his song stunned the crowd. What am I trying to achieve? I'm not trying to achieve anything. He sang loudly. 1. Inside of my heart, I once had a dream. To make you forget all of your anguish with my singing. Brilliant starry night. Who is the true hero? It's ordinary people who inspire me the most. The audience was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The next second, screams came from all over the stadium. He was singing. Zhang Ye was singing. He really did not leave. He really came back on. Zhang Ye sang and played at the same time. No more hate and no more pain. Now if only throughout the world of man love reigned. Let's use our songs to gain your sincere smiles and bless you with an extraordinary life from now on. Seize every second and minute of life. Spare no effort chasing after our dreams. Without wind and rain, how can you see a rainbow? No one can succeed at it with just one go. Seize every single inspiration in life. Enthusiastically embrace your beloved friends. Let sincere words and tears of joy ebb and flow and swirl in our hearts. The Miracle Wheels band were all staring with dropped jaws. They swore that they had never heard the clown sing this song before during his rehearsal sessions. When did you write such a song? You can just come up with a song as and when you like? You can just start singing something the moment you open your mouth? Han Shi shouted, "Great! Fantastic!" Hu Fei suddenly grabbed hold of Ho Gu. "The cameras. Are the cameras on and recording this?" Ho Gu turned to look at the cameras that were facing the stage. "They're on. 2 cameras are on." Hu Fei yelled, "Turn them all on." "All of them." Ho Gu said. "All." Hu Fei shouted, "Hurry up." Ho Gu immediately said, "Okay." When the song ended, the applause was thunderous. It was clearly raining. The rain was very loud. The acoustic guitar that Zhang Ye was playing did not have enough volume to be heard in such a noisy environment. Yet the applause was so loud. It was at least twice as loud as when most of the singers performed before the rain. This happened because the audience was moved. Because someone was willing to stand out here in the wind and rain and sing for them. To them, celebrities were all very precious figures. Especially an A-list star like Zhang Ye. They were even more precious than most. Everywhere they went, they would have bodyguards surrounding and protecting them. But Zhang Ye was not like that. He was really singing for them. He was sincerely singing for them. even if he was drenched by the downpour. Wu Ziqing showed a happy smile. His mother was also very excited. That's how my son is. That's how he is. Wu Ziqing said, your son was born with a special kind of charm. Many people find it odd that others would like a celebrity with a temperament like his. But for me, I think those people who don't like him are odd. Zhang Xia gave a wry smile. What a nice song. Shen Guang was also getting a little pumped up listening to him. The audience was chanting, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, brilliant starry night. Who is the true hero? You're the hero today. At least to us, you're everyone's hero today. The next second, the guitar melody switched up. Zhang Ye did not even take a breather for more than a minute. He sang too. Black coffee is a little strong. I just need the lightness of soda. Daydreaming during this heat wave. I dreamed that I became a rainbow. I have the urge to start running. With you here, even falling down is fine. I will chase my dreams without fear. Our sweat records our glory. There are all kinds of characters in a movie, and every one of them has a dream of their own. Negativity on the big screen just isn't shown. I want to hold your hands in the rain. And wait for the rainbow. In the rain? Wait for the rainbow. The audience instantly cheered. Zhang Ye pointed at the little girl who came up onto the stage earlier to give him an umbrella and pointed at everyone as he sang. You say I am your superhero, as well as your occasional guest punching bag. I'm perfectly happy to accept this honor, to be the firefly by your side. AI. So if I really am your superhero, let me sing you this love song at this time. Love blossoms with a little understanding. I'll be the hero you're the proudest of. The audience chanted in unison. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. This was the second song. No, that's not right. Counting vast horizons. This was his third song in a row. Further, he was singing in this heavy rain without even taking a break. A few of Zhang Ye's fans felt their hearts ache and cried. Rest for a while. Teacher Zhang, rest for a while. The rain is too heavy. Teacher Zhang. A lot of people were shouting. Hu Fei also said anxiously. Quick, go and tell Zhang Ye to take a break. He better not have something happen to him. The physical exertion on a person during a rainy day was very large. To go all out and be singing like the way that he did, even a man of steel would not be able to take it. During the first episode of King of Masked Singers, Zhang Ye had nearly collapsed due to a high fever and cold. At that time, he really gave everyone on the program team a huge scare. However, the very next second, the melody of the guitar in Zhang Ye's hand changed again. He started playing and jumping around at the same time. Once, twice, thrice. His playing sped up. The melody sped up. Suddenly, Zhang Ye used a very high-pitched voice that a normal singer would usually not be able to reach and sang 3. I won't get tired at all. I have danced for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll get drunk just drinking soda in this state. Oh, Hu Fei was dumbfounded. Spinach was dumbfounded. All of the audience members were also stunned. But right afterwards, the atmosphere reached a high. A lot of people were pulled along by the rhythm of the music and started screaming and jumping as well. Zhang Ye played the guitar and laughed loudly at the same time. There's no way I'll get exhausted. I want to dance another 3 days and 3 nights. I feel so light that I believe I can fly. All of a sudden, the Miracle Wheels drummer rushed up onto the stage and took his seat. He started playing a beat. The Miracle Wheels guitarist roared with laughter. He could not use the electric guitar in this circumstance, so he grabbed another acoustic guitar and went up on stage as well. Zhang Ye sang loudly. Join in along with me. Jumping from morning till night. You won't lose out being happy. Don't even think to refuse. The stadium hit a fever pitch. Screaming was coming from every directions. 3 days, 3 nights, into the late night. Dancing without a stop. 3 days, 3 nights, into the late night, staying up with just music. 3 days, 3 nights, into the late night. All that's left is sweat. 3 days and 3 nights, into the late night. Bobby ABA. Bobby ABA. Zhang Ye shouted at the top of his lungs. The pitch of his voice went higher with every syllable he sang. I won't get tired at all. I won't get tired at all LLL. I won't get tired at all LLL. True Heroes 4. Superhero 5. 3 days and 3 nights 6. Performing 3 songs in a row, Zhang Ye left the audience in a state of utter shock. Translator's thoughts. Leg. Concert in progress. True Heroes. https://u2.be/8muhqklJWQ. Superhero. https://u2.be/a4mfo9q8avc. 3 days and 3 nights. https://u2.be/zx01za5ngby. Chapter 1091. Please put your hands up and wave them for me. Chapter 1091. Please put your hands up and wave them for me. Translator, leg editor, leg. The rain continued to fall. The wind was still blowing. But the atmosphere in the stadium had somehow reached its highest point. This is so good that I could die. Zhang Ye is so awesome. Where did he get all those songs from? Yeah, how did he write all that? Could he have written them beforehand? Or did he come up with it spontaneously? Damn, surely he couldn't have made that up on the spot, could he? Then why does every line in the songs fit the atmosphere here so well? Who knows? This is what you call genius. I love him to death. A singer like that? A guy like that? How could anyone not like him? Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. On the stage. Zhang Ye was already experiencing shortness of breath as he made his way down the stage. However, he did not look like he was tired at all. In fact, he kept smiling even though the raindrops were hitting his face. It was like he was totally unaware of it. Han Chi was getting anxious. Teacher Zhang, rest for a bit. Zhang Ye waved her off and said in a hoarse voice, Do you have water? Yes, I'll go get it. Xiao Lu ran off to get some water. Fan Wenli came up to him with an umbrella. Director Zhang, you're like this. She gave him a thumbs up and continued, whether it's your singing, personality, or character, I'm really impressed by you. The other singers and guests looked deeply at Zhang Ye. They all knew that recording wouldn't continue anymore, so there was no need for them to perform. The cameras had been stopped, so even if you continued to sing, there wouldn't be anyone other than the 10,000-odd audience members at the venue watching. Was there a need to continue singing? Was there a need to do so much? Zhang Ye was feeling extremely thirsty, and he gulped down 3 mouthfuls of water. Han Chi and Xiao Lu stood around him with umbrellas as they used towels to wipe his face and hair, wet from the rain. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I'm different from you guys. All of you are better qualified and started at a better position than me. About my matters, old Yao should know them the best. Yao Jiankai was also present today. When he heard that, he laughed and said, Back when little Zhang and I were banned, we couldn't get any work and could not even take any commercial appearances. You could say that we were left with no options at all. Do you guys know what we ended up doing? We went to join the crosstalk and skit competition. At that time, the stage was much smaller than this place that we're at now. There were also much fewer people in the audience, probably around 100 to 200 at most. We knew very well that Central TV might cut our scenes in the broadcast, but we still practiced day and night without rest and took our crosstalk performance very seriously. Every joke segment was rehearsed and tweaked so many times. You wouldn't know how it felt, but as long as there was a single audience member watching, we would definitely do our best and put on a good show. Zhang Xiao was silent. Chen Guang was silent. Liao Yiqi, Zhao Qichuan, and the others were also silent. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, So after that time, little Zhang and I changed a lot. Picking what shows to appear on, acting like big shots. Both of us know very well that we were not qualified to do so. But now they could do so. They were qualified to be picky. They could behave like big shots if they wanted to. However, the motivation they experienced during those days was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. When they were at their wits' end, when everyone had left them for dead, when they were faced with so many sets of cold and doubting eyes off stage, someone had actually shouted their names in excitement, cried for them, and cheered them on. It was like a wisp of fire in the ice plains that was so heartwarming. From that, they knew they had not been totally given up on yet, and that there were still people waiting for their return. That kind of feeling just couldn't be described with words. It was truly an unforgettable experience for them. During our most difficult times, all of you accompanied us by encouraging and supporting us. So now that you guys wanted to continue listening to us sing, how could we not sing for you? What reasons could we have for not wanting to sing for you? Zhang Ye picked up his microphone and smiled. Then he went up onto the stage again. Looking at his receding figure, Fan Wenli, Amy, and the others suddenly felt in awe of him. The audience was screaming, He's coming. Zhang Ye is coming back on again. He still hasn't left. He hasn't gone yet. Applause rang out all of a sudden. Round after round of applause. Some people even threw aside their umbrellas to clap with all their might. Hearing the applause and seeing the excited crowd, Zhang Ye suddenly thought of many past incidents. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his microphone. Zhang Ye crooned one. Once again, I drowned in the sound of applause. You looked so excited in front of me. In the dark, the world has seemed to have stopped turning. Our hands are not needed for our hearts to embrace. The audience froze. Is this song written for us? Are you singing this song for us? Suddenly, Zhang Ye walked off the stage and strode toward the audience. Then he took out some foldable umbrellas and raincoats he found backstage and opened up one to hand to a female audience member who was sitting there in the rain and constantly shouting Zhang Ye's name. That teenage girl was startled, and she immediately teared up. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye handed the umbrella to her and sang, If I get lost in the storm one day, I know that you will heal the pain and allay it. He handed another umbrella to a middle-aged audience member. Perhaps our worlds are always going to be a bit unique, but I know that you will stay with me through the bleak and shrieking storm. The teenage girl covered her mouth and started crying. He walked another 2 steps before giving out a raincoat to a couple who was here with their child. He did not open an umbrella for himself. He did not put on a raincoat for himself. Zhang Ye just sang loudly, Please raise your hands and wave them again for me. Then I will know just where you are standing. Life passes in a hurry. I hope we can share our glories. I hope our dreams will never fail. Pandemonium spread through the crowd. Some of them started crying. Someone raised their hands and waved them about, followed by a second person. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. Please raise your hands and wave them again for me. Then I will know just where you are standing. Perhaps one day I'll get too old to sing or to walk, but I will still offer you my sincerest smile. All of a sudden, Zhang Xia led the way and walked over as well. Fan Wenli, Liao Yiqi, Chen Guang, Amy, Li Xiaoxian, all of them gradually followed as well. They each held an umbrella in their hands and walked toward the audience. Then they handed them to the audience members who were still standing in the pouring rain and exposed themselves to the weather in the process of doing so. A male fan was overwhelmed by this. No, I can't accept this. But Fan Wenli did not say anything and just gave the umbrella to him. Then, Zhao Qichuan, King of Oddity, and all of the other singers also followed along. Zhang Ye continued singing. Much thanks for going through thick and thin with me. Thank the heavens that I have you to understand me. I'm grateful that we can still smile through our tears. Although we must treasure every single moment we have together. The rain overhead seemed to have stopped. Zhang Ye looked up and found that there was an umbrella over him. He continued walking forward, and another umbrella opened for him. With every step that he took, another umbrella opened up over his head. Zhang Ye did not know why, but his hands started trembling, and his eyes also reddened from out of nowhere. Fan Wenli, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Amy, and the others had come forward and were standing together with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye sang loudly, Please raise your hands and wave them again for us. Then we will know just where you are standing. Life passes in a hurry. I hope we can share our glory. I hope our dreams will never fail. Please raise your hands and wave them again for us. Let us keep the love burning in our hearts. Perhaps one day I'll get too old to sing or to walk, but I will still offer you my sincerest smile. This was the last song of the day. It was the last song on King of Masked Singers. But this was not the end yet. Believe me, anytime you guys need me, I will surely be there. I will definitely be there. Everyone was waving their hands. Everyone was waving their hands for them and shouting their names over and over again. Zhang Ye, Fan Wenli, Li Xiaoxian, Zhao Qichuan, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang. This song had elevated the concert to new heights. A single person had made a stadium of 10,000 people wave their hands for him. Translator's thoughts. Leg. 1. For everyone who knows my name. https://youtube.e/ck 6ml5035u. If you notice the URL, I think this means it's sung by C. Talon. Please ask him to do a live performance for you all. Chapter 1092. Celebrity Rankings Index Maintenance Completed. Zhang Ye's Ranking. Chapter 1092. Celebrity Rankings Index Maintenance Completed. Zhang Ye's Ranking. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, Saturday night. Today was the broadcast of the King of Masked Singer's closing concert. Those who did not have the chance to attend the live recording were all waiting at their televisions. They switched their channels to Beijing television and were nervously looking forward to the start of the broadcast. They were anticipating it so much because they really wanted to listen to Zhang Ye, Fan Wenli, Li Shaoxian, and the others sing again, especially since it was a live concert, as well as the farewell concert of King of Masked Singers. As some of the singers did not take off their masks to reveal themselves until the grand finals last week, everyone was still left wanting for more. They were nervous because everyone knew that there was a sudden downpour in Beijing last night and that the concert venue was in an open-air space. So how could they sing? How did they manage to record? Would they stop the concert halfway through? The show started broadcasting. The singers made their appearances one by one. Sure enough, a light spattering of rain could be seen on television screens halfway through the concert. There was also a very strong wind gusting. Dong Shanshan announced on stage that recording would be cut short. As expected, why didn't they carry on recording? It ended just like that. Surely not, right? I haven't heard enough. Yet. How can this be? Has it really ended? I've been waiting the entire week, and they only sang those few songs. It can't be helped. The rain was really too heavy. Right? We have to be understanding too and not blame them for it. However, just when everyone started discussing this, and when many of them were about to change the channel or turn off their television, they suddenly heard a singing voice coming from it. It stunned everyone. True heroes. Inside of my heart, I once had a dream. To make you forget all of your anguish with my singing. Superhero. You say that I am your superhero, as well as your occasional guest punching bag. 3 days and 3 nights. I won't get tired at all. I have danced for 3 days and 3 nights. Old Zhang's home. Ning Lan and Fang Weihong were also here today. Watching Zhang Ye on the television playing and singing simultaneously in the rain, they were all stunned. Fang Weihong couldn't help but say, "This is really nice to listen to." Ning Lan exclaimed, "Those songs were all written by him." Zhang Yuanqi laughed and said, "Ning Lan, I think there will be a threat to your spot in the Celebrity Rankings Index this year." Ning Lan blinked and said, "Surely Zhang Ye couldn't be on such a heaven-defying streak, could he? My popularity gained this year should be quite good. I have taken 7 movie projects, and I'm now at 2nd place on the A-list rankings." Zhang's popularity ranking is still not updated since the system is still undergoing maintenance. Even if they include all the songs that he sang today, he couldn't possibly jump straight from the bottom 2 places of the A-list to the front few. Could he? No one has ever done that before. Fang Weihong, who also seemed very optimistic about Zhang Ye's chances, said, "There was no such precedence before, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen. You can't use common sense with him." At Peking University, summer break had arrived, but a lot of the students did not go back home. It was not that they were unable to get hold of the bus tickets, but that many of them wanted to stay behind to finish watching King of Masked Singers. At the moment, uproars occurred in many of the dormitories. Many students were screaming one after the other. That was so exciting to watch. "Oh, Professor Zhang is so cool. I can feel my blood coursing through my veins in excitement." "Me too. I had an eargasm. How exhilarating. That was so damn exhilarating." When the last song was performed, the emotions of every single viewer around the country watching on Beijing television reached a crazy high. "Much thanks for going through thick and thin with me. Thank the heavens that I have you to understand me. Please raise your hands and wave them again for me. Then I will know just where you are standing." Zhang Ye's fanbase numbers exploded. The most direct indicator was the number of followers on his Weibo, which had already reached an alarming 25 million people. In the few days after Zhang Ye had taken off his mask during the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals, his follower count on Weibo had increased by about 1 million per day. It could be said that this growth was defying the heavens to the extreme. "Zhang Ye, you're fantastic. Teacher Zhang, we should be the ones thanking you. It was you who went through thick and thin with us. It's you who understands us. As long as you're around, we'll raise our hands and forever wave them for you." Right, forever. What an impact. Why wasn't I present that day? Back at home, Zhang Ye was currently on the phone with Hu Fei. Zhang Ye said in surprise. Why did it get broadcast? Hu Fei laughed and said, how could we not include such impactful scenes? Zhang Ye said nervously. I thought you stopped recording? We did say so at first. But when you opened your mouth to sing, I quickly got the staff to turn on all the cameras. Hu Fei laughed and said, if this part had been lost, it would have been such a shame. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile and said, the musical accompaniment was not clear enough and the noise from the rain was so loud that it affected the microphone's reception. My singing was also just average, so I'm not satisfied with how I did. Hu Fei said, look at how the stadium was at the time. There were so many people who were moved by the performance, and you're still saying that it's only average? Everyone, including me, felt that it was very good. I can guarantee that even if you had recorded the songs in a studio, you would not be able to get such a good atmosphere like we had from the live audience. The musical accompaniment could be improved on, and the environmental noise like the rain could be removed, but we won't be able to replicate the same kind of atmosphere and impact it had on the audience. Therefore, this is already the best version there is. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I guess. You're the executive director, so your say is what matters. On the same night, at 12 a.m., Weibo buzzed with activity. It's almost out. Are the latest celebrity rankings out yet? Not yet. I wonder if Zhang Ye's name will be there after the rankings are refreshed today. It hasn't been fixed yet? Didn't they say it would be out by this week? Yeah, it's already Saturday. Why hasn't it been updated yet? How much will Zhang Ye's popularity score increase by? Many of Zhang Ye's fans were waiting at their computers and constantly refreshing the ranking index. They really wanted to know what Zhang Ye's ranking was now. It wasn't only Zhang Ye's fans. There were also netizens from everywhere else. And those industry insiders from the entertainment industry. Everyone was getting really curious because Zhang Ye's performance on King of Masked Singers was simply too shocking. The show had created yet another viewership legend with the published nationwide viewership rating of the Grand Finals live broadcast standing at 3.89% and setting a new record in the process. Coupled with several billion views online throughout the entire run of the show, it could be said that the majority of people had watched the show. Together with the farewell concert, everyone was wondering just how popular Zhang Ye had gotten. At 12:05 a.m., the rankings were suddenly updated. There were exclamations throughout Weibo. The rankings are out. The updated rankings are out. It has been updated. Zhang Ye's name is in there. The rankings have been fixed. Holy shit. Quickly have a look. On the latest celebrity rankings index, Zhang Ye's ranking had vanished from the last 2 places on the A-list rankings. He overtook 1 person. He overtook 5 people. He overtook 10 people. Jiang Hanwei, Hu Dongfang. Zhang Ye jumped past all of them in one leap. At this moment, Zhang Ye's name glittered at the 3rd spot on the A-list celebrity rankings. There were only 2 people ahead of him. One of them was a superstar who was ranked 1st on the A-list, and the other was Ning Lan, who was ranked 2nd. He had reached the top of the A-list rankings. Zhang Ye had reached the top of the A-list rankings in the span of one night. He was nearing the S-list heavenly kings and queens in front of him. No one had experienced such an explosive one-time surge in their popularity before. At the level of the A-list celebrity rankings, the difference in the popularity scores that separated each position was enormous. Some people might be able to jump from the E-list to the C-list celebrity rankings overnight, but the popularity score difference for such a jump would probably not even compare to the difference in popularity scores between the last and 3rd to last places on the A-list celebrity rankings. At the level of the A-listers, every step taken was fraught with difficulty. It would require a massive leap in popularity in order to surpass the person ahead in the rankings. As such, before the appearance of Zhang Ye, there hadn't really been any major changes in the A-list celebrity rankings for many years. But now the wolf arrived. On this night, Zhang Ye's ranking moved up by more than 10 spots. The netizens were shocked. Oh my god, 3rd? He's ranked 3rd in the A-list rankings. Zhang Ye has entered the ranks of the superstars? Holy shit, that was too fast. That was too fucking fast. Damn it. Zhang Ye is really too heaven-defying. The difference between an A-list celebrity's popularity score can be huge and on a completely different level. A celebrity at the bottom of the A-list rankings would at most be considered a big name or big shot. Only the top 3 A-list celebrities are considered superstars. And yet, Teacher Zhang reached that spot in just one night? I'm floored. This is too frightening. Teacher Zhang has ascended to the thrones of the superstars. How long has it been since he was promoted to A-list? And now he's almost reaching the top. Oh, the industry was also in a state of shock. They had thought about how Zhang Ye's popularity might surge by a lot, and that it might even be an unprecedented kind of surge. But still, they never expected it to increase by so much. Third in the A-list rankings? A domestic superstar? This was simply unbelievable. China's ranks of superstars had actually ushered in a raffish host. Chapter 1093, The Superstars Crew. Chapter 1093, The Superstars Crew. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, early in the morning, the weather was clear and there were clouds drifting across the sky outside the window. Some people went to bed early last night and did not know about what had happened after midnight. It wasn't until this morning when they woke up that they realized that something big had happened in the entertainment industry. It was already everywhere in the newspapers. Zhang Ye joins ranks of superstars. Third-ranked A-list celebrity. Shooting to fame overnight. An unprecedented rise. The popularity score that took the entire rankings system down. Zhang Ye's ban lifted. King of masked singers. Zhang Ye's best move. Zhang Ye returns. Zhang Ye's friends offer congratulations. Many in industry speechless and have yet to express thoughts. It was also as lively over on Weibo. What? Zhang Ye rose to third in the A-list rankings? Damn, what happened while I was asleep? Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. This is such exciting news. Zhang Ye the mighty. Teacher Zhang, work harder and move up further to the S-list. Puffed, I think it's better to forget about the S-list. He only just experienced a breakthrough in his popularity, but it hasn't stabilized yet. Let's wait for Teacher Zhang to consolidate his position first. Only then will he be considered to be among the superstars. This is so awesome. So there are actually so many people who like him. The country was still in a state of shock. Everyone was discussing this turn of events, be it on the television, newspapers, or online. Even in the streets, the discussions were all about Zhang Ye. At his parents' house, Zhang Ye was actually quite calm at this moment. His phone had woken him up early in the morning, and it hadn't stopped ringing since. His old classmate, Yi. My superstar classmate, how are you? Huh? Are you poking fun at me? Can I ask you how you're feeling right now? I just feel like sleeping for a while longer. I've been tired out by all that has happened in recent days. You've gotten really popular now. You're the most popular host in the country right now. There has never been a professional host who has ever reached the level you're at now. This has never before happened in the history of hosting either. Haha, you've really done the bunch of us old classmates proud this time, and also brought glory to us broadcast hosts. Whoa, are my contributions that great? Of course, so you should treat us to a meal. Hi, was that what you were really after, woman? Ninglan's call. Congratulations. Thank you, Sister Ning. Please have mercy on me. You're right behind me in the rankings. Oh, come on. I can't possibly surpass you. You say that. I'm just afraid that you'll suddenly pass me the moment I take my attention off you. I've decided to take on another 2 film projects this year. The momentum of your popularity is way too strong. I'm still far behind you in terms of our popularity. It's not that great a difference anymore. Are you trying to blindside me and then suddenly deal me a heavy blow? Damn, am I such a person? Did you think you had a good reputation? Huh. Liao Yiqi, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Yao Jinkai, Dong Shanshan, Zhang Zhua, Ci Xiufang. More than a dozen friends called to offer their congratulations. After a full hour of receiving calls, Zhang Ye was no longer feeling sleepy. He hummed a ditty and got out of bed to wash up. Looking out into the living room, he shouted twice and found that his parents were not home. His mother had probably dragged his father out somewhere to boast. He smiled at the thought of that, but was actually already quite used to it. Then he checked the fridge and took out some leftovers to reheat for breakfast. What was different about being a superstar? To him, it didn't feel like there was any difference. Just look, he still had to eat leftovers. He was not exactly prepared for this surge in his popularity either. He might seem rather calm now, but he was really not prepared for it. He had suddenly reached 3rd place on the A-list rankings. If this had happened to anyone else, they would also be in for a shock. Thinking back now, Zhang Ye had set a goal for himself this year to see if he could climb up into the A-list rankings. but he never thought he would only need a few months to get there. And who would have thought that he would even make it to third place after just another few months of being on the A-list rankings? He had as good as jumped several rungs, each time further than the last. It was no wonder that the industry insiders and netizens found it difficult to accept, since even Zhang Ye himself was quite stunned by it. At this moment, Rao called. To return a very big favor, old Rao had now taken on the role of Zhang Ye's agent. Although old Rao had quite an unreasonable personality, did many things quite half-heartedly, and also possessed a sharp tongue, she still handled many of Zhang Ye's matters diligently. At least, she had never let him down when it came to his work. Old Rao, what are you up to? Zhang Ye laughed. I just finished eating. You're still in the mood to eat? I haven't slept a wink since last night. Rao immediately started scolding. Did you have nothing better to do than go on to King of Masked Singers? Why did you have to go and sing? Now that you've become so popular, I'm starting to get all kinds of inquiries. Do you know how many calls I've taken in these past few days? Huh, over 200. 7 film crews invited you to take part in their productions. 8 television stations wanted to cooperate with you on some shows. 9 music companies were hoping to sign a contract with you. And 60-plus commercial performance leads came knocking on your door. There were also some other calls which I don't really remember anymore. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, It was hard on you. Hard on you. Rao said impatiently. Are you going to take any of those offers? Not for now. I want to rest up for a period of time first. Zhang Ye said. Besides, I haven't thought of what I want to do next, so let's wait it out for now. All right, I understand then. Rao even instructed at the end of the call. Don't get any more famous than you already are. It's good enough. Don't overdo it. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Rao suggested. If you're free and have nothing to do, go and scold more people and get into more fights. Make yourself less popular. All right, I'm hanging up. Zhang Ye said. It's only for a while. It'll get better as soon as the popularity dies down. An agent requesting for her celebrity client to not get too famous? To go and scold more people? Get into more fights? What the fuck? What kind of requests were those? In the entire industry, perhaps only Rao would say something like that. However, Zhang Ye was not angry about this. Old Rao was never really an agent to begin with. She was just an amateur agent who did things according to the mood she was in. He got Rao to be his agent simply for the reason of protection. He had made too many enemies and offended too many people. If he had appointed someone else to be his agent, Zhang Ye would definitely be worried about them. What if something were to happen or his enemies wanted to take revenge? If that happened, Zhang Ye would have brought harm onto others. But if it was old Rao, he wouldn't have to worry. She had more or less fully recovered from her injuries by now, so not even several dozen people would be able to get close to her. Further, she could help Zhang Ye turn down some work as well. This made things much simpler for Zhang Ye. Otherwise, he would have had to handle everything and answer all the calls by himself. Even if there were 25 hours in a day, it wouldn't be enough, so he could only trouble old Rao with this for the time being. Ring, ring, ring. It was a call from his junior sister. Yang Shu said, Senior bro, do you need me around today? I don't. What are you planning to do? Then I won't go over to your place. I'm teaching shadowboxing now. Don't get into trouble with the Urban Management Bureau one. Okay. Right now, Zhang Ye's team was simply a motley crew of people. The 4 of them could basically be labeled as the oddest team of people in the entire entertainment industry. The star, Zhang Ye, the publicly acknowledged most wondrous person in the entertainment industry. The agent, Rao a martial arts grandmaster without a proper job. A well-known hooligan of the martial arts world who hopes daily for Zhang Ye's popularity to drop. The bodyguard cum chauffeur, Yang Shu, a rash woman who only thinks of making Taiji Fist famous again. Often found giving out pamphlets to the elderly in the closest neighborhoods and asking them to take up Taiji shadowboxing, dealing a blow to the town square dance group that was just starting to get popular. Logistics, Wu Ziqing, the only normal person among all of them. Hi. This was what made up a superstar's crew. Sometimes, Zhang Ye even felt that it would be too embarrassing to speak of this to others. It would be a long road ahead. There was still much left to do. Chapter 1094, Zhang Ye's Request for Leave. Chapter 1094, Zhang Ye's Request for Leave. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, his parents were still not home yet. He watched television, listened to music. It felt like a pretty good way to spend his time. Zhang Ye was ready to give himself half a month of break and not take on any jobs for the moment. He would just not bother with anything and rest up for a period of time. Every time he had a major breakthrough in his career, Zhang Ye would do this afterwards. It could be said that this was a habit of his, and the media and citizens had also gotten used to this casual attitude of his. Further, now that Zhang Ye had successfully gained entry into the ranks of the superstars, he would need to rest for an even longer period of time. As the saying goes, to rest is to prepare for a stronger challenge ahead. After he had taken a long enough break, he would go back and continue causing a stir in the entertainment industry. He still needed to think of a way to get to the top of the A-list rankings, so how could he not recharge first? Ring, ring, ring. The calls kept coming. There were reporters seeking interviews and advertisers who bypassed his agent to get in touch with him directly to invite him to take some commercial filming. Zhang Ye rejected all of them. He decided to make an announcement on Weibo. Zhang Ye, applying for half a month's leave. I will not be taking any work in this period of time so that I can get some rest. If there are any urgent matters, please contact my agent. After he posted it, Zhang Ye called Wu Ziqing. Old Wu, where are you? I have a meeting today in the suburbs. You're so busy on a Sunday too? Is something the matter? I miss you. What time will you be back from the meeting? It should end at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but I need to go back to my parents' place first. They arranged a blind date for me again, so I need to go back to sort it out them. They're still arranging blind dates for you? Have you told them about us yet? I've brought it up before, but did not mention who you were. I told them that I have a boyfriend and that he has a successful career. I also mentioned that you have quite a good character and are a little younger than me. My mother was quite all right with it and did not say anything, but my father was pretty against it. He did not even ask who you were and just objected to it, so I'll still need to work on him a little. Hi, that's tough. Let me get everything settled here first before I bring you to formally meet my parents. All right, give me a call tonight after you're done with everything. Okay, a blind date. He would have to seize the chance and quickly marry old Wu. That was what mattered the most. After hanging up, he continued browsing through Weibo and was met with a bustle of activity. Countless netizens had replied to his post. Applying for leave again? Buffed. Teacher Zhang is so willful. With your popularity soaring, now's the best time to make more money. Why are you applying for leave at such a crucial time? In all of showbiz, only Teacher Zhang would do something like this. Ha ha ha. Isn't this how he's always been? Not approved, right? Your leave is not approved. I won't agree to it either. Rejected. The reason for your leave request is inadequate. Rejected. Rewrite your application. Quite a number of people, started bantering. When Zhang Ye saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys aren't even allowing me to take a leave of absence? If I don't take some time off to rest and spend time with my girlfriend, she'll run off soon. He posted an update to his request for leave. I've nearly forgotten what my girlfriend looks like. I would like to go and see her, so please approve of my leave. This was a very famous reason to request leave in Zhang Ye's previous world. When this was posted, a lot of the media personnel and fellow industry peers were taken aback. Zhang Ye has a girlfriend? Who is it? Who is it? Damn, this is big news. There was no news about this before, though. When did it happen? Suddenly, a lot of netizens started disproving him. Don't listen to his crap. Teacher Zhang just likes to brag and talk nonsense. Ha. This leave request has really tickled my funny bone. Uffed. Teacher Zhang, are you really in such a miserable state? You even forgot what your girlfriend looks like. I don't believe it. The issue here is that you need to have a girlfriend first. What is Zhang Ye's criteria for a partner? Right, don't brag anymore. Tell us your criteria, and we'll help introduce someone to you. Do you want someone pretty? Long or short hair? Big or small eyes? Teacher Zhang, could you be requesting leave to go on a blind date? I'm cramping up from laughing. My sister is really pretty. Let me matchmake the two of you. What are the things you're looking for? Tell us. Zhang Ye's request for leave post had suddenly attracted a lot of attention. He was currently very popular, and there was a lot of attention on him. But no one expected Zhang Ye to throw out a poem at the next second. A lot of people who saw it were shocked. The beauty of this poem was simply too intoxicating. Zhang Ye's Weibo, carrying an umbrella, all alone, pacing up and down this long, rainy alley on my own. I yearn to meet a girl who is like the lilac, resentful and downbeat. She is all. The colors of the lilac. The fragrance of the lilac. The sorrow of the lilac. Wistful in the rain. Wistful and halting. She paces down this deserted, rainy alley, holding an umbrella. Just like me. And just like me she silently trudges. Aloof, sullen, and brooding. Silent she approaches. Nearing and casting a glance like a heavy sigh. She drifts past. As if just a dream. As if just a hazy dream, downcast. As if a lilac. Passing through a dream. This woman passes by my back. She silently goes far, farther, and reaches a toppled fence, leaving this rain lane. In the rain's mournful song, her colors wash away. Her fragrance dissipates. Gone, washed away even her eyes that heavily sigh. Her lilac lachrymose, carrying an umbrella, all alone, pacing up and down this long, long, rainy alley on my own. I yearn to meet a girl who is like the lilac, resentful and downbeat. The netizens were dumbfounded at reading it. Damn, he really could just compose a poem on a whim. Yet, this was really incredibly beautiful. The woman described in this poem was truly beautiful. All at once, the comments blew up. This is the most artistic request for leave that I've ever seen. My heart aches for Teacher Zhang. The woman who's like a lilac has already gone far ahead. Teacher Zhang, hurry up and chase after her. Approve. Approve. You can take your leave now. Teacher Zhang, we'll allow you to go on your break. Hurry and go. Go for it. A woman who crossed paths and then headed off into the distance had captivated a lot of the netizens. They did not know which unlucky girl Zhang Ye had set his eyes on, but they definitely had to be supportive of such an important encounter of love. Only a few people from the literary circle could not resist criticizing Zhang Ye. Their literary upbringing was clearly much higher than the common folks. Someone from the Writers' Association sighed. What a good poem. But to use such a good poem in a place like this. Isn't this too great a waste? A person from the CFLAC once said angrily. How could the beauty of this poem be so simple? There's clearly a much deeper meaning to it. How could Zhang Ye use something so grand as his request for leave? What a waste of talent. I'm so angered that I laugh. This Zhang Ye, having all that talent, but using it so carelessly. He pisses me off. One of his poems had once again generated heaps of controversy. Zhang Ye actually understood much better than them that this was not a poem about a girl. It did not just refer to a lilac girl, but more about the vague hopes and desires of a person. But to Zhang Ye, Wu Ziqing was currently all of his hopes and desires. In his eyes, old Wu was that lilac girl. What can anyone do about that? Bite me? Chapter 1095, The Strangeness of the Lucky Halo. Chapter 1095, The Strangeness of the Lucky Halo. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the suburbs. In a conference hall. During the meeting's intermission, Wu Ziqing suddenly overheard the people beside her whispering while holding their cell phones. There were mentions of Weibo, Zhang Ye, poetry, and something about a request for leave. She went online to check. The poem, Rainy Alley, appeared before her eyes. The colors of the lilac. The fragrance of the lilac. A girl who is like the lilac? She read this poem 5 times over before breaking out into a grin. A lot of people around her were stunned from reading this poem as well. Her cell phone rang. It was a call from her family. Ziqing. Dad, what time will you be back this afternoon? 4 or 5 p.m. All right, drive safe. Noon. Back at home. Zhang Ye's parents called to say that they were at a relative's place and would not be coming home for lunch. Zhang Ye ended up eating leftovers again for lunch. He sighed to himself at the sorry state of things. He looked at his watch and saw that it was still too early for old Wu's meeting to have finished. Moreover, she still had to go back to her parents' place in the evening, so it would have to be at least 8 p.m. before he could get to see her today. So what should he do in the afternoon? As a matter of fact, this fellow did not really have any hobbies at all. Ever since he graduated, he had always been working, day in and day out. Even when he took leave from his work, he did not really know what to do. It's time for the lottery then. Zhang Ye had so many reputation points right now that it was even shocking to him. He activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, and chose the Lottery Draw 1 option to play. He decided to place 1,000 additional stakes to see if he could get any new items. 100 million reputation points were spent just like that. The lottery draw began. The wheel started to spin. Soon after, the needle came to a stop in the skills category region. Go Skill Experience Book, 1001. Go 1. What would I need this for? Zhang Ye was speechless. Had the lucky halo lost its effect? But thinking about it, similar situations had happened too. The luckiness effect of the lucky halo was not 100% effective. Out of a few hundred times, there would be an occasional, ineffective occurrence. So he wasn't too bothered by it. He started to study the Go Skill Experience books as he ate them one by one. When he came to the last Skill Experience book, a familiar-looking notification popped up, just as he had expected. He had encountered this before. The Go skill has been maxed out. He was unable to learn it any further. Zhang Ye decided not to play Lottery Draw 1 anymore. Since he hadn't tried his luck in Lottery Draw 2 for quite a while now, he decided to spend another 100 million reputation points on it. He opened the Lottery Draw 2 interface. A familiar-looking slot machine appeared. This was the lottery draw that required 10 million reputation points per try. If he placed 9 additional stakes, that would expend 100 million reputation points immediately. But Zhang Ye did not feel the pinch anymore since he had a ton of reputation points. The draw began. The slot machine started cycling. One by one, the icons slid past the screens. Then it slowed, slowing and slowing. Zhang Ye's lucky halo, upgraded, was still activated. He did not mind what items he would get from the draw, as long as it didn't turn out to be empty. Otherwise, these 100 million reputation points would go down the drain. The slot machine came to a stop. The result came out. Skills Category Treasure Chest, Medium. The medium-sized golden chests were about twice as big as the small chests. When he opened them up, the Skill Experience book inside turned out to be much larger than the ones in the small treasure chests. It seemed that this was the first time Zhang Ye got a Skill Experience book from Lottery Draw 2. But when he saw the name of the Skill Experience books, he was dumbfounded. Go Skill Experience Book 10. Your sister. It was still Go? He immediately gave it a try and flipped open the first Skill Experience book. The book dissolved into glowing light particles and surged directly into Zhang Ye's mind. He could clearly sense that his skill had leveled up, and there was no system notification to say that it couldn't be learned. It looked like his previous guesses were right. For the Lottery Draw 1, skill and stats category items, some of them would max out at 100, while some would max out at 1,000. But in Lottery Draw 2, the enlarged Skill Experience books in the medium-sized treasure chests would still continue to increase his experience. However, that increase would no longer be exponential, and the effect lessened the more he ate them. The 1,000 smaller Go Skill Experience books that he had just studied cost the same as the 10 larger ones, at 100 million total reputation points each. But the 10 larger Skill Experience books clearly did not have as great an effect as when he ate the smaller ones. This was actually quite normal. To cite an example, a weightlifting beginner could easily go from lifting 25 kilograms to 50 kilograms. But to get to lifting 75 kilograms from 50 kilograms, it would only get more difficult. Then, to get from lifting 100 kilograms to 125 kilograms, it would be even harder. Once it got close to human limits, it would almost be impossible to achieve. The great thing about Lottery Draw 2's prizes was that it could allow the user to continue increasing the skill level even though the base limits had already been reached. It might seem like the growth rate was negligible, but the actual growth was not the same. This was a really important discovery. Stamina? Strength? This meant Zhang Ye could still get to a higher level in those stats. Zhang Ye was rather happy to have gained a further understanding of the game ring. But still, he felt that this Skill Experience book for Go was a bit of a scam. Oh right, the lucky halo was still activated. Just as he was about to deactivate the reputation points sucking item, he heard a shuffle of footsteps at the door. With a swish, an ad pamphlet was slotted in through the gap at the bottom of the door. He deactivated the lucky halo and walked to the door to pick up the pamphlet. Zhuanwoman Go Club? Recruiting members? Play for free for 2 hours by showing this pamphlet? Zhang Ye suddenly realized that there was something going on. Logically, the lucky halo would not usually fail. Moreover, the lucky halo he was using was an upgraded version, so the effects should be much stronger. Even if it had failed to work properly once, it shouldn't happen twice in a row. Further, someone had even handed out a Go Club pamphlet through the door. Could there be some deeper meaning to this? Since he did not have anything to do, he immediately decided that he would head there to have a look. Later that afternoon, Zhuanwoman As it wasn't far away, Zhang Ye slow jogged over so that he could get some light training in as well. But as he got recognized by people 3 times along the way, he quickly turned into the alleyways to hide from the attention. Very soon, he reached his destination. A traditional air exuded from the Go Club building that spanned 2 stories. He pushed open the door and entered the building. It wasn't a large place and felt more like a CAF. An old man sat at the reception desk. "Hello, young man." "Hello. Is this your first time here?" "Yes. This pamphlet says that I can play 2 hours for free. Let me take a look, please." "Oh yes, you can play for free. It's on the 2nd floor." Clack, clack. He could hear the clink of the Go stones being played upstairs. Zhang Ye went upstairs to take a look, but saw that there weren't too many people at the club. Those who were here were basically just the elderly, so he took off his sunglasses. Since his fan base did not include the elderly, he thought that it would be fine to just wear his surgical mask, as he probably wouldn't get recognized by anyone here. If he had been wearing his aviators inside, it would have made him stand out even more. He found a spot where no one was at and sat down. Then he started laying out the stones based on a game record too. Zhang Ye had learned about Go way back then. Of course, he didn't learn it professionally. He only joined those compulsory interest-based classes where they made you learn activities like Xiangqi 3, badminton, and soccer during elementary and middle school. For some reason, he chose to learn about Go back then. It was because of those classes that he had gained a basic knowledge of Go, although his knowledge was just on how to play it. Though he'd read many game records, he still couldn't grasp many of the basic concepts and wasn't exactly interested in the game either. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. He sat there by himself. No one came to look for him to play him, nor did he go to anyone seeking to play them. He simply wanted to find out what was going on with the lucky halo today. Suddenly, someone came upstairs. He turned to look and saw an old man in his 50s. He was wearing a Chinese tunic suit and dressed very smartly. His eyebrows were pretty bushy, and he looked like he had quite the temper. When he arrived, the people in the Go Club immediately stopped playing. "Yo, Teacher Chang'e, what a rare guest. What brought you here today? Did you argue with your daughter again? Huh? Or did you get chased out of your house by your wife?" The several old men were definitely old acquaintances from the looks of it, bantering the moment he arrived. That old man who was addressed as Teacher Chang'e scowled and rolled his eyes. "You all better keep it down. Do you think I won't slaughter all of you on the Go board? Who wants to have a go? Come on, I'll let you. Have a handicap of 3 stones. A middle-aged man laughed and said, "We wouldn't dare to play against you even if you gave us a handicap of 5 stones. Who hadn't heard of your great name all those years ago, Chang'e 9 Dan?" Teacher Chang'e did not like what he was hearing. He harumphed. "You make it sound as if no one knows who I am now." An old man said in amusement, "You have students everywhere, and so many of them are even national players. I'm sure the entire world knows who you are. Does that sound better to you? There's a popular saying that goes, a good man does not harp on past glories. You've been retired for so many years. Why are you still so competitive?" Teacher Chang'e said with a laugh, "But I'm still stronger than the several of you old fogies. You tried so hard all those years ago and still couldn't make it as professional Go players. At most, you're known as dominant players among amateurs. 9th Dan? A Go 9 Dan?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. There was actually such a highly skilled player in this small Go club? A 9th Dan is one of the highest honors in the Go world. Even if one was old or retired, a 9th Dan strength was still at the level of a professional and would definitely be considered a person of distinction in the Go world. What was such a high-ranking person doing here in a small, amateur Go club like this one? Chang'e 9 Dan said, "I'm not going to continue bantering with you all. I still have something to handle here. Where's old Lu? We arranged to meet at this time. So where is he?" "Old Lu just left." "Ah, I think his wife fell sick. That old fogey. I told him that I had something important to discuss with him. How can he delay me like this?" "What's the matter, Teacher Chang'e?" "Nothing, it's nothing." Chang'e 9 Dan was looking pretty unhappy. Where else could he go to find someone at a time like this? Suddenly, he glanced over in Zhang Ye's direction. Who's that young man?" An old man looked over. "We don't know him. He just came in a short while ago. I think he's here to play Go. But he didn't approach anyone to play against, and has just been laying out stones from a game record all this while." In this Go club that basically consisted of only the elderly, a young man walking into the premises naturally caught their attention. However, No one went over to interact with him. Changhe 9 Dan walked over to him and had a look at the Go board. His curiosity was piqued, and he took a closer look at it. His eyes lit up. Why have I never come across a game record like this one before? Zhang Ye looked up at him and said with a smile, I was placing them down willy-nilly. I forget where I saw it. Of course, he wouldn't have come across it before. That was because this game record was from a match between two Go masters from Zhang Ye's previous world. Zhang Ye was just replaying that match. Changhe 9 Dan sat down across from him and scrutinized him. You're a beginner? Zhang Ye smiled. More or less. Changhe 9 Dan asked, How good are you? I'm okay, I guess, Zhang Ye said conservatively. The several old men in the Go club were all amused at this reply. Okay, how confident? Changhe 9 Dan narrowed his eyes. All right, let's play a match. Zhang Ye thought a little. Sure, I'll let you have a handicap of 2 stones. Come on. Changhe 9 Dan took the white stones for himself. Chapter 1096, Zhang Ye's Blind Date. Chapter 1096, Zhang Ye's Blind Date. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the Go Club, the atmosphere livened up. Quick, let's go and watch. Changhe is playing. I haven't seen him play Go in a very long time. I'll go and watch as well. Why is he playing against a young man? I don't know. The game began. Zhang Ye was given a handicap of 2 stones. He did not say anything and just smiled as he started playing his first moves 1. Changhe 9 Dan made his move. How should I address you? Zhang Ye played a knight's move 2. You can call me Zhang. Changhe 9 Dan followed up with another move. Where do you stay? At Kaishiku. Zhang Ye played a diagonal move 3. Changhe 9 Dan's eyebrows jumped as he said, Oh, that's not far away. I live in the area as well. Not bad, you're pretty good. Let me test you further. Clink, clink. The stones were placed down onto the board very quickly. The two of them were seemingly playing a fast game, taking very little time to think in between each move. As Zhang Ye was given a handicap of 2 stones, he naturally had the greater advantage, and that manifested right from the beginning of the game. However, Changhe 9 Dan was a professional and had even stood at the top of Go World before. By the mid-game, he had gradually clawed back from his disadvantage, exciting the nearby spectators. What a great move. This move is really beautiful. Teacher Changhe is still as skilled as ever. Changhe 9 Dan even chatted as he played. Haha, compared to those past years, I'm no longer as skilled. I'm getting on in age, and my mind can't function as fast as before. An old neighbor of his laughed and said, The main issue is that your temper has grown and your play has become less steady as before. Someone who did not agree with that said, But compared to his previous playing style, Teacher Changhe's attack has become much stronger. An old man had a look at the Go board, then said, This young man is pretty good. For an amateur to play so well against Changhe is already quite something. If he puts in more effort and practices, he might even be able to turn professional. That might not be the case, right? Don't forget that he was given a handicap of 2 stones. The gap between them is still pretty wide. This young man has potential. There were all kinds of evaluations. The first match ended. Without even the need for adding compensation for, Zhang Ye had lost. But Changhe 9 Dan was very happy. That was a very enjoyable game. In recent years, other than professional players, there have rarely been any amateurs who can play so well against me. Zhang Ye smiled. Changhe 9 Dan's interest was piqued. Come, let's play another game. I will give you a handicap of 2 stones as usual. Although Changhe 9 Dan was very familiar with the old neighbors here, he seldom played with them. This was because the difference in their levels was so huge that even giving a handicap would not resolve the issue. He would usually play Go with his disciples instead, or go on internet Go servers to look for his old friends who were professional Go players to be his opponents. But to him, the feeling of playing online by clicking on a mouse was clearly not as good as the real thing. So now that he had met this young man who could compare to him, he naturally would not allow him to leave. They started a new game. Changhe 9 Dan won again. Zhang Ye was not bothered by this either. It was as if he was not being serious at all. However, the others around definitely did not think of it any other way. They thought that this young man had already given his all in order to achieve such results against a former 9th Dan Go master. After 3 rounds, Changhe 9 Dan banged on the table and laughed heartily. All right, young man. You'll do. Then, amid everyone's confused gazes, Changhe 9 Dan pulled Zhang Ye toward the exit. Let's go? Come with me. Zhang Ye was stunned. To where? To my place. Are we still going to play? No, we won't be playing anymore. Huh? Uncle, I still have something to attend to. Whatever it is that you have, you need to postpone it. I'm depending on you to save the day. Zhang Ye was at a loss for words. Without even knowing what was going on, he had been dragged to the entrance of a courtyard house 5 by the old man. Once inside, he didn't see anyone else in the courtyard and was unsure if the entire place belonged to the old man's household. Very quickly, he was then dragged off into the northern house by the old man. In the house, a middle-aged woman preparing some vegetables looked up, slightly startled. You're back. Chang'e Dan said with a laugh. I'm back. Are you preparing dinner? Li Qinxin looked at Zhang Ye. Is this young man old Lu's son? That's not right. I saw him last year. He doesn't look like that. Chang'e Dan waved her off. Don't talk about that old Lu. He'd too unreliable, standing me up at the Go Club. There, didn't I still manage to find this young man at the last minute? We even played 2 rounds of Go together, and I found out that he's quite good. I would consider him to be one of the better amateur players around. It's just a shame that he's a bit old. If he were 16, 17 years old, I would definitely have taken him as my disciple. Li Qinxin grumbled. You're always doing things like that. Look at him. He doesn't even know what's going on, and you've dragged him here. You're really something. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. Auntie, what is going on? Li Qinxin apologized. Child, please go back. This has nothing to do with you. Why are you making him leave? Chang'e Dan waved her off. Never you mind. Our daughter will be back soon. Just make dinner. I'll take charge of this myself. Li Qinxin didn't know how to react. You do that? Chang'e Dan said. So what if I do? I just dislike that guy our daughter found for herself. Li Qinxin shook her head and said, You don't even know who he is. Isn't it enough knowing what his job is? Chang'e Dan grunted. Anyway, I won't agree to it. I'll definitely foil her plans. Zhang Ye was confused by what was going on. Chang'e Dan's next line scared the living daylights out of Zhang Ye. Kid, when my daughter gets back, I'm arranging for you two to have a blind date. Do have a good chat with her. What? A blind date? Why would I have a blind date? Zhang Ye was floored. I already have a girlfriend. Chang'e Dan said, that's fine. My daughter definitely won't have eyes for you anyway. Zhang Ye was floored again. Uncle, why doesn't that sound right at all to me? Li Qinxin blinked. Young man, what's your job? Zhang Ye took off his surgical mask. Li Qinxin said curiously, Why do you look a little familiar? Chang'e Dan looked at him and nodded approvingly. Your looks are average, but you're classy. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that those who play Go don't lack for class? So what do you do? For a living? Man, you two really don't know who I am? Zhang Ye had to nonchalantly say, I'm a teacher. Li Qinxin probed further. What subject do you teach? Zhang Ye said mathematics. A teacher? That's not bad. Chang'e Dan nodded and said, You even teach mathematics? No wonder you could play Go so well. Mathematics and Go are interrelated. I know some math professors from Peking University who are also quite good at Go. Bro, I am from Peking University. Li Qinxin studied Zhang Ye, then said, It's just that he's too young. Zhang Ye made to leave. I really can't do this, so I'll be leaving. But Chang'e Dan grabbed him. Get back here. Do you know how beautiful my daughter is? Let me tell you this. If you leave now, you'll regret it forever. You are a Go player as well. Don't you know the traditions of our Go world? In times of trouble, aid arrives from all over. You must know that, right? Sit down. No matter what, you must have dinner before you leave. What if, and I'm saying what if, my daughter really likes you? Then that would be a blessing that you've earned through your previous 8 lifetimes. Of course, that likely won't be the case. Beaming with joy, he could not help but continue. You do not know how outstanding my daughter is. She is beautiful. She works as. In the end, Zhang Ye was persuaded to stay. Or rather, he had been held back by force. Zhang Ye was starting to feel ill at ease and was almost in tears. I'm having a blind date. If this gets out and old Wu learns about it, I'll die without knowing how I died. Are you trying to get me into trouble? This lucky halo is really too much. I've totally been scammed. This is simply. All of a sudden, footfalls came from the entrance of the courtyard. Li Qinxin's eyes lit up. Our daughter is back. Chang'e Dan gave Zhang Ye a wink and said, Perform well and act natural. When you see what my daughter looks like in a while, don't get too shocked. She's really beautiful. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The silhouette of a person was visible in the courtyard. Li Qingqin went up to her with a smile. You're back. Chang He asked, where did you park your car? The woman smiled and said, I parked it at the entrance of the alley. Then, when the woman spotted Zhang Ye inside the house, she was stunned. When Zhang Ye saw the woman standing outside the house, he was stunned as well. Holy shit. Old Wu. 1. Zhang Ye plays black. Chang He plays white. https://senseis.xmp net/? handicap https://senseis.xmp.net/? Two free, fei kaima, a stone placement which makes an L shape, often referred to in English as a knight's move, as it mimics the movement of the knight piece in chess. https://senseis.xmp.net/? knight's move https://in.wikipedia.org/wiki/shape_go. 3. Jan Kosumi, a move placed at a point diagonally adjacent to another of one's own stones where the adjoining intersections are unoccupied. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Kosumi https://in.wikipedia.org/wiki/shape_go. For Timu, Tia M/Komi, a bonus in score given to white as compensation for going second. There is no agreement on what Komi ought to be, but is commonly in the range of 4.5 to 7.5 points. Komi almost always includes a half point for breaking ties. Area scoring. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Chinese counting territory scoring. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Japanese counting. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Komi. 5. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/courtyard_house https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/CHUN. Chapter 1097. This is my boyfriend. Chapter 1097. This is my boyfriend. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the courtyard house, the two of them stared at one another and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Ye could not have expected that the woman who came in would turn out to be old Wu, even if he were told this 100 times over. What was this? What was going on? Zhang Ye's jaw dropped. Wu Changhe patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder and pointed at the woman who just came in. With a smile, he introduced, This is my daughter, Wu Ziqing. What do you think? She's good, right? Her. Look at you. You're all dumbfounded at seeing her. I was just warning you a moment ago. He was clearly very pleased and proud, thinking that Zhang Ye had been stupefied by his beautiful daughter. My daughter is a civil servant. She's an official and an important leader at that. Huh? Guess which organization she's from? Wu Changhe asked again. Guess. I'm sure you won't be able to guess. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Guess? I won't be able to guess, my ass. We've known each other for a long time. Wu Changhe did not even wait for Zhang Ye to guess, as he simply announced the answer. My daughter is currently an executive at the SARFD. As for what position she holds, you two can talk about it in detail afterwards. I won't go on further about it. Then he looked at Wu Ziqing and said, My daughter, this is little Zhang. A young and promising man who can play Go as well as him at his age is rarely seen. He's considered quite outstanding when it comes to the ranks of the amateur players. I only met little Zhang by chance today and played a few games with him. It felt great playing against him. Although he paled in comparison to me, and I beat him by quite a large margin even though I gave him a handicap of 2 stones, he was still quite outstanding. Oh, and can you guess what his job is? Take a guess. Play Go? Just met each other? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, What's his job? A teacher. He's a university professor. Wu Changhe laughed and said, What a good job that is. Can you guess what subject he teaches? Wu Ziqing said, Chinese. Wu Changhe shook his head. Nope, he teaches mathematics. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat away and said, About that. Wu Changhe was an impatient man. Don't be so wishy-washy. Quickly shake hands and get to know each other. Hurry. Shake what hands? Zhang Ye did not know what to say anymore. It was Wu Ziqing who put out her hand first, in a gentle manner. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye forced a smile. He had no choice but to shake her hand in return. Hello. Li Qinqin pulled her daughter into the house. Don't stand out here. Let's talk inside. Ziqing, how long ago was it since you came back home? You should come back to visit us more often. I'm too busy at the office and can't get away sometimes. Wu Ziqing glanced at Zhang Ye and said, Feel free to sit and make yourself at home. Their daughter's attitude wasn't too bad. It seemed like her attitude had changed. Li Qinqin looked at her daughter with great surprise. Wu Changhe was quite happy as he thought that his daughter would be very resistant to the idea of this blind date. That's right, have a seat. Make yourself at home and don't stand on ceremony with us. Sweat started beading at Zhang Ye's forehead. All right. The atmosphere was very awkward. At least Zhang Ye felt that way. So this is your father? So this is your mother? So this is your house. Holy shit. Only now did he realize what had happened, and it wasn't that the lucky halo that was ineffective. Instead, it had coincidentally helped him to meet his future father-in-law. Further, as luck would have it, he was dragged along by his future father-in-law who needed him to step in for someone else to go on a blind date with his daughter. Thinking about it now, he remembered that Wu Ziqing had mentioned on the phone that she would be going back to her parents' home in the evening as her father had arranged another blind date for her. But he could never have expected that the man who came for the blind date would turn out to be him. Just what the heck was this? This was way too dramatic. Zhang Ye really was not mentally prepared at all. If he knew that he would be coming to Wu Ziqing's home today, he would have bought things and gotten some gifts no matter what. He had never expected that his first time visiting old Wu's home would happen under such circumstances that would leave anyone at a loss. The four of them sat down. Li Qinqin brewed a pot of tea. Come have some tea. I'll go make dinner. Wu Changhe said. Yes, just chat among yourselves. Don't worry about us. Even though he said that, he did not move away and continued to sit beside them. Wu Ziqing looked at Zhang Ye and said with a smile, You can even play Go? Zhang Ye coughed and said, I learned a little when I was in school. Wu Changhe added, He's very good. Zhang Ye immediately said, No, it's just a hobby, and I'm only an amateur. Look at little Zhang. He's so modest, Wu Changhe praised. Li Qinqin rolled her eyes at her husband. Don't disturb them. Come and help me with dinner. Wu Changhe said, You do it. I want to have a little chat with the young ones. Auntie, why don't I come and help you? Zhang Ye swiftly stood up. Li Qinqin immediately smiled and said, No need. You two can carry on talking. The food has already been made, and dinner will be served in a bit. Frankly, old Wu's character was closer to Li Qinqin's. She was gentle and took after her mother in the looks department, with their eyes and nose looking exactly alike. Of course, she also inherited some behavioral traits from her father. For example, she was quite authoritative when it came to work, like him. Old Wu might be gentle, but she was never meek. Before long, dinner was ready. Wu Ziqing went to help her mother bring the dishes out. Wu Changhe asked Zhang Ye in a low voice, How is it? My daughter's not bad, eh? Zhang Ye nodded firmly. She's really good. The dishes were served. Wu Changhe said loudly, Actually, my daughter cooks very well. Even her mother cannot compare to her culinary skills. She can make any kind of dish, and they'll all be delicious. Li Qinqin said with a laugh, If you don't like to eat something, don't eat it. Wu Changhe laughed heartily. How can that do? Come, little Zhang, try your auntie's cooking. Oh yes, what do your parents do? Zhang Ye sat up straight and said in a serious tone, My parents are ordinary workers. Li Qinqin said, That's good. The labor workforce consists of the most honorable people. Wu Changhe nodded. In fact, we're just an ordinary family as well and are not fussy about such things. We're not insistent on looking for someone who is a government official or someone rich, or require them to be from a family of comparable status. Our family does not have such a mindset, as we are very casual people, you know? He looked at Zhang Ye and said, We're mainly looking for someone who has a good character and a stable career, like being a teacher. Then, of course, my daughter has to like him as well, and they should share something in common. That's all that matters. Zhang Ye did not dare utter a word. Wu Ziqing did not show much of an expression and continued to eat. Wu Changhe looked at his daughter. My daughter, what do you think of little Zhang? Wu Ziqing nodded. He's quite good. Li Qinqin was taken aback. What do you mean by he's quite good? I'm quite happy. Wu Ziqing smiled. Li Qinxin gasped in surprise. She felt that her daughter was behaving differently today. In the past, whenever she had a blind date, she would not even turn up to meet the person. When it got unavoidable and she had no choice but to meet them, she would always come up with some excuse, like being needed back at the office, before leaving quickly. So why now was she inviting little Zhang to have a seat and telling him to make himself at home? She even said things like how she was happy with him. This had never happened before. Did the sun rise up from the west today? Wu Changhe was also very surprised. Oh, then, there's a chance to progress further? Wu Ziqing smiled as she scooped some food for both her parents. She said, Dad, you really know how to choose someone. From a sea of 1 billion people. Even if you narrowed down the range to only Beijing, there are still more than 10 million people to choose from. In the end, you just had to bring the most unlikely guy back here. Li Qinxin blinked several times. What do you mean by that? Wu Changhe was also confused. Wu Ziqing pointed at Zhang Ye and said, The two of you really don't know who he is? Zhang Ye gave a hollow laugh. Wu Changhe said, I know. He's little Zhang. The elderly couple really did not watch much television nor paid any attention to the matters surrounding the entertainment industry. Li Qinxin suddenly stared at Zhang Ye. I found him somewhat familiar right as he came in. It's like I've seen him somewhere before. Wu Ziqing put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, Then let me reintroduce him to you. The gentleman before you is indeed a university professor. That's not false. It's also true that he teaches math. But the two of you definitely do not know that he holds a title at Peking University and that he is an associate professor in the math department. Li Qinxin was startled. Peking University? Didn't you used to be the vice president of Peking? Wu Changhe stared with mouth agape. Associate professor? How can there be such a young associate professor at Peking University? Wu Ziqing continued. At the same time, he's also a lecturer in the Chinese department at Peking University and holds the title of visiting associate professor at Media College. He's as real an academic as you can get. She then paused when she saw her parents' stunned faces. She added, By the way, he still has some other identities as well. For example, he's a calligrapher, a famous radio host, a famous variety show director, a famous documentary director, a famous singer, a musician, an actor, a famous poet, a famous author, a lawyer, and so on and so forth. Wu Changhe had jumped to his feet. Li Qinxin asked in surprise, Teach, the two of you already know each other? They had figured out who this man was. Someone who held all these titles in all the nation. There could only be one. The next moment, Wu Ziqing held on to Zhang Ye's arm very naturally and introduced him calmly to her parents. This is Zhang Ye, my boyfriend. Li Qinxin opened her mouth wide. Ah. Wu Changhe panicked. What did you say? This is your boyfriend? Li Qinxin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They finally understood why their daughter had said those things that didn't make sense to them earlier. From the millions of people in Beijing, Wu Changhe had actually dragged his daughter's real boyfriend, whom he had always objected to their home for a blind date with his daughter. What was the damned probability of that? Wu Changhe nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1098. I will give you a handicap of 2 stones. Chapter 1098. I will give you a handicap of 2 stones. Translator, leg editor, leg. This was too dramatic. And it was too unbelievable as well. How could there be such a coincidence? Even in television dramas, there wouldn't be such a fucking coincidence. In an instant, Wu Changhe flew into a rage as he banged on the table and pointed at Zhang Ye. So you're the rascal that duped my daughter? You still have the cheek to sit here? Huh? Zhang Ye sat there in a daze. Huh? Didn't you tell me to make myself at home? Wu Changhe said furiously. What makes you think that this is your home? Go back to wherever you came from. Get up right now. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat away and stood up obediently. Wu Changhe pointed at him and said, You got me good, you rascal. Did you plan all of this? You knew that I would be going to the Zhuan Woman Go Club today? Did you go in advance to lie in wait after my daughter tipped you off? Then insist on following me home, leading to this situation? Huh, was it you? Feeling wronged, Zhang Ye said. Bro, no. Uncle, I didn't even know where you lived, and old Wu has never even mentioned to me who you are. So how could I possibly know that you were going to the Go Club today? And it just so happened that Uncle Lu's son whom you were looking for did not show up? It's not like I'm a fortune teller or something. Besides, I did not insist on following you home. It was you who dragged me here. I didn't even know what was happening. Wu Changhe said angrily. You're still denying it. But it was really you who dragged this young man here. Li Qinxin spoke fairly. When little Zhang found out that he was here for a blind date, he even wanted to leave. But you blocked the door and refused to let him go. Wu Changhe didn't say anything. It was clear that this was just a coincidence. Li Qinxin muttered to herself. Could it really be fate? Wu Changhe yelled. What fate? Wu Ziqing smiled. Dad, let's eat for now. Then she pulled at Zhang Ye for him to sit down and continue eating. Wu Changhe said, Do you think I still have an appetite? But Wu Ziqing was still as calm as ever. She even gave some food to Zhang Ye. Try this. My mother is also very good at making chicken wings. She taught me all my culinary skills. Oh, Zhang Ye had a taste and said, delicious. Wu Changhe shouted, I won't agree to this anyhow. I won't allow it. Keep it down. Li Qinxin smacked her lips and said, Little Zhang has come as a guest. Besides, after all's been said and done, you were the one who dragged him to our place. Wu Changhe quibbled, I was deceived by him. Wu Ziqing looked up. Dad, can you sit down and eat for now? We'll return to this after dinner. We can't solve anything on an empty stomach, don't you think? Wu Changhe sat down angrily. But he did not take another bite of food as he was not in the mood to eat anymore. He had found Zhang Ye to be pretty pleasing to the eye before this. After all, there weren't that many young people who would put in the effort to play Go. But at this moment, Wu Changhe found Zhang Ye to be very unlikable no matter how he looked at him. He wished that he could grab a rolling pin and chase him out of the house. Wu Ziqing's mother did not have any negative feelings for Zhang Ye. On the contrary, she seemed to be quite interested in him. Li Qinxin looked at him. Little Zhang, the two of us don't usually watch television and couldn't recognize you just now, but we've heard a lot about you on more than one occasion. Your reputation precedes you, so I was really curious about you and have always wanted to meet you. But I never expected that we would meet under such circumstances. Zhang Ye said respectfully. It's an undeserved reputation that was given to me by the public. Annie, I've actually wanted to pay you a visit for a long time, but there hadn't been an opportunity to do so. If I knew that I would be here today, I would have brought something along. I feel bad that I didn't get gifts. Li Qinxin asked, How many people are in your family? Zhang Ye said, There's only my parents and me. You don't have any siblings? I'm an only child. How did you get to know my daughter? The first time we met was on a plane. Old Wu invited me to teach at Peking University when she was still the vice president. That was quite a while ago. Li Qinxin blinked. How long have you two been together? Zhang Ye coughed and said, About a year. We didn't even know about it. Li Qinxin gave her daughter a look. Wu Ziqing laughed. How would I dare let you two know when Dad is like this? Li Qinxin smiled. That's true. Wu Changhe raged and addressed her by name. Li Qinxin, whose side are you on? Li Qinxin replied, I think little Zhang is quite good. I don't know much about the entertainment industry, nor do I know any of those celebrities. But I've still heard of little Zhang's name many times before. Even though he is young, he has many accomplishments. Moreover, I heard that little Zhang helped out a lot with little Mo's and little Chub's, Fat Sis, companies. It's all because of his help that their companies managed to do well. Didn't they mention that during our last meal together? They were especially thankful to little Zhang, saying that if not for him, their companies would have gone bust. Little Zhang has given his best and really done a lot for our family. Zhang Ye was extremely touched. He did not expect that Wu Ziqing's mother would actually speak up for him. Wu Changhe said angrily, I'm telling you, I will declare this first. I will not accept this, definitely not. So what if he is very accomplished? No matter how accomplished he is still someone in the entertainment industry. Don't you know what sort of people are in that industry? There are hardly any good people in there. That industry is just a messed up place. The age difference and earnings are both not issues here. But no matter what, she mustn't get married to someone in the entertainment industry. Are you trying to push our daughter into a fiery pit of suffering? Wu Ziqing smiled. Then you can think of him as a university professor. I can't do that. Wu Changhe said. That is not his main career. Wu Ziqing said. Aren't you making things difficult for me this way? When I said that I found someone, you told me that you were not fine with it. All right. Now that you've brought someone back and I accepted him, you're telling me no again? Dad, I can make my own decisions and know what I'm doing. If it's someone I like, no one can talk me out of it. Wu Changhe said angrily. Why are you so naive? Don't you know what kind of reputation this Zhang Ye has? His character is already questionable. How can you marry a person like him? At this, Zhang Ye could no longer just listen quietly. Zhang Ye's eyebrows jumped as he interrupted. Uncle, I won't say anything if you criticize me on other matters. But if you say that my character is questionable, I won't accept it. Li Qinxin looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. Wu Changhe had a bad temper, but so did Zhang Ye. There were issues that he could back off on. There were issues that he could give into. But some things, he had to speak up when something needed to be said. Wu Changhe stared at him. You won't accept it? Zhang Ye said slowly. It's not that I don't respect my elders. But if you say that my character is questionable, I must definitely take it up with you. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. The two of them immediately started to quarrel. They had quite an exchange of words, but neither of them was willing to give in. Li Qinxin quickly mediated by saying, There's no problem with little Zhang's character. He saved a lot of people during the plane hijacking incident back then. Didn't you also say it just now? That he plays Go exceptionally well. You've said that those who can play Go well never have bad characters. Wu Changhe sneered. He plays well? You really believe the words that I casually said? By that skill of his, and me giving him a 2-stone handicap, I can still beat him by 6 points and above without needing to rack my brains. His Go skill is so lousy. How well could he possibly play? Judging by his Go technique that was full of rashness and unsteadiness, it would be a wonder if his character can be good. Wu Ziqing put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin in an even manner. Enough. Little Yi, let's go. Li Qinxin said. Stay a while longer and eat more. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, If we continue eating, these two will soon start a fight. Little Yi and I will go back. However, Zhang Ye was not about to leave just yet. That won't do. We have to clear up this matter about my character first. Uncle, I can sense that you're deliberately targeting me. Wu Changhe couldn't help but laugh. You still don't want to admit that you play a lousy game of Go? Zhang Ye said. Does that mean that a person who can play Go well will automatically have a good character? Of course. Go is a kind of self-cultivation. Those who exploit others by taking advantage of the situation and people with questionable characters would never be able to play it well. Wu Changhe grunted. Zhang Ye nodded. All right then, let's use Go to sort it out. We'll play another match. Are you fine with that? Wu Changhe was amused. You still want to play against me? You're far from as good as me. Even if you practiced for another 50 years, you still won't be a match for me. You couldn't beat me even if I gave you a handicap of 2 stones. However, Zhang Ye's next line stunned everyone in the house. Zhang Ye said, This time around, let me give you a handicap of 2 stones. There was a Go board with specialized seats in the house. Having said that, Zhang Ye walked right over and sat down. He took the white stones one and looked at Wu Changhe. Go ahead. You're giving me a handicap? Of 2 stones. Wu Changhe nearly burst out laughing. Li Qinxin gave a bitter laugh. Little Zhang, your uncle here was ranked as a 9th Dan in Go back in his day. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Auntie, I know that. Wu Changhe laughed in anger. He sat down heavily on the side of the black stones. All right, you think that you can beat me just because I didn't play seriously just then? Huh, Zhang Ye said with a smile. What a coincidence. I wasn't playing seriously either. The atmosphere became really tense. The conflict between these two escalated. Li Qinxin knew that she could not dissuade them, so she did not say any more and spectated. She was no stranger to Go. Although she was not good at playing, she still knew how to watch a match of Go. It was the same for Wu Ziqing. She quietly walked to the rear of Zhang Ye. She understood Go as well, of course. Wu Changhe didn't try to be polite, nor have the bearing of a one-time 9th Dan professional player. He grabbed 2 black stones and slapped them down on the Go board with a sneer. You're giving me a handicap of 2 stones, right? Good. Let's see how you're going to play. Li Qinxin frowned. Changhe, what are you trying to do? Wu Changhe said. He was the one who spoke arrogantly first and gave me a handicap of 2 stones. I'm just abiding by his wishes. He said to Zhang Ye. Come, let me see what you look like when you get serious. Taking the white stones, Zhang Ye's expression had already changed. It was a completely different look from the way he was while at the Go Club in the afternoon. It was as though he had totally become another person now. Clink. Zhang Ye placed his stone. Wu Changhe glanced at him as he laughed, and placed his stone too. Knight's move. A move followed. Horizontal stretch 2. Placement 3. Another knight's move. Followed by another move. Extension 4. As he played, Wu Changhe kept mocking, "What lousy moves. Do you even know how to play? You even want to make a diagonal move over here? What's the point of doing that? Have you ever seen any professional players play like that? You're a total amateur." But gradually, Wu Changhe's words lessened until he did not have anything to say. Li Qinxin was stunned. Wu Ziqing suddenly smiled. That diagonal move that Zhang Ye made just now had made Wu Changhe break out in a cold sweat. Holy shit! What kind of move was that? This way of playing had rarely been employed by anyone in the past. Wu Changhe's expression changed. 2 hours later. Their match lasted a full 2 hours. Zhang Ye placed the last stone down with a loud clink. Wu Changhe's face had turned green from anger. How could that be possible? Just how could that be possible? Li Qinxin also looked at Zhang Ye in disbelief. He lost. Wu Changhe had actually lost. And he even lost after given a handicap of 2 stones. Zhang Ye said, "You were saying earlier that those who can play a good game of Go would surely have a good character? So it looks like my character isn't that bad after all, huh?" 1. Black stones go first, white stones go second. Essentially, going second means you're at a disadvantage from the start. 2. Bing, Bienjinarabi, a Japanese Go term, is a specific type of stretch, solid extension, in which neither the stone extended from nor the extension touches other stones. https://senseis.xmp.net/?? in Arabic. 3. Didian/Oki. A placement is a play inside the opponent's group, mostly but not necessarily on a vital point, weakening the group. A placement is disconnected from one's existing stones from one's group. To succeed, it should be difficult to defend against. It's more of a clever play than a speculative invasion. https://senseis.xmp.net/? placement. 4th. Hey, chai/hierarchy. An extension is a big opening point that extends an existing configuration of one or more stones along the side, leaving several spaces between the played stone and the existing stones. It outlines potential territory towards the edge and/or blocks the opponent's extension. https://senseis.xmp.net/? extension. Chapter 1099. Arranging a battle against his future father-in-law. Chapter 1099. Arranging a battle against his future father-in-law. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In the house. The 3 of them were stunned by Zhang Ye's Go skill. "You won. How did you manage to win?" Nowadays, Wu Changhe was admittedly no longer that commandeering Changhe 9 Dan from 20 years ago. His Go skill had regressed, and he was already way off from the peak of his prowess. Go might seem like it was a game that many middle-aged people and the elderly played. But in fact, the top players in the world were all young people. At least, there weren't many that were past the age of 40. However, if one used to be an elite player in the Go world, they would still be an elite player now. Even if their skills had regressed, it would still not be easy to beat them. They were still regarded to be at the professional level and definitely not just at the level of those who had recently turned professional. Even if Wu Changhe had underestimated his opponent by not being serious at the start, this should still not have happened. It still did not make any sense at all. Giving a handicap of 2 stones? And he still won? For a professional Go player, this was as good as demolishing your opponent. Because for a professional Go player, there shouldn't be talk about giving handicaps at all. Although there was a difference in each person's skill, the difference would never call for giving a 2-stone handicap. What was the difference indicated by 2 stones? That would probably be the difference between a high-level amateur and a low-level one, or the difference between a professional Go player and a high-level amateur Go player. Li Qinxin said in astonishment, "Little Zhang, why your Go skills are so advanced?" Wu Changhe angrily banged on the table and stood up. "How devious. You rascal, you're too devious. So you were only pretending this afternoon when we played each other? You were only trying to lower my defenses around you." Zhang Ye said, "In any case, I've won." Wu Changhe said angrily, "What do you mean you won? If I had known you were at the level of a professional Go player, I would have played properly against you. I wasn't being serious at all just now." Zhang Ye spread his hands. "It's your problem that you were not serious. I still won anyhow. You despicable rascal." Wu Changhe raged. "You did that on purpose. You must have done that on purpose. Moreover, do you know how many years it has been since I've dabbled in a handicap game? That was a sneak attack. A sneak attack. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Wu Ziqing said with a laugh, Dad, are you a sore loser now? Wu Changhe stared with eyes wide. Me? A sore loser? Haha, what a joke. If I were to play him seriously, would I possibly lose? My daughter, you're looking down a little too much on your father. At just the mention of my name in the Go community, who wouldn't be afraid of me? If this rascal didn't pull a fast one on me, he wouldn't have won even if I gave him a handicap of 5 stones. 5 stones. Give me a handicap? Her. Zhang Ye sneered. Li Qinqin also rolled her eyes at her husband. All right, enough with your bragging. You think that I was bragging? Huh. Wu Changhe said exasperatedly. Look at this boyfriend that our daughter found. Haven't you seen? He's so devious. I will never approve of him. She can look for any other person, but she must never find a boyfriend like him. He has a questionable character. Let me say this again. His character is too questionable. Li Qinqin smacked her lips and said, He played against you fair and square, and even gave you a handicap of 2 stones. What do you mean by he's devious? The way I see it, it's your skill that has dropped. You were not a match for him. Wu Changhe was getting annoyed. I wasn't playing. Seriously, if I had, he would surely have been scared to death. Wu Ziqing smiled. All right. You weren't being serious just now. She pulled at Zhang Ye. Let's go. Dad, Mom, we'll be leaving now. Wu Changhe stopped them. He pointed at Zhang Ye and said, What's the matter? Running away after you've resorted to dirty tricks? Don't run away if you are so good. Li Qinqin tugged at her husband. That's enough. Zhang Ye had wanted to leave with old Wu, but when he heard that, he stopped in his tracks and turned around. I won't leave then. If there's anything you're unhappy about with respect to the game, you can set the rules and I'll accept them. Wu Changhe laughed furiously. All right, kid. You've got balls. Wu Ziqing pulled at him. Little Yi. Wu Changhe said, Come on, let's battle it out. Zhang Ye said, Let's do it. Wu Changhe said loudly, Come on then. Zhang Ye said, All right. However, how could Li Qinqin and Wu Ziqing let them play against each other? These two were already on the verge of fighting. No matter who won, it would still cause a fallout. The two of them hurriedly tried to stop them. Li Qinqin pulled her husband away and said, You're a good player, all right? You're a really good player. Wu Changhe fumed. He couldn't beat me in the first place. Zhang Ye was now unhappy. But I already did. That's because you resorted to dirty tricks. Wu Changhe said angrily. Wu Ziqing also held Zhang Ye back. She didn't know how to react and said, Why are you trying to argue with my dad? Let's go already. She dragged Zhang Ye out to the courtyard. In the end, the two of them continued to argue from either side of the door. Wu Changhe shouted, Get back here. Let's play another match. Zhang Ye rushed back into the house. All right, I'm up for it. I'll give you a handicap of 3 stones this time. No need. How about I give you a handicap of 4 stones? I'll give you a handicap of 5 stones. I'll give you a handicap of 6 stones. I'll give you a handicap of 10 stones. I'll give you a handicap of 20 stones. Eventually, the handicap went up to 200 stones. The two of them started talking big. In Go, each player would have at most 181 stones to play. So how could they possibly give a handicap of 200 stones? They were basically just bragging to the skies. Li Qinqin was floored. You two are really something. Finally, Wu Ziqing managed to pull Zhang Ye away. Just before he stepped out of the courtyard house, he heard Wu Changhe shout, If you're that great, let's battle again tomorrow. I'll show you what Go is all about. Are you up for that? Zhang Ye turned around as he was being dragged off. Sure, I'll be back tomorrow. Wu Changhe said, You're a whelp if you don't show up. Outside, in the alley, Wu Ziqing's face was covered with sweat from pulling Zhang Ye away from the argument. She did not usually exercise much and did not have much strength either, so having to pull Zhang Ye out of the house took a big toll on her. Oh, you. Wu Ziqing shook her head and smiled. Zhang Ye harumphed. Old Wu, it's not that I'm not giving you face today. But if your dad wants to accuse me of having a questionable character, I won't take that lying down. Wu Ziqing changed the topic. Since when did you know how to play Go? Zhang Ye said, I've always known how to. You can even beat my dad? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, although he really wasn't being serious today either. He started that game very casually and allowed you to gain an advantage. It was only because of that you managed to narrowly beat him. Zhang Ye said, even if your dad got serious, I still won't lose. Wu Ziqing said, that would have to be under the condition of having no handicaps. She took his hand. Let's go. We didn't even have a proper meal. When we get back, I'll cook for you. After that, let's play a round of Go as well. You can play too? I've been playing ever since I was 7 years old. How good are you? SOSO, I guess. A short distance away in the house, Li Qinxin started complaining to her husband. Look at you. Why did you have to argue with the children? It was him who started it first. Wu Changhe sat down and took a sip of tea. He was still quite fired up from earlier. How dare he pretend to be an amateur in front of me? He was too devious. Li Qinxin laughed and said, I saw his skill just now too. Even if you had been serious and did not give him a handicap, you might not necessarily beat him. Ziqing's boyfriend this time is really something. He's just as legendary as they reported in the newspapers. He's such an astonishing person. I just wonder why his Go skill is so advanced. Logically, it's not something that can be practiced with just 1 or 2 years of play. As a celebrity, where does he find time to practice Go? But I heard that the mathematical conjecture proof that he proposed has almost been verified. He should be the greatest mathematician in the country now, and also a globally recognized world-class mathematician. With the interlinked relationship between Go and Math 1, it's still within reason that he can play so well. This little Zhang is really such a marvel. It's no wonder that our Ziqing, who usually sets her sights really high, would like him. I heard that he also got into singing a while ago. I think he even became the champion, and he's already a superstar in the country. It seems like he's really good at everything. Wu Chang'e stared at her. Did you get duped by him too? He's not good. Not even close. Li Qinxin said, All right, he's not good. You're the best, her. This meeting today was truly too funny. Thinking about it, Li Qinxin couldn't help but find it funny. How could there be such a huge coincidence in the world? Chapter 1100, The Internet Go Server. Chapter 1100, The Internet Go Server. Translator, Leg Editor. Leg. The next day, early in the morning, 6 or 7 o'clock. At home, Zhang Ye's mother was already awake while his father was still sleeping. Mom, I'm going out. Where are you going now? I have some serious business to attend to. It was past 8 when you got home last night. Come back earlier tonight. Got it. You don't have much to do at work anyway, so why are you still always going out every day? Zhang Ye thought to himself how he really had serious business to handle. This was a matter concerning his marriage. Outside Old Wu's villa, Zhang Ye had driven over and used the key to open the door. He changed into his slippers with familiarity and placed the still warm breakfast onto the dining table. He looked up the staircase and called out twice. No one responded. She was probably still asleep. He headed upstairs and opened the door to Old Wu's bedroom. A whiff of perfume greeted him as he stepped into the room. The room was very clean and tidy. Even the clothes Old Wu had taken off had been carefully folded and stacked before being placed at the side. The topmost piece was a nude bra, with a skirt and pale pantyhose placed beside it. These were what Old Wu had been wearing last night. Lying in bed under her blanket, Wu Ziqing's eyes were closed. Her sleep posture was very beautiful and elegant. A woman's upbringing and her family environment could sometimes be seen from their sleeping posture. Some women might look very elegant during the day, but once asleep, their true colors would be revealed by their sprawled-out legs and snores. However, Old Wu's gentleness was something that was etched deep into her bones. She looked especially nice and ladylike even while she was sleeping. Old Wu. Old Wu. Wake up. Wu Ziqing was finally awake. Zhang Ye smiled and said, It's past 7. Wu Ziqing covered her mouth and yawned a few times, then said with a slight smile, You're here? Yeah, I bought breakfast. Come downstairs and eat. Zhang Ye said, After you're done eating, help me call your parents. I'll go over during the day since your dad is waiting for me. Wu Ziqing laughed and said, You're still thinking about that? Zhang Ye said, Of course. Your dad scheduled a match with me. I must definitely show up. He already said that if I don't go, I'll be a whelp. So of course I'm still thinking about it. Wu Ziqing said, All right, I understand. I'll send you over later. Don't you need to work? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Wu Ziqing smiled. I'll take the day off, I guess. I'll be worried if you go there alone. If you start arguing with my dad again, my mom won't be able to hold off the two of you for sure. Zhang Ye harumphed. If I can't argue, I will let my skill speak for itself. If I lose, he can scold me or beat me up however he wants. But if I win, your dad will have to take back his words about my character being questionable. Just ask around. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when they hear the mention of the name Zhang Ye? Why did my character even get called into question? Right, a thumbs up. Wu Ziqing pulled aside the blanket and had a slow laugh as she slowly moved her slender legs off the side of the bed. She put on her slippers and got up. Go eat breakfast first. I need to wash up. Zhang Ye urged. Quick, old Wu. I can't wait any longer. Wu Ziqing said. I understand. Or why don't you make the call first? Zhang Ye said impatiently. Then we can head over right after breakfast. Wu Ziqing had no response. After eating, Wu Ziqing called her parents' house. At old Wu's parents' house, the telephone in the living room rang. Li Qinxin and Wu Changhe were both not fond of sleeping in. Although they were retired, they still usually got up quite early. Li Qinxin was already making breakfast. Hello. Li Qinxin answered the call. Wu Ziqing said, Mom, you're up? Li Qinxin said, Ziqing, yes. I'm making breakfast right now. Is Dad around? He is. What's the matter? Zhang Ye came over to my place and insists that he wants to go over today. Didn't Dad arrange for them to play another match? He insists on showing up. I'll have to check with your dad about that first. Li Qinxin walked into the courtyard. Wu Changhe was doing some stretching and exercises. Who called? Li Qinxin smiled and said, Our daughter. She says that little Zhang wants to come over. Wu Changhe's expression sank. What does he want to come here for? Didn't the two of you arrange to play another match today? Li Qinxin didn't know how to react. You said that you would give him a handicap of 190 stones, and he said that he would give you a handicap of 200 stones. At this, Wu Changhe gave a sneer and said, Don't let him come over. I won't see him. Li Qinxin said, But didn't you both arrange a meeting? I just don't like seeing him. I can't be bothered to play Go with him. Wu Changhe turned around and continued exercising. Li Qinxin smacked her lips. You said that whoever didn't show up would be a whelp. Wu Changhe said coldly. He thinks that he can play against me with that skill of his? He's still way off. Perhaps if he trains another 20 years in his next life, he could stand a chance playing me. Li Qinxin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Changhe, are you afraid that you'll lose another match to him and won't be able to show your face around? When she said that, Wu Changhe laughed on end. Me? Lose? I'd lose to him. Ai, Li Qinxin, why are you so funny today? I'm not going to play him for the sake of our daughter, do you understand? Can't you see? If I were to get serious, I could beat him even with my eyes closed. Me? Afraid to lose? Ha ha ha. She went back into the living room. Li Qinxin conveyed the message exactly as it was said. Wu Ziqing was amused. These two, Ai. Li Qinxin also said with a laugh. These two grown men have really similar tempers. They're both feisty and want to save face for themselves. Zhang Ye was nearby listening to the conversation. His ears perked up, and he got so close to old Wu that his cheek was almost touching hers. Then he whispered, Ask about me. Ask about me. Wu Ziqing laughed and said, Mom, what do you think of little Yi? My view. Li Qinxin thought about it before answering. I think he should be quite all right. I rather like him as he is quite smart, is knowledgeable, and speaks what he feels. Zhang Ye was touched by this. His mother-in-law was the best. Just look at how insightful she was. What about that future father-in-law of his? Ai, how can there be such a big difference when it comes to comparing the two of them? The call ended. Wu Ziqing said, I don't think it will be a problem with my mother. She seems pretty satisfied with you. But it should be quite troublesome with regards to my dad. All right, let's just rest well at home today. You won't be needing to go to my parents' place since my dad does not want to see you. He's afraid that he'll lose to me. Wu Ziqing and Li Qinxin probably still did not quite understand it. After all, their Go skills were limited and they were not great at the game. But Zhang Ye understood quite well. He was sure that Wu Changhe also knew very well that he was trying to avoid Zhang Ye so that he wouldn't need to play him. Zhang Ye suddenly asked, That's right. Old Wu, does your dad usually play Go online? Wu Ziqing said, Yes. He doesn't go to the Go club often since the skill there isn't high and the people there are not able to play against him. He usually only plays against those disciples of his or the other elite Go players who have retired like him. Besides that, he also goes online to search for an opponent to play against. With the internet so advanced nowadays, the Internet Go servers are expanding their user base. Many of our domestic professional Go players, and even those from Japan and Korea, go online to search for opponents to play against. Which server does he play on? It's called the Online Go Server 1. And what is his username? Wu Changhe, his real name. Alright, I got it. Why are you asking? It's nothing. I was just asking out of curiosity. You want to avoid me? Then I will search you out. Zhang Ye was already as good as in a fight with Wu Changhe now. Chapter 11:01. Changhe 9 Dan gets utterly demolished. Chapter 11:01. Changhe 9 Dan gets utterly demolished. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, in the study on the second floor of Old Wu's house. Old Wu, I'll be using your computer for a while. Go ahead. You're really not going to the office today? I've already asked for the day off, so I won't be going and will be resting today. Yeah, don't exhaust yourself. Let the people below handle things for now. I'll leave you to whatever you're doing. I'm going out to buy some groceries so that I can whip up something good for you. When noon rolls around. All right, thank you so much. Wu Ziqing went back to her bedroom to get changed. When old Wu left, Zhang Ye turned on the computer immediately. This was not the computer that Wu Ziqing usually used. That laptop was kept in her bedroom. This computer in the study was just an extra one. Other than the commonly used programs, it was basically clean and did not have much software installed on it. He connected to the internet and loaded a web page. He downloaded a software client from the Online Go server. After installing it, Zhang Ye launched it and had a look. The interface was very clean and professional looking. It was worthy of being the country's largest Internet Go server. It was split into many different sections, including the beginner section, the amateur section, the professional section, the practice section, the free play section, and even had an events and tournament mode. Zhang Ye logged on to the server as a guest and found that he could only access the beginner section. So he typed in some information to register an account. What should he call himself? All right, I'll just go with Y. This was the romanized spelling of his Chinese name, Yate. After he completed the account registration, he managed to gain access to most of the sections in the server. In the public chat box, there were quite a lot of people shouting. Someone come to the amateur section. Amateur 5 Dan 1 player LF 2 similar level opponent. LF teachers. For instruction. LF good player with good connection speed. No handicap. Haha. I've won 3 in a row and got promoted in rank. There's a live broadcast of a professional match in the afternoon. Who's watching? Not me. Today's match won't be interesting as those 2 pros are both newcomers, so there's a limit to how good they are. Tomorrow's match between Daki and Lu D7 Dan is the match to watch. I have to say, old Lu is no longer as strong as he was back when. Yeah, he's getting old. There were many people online, and the server was bustling with activity. The atmosphere in here was also quite good. Meanwhile, old Wu's parents' house. After breakfast, Wu Changhe asked his wife, "What did that kid say?" Li Qinqin said, "What else can he say? If you don't want him to be here, do you think he would come over?" Wu Changhe harumphed. "If he ever calls again, don't answer. His character is much too awful." "I don't see that at all." Li Qinqin shook her head. Wu Changhe scorned. "That's because you don't have enough social experience. Let me tell you this. We mustn't let our daughter mix with him too much. Quickly continue looking for a few more candidates that we can introduce to her. How dare he try those dirty tricks on me? He even dares to sneak up on me while I had my defenses down? Does he take me, Changhe 9 Dan, to really be a weakling? He must not know that even I am afraid of myself when I get serious. Just because he beat me once by sneaking up on me, he's getting all arrogant? He even dares to find his way up to my house now to challenge me? Fancy that. How very impulsive. If it weren't for our daughter's sake, I would definitely have made him come over. I would slaughter him in a 10-game match and leave him without a win. Don't you believe me?" Li Qinqin rolled her eyes. "Whatever you say." Wu Changhe stood up and strolled back inside the den. He powered on his computer and said, "Don't disturb me. I'm going online to see if I can find an opponent to play against." The computer turned on. He went online, then signed into the Online Go server. As Wu Changhe was quite old, he wasn't too familiar with operating a computer and was still using 2-fingered typing 3. Li Qinqin brewed a pot of tea for him, as usual. Wu Changhe sipped the tea and hummed a peaking opera tune as he bobbed his head around while searching for players on the server. All of a sudden, He received a message from someone on his friends list who probably saw him come online. Beep beep. Sun Minky. Teacher Changha, you're online today? Wu Changha Hunt and Peck typed. Oh, it's Little Sunday. Sun Minky, are you free now? Could you give me an instructional game? Wu Changha smiled and said, Sure, I was just looking for an opponent. Sun Minky said excitedly. I'll wait for you to set up a room then. I'll go look for you there. Wu Changha quickly got a room set up with a password. Other players were allowed to access this room to view the match, but not allowed to play against him. Only the person with the password was allowed to do so. This was what was commonly known as a private game on the Internet Go servers. Then he sent the password to Sun Minky, and his opponent joined the game very quickly. The battle was about to start. With this matchup, many of the netizens on the server were attracted to the game. Wow, table 288 in zone 2. Quickly come and see this. It's Changha 9 Dan versus Sun Minky 3 Dan. A battle of Go pros. Is it an instructional game? It's probably a serious match. Is that so? Then we must definitely go over and watch. Changha 9 Dan, a god of the Go world. Yeah, he once stood at the top of the Go world. The current number 1 and number 5 players in the World Go ratings list were both his disciples once. Wu Changha clearly often came online to play Go and had many netizens following his games. When the game began, the netizens received a notification and came over to watch immediately. The number of viewers soared. 100, 500, 1,000. There were also a few professional players' accounts that appeared in the viewers list in the room. These players were all the more well-known ones among the currently active professional players. The Go match began. Wu Changha would be playing second as he took the white stones. Sun Minky, who took black, would start the play. This match went by quickly, due to Sun Minky committing an error that a pro shouldn't have made around the 30th move. Wu Changha seized on this and pressed him hard. In the end, Sun Minky was forced to resign mid-match. The viewers exclaimed endlessly. What a beautiful match. Teacher Wu is still as good as ever. Yeah, a master is a master. He plays so steadily. Actually, if Teacher Changha had continued to play in professional Go tournaments, he would definitely still be a very high-level pro. I wonder why he decided to retire. Amazing. I had fun watching. Wu Changha started to give his opponent an explanation of the game through replay. Over here, why did you make this move? Sun Minky typed. It was a mistake. Wu Changha. It would have been better to go this way. Thank you for your guidance, Sun Minky said earnestly. Back at home, Wu Changha was laughing loudly. Fill the teapot, fill it up. Li Qinxin came over with a thermos. She said with a smile, Did you win? But of course, Wu Changha was very happy. Li Qinxin asked, Who did you play against? Wu Changha said, Sun Minky Little Sunday. Li Qinxin said, Little Sun hasn't been ranked all that high this year. He's been average. Haha. It's not that he's bad. It's that I'm too good, Wu Changha bragged. If I took part in a pro tournament, I'm sure that I could still play as I did 20 years ago. Do you believe me? Li Qinxin reluctantly said, Of course I believe you. Is that good enough for you? She followed up with, But I wonder who it was that got defeated by an amateur yesterday, even though he had been given a 2-stone handicap. But Wu Changha didn't even seem to hear these words. I'll continue playing. This time, I'm going to find a higher level player. Otherwise, it won't be fun to play. On the server, there were a lot of people who were asking to play him. Some were amateurs, while others were professionals. Wu Changha just laughed as he started picking who he wanted to play next. The number of netizens who came to view the game also increased. But right as Wu Changha was deciding on who to play against next, he suddenly saw that someone had come in to take Sun Minky's place after Little Sun had left the room. It wasn't a viewer, but a player who had taken the seat across from him. However, Wu Changha remembered that he had set a password for the room, so an outsider couldn't have just taken the seat like this. Could Little Sun have given this player the password then? This Little Sun, how could he be so unparticular like that? Who was this person? Ye? It wasn't a real name? The fellow Go players were all getting thrilled. Someone's here. There's another player. Who is it? I don't know. His registration date is today? Damn, who could this be? Did Teacher Changha send the invite? A lot of the spectators were startled. Wai spoke. Teacher Changha, please instruct me. When Wu Changha saw this, he decided not to kick Wai out. He thought that if it was someone that Little Sun had invited, then they should not be too bad. so he decided to go ahead with the game. The two of them clicked the ready button. The game began. Wei took black and went first. Wu Changhe smiled as he used the mouse to place his stones. 5 moves, 10 moves, 20 moves. In the beginning, Wu Changhe did not sense anything. The Go players spectating also did not seem to have noticed anything. It was just a very common opening and a very common way of playing. There wasn't anything new or unusual about the moves, and it even felt a little boring to watch. This game was just too by the book with neither side getting an advantage. But when black reached the 23rd move, things changed. It was a beautiful move. So beautiful that it astonished the viewers. Holy shit, what a great move. Wow, this is a good one. This move by the black stones is so powerful. This unrestrained move had allowed the black stones that were almost dead in the upper left corner to come back to life. Wu Changhe was very surprised and tried to rectify the situation. But after another 2 moves, he realized that there was nothing he could do about it. He could only clench his teeth and calmly step back from the deadlock situation in the upper left corner. He would just have to attack in the middle so that he could set up his opening 4 in advance. However, Wei did not fall for it. As he had gained the tempo, he played right in the lower right to take on Wu Changhe's white stones. His attack was extremely ruthless. It was extremely aggressive. Wu Changhe was caught off guard and had to try to turn things around again. Move after move, Wei kept pressing harder and harder. Wu Changhe was slowly being pushed back. Even before they reached the end game, Wu Changhe's opening was taken apart when Wei placed another stone down on the central region of the board. Wu Changhe stared at the screen with a dark look. He stared at it without blinking and thought for a full 10 minutes before giving up and resigning. Wei was victorious. The room flew into an uproar. Wei won. Fuck. Changhe 9 Dan lost. This. How ruthless. Which godly person is this Wei? Yeah, which Go Pro's alt is this? Damn, weren't these territorial battles just so beautiful? A lot of the people were simply in disbelief. This was because to them, Changhe 9 Dan was already the highest peak to conquer. Although his Go skill had already regressed by a lot, he still should not have lost this badly to an unknown person, right? He didn't even manage to make it to the endgame. He resigned right in the mid-game. How could this be? Wu Changhe broke out in cold sweat. He immediately went looking for Sun Minky. Little son, who did you give the password to? Sun Minky was still replaying the match he had just had with Wu Changhe. He was completely confused by this question. Teacher Changhe, what password? But I didn't give it to anyone. Wu Changhe quickly typed. Then who? Is this Wei? Sun Minky said. I don't know. What Wei? Only then was Wu Changhe convinced that Sun Minky did not know anything about this. This Wei person that suddenly went into the match room was not invited by little Sun at all. Then who are you? Who the fuck are you? Chapter 1102. Wu Changhe calls for reinforcements. Chapter 1102. Wu Changhe calls for reinforcements. Translator, leg editor, leg. 4,000 viewers. 5,000 viewers. 6,000 viewers. The number of people in the room kept increasing. After a big commotion in the public chat box, numerous people came into the room to view the game. What? Changhe 9 Dan really lost? He resigned in the mid-game. It was just a lucky win, right? Which professional player could this be? I don't know him at all. This Wei's playing style seems a little strange. Could it be a Go Pro from Japan or Korea trying to provoke us? I've never seen any of our Chinese pros use such a playing style. Let's watch another round. Are they going to play again? Wu Changhe often played online Go and would also play games with some of the domestic players or even foreign pros. It wasn't like these online Go players had never seen Changhe 9 Dan lose before. Even at his peak some 20 years ago, it was impossible for him to never lose a match. There were too many factors affecting the outcome of a Go game. Things like skill, state of mind, luck, and even the air quality and temperature of the venue could decide the victor. But rarely had anyone seen Changhe 9 Dan lose so badly. In the room, Wu Changhe said, another game. Why, sure. In the courtyard house, Wu Changhe's angry voice sounded. I won't believe this. Li Qinqin entered the room. What's the matter? Nothing. Wu Changhe grunted. Li Qinqin knew that her husband must have lost a game of Go, so she sat down curiously beside him and looked at the computer screen. Yi? Which master is this? The second game began. Wu Changhe took black and went first this time. Make your move. Wu Changhe placed his stone and muttered to himself, I'll get serious with you this time. His opponent placed a stone. Wu Changhe moved again. Li Qinxin could tell that her husband had really become serious this time, as he thought very long for each move that he made. But seeing how his opponent named Wei continued his next sequence of moves, Li Qinxin's expression slightly changed as well. First, the opponent played very quickly, like he did not require much time to consider his moves. Second, his strategy was a little odd. Although the majority of his moves followed a traditional sense of play, some of them were very strange moves. But what was even stranger was that Wei's moves, which would not be considered the best moves by most people, had actually ended up making a very nice shape one on the Go board that no one could have expected. Who was he? Li Qinxin was very surprised. Wu Changhe's expression became darker as he played. On. When Wei made a diagonal move in an unexceptional position on the board, Wu Changhe finally realized who he was. Li Qinxin wore an expression of shock as well. This move was way too familiar. Other people might not know it, but they were really familiar with it. This diagonal move was not made that cleverly and was not even considered a standard move. From the looks of the opening strategy and the framework too in the smaller division of the board, this was not the best move to make. However, Wu Changhe and Li Qinxin had witnessed someone make this same move just yesterday, and he had relied on this diagonal move as a foundation to instantly reverse things and completely destroy Wu Changhe. Li Qinxin gasped. It's little Zhang. Wu Changhe cursed angrily. That young bastard. So it's him. They finally found out who it was. They finally realized who it was. In the entire Go world, no one would play that way other than him. Li Qinxin didn't know how to react. Didn't you refuse to play him? Didn't you tell him not to come? Look now. He came looking for you instead. This little Zhang's temper is really interesting. Li Qinxin couldn't help but laugh. The more she laughed, the more she couldn't stop. This was the first time she had witnessed and heard of a future son-in-law getting into this sort of feud with his future father-in-law after his first visit. This little Zhang was indeed just like the rumors said. He really was not a normal person. Wu Changhe shouted, I'll fight him. Clink. He bumped 3 with a stone. Wei nonchalantly placed another stone down. Wu Changhe said angrily, That move again? He's trying that move again. Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. He was forced to make an attack. However, Wei counterattacked. When Wu Changhe saw this, he nearly went crazy. Damn, this young bastard is too devious. The house was filled with the sounds of Wu Changhe's cursing. Despicable. Shameless. Don't you dare. Half an hour later, the outcome was decided. Even after adding the compensation, Wei still beat Wu Changhe by over 7 points. With that, the crowd viewing the match broke into chaos. Holy shit. Which god could this Wei be? Isn't this too fucking awesome? He was taken totally apart, alright? Where did this amazing person pop out from? Those moves by Wei were just so classic. Immediately, the public chat box in the online Go server was flooded with comments. Come quickly. Something big has happened here. Changhe 9 Dan was utterly demolished. What? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Quickly come and see. Meanwhile, Wei sent a private message. Only Wu Changhe, and he could see this private message. Uncle, were you being serious this time? Wu Changhe nearly fainted from anger. All right, kid. You're great. You're just great. Now will you take back what you said about me having a questionable character? Wu Changhe quickly hunt and pecked. No, you definitely have big issues with your character. But I beat you. Did you really think I played seriously? Ha 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 ha, ridiculous. You are too laughable. I only used 60% of my strength to play against you just now. What a coincidence. I only used 50%. I used 40%. I used 30%. I used 20%. The two of them got into an argument again. Li Qinxin tugged at him and said with a smile, That's enough, Changhe. What's the point of boasting like that? A loss is a loss. Previously, you even said that you could beat little Zhang with your eyes closed. But you're getting smacked in the face by him now, aren't you? Come on, both you and little Zhang. Just what sorts of tempers do you two have? Wu Changhe stared at her. Go away. Don't bother me. Then he sent a message to Zhang Ye. Rascal, don't get too cocky. If you're so skilled, let's play another game. Do you dare? Will you accept? I'm waiting. All right, wait right here. Just wait. Wu Changhe stayed in the room and online. Then he stood up and looked for his cell phone. He cursed as he was looking for it. I'm so pissed off. I'm so pissed off. I'll teach him to act cocky. Watch how I'm going to teach him a lesson. When he found his cell phone, he picked it up and browsed through his contacts. He found his disciples and called them immediately. Li Qinxin was stunned. What are you doing? Wu Changhe ignored his wife. The call connected. Hello, where are you? Teacher, I'm at the Go Academy. Come to my house right now. Huh? We're practicing. You want us to go over now? I want you to come over right now. I want to see you here within 10 minutes. Are your fellow disciples around? They're all here. Call them over as well. I don't believe it. Teacher, what happened? Why are you still talking? Come quickly. Okay, we'll be there soon. Dumbfounded, Li Qinxin asked, What are you doing, Changhe? Wu Changhe said coldly, I want to teach that rascal a lesson and teach him what there is always someone better out there means. Then he returned to the computer and he typed out to Zhang Ye with a sneer. Wait 10 minutes for me. Ye. Okay. Li Qinxin rolled her eyes. This is cheating. Wu Changhe objected. What do you mean by cheating? I'm giving a lesson to the youth. I'll teach that kid what Go is all about. Li Qinxin said in a speechless manner. Those disciples of yours are all ranked within the world's top 30. Do you enjoy getting them here to take on an amateur like little Zhang? Wu Changhe roared with laughter. Yes, a lot. Li Qinxin couldn't think of anything to say. 1. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/shape_go. 2. https://senseis.xmp.net/?framework. 3. ding-ding/tsukiyatari, white bumps into a black stone. The Japanese term is tsukiyatari. The bump is not a very usual move, but it has its uses. https://senseis.xmp.net/?bump. Chapter 11:03. Zhang Ye vs. Hu Liang's 7 Dan. Chapter 11:03. Zhang Ye vs. Hu Liang's 7 Dan. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later. That morning, 10:30 a.m. Downstairs, the door opened. Wu Ziqing returned. Zhang Ye called out to the floor below. Old Wu, you're back from grocery shopping? Yes. There were so many people at the market today. I had to line up for a really long time. She placed the grocery bags in her hands down and went upstairs to the study. What are you doing? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I didn't have anything to do, so I played Go for a while. Wu Ziqing sniffed the air. You were smoking? Zhang Ye said a little embarrassed. Hi. I tend to smoke when I'm concentrating on something. I've already opened up the windows to clear away the smell. He quickly wiped off some of the scattered ashes on the table with his hand. It's fine. Wu Ziqing said. I'll buy an ashtray for you later. Zhang Ye quickly said. No, you don't have to. I'm not going to smoke anymore. I'm planning on quitting. Wu Ziqing found a saucer for him. Flick the ashes into this. AI, thanks. Zhang Ye said. My old Wu is the best. Wu Ziqing smiled. Don't smoke so much. It's bad for your health. Zhang Ye said. All right, I'll remember that and listen to your advice. Wu Ziqing giggled. Continue playing. I'll go and make lunch. I'll call you down when it's done. Elsewhere, old Wu's parents' house. A minivan suddenly pulled over at the entrance to the courtyard house. The car door opened and a tanned young man in his 20s rushed out of the car, yelling with wooden staff in hand. He ran into the courtyard with a few others trailing behind him. Teacher, ma'am, we're here. What's going on? Did something happen at your house? Hu Liang, why'd you bring that wooden staff along? Snapped the only girl among them. The oldest person in the group, which was a man in his 30s, boomed. Find out what's happening first. Little Hu, don't be rash. Let's clear things up first. They went into the courtyard. Li Qinxin came out to receive them when she heard the commotion, but was given a scare. Little Hu, what's that in your hands? Hu Liang said anxiously. Ma'am, what happened? Li Qinxin didn't know how to react. Put aside the staff for now. You're making me dizzy. How can a current world-class Go player behave like this? Ai. Hu Liang immediately let go of the staff. Tian Weiwei, the youngest of the group, scratched his head. Ma'am, Brother Liang was just anxious about you too. When teacher called us over, we thought that something bad had happened. Li Qinxin pursed her lips. What could possibly happen to him? Qining said. Then what's the matter, ma'am? Li Qinxin said with a laugh. Your teacher lost a game of Go. Ah, is that it? Doesn't teacher lose all the time? Wu Changhe strode out of the northern house and glowered at his disciples. Who are you all accusing of losing all the time? Who? I usually lose because I'm trying to coach you. I wasn't playing seriously, understand? None of you are even close to good. Enough and don't know a lick about humility. Chening laughed and said, Yes, teacher is the greatest player. The slightly older Su Han said, So you called us over just because of that? We still have a tournament to play in next week. Chening will be going up against Korea's Park Jae-ha 8 Dan, while I will be taking on Japan's Shinji 7 Dan. They're both really tough opponents to play against. Wu Changhe stared hard at him. You always have something to say. You always have a lot to do. Do you have to fuss over some minor international tournament? I made you all come here today because I found all of you an opponent. Come with me. He led the group of his disciples into the house, then pointed at the computer screen. See that? It's this guy? I want you all to annihilate him. Bury him. They looked at the screen. Ye. Who could he be? Is it a pseudonym? Not many pro Go players use pseudonyms, right? I've never heard of this name before. Ma'am, who is this person? Li Qinxin replied. Him? He is. Don't worry about who he is, Wu Changhe interrupted. All I can tell you is that this person is an amateur. He's not even a pro Go player and has never received any kind of professional training before. Just treat him as a practice partner and destroy him. Make him cry uncle. Crush him so that he'll shudder at the mere mention of Go. Fuck. Just what kind of grudge is there between the two of you? The disciples were all sweating and looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Li Qinxin smacked her lips. Has little Zhang tricked and annoyed you? Wu Changhe said, Yes, he has. He's not even part of the Go world. You're just great. Why do you have to keep butting heads with him? Li Qinxin really had to wash her hands of her husband. Can you behave more like an elder to these young people? If you lost, then so be it. When did you become such a sore loser? Wu Changhe was getting irritated. Who's a sore loser? Who? Li Qinxin pointed at him. Look. Hu Liang was the first to step forward. Teacher, I'll avenge you. Wu Changhe nodded in satisfaction. Good. Take him on, little Hu. Let me log into my account first, Hu Liang said. But Wu Changhe calmly said, You don't have to. It's too troublesome. Isn't my account already logged on? Since I'm already logged on, just play on my account. Huh? Wu Changhe glared at him. What are you hemming and hawing about? Hu Liang wiped away his sweat. Nothing. Wu Changhe hunt and peck typed. Rascal. Let's start now. I'll make sure to play you seriously this time. Don't run away. You'll be playing seriously? Aren't I playing? What's going on? I'll be playing on your behalf. Hu Liang and his fellow disciples coughed at this for a while, but were afraid to voice their thoughts. Wei replied, I've waited forever. Come on. Wu Changhe patted Hu Liang on the shoulder. Get him for me. Show him your best offense. Beat him to hell. Hu Liang rubbed his hands together. I will, teacher. Since he's just an amateur, leave him to me. Hu Liang, a Go 7th Dan. As an elite pro Go player, he was ranked 27th in the world this year and ranked 11th in China. He joined the ranks of professional Go when he was 17 and defeated a once legendary Japanese player when he was 20. That match catapulted him to fame, and he was recognized as a top-level professional. He was known for an aggressive playstyle and was considered an attacking player. Unlike Wu Changhe, Hu Liang was currently a high-level star player in professional Go. In terms of experience, he was definitely far behind Wu Changhe. He didn't have as broad an outlook either, or else he wouldn't have become Wu Changhe's disciple. But if they truly played a normal game of Go, Wu Changhe clearly wouldn't defeat Hu Liang. Out of 10 games, Hu Liang would probably win 9. This was the difference between an active Go player and a retired one. As a result, no one thought that Hu Liang would lose. Wei might have been able to beat a retired 9-dan player, but he definitely wouldn't beat an active 7-dan player. No matter how good an amateur player was, even if it were that fellow with the nickname Amateur Devil, they would at most be able to equal a 2nd or 3rd dan player. It would be impossible once a 4th dan player came into the picture. Wu Changhe felt this way, as did Li Qinxin. It was also the same for all those top Chinese Go players in the house. They found a place to sit down and took this opportunity to watch the game for their entertainment and amusement. The room reopened. The fellow Go players got excited once more. It's starting again. Haha, let's see who will win this time. Teacher Changhe was so utterly demolished in that last round. Yeah, even I could feel the humiliation just from watching. Could it be amateur Devil's alt? It can't be. He isn't as good as Y. Y must be a Go Pro, right? If he's really just an amateur, he shouldn't be known as the Devil. He should be called Amateur God instead. Countless people started spectating the match. Some of them were analyzing the game, while others were gossiping. At Old Wu's residence. In the study, Zhang Ye had already made his move. He was black this round and could go first. But this time, he went for a corner opening one. His opponent placed his stone. Zhang Ye smiled and placed another stone. He put on some music as well and hummed along as he played. He didn't concentrate fully on the game. Without giving a handicap, he could play completely casually against Wu Changhe. He did not notice that his opponent had changed even after over a dozen moves had been made. As he didn't really belong to this world, he basically had no idea about Wu Changhe's playstyle, even the name he had learned of just yesterday. So how could anyone expect him to be able to recognize him via playstyle? On the 15th move, his opponent forced an Atari 2 on him. Zhang Ye gasped and said to himself, "This old comrade is rather good. He's playing better and knows not to contend with me anymore. He's playing active and attacking? Come on then. Let's see how you respond to this move of mine." Click. He placed the stone. Yo, that's not a bad response. What about this move then? Haha, you got bamboozled, didn't you? Come, let me give you an even more ruthless move. Yoho, is this your last stand? Off you go. Keep struggling. Continue struggling. Oh, you're resisting now? You want to bring it into the corner? See how I surround you. You walked right into my trap. Huh. At the computer, the people in the house fell silent. Li Qinxin was dumbfounded. Chening was dumbfounded. Hu Liang was also dumbfounded. At this point, Hu Liang found that he no longer had any way left to play his stones. The stones in the upper left corner were dead, while he had lost the tempo on the stones in the right corner. He was also unable to expand on the framework in the center of the board after being restricted. Hu Liang resigned. Chening said, this guy." Suhan was shocked and said, "Who the hell is this guy?" Tian Weiwei said in astonishment, "Even Brother Liang lost." Hu Liang could no longer hold it in. In anguish, he looked to the somber Wu Changhe. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was too careless." Wu Changhe said angrily, "You can't even beat an amateur?" Hu Liang gave a wry smile, not replying. Careless? This was just an excuse that he had come up with so that he could save some face for himself. He had not actually been careless at all. The man who beat his teacher had to be a professional Go player at the very least. With his teacher and his wife observing the game from the sidelines, he couldn't possibly be careless. Yet Hu Liang still lost. A star professional Go player ranked top 30 in the world had lost to an amateur? And he was even crushed like he was an amateur? Thinking about how Wu Changhe had wanted him to beat this Y to hell just now, Hu Liang felt like he was about to vomit a mouthful of blood. Who the fuck was the one beating up whom? However, Hu Liang did not feel frustrated at all. He was not at all frustrated by the game he had just played, nor did he speak further about it. This was because he knew that even if he played the same opponent again, he still wouldn't beat him. In fact, Wu Changhe was feeling even more shocked than Hu Liang. He would never have thought that this Zhang kid could have won against active 7 Dan Pro Hu Liang. Fuck. Are you on fucking steroids or something? 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/go_opening_theory. 2. Achur.chi/Atari. Atari is a term used in Go for a situation where a stone or chain of stones has only one liberty. https://senseis xmp.net/?Atari. Chapter 1104. Zhang Ye vs. Su Han 8 Dan. Chapter 1104. Zhang Ye vs. Su Han 8 Dan. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Old Wu's voice came up from downstairs. Little Yi. Yes. Shall I start cooking now? You can do it a little later. I'm going to play another game. You're not hungry yet. Haha. I was a bit ago, but not anymore. Zhang Ye was full of energy. After sadistically demolishing Wu Changhe over the course of 3 games, he felt like he was endlessly powerful. There was nothing more enjoyable than this. I have a questionable character? I'm not a good person? I have a terrible temper. Don't say any more. I'll crush you every time you play against me. The spectating Go players were once again dumbfounded. He won again. Oh my goodness, why won again? Changha 9 Dan has been destroyed so badly. But why do I get the feeling that Teacher Changha's playstyle has changed? Yeah, I also feel the same. Although this playstyle is one of the stronger attacking styles, it doesn't seem like how Teacher Changha usually plays. Hi, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Teacher Changha is gonna cry soon. This Y is too mean. How can he keep taking apart Teacher Changha like this? Doesn't he know what position Changha 9 Dan holds in the Go world? This Y fellow is a little too aggressive. Ha ha, but I like it. Who cares what happens when I'm just watching? More. At old Wu's family's house, Tian Weiwei said while sweating, "Ma'am, He's really not a pro Go player?" Li Qingqing gave a wry smile and nodded. "He's not." Hu Liang said gloomily. "That's not possible. There's no way an amateur could play so well. How can an amateur beat a pro 7-Dan player? Then what are us pro Go players still needed for?" "Yeah, ma'am, could you be mistaken?" The several of them did not believe it. This was totally illogical. But Li Qingqing told them with certainty, "He's really not a pro Go player, but you all must not consider him to be a normal person either. He's not normal at all." Su Han, who had been silent for a very long time and was studying the defeat on the board, suddenly spoke up. "Ma'am is right. He's really not a pro Go player. As long as they're a pro, even if they're a pro who's participating in a tournament for the first time, we'd be very familiar with them and know who they are. But whether within the country or outside of it, there are no pro Go players who play like this. I've never seen anyone play this way before." The others looked at him and did not say a word. Tian Weiwei asked, "How high should he be ranked?" Channing clenched her teeth and said, "He's at least a 7th Dan no matter how you look at it." Hu Liang judged, "He's definitely not just a 7th Dan. Even if he's not an 8th Dan, he's definitely at a higher level than your usual 7th Dan." Tian Weiwei said, "Even Brother Liang could not beat him, so I guess I can't either." Tian Weiwei, a professional 6th Dan Go player. He had entered and been in the ranks of professional Go for a mere 3 years, but was already hailed as the player with the most potential in China. He was the darling of many of the senior players. There was even a retired 9th Dan senior player who claimed that if China were to produce another 9th Dan player, Tian Weiwei would most likely be the person to achieve that rank. He was quite young and had the most potential. However, he was still at the stage of rapidly improving his game. He hadn't hit his ceiling yet and was not ready to be the flag bearer at many of the international tournaments. He had to be protected and slowly groomed and trained to fulfill that potential. Beep beep. Why send a message? Are we still playing? I'm going to eat lunch if not. How arrogant. He was too arrogant. Hu Liang yelled in anger. He holding us pro Go players in utter contempt. Wu Changhe was trembling with rage. Hurry up. It's time to put you all to the test. Destroy him. He's only at the level of a good 7th Dan. Is that all he needs to scare you all shitless? Hu Liang looked at Chen Ying and Su Han. Sister Ying, brother Su. Chen Ying and Su Han looked at one another. Who? Chen Ying was a 7th Dan Go player, but was publicly acknowledged to be at the level of an 8th Dan. She had played particularly well in every competition she took part in for the past 2 years, and she was the world's highest-ranked female player from China. She was 16th in the world. Meanwhile, Su Han was the only 8th Dan player of the lot here. He was one of the top players in China and had won many medals at various world tournaments. He was also the most accomplished player among these disciples of Wu Changhe. The only problem was that he was already in his 30s and his skill had peaked. There wasn't much more that he could improve on and could even be said to be declining. One could even go as far as saying that he would never reach 9th Dan. He was currently ranked 13th in the world and was the highest-ranked 8th Dan. The remaining rankings above 13 were practically all active 9th Dan players, although there was a 6th Dan and a 7th Dan player who occupied 2 of the spots in the top 13. Those 2 players were there because they had played especially well this year. Su Han said, "Let me do it." Chen Ying said, "All right. It's better if it's you." Hu Liang gave up his seat. Su Han exhaled and sat down. Wu Changhe urged, "Play well. Give him hell." "Okay." Su Han typed out, "Let's begin." Wei replied almost instantly with, "All right." Chen Ying, Hu Liang, and the others immediately gathered around Su Han. A good 7th Dan? To them, Su Han should most definitely win this. At least, he stood an 80% chance of winning. Su Han was playing pretty good this year. He was also one of the better 8th Dan players around, unlike Chen, who was just a 7th Dan but recognized as an 8th Dan ranked player. Su-Han had been ranked as an 8th Dan for several years, so whether it was his strength or experience, he was incomparable to the others. Although this amateur was astonishingly good, no matter how they thought about it, it would be impossible for him to beat a player ranked in the world's top 15. Wu Changhe was already sneering. Come on, come and play. If you can even beat a professional 8th Dan player, then I'll really have to give it to you. Haha. The room was nearly packed to the brim. Wow, it's starting. The match has started. Come quickly. Time to watch the excitement unfold again. With all that had happened, more and more professional Go players took notice and were starting to come over to watch as well. The amateurs could not see the signs, but how would they as professionals not know what was happening? Besides, they knew very well what Changhe 9, Dan's playstyle was. A lot of them read Changhe 9, Dan's game records growing up and had even received coaching from him personally. At a Go Academy, in the lounge, a female 5th Dan player was stunned. This isn't how teacher Changhe plays. A male 7th Dan player frowned. It's been this way since the previous game. The game before this one seemed more like Hu Liang's 7, Dan's playstyle. It was very masterful and the moves were more radical. With this opening, who do you think's playing? An 8th Dan player next to them laughed. I think it might be Old Su. Old Su, teacher Su-Han. Damn, isn't this a fake game then? Don't you guys know what teacher Changhe's temper is like? To get his disciples help after losing is something teacher Changhe would definitely do. That's true. But who could this Ye be? I don't think I have any memory of such a player. Yeah, where did this guy come from? Look, Su-Han 8 Dan is counterattacking. It's really teacher Su-Han. This is his typical strategy. Hasn't the opponent figured out that he's playing against someone else by now? Is he really a pro? Isn't he too amateurish not noticing it? However, someone else had appeared behind this group of people at some point in time. When one of them realized, they got startled and quickly stood up. When the others saw this man, they quickly gave up the good seats and excused themselves. It was Xiang Rong 9 Dan, 30 years old, and an active 9th Dan Go player. A legend who was the current world number 1. He had retained his rank of 1st place for the past 3 years in a row. He was also the 3-time champion of the World Go Championship. The current number 1 in the Go world, and arguably recognized as the best player in the world, with no one coming close. After spectating the game for a few minutes, Xiang Rong smiled. Interesting. At Old Wu's residence, the music was rocking out the study. Zhang Ye had his legs crossed, playing Go as he spoke to himself. This old comrade is pretty good. Whoa, that's a good move. Very clever. Whoa, you're getting better and better. Haha, but you're still not good enough. He was truly very amateurish. This fellow totally did not know that his opponent had already changed. Twice. He still thought that he was playing against Wu Changhe as he continued destroying him. Off you go. Yo, well defended. Try that against me again. You're still holding up? Show that to me again. Haha, you can't hold on anymore. Watch this. I've even shredded your pants. Come on, show off. Why aren't you showing off anymore? Weren't you trying to counterattack? Why are you shell-shocked? Oh, you even dare to make this move? You're quite brave. Do that again. Do it. Haha, why aren't you moving? Hurry up. The flowers are wilting as I wait. At the computer, they saw a barrage of messages from Ye. He sent so many of them that it amounted to over 20 messages in just a short while. The flowers are wilting as I wait was accompanied by a picture of a withered flower. Infuriating. So infuriating. The spectators in the room were all roaring with laughter. Uft. This Ye is hilarious. This is Go. Why are you typing all that? LMAO. Do you think you're fucking playing Fight the Landlord 1? Ha 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 ha. This person is so weird. But he's really good. I feel bad for teacher Changhe. At the courtyard house, Wu Changhe's face was green from anger. This young bastard. We're now sworn enemies. Sworn enemies. Su-Han, who was versing Ye, was sweating profusely. Chen was getting anxious. Brother Su, you can do it. Hu Liang said, get him. Senior bro, get him. Su-Han was on the verge of tears. Who do you want? Me to fucking get. Are you guys blind? It's clear from this that I'm the one getting played. Alright. After another 7, 8 moves, Su-Han was finally unable to hold out any longer. He gave up and resigned. His face had paled, and he couldn't even turn around to face his teacher and fellow disciples. Who is this? Who the hell is this? Chen Ying, Tian Weiwei, and the others were all silenced. You can even beat an elite, professional 8th Dan player? Damn, are you really an amateur Go player? Are you trying to ascend? Li Qinxin looked at the mess of a game on the computer screen. She had also been shocked. This time, she had really been shocked. If a world-class mathematician like Zhang Ye could beat an average professional Go player, she might be surprised but still wouldn't find it strange. But the issue here was that it was not that simple. He had won against a professional 7th Dan player. And now, even a professional 8th Dan was not his equal. This turn of events was far too shocking. Chapter 1105. Zhang Ye vs. China Chiyuan. Chapter 1105. Zhang Ye vs. China Chiyuan. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The game ended. The online Go server was flooded with messages once again. Come and see this. This match was a spectacle. Yeah, it was really intense. What was the result? How did the game end? Damn, Teacher Changhe lost again. Uffed. Teacher Changhe has been taken apart yet again. He's indeed the famous Changhe 9 Dan. Rather than getting upset about this, it seemed like he did not even get affected. If it were me, I would have smashed the computer after losing all those games. But just look at Teacher Changhe. He wasn't annoyed at all and continued playing despite losing so many times. What a good sport he is. Yeah, that's how a Go Grandmaster should behave. At this time, Wei sent a private message to Wu Changhe. Uncle, do you still want to play? Wu Changhe was so angry that he grabbed the keyboard for himself and hunt and pecked. Very agitated by the loss. He even typed the words wrong many times. Of course. Come, I think I won't be playing for now. I have to eat. Are you running away, kid? Lunch is waiting. Wu Changhe was floored. He shouted and ranted in a fury. If you're not going to play, why did you ask me if I wanted to keep playing? How dare you? You're great. You're just great. Li Qinxin, who had been in a state of shock, laughed at Zhang Ye's messages. This kid. Wu Changhe rolled up his sleeves in preparation to charge out. I'm going to look for that damn rascal. What are you doing? Li Qinxin hurriedly pulled him back, overwhelmed. You still intend to pick a fight with him? Wu Changhe said angrily. I'm going to beat him to death. Teacher, calm down. Calm down. Damn. Teacher, no. You mustn't. His disciples all ran to hold him back. How could a game of Go almost lead to a fight? Li Qinxin laughed and said, serves you right. Who told you to? Question his character? Look what you did. You shot yourself in the foot. Wu Changhe pointed at his disciples and said, what in the world were you all doing playing like that? All of you have disgraced me. Completely disgraced me. All of you. Suhan scratched his head. Teacher, why don't I try playing against him again? Hu Liang said, right. There's too much random chance to decide things with just one game. Even Xiangrong 9 Dan could not possibly win every game that he plays. We must decide this in best-of-3 series. Chening sighed. Teacher, this Wei really is very good. More like the several of you aren't skilled enough, fumed Wu Changhe. Very good, my ass. I won't believe it. I don't believe that no one can beat him. At Old Wu's villa, downstairs, the smell of cooked food greeted him. Zhang Ye eagerly made his way downstairs. Io, lunch is ready. It's almost cold. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, eat quickly. Zhang Ye sighed as he sat down and started eating. I'm getting addicted to playing Go, Old Wu asked. But I never knew that you enjoyed Go so much. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I didn't have time for it in the past, but I'm finally discovering the fun in playing it. He did not explain what kind of fun he was referring to. Ring, ring, ring. Old Wu's cell phone was ringing. When she saw the caller ID, she answered. Hello, Dad. Where's that brat? Who are you talking about? Who do you think? That Zhang. Brat, we're having lunch. So he's really with you. You cooked for him, didn't you? Yes, what's wrong? How dare you cook for him? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Are you? Throw away all the food. Grab a container of salt and pour it into his bowl. I'll make him eat it up. Whoa, what's the matter? Tell him this for me. Don't go anywhere. Tell him not to go anywhere. I'll fight him 300 more times in the afternoon. I'll show him why all the flowers have turned red. Do. Wu Changhe hung up. Zhang Ye, who was listening closely beside her, quickly lowered his head and continued eating. He feigned ignorance and said, Aya, the dishes you whipped up are so delicious. My old Wu's cooking is still the best. Wu Ziqing put down her cell phone and asked, "Did you play Go with my dad just now?" Zhang Ye said in surprise, "What? No." Old Wu smiled and said, "If you did, you did. Why don't you admit it?" From my dad's tone, he must have lost quite a few matches to you. He was so mad that he asked me to grab a container of salt and pour the salt into your bowl. He even wanted me to tell you to play him again in the afternoon. Pour salt into my bowl. How can you be so mean? Zhang Ye harumphed inside his head. Fine, we'll play. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He looked at old Wu and said, "If I drive your dad into a corner, don't tell me off." Old Wu smiled and said, "Why would I tell you off? Go is won by whoever is more skilled. Every competitive game winners and losers. It's quite normal." I'll rest easy then." Zhang Ye was delighted and devoured the food. Old Wu said, "Eat slowly." Zhang Ye said, "I'll be playing Go after lunch." Old Wu smiled and said, "You two have really clashed?" Well, with things progressing to this point, one of them had to give in first. Otherwise, this fight would definitely not come to an end. After lunch, Old Wu put on an apron and washed the dishes. Zhang Ye couldn't wait and headed straight up to the study while humming a ditty. When he turned on the monitor, he realized that there was no one left in the room. Where did he go? Where did he run off to? He snorted and began flooding the room with messages. In the afternoon, near Tiantan East Gate 1, at China Chiyuan 2. This was an official agency responsible for China's strategy board games under the State General Administration of Sports and acted as the integrated training hub and competition venue for the various sports. It oversaw the management of the national Go team, chess team, and Xianqi team, as well as taking responsibility for organizing various domestic and international tournaments. Due to the recent international Go tournament, there were many experts gathered at China Chiyuan today. Some of them were practicing, some were playing matches against others, but the majority of them were watching the furor surrounding Changhe 9 Dan. The moment Wu Changhe arrived, he was surrounded by a large group of professional Go players. "Teacher Changhe, why are you here? Who have you offended this time? Who is that Wai? Was it Hu Liang and Su Han playing just now? The two of them lost too. Take a look at this. Wai is online and searching for you. He has been flooding the chat box for hours." The entire online Go server exploded with activity. There's a commotion on Weibo as well. Everyone knows about this now. Everyone was wondering what had happened. Wu Changhe kept silent, a dark look on his face. When he heard, he walked straight up to a computer and saw Wai shouting without end in the online Go server's room. He even brought the fight to the public chat. "Wai? Where are you? Wai?" I waited until my face turned green. "Wai? I'm here. Where did you disappear to? Wai? Paging Teacher Changhe. Wai? Are we still playing? If not, I'll take my afternoon nap." When Wu Changhe saw this, he flew into a rage. This rascal is really pushing it too far. Many of the professional Go players didn't know how to react. They were wondering why he was only targeting Teacher Changhe. Just what kind of fucking grudge existed between the two of them? Wu Changhe immediately logged into his account. He entered the password and went back into room they were in. He messily hunt and pecked out. "I'm here. Wait for me. Don't go anywhere. I've already been waiting for half an hour. Don't be so impatient. I'm going to make you lose ugly. Do you believe me?" Her. Wu Changhe turned around and ordered. "Did you see his clamoring? Did you see it? A layman, an amateur Go enthusiast, is openly provoking us pro Go players. Can you tolerate this? Can you? Quickly destroy him for me. Send him to his death. Crush him so that he won't play Go ever again. Humiliate him so that he'll puke at the mere sight of Go." Everyone was floored. But he didn't provoke us professional Go players at all. He was clearly just directing his provocations at you, no? But what Wu Changhe said was not without reason. An amateur Go player was bullying one of their fellow pros. And he was provoking Changhe 9 Dan, who was once the biggest icon in the world of Go, and winning against active players like Hu Liang 7 Dan and Su Han 8 Dan. This really made them lose a huge amount of face as professional Go players. China Chiyuan's president appeared at this time. Dan Donghe walked out with a grin on his face. "Brother Wu, I heard that you and a few of your disciples were swept aside by an amateur Go player. Did it really happen?" Wu Changhe said angrily. "You're smiling, you old fool? Hurry up and come over to help me." Dan Donghe, a professional 9th Dan Go player and the current president of China Qiyuan. He was a ninth Dan Go player from the same generation as Wu Changhe and also his junior brother. They had dominated the world of Go back in their heyday for many years and were known in the country as the He twins. They had a very good personal relationship as well. Dan Donghe wondered, "What kind of feud do the two of you have?" "A blood feud," Wu Changhe said as he rolled his eyes. Dan Donghe asked curiously, "Is he really an amateur?" Wu Changhe nodded, but knew better in his heart of hearts. Was his opponent really an amateur? In reality, that Zhang fellow could not even be considered an amateur Go player. Changhe 9, Dan's disciples arrived as well. "That guy is posting another thing," Chening said angrily. On the screen, they saw Wei urging endlessly. "Are you ready yet, uncle? It's not that you're scared of playing me, right? But that's fine too, if you take back your words from earlier." A professional 8th Dan player could no longer stand idly by. "I'll play him. What kind of person is this? He's too big for his britches. I'll take him too. Count me in as well. Damn, does he really think that pro Go players are pushovers? How dare he come knocking on our door looking for trouble? An amateur who only got a little lucky. Does he really think he's invincible?" A lot of people could no longer sit still and began denouncing him. Dan Donghe nodded. "All right, little Chi. Practice some with him." Chi was up. Damn, was this even necessary? Chi, a professional 7th Dan Go player. Although his rank was not high, he was seemingly imbued with the power of the gods this year. He was even higher on the world rankings than Su Han. During an international tournament last week, he even won a game against a Korean 9th Dan player. Everyone was gloating as they thought that they would be in for a treat. Wu Changhe came to China Qiyuan to seek assistance. His disciples might not have been good enough, but this place was filled with all the best Go professionals in the country. As it was also close to the tournament period, nearly all the professional players above 5th Dan were present today. The strongest Go players in the country were all here, and there were also a few active 9th Dan players around as well. Huh, I'll see how long you can continue being so smug. Wu Changhe wanted to make Zhang Ye beg for mercy as he felt that he would lose ugly. "You might have gotten lucky and won 1 or 2 games, but I don't fucking believe that you can beat so many of our best Go players. Come, you dare will my daughter? I'll teach you a lesson, rascal." 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tiontanjimin_station. 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/China_Qiyuan. It oversees the Chinese Weiqi Go Association, the Chinese Chess Association, the Chinese Xiangqi Association, and the Chinese Contract Bridge Association. Chapter 1106, Sweeping China Qiyuan Single-Handedly. Chapter 1106, Sweeping China Qiyuan Single-Handedly. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In the study, Old Wu came in with a cup of tea. Zhang Ye was still staring at the computer screen. "Have some tea." "Oh, thanks. Has the game begun yet?" "We'll be starting soon, huh?" "Okay, let's see just how good my boyfriend is at Go." Old Wu pulled a chair over and sat down. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I'm actually not that good. Your dad's still pretty good. When I started playing him, I didn't need to put in much effort at all. But the more we played, the better he became. It was as though his skill had been restored to how good he was in the past. At times, I even had to get serious. Otherwise, I would really have been beaten by him. Of course, my dad once stood at the top. But I'm not bad either. It's starting. Watch how I play. You can only win against my dad because his skills have regressed a lot. If you went against active 4th or 5th Dan pros, it would be very difficult for you to win. I know that." Zhang Ye deeply believed that as well. He actually did not even know how good he was. All he knew was that he had maxed out his lottery draw, 1, Go skill, and added another 100 million reputation points worth of the lottery draw, 2, Go skill experience books on top of that. From the looks of it, the Go players of this world seemed to be really strong. If a professional Go player whose play had regressed by that much since his retirement 20 years ago was still this strong at Go, then Zhang Ye felt that what Old Wu had said was correct when she mentioned that he could only win against her father. But it was enough if he could beat him. Right from the beginning, this fellow was just aiming for Wu Changhe anyway. The game began. Wu Changhe, who was sitting opposite, had already placed his stone. When Zhang Ye saw this, he followed up by placing his stone in the opposite corner. An opening with moves in opposing corners, one could easily throw the framework into disarray. This method was often employed by weaker opponents against a stronger one. The idea behind it was to win amid the chaos it brought. But Zhang Ye was not afraid of that. Instead, his character suited such a method even better. About 8 moves later, old Wu said curiously, this doesn't look how my dad usually plays. Zhang Ye laughed and said, yeah, your dad often changes his strategy. He would change his playstyle after every game he lost to me. Old Wu understood. It must be because he couldn't find a way to deal with you, so he deliberately changed his strategy. My dad is pretty good. When did he become so adaptable? Whoa, this is a good move. MHM. Haha, but watch me now. How are you going to respond? Watch as I trick him. Why did you place your stone there? Hee, you'll know why in a bit. Look at this. Your dad has taken the bait. Wait a bit. Just wait a bit, and I'll show you a clever play. After Black made the 85th move, Zhang Ye smiled as he took a white stone and clinked it down. His opponent was silenced. This silence lasted for a full 10 minutes. Zhang Ye cackled with laughter. He fell for it. I bet your dad is getting frustrated. As Wu Ziqing's Go skill was just average, her observational skills were lacking by quite a bit. It wasn't until this moment that she understood why Zhang Ye had played his stones in those positions in the opening. Wu Ziqing marveled. Very beautiful. Zhang Ye was overjoyed at receiving praise from his girlfriend. Then a dialogue box popped up. His opponent resigned. Zhang Ye typed, are we still playing, uncle? Yes. Wait a little. Don't run off. All right, I'll be here. Very quickly, another game started. This time, his opponent changed to yet another opening playstyle. Zhang Ye did not think anything of it. He chatted with Wu Ziqing as he simultaneously played and explained his moves. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, if you keep playing like this, you might really end up losing. Don't other people play Go silently? However, Zhang Ye was accustomed to playing and chatting at the same. He really hadn't played much Go before and did not have a subdued personality either. He had played a lot of Fight the Landlord, so this fellow was actually using the mentality of that game to play Go. Every now and then, Zhang Ye would send some offending words to Wu Changhe to harass him. He even felt that this was very normal behavior in Go. If you played like a slowpoke, you would definitely be hurried. Are you in the toilet? Uncle, where did you go? Are you taking a dump? Why aren't you moving? Please move. The flowers are wilting as I wait. Did you forget to bring toilet paper? Wu Ziqing could not refrain from laughing. This was the first time she had seen someone play Go in such a way. Furthermore, those messages he sent sounded really mean as well. In reality, Zhang Ye was having a very difficult time this game. Your dad is playing really well in the mid-game. He's playing really well this game, really well. Look at this setup here. He's trying to trap me. Wu Ziqing said, he making you make forcing moves. Zhang Ye laughed and said, that might not be the case. He wants to trick me? Your dad is really overthinking things. All right, I'll confuse him by responding with a horizontal stretch. A horizontal stretch? Haha, I have to make him think that I've actually taken his bait. And then the mid-game will be mine. His opponent placed his stone. Zhang Ye placed his stone. His opponent placed another stone. Zhang Ye smiled as he played an Atari on his opponent. And then, there were no more thens. His opponent's timer too started counting up. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. His opponent resigned. Zhang Ye said to old Wu. In fact, this game can be played on until the endgame. But there's no point in playing any further than this. Your dad has no hope of turning things around. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, my dad's skill has really regressed a lot over the years. In Zhang Ye's heart, his attitude toward Wu Changhe was slowly changing. He was starting to think that this old man was really quite skilled. Wu Changhe made some moves that nearly landed him in an unfavorable position, and the standard of play increased the more games they played. It was as though he had changed persons with every match they played. He was indeed worthy of being the best Go player all those years ago. He was truly a force to be reckoned with. But still, Zhang Ye did not lose. 1 game, 3 games, 5 games. Zhang Ye defeated all in his way, emerging victorious. Near the computer, inside the Go Association at China Chiyuan, silence reigned in the hall. Wu Changhe was dumbfounded. President Dan Donghe was dumbfounded. All the professional players in the Go Association were dumbfounded. Chi 7 Dan lost. Changha 9 Dan lost. Tianxi 9 Dan lost too. Li 9 Dan is also no match for him. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. A total of 5 professional Go players had played against Wei. One of them was ranked 12th in the world. One of them was ranked 10th in the world. One of them was ranked 9th in the world. One of them was ranked 7th in the world. The highest ranking player was 4th in the world. All of them lost. All of them fucking lost. Holy shit. Oh my god. Who the fuck is he? How could this be? They could not believe their eyes. Chening, Su Han, and the others nearly pissed their pants. A lot of the 5th and 6th Dan players were staring at the computer screen while rubbing their eyes, dumbfounded. They could not react to it for a very long while. They were almost going crazy as their concept of the game had been completely shattered in these moments. The reason Wu Changhe came to seek assistance from China Chiyuan was because he wanted to get the top Go players to take turns teaching Zhang Ye a lesson. But in the end, Wei, by himself, destroyed everyone from China Chiyuan. They were crushed. He did not suffer a single loss. The most crucial part was that this joker called Wei kept harassing them throughout the games. He constantly sent messages like, "Hurry up, even the flowers have wilted. Why are you taking your sweet time? And, are you taking a dump?" He even repeatedly sent those messages, taking those 9th Dan players to the brink of collapse and making them see red. Taking a dump? Forgetting to bring toilet paper? Why the hell would you care if I brought any toilet paper or not? What the fuck has that got anything to do with you? Chapter 1107. The world number 1 in Go makes his move. Chapter 1107. The world number 1 in Go makes his move. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At China Chiyuan. Everyone was sorely beaten. Go on. Get him. There are so many of us. I don't believe that we can't beat him. Quite a few people started calling for action. They could not take it lying down. They were reluctant to accept the results. This was too embarrassing. This was way too embarrassing. With so many of the world's top Go professionals on their side, how could they have possibly been defeated by an amateur? Li E9 Dan said angrily. This bastard is too rude. Causing trouble. He's making trouble. How can he keep sending those offending messages during the game? If I wasn't distracted by his messages, I would have won. Yeah. Despicable. Extremely despicable. This person is so evil. A group of professional Go players were hurling all kinds of abuse. But all of a sudden, someone came out from behind them. If he can still send that many messages while playing, that means he has not given his best effort yet. Even if he plays a few more games, you guys still might not be a match for him. It was Xiang Rong. No one knew when Xiang Rong had arrived. The computer's display here at the Go Association was hooked up to the big screen. Everyone had been watching the games on it earlier, so Xiang Rong must have also been spectating all this while. Master Xiang. Teacher Xiang. Master Xiang is here. Master Xiang. That fella is too cocksure. Everyone looked over. The moment Wu Changhe saw Xiang Rong, his spirits lifted. Little Xiang, what are you also doing here? Xiang Rong said politely. Elder Wu. At the association, or even within the Chinese Go world, whoever met with Wu Changhe would have to speak to him very politely. That applied even to the current number 1 in the world of Go. Dan Donghe was still in a state of shock. The losses suffered by several of those 9th Dan players had rocked him to his very core. He wouldn't have believed it if someone told him before today that his Chiyuan players would fall so easily. He said, Little Xiang, there's something very odd about this guy. He clearly does not play by the book and uses many moves that no one has really used before. Yet every move of his has meaning, and the openings were played exquisitely. If you were playing, do you think you could win? Xiang Rong smiled and said, Without going up against him, I won't know. But Wu Changhe said, How could you possibly not win? Chi was on the verge of tears. Master Xiang, you have to avenge us. Master Xiang, please play him. Only you're capable of defeating him. Get him. Yes. Everyone knew that Xiang Rong was just being humble. No one believed that he could lose. Xiang Rong? Lose. What a joke. This was the current number 1 in the world of Go. Comparing the current Xiang Rong and Wu Changhe 9 Dan at the peak of his prowess when he went undefeated, it would be difficult to tell who would win. Xiang Rong's name alone was the greatest reputation in the world of Go, which was a stage all to his own. Some experts predicted that within the next 2 years, There would be no one who could compare to Xiang Rong even if he was not that young anymore. He turned exactly 30 this year. Wu Changhe suddenly said, "Little Xiang, it was good that I took you in, right? But of course, it was all thanks to your coaching when I was in my teens," Xiang Rong replied. Although his teacher was not Wu Changhe, his career in Go was still considered to have been initiated by him. Therefore, Xiang Rong owed him an enormous favor. Wu Changhe immediately said, "Hurry up. I'm depending on you to save me some face." Xiang Rong gave a wry smile. "Since Elder Wu has spoken, I wouldn't dare to say no. But I will have to use my own account. Playing a game on someone else's behalf is not something that I can make myself do." Dan Dongha asked, "You have an account?" Xiang Rong calmly said, "Yes, but I've rarely used it." Wu Changhe said, "That's fine. Just make sure to utterly demolish this guy." Xiang Rong was actually also quite eager to play against him. Earlier, when Wu Changhe's disciple had played on his behalf, Xiang Rong took notice of Wei. At that time, he could already see that Wei did not play to his best of his ability against Hu Liang's 7 Dan and Su Han 8 Dan. He was really hoping to verse this so-called amateur Go player who had won 4 matches in a row against 4 9th Dan pros. He was incredibly curious. Xiang Rong was already seated in front of the computer. Everyone crowded around to watch. Even the professional Xiangqi and international chess players from the neighboring associations came over after they heard about it. News had long since spread, so who wouldn't know about it? Holy shit, Master Xiang is going to play? This is a big deal. Master Xiang will be playing? Is that really necessary? The opponent is most definitely not an amateur. Even a few of our 9th Dan players lost to him. Yeah. If Master Xiang still does not take this matter into his own hands, then China Qiyuan can no longer hold its head high. Presently, all of the Qiyuan was making a ruckus. Wei had stirred the pot and turned everything upside down such that even a few executives came running over. A deputy chairman. What happened? A director. Even Li E9 Dan lost. Another deputy chairman. Could it be Korea's old park trying to mess with us? Li E said angrily. I don't know who it is, but he's extremely devious. Teacher Changhe claims that he's just an amateur. But when we asked who it was, he wouldn't say. The executives all had solemn looks on their faces. But when they realized that Xiang Rong would be taking care of things, they brightened up a bit. Wu Changhe's account went offline. In its place, Xiang Rong's account appeared in the room. Xiang Rong turned off the spectate option for this match and forbade any outsiders from watching. Several thousand fellow Go players saw their monitors turn dark after they were kicked out of the room. What the heck? What happened? Why can't we spectate anymore? I was having fun watching. Why did I think I saw Xiang Rong's account appear in the room? Huh? Surely not, right? Haha, you must have seen wrong. Xiang Rong 9, Dan does not play Go online. At old Wu's residence, Wu Ziqing went to pour some tea. Zhang Ye discovered that Wu Changhe had suddenly gone offline. Where did he go? Then he saw an account by the name of Xiang Rong appear in the room. Xiang Rong sent a message. Elder Wu needs to rest. Shall we play a game? Us two play? Who are you? Xiang Rong. Never heard of this name before. When he checked his opponent's account, he saw that it had a very low rating but a 100% win rate. The total number of games played was only 10. Zhang Ye sneered to himself. Only 10 games played. A newbie? And you dare to challenge me to a game? Where did you come from? Who gave you the courage to come in here, little comrade? Zhang Ye replied. How did you get into the room? Don't make trouble. I have important business to handle. I don't play against newbies. Then he continued to flood the chat box. Teacher Changhe, why did you leave? Is it because you're a sore loser? Uncle, why don't I let you play with a handicap? It's boring if I keep winning. Please speak. How many games do I have to win before you admit defeat? At the computer, the people at the Qiyuan blew up. Xiang Rong's eyebrows twitched wildly. Chening 7. Dan's jaw dropped. Suhan 8. Dan stared, slack-jawed. Wei's messages displayed on the big screen had silenced the hall in the blink of an eye. I don't play against newbies? I don't play against newbies? Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Everyone was aghast. You don't even fucking know Xiang Rong? As long as someone played Go, how could they possibly not know Xiang Rong? A newbie? Xiang Rong was a newbie? God damn it, you're done for. This time, it's really over for you. Are you trying to offend the entire world of Go with that? But in this moment, Everyone finally believed while shocked that this joker called Ye was really not a professional Go player. He wouldn't even be considered an amateur Go player. This idiot did not have the first fucking clue about the world of Go. Chapter 1108. Who's playing? Chapter 1108. Who's playing? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At China Chiyuan. This idiot. I'm convinced. Master Xiang, you might be able to take this lying down, but I can't. This Ye is basically insulting us. I'll smack that newbie face of his. You're the one who's the goddamn newbie, alright. But the second, a notification popped up. Xiang Rong has been kicked from the room by Ye. He even got kicked. Ye had actually kicked Xiang Rong 9 Dan out. Everyone was floored. The room and the password had been set up by Wu Changhe. Ye had entered the room first, followed by Xiang Rong. When Wu Changhe left the room, the second person to enter was handed the administrative rights and got the highest privileges. He could kick any person he wanted to. Wu Changhe cursed, "This young bastard." He pointed at Xiang Rong and said, "Little Xiang, use my account. Let him have a taste of what it means to play Go. Right? Show him what we are capable of. Teach him that there's always someone stronger out there. Master Xiang, it's your turn. This joker is infuriating. Destroy him. Let this idiot know what it really means to be a pro Go player." Everyone was clamoring. On the other end, Wu Ziqing returned to the study. "I brewed another pot of tea." Old Wu placed it on the table. "What's the matter? You're not playing anymore." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Your dad went offline without saying where he was going. After that, some silly fool came into the room wanting to play me, but I kicked him out." Old Wu asked, "Who was it?" Zhang Ye smacked his lips and said, "I don't know. It was a newbie. I ignored him." All of a sudden, someone came into the room. It was Wu Changhe's account, which reappeared after going offline a while ago. Zhang Ye chortled. He's back, he's back." His opponent sent a message right off the bat. "Wu Changhe, begin." Zhang Ye replied, "Sure." It was nearly 6 p.m. Go is a relatively time-consuming activity, with a typical match between the masters easily taking up to an hour or two. And that would be a rapid match. In a real high-level tournament, it would not be unreasonable for a match to take up to 10 hours or more. Even further back, in ancient times, a match could drag on for 3 whole days and nights and would not even be uncommon. But Zhang Ye had been playing a fast game today. It was the same for Wu Changhe. This was very common for online Go, and a match would seldom get dragged out for too long. Due to the atmosphere being different, it naturally brought about a difference in the pace of the game. You couldn't possibly expect an online game between 2 players to be dragged out for over 10 hours. But of course, the length of a match was also affected by the time limit, the opponent, and skill levels. On the screen, Wu Changhe picked black. Zhang Ye went second with the white stones. With the laying of the first stone by the black side, another round began. At the computer, the players at the Chiyuan all shifted back, trying to give the most space and quiet to Xiang Rong for his match. Everyone watched the monitor as the match took place, and their mood swung with the progress of the game. Master Xiang has made his move. An approach 1? And it's even a high approach 2? What a good move. Great move. Splendid. Haha. Master Xiang has almost never lost as black. White has made a stand 3. Damn, this fellow is so slippery. What a miser. Many of the professional Go players were taken by surprise. Xiang Rong thought for a long while before placing his next stone down without any expression. His opponent switched from his fast game of responding with immediate moves and went into a long thought process before making a horizontal stretch. The game had only just started, but it was already making a lot of people tremble nervously just from spectating. Some of them were even sweating profusely from the intensity of the match. How marvelous. This horizontal stretch was great. Just where did this strange Y person come from? Master Xiang still has a huge lead. Xiang Rong 9 Dan turned serious. Y, prepare to cry. This fella definitely doesn't know who his opponent is. If he did, he'd surely be scared to death. Ha ha ha. But before that person finished speaking, Y's absent spamming started up again. Y, make your move. Y, uncle, what are you doing? Y, did you fall asleep? Y, why don't I go take a nap as well? Call me when you've made your move, okay? Long strings of text totaling more than 20 messages were sent over. Xiang Rong maintained indifference, pretending like he didn't see the messages. But the other Go players started to hurl abuse. He's so arrogant. He's willing to distract himself with typing while playing against Xiang Rong 9 Dan. I doubt he's even distracted. This is his style. He's doing it on purpose. He's absolutely doing it on purpose. The pace of the game had been slowed. The two of them started playing slower. On the other end, Wu Ziqing was looking at the computer screen and said, "This game doesn't seem to be going as smoothly." Zhang Ye was still unaware of things. He looked rather relaxed as he laughed and said, "Your dad really is strong. He's improving with every game. Looks like I underestimated him. He's really not that bad when he gets serious." Old Wu smiled. "You've already won so many times. Why don't you let him win for once?" "AI, that won't do," Zhang Ye said. "I have my bottom line." Yet, for a future son-in-law who had just visited his future father-in-law for the first time yesterday to demolish him to such a sorry state, that lacked any kind of bottom line. On the board, the game progressed with much tension. The stones of both sides were stuck in mutual life for. Old Wu looked at him with a smile. "What do you want for dinner?" "Anything is fine." "Then I'll go make dinner now." "All right, thank you so much." Zhang Ye placed another stone down. "Haha, watch me harass your territory." As he played, he continued to talk to himself and type out messages to send to his opponent. It wasn't that Zhang Ye did not take this seriously, but that this was just his style. He enjoyed playing Go this way. He prattled, "Yo, that was a great one. What a great move. You're making things difficult for me, Comrade Chang'e. You're trying to trick me. How can I allow you to succeed? Come, let me see how you will defend this move. Yoho, nice. How about this move? Whoa, you captured my stone. But I sacrificed it. Haha, it would be impolite if I don't respond in kind. This bro will capture a stone of yours too." "What? You're still capturing? Aren't you afraid of overeating 5? I'll let you capture them then." "Go on. Why aren't you capturing them?" "Good thing this bro thinks quick. Otherwise, I would really have been forced into a corner by you." Old Wu's voice sounded from downstairs. Old Wu asked, "How's the game going?" Zhang Ye shouted from the room, "It's really close. I wonder if your dad is on steroids or something. It feels like he got possessed. I was nearly overwhelmed by him. This old guy? He's too stubborn." Old Wu laughed. "Don't underestimate a 9th Dan Pro Go player. A retired 9th Dan is still a 9th Dan, after all. If you don't mind, let me invite my dad's disciples over some time to play you. They're all active players ranked 6th Dan and above, and they all play better than my dad. You can practice by playing them." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Forget it. I nearly couldn't even hold out against your dad. With my skill level, I should just play against retired pros and amateurs. I can bully them a little, but I can't win against a true Pro Go player for sure, so this bro shouldn't try to look for trouble." He did not know how well was playing Go, nor did he care. All he wanted was to beat Wu Chang'e. That was enough. Haha, respond to this move. At China Chiyuan, everyone at the place was shocked. "This is amazing. This Wei is so fearsome. How did he train? After taking white, he can equalize against Master Xiang in the opening?" Earlier, no one thought that Xiang Rong 9 Dan would lose. But now, there were some people thinking otherwise. Like Chening, like Tian Weiwei. These two disciples of Wu Chang'e exchanged a glance and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This was truly too frightening. Would Xiang Rong 9 Dan really be able to win? All of a sudden, for some reason, they were feeling very uncertain. Wei's messages were still as sarcastic as ever. Talking about going to the bathroom. Talking about how the flowers have wilted. Talking about remembering to bring toilet paper. But now, no one was swearing. Wei's messages were just like voodoo curses being recited to hasten their demise. It made them all tremble nervously. Ring, ring, ring. Chen Ying's cell phone rang. She quickly answered it. "Ma'am." Li Qinqin's voice came from the other end. "Little Ing, where's your teacher?" Chen Ying gave a bitter laugh and said, "Teacher is watching the game." "Who's playing right now?" Li Qinqin said. "I was watching too until I suddenly got kicked out of the room. I think they're not allowing us to spectate or something. This latest game has already been going on for over an hour, hasn't it? Have they not determined a winner? Could it be a 9th Dan player going up against Wei? Is it Li E9 Dan?" Li Yi. Chening didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Ma'am, Li E9 Dan already lost to that guy way before this game." "What? That's right. Then who's playing?" "Elsewhere." Dinner was ready. Old Wu brought the dishes upstairs. "Dinner is server. Smells great." I'm hungry just from the smell. Play on. Play as you eat. All right. Zhang Ye picked up a chopstick's worth of food, his eyes glued to the computer screen. He chuckled as he placed a stone with the mouse. I finally got to see you make a mistake. What an opportunity. I miscalculated earlier and nearly got crushed by you and almost didn't recover. It looks like it's finally your turn to experience that. Watch this. Huh. Wu Ziqing inched close and took a look. Evenly matched? It looked like it would take a tough time to determine a winner. At this moment, Wu Ziqing's cell phone rang. Checking the caller ID, she saw it was from her mother. She put down her chopsticks and left the study to answer the call. Mom, what's the matter? Where's little Zhang? He's at my place. We're having dinner right now. What? He's not playing Go? He is. Hasn't he been playing against Dad the entire day? Are you sure it's him who's playing the match? What's the matter? What's his account name? Yi. So it's really him. Li Qinxin's voice over the phone became very loud. After confirmation, she sounded like she was quite shaken. Wu Ziqing laughed and said, Is Dad getting frustrated from losing too much? Li Qinxin said, It's not only your dad who's getting frustrated. All of China Qiyuan is getting frustrated as well. Old Wu was taken aback and couldn't help but let out a laugh. China Qiyuan? Why are they getting frustrated? Daughter, did you really think that little Zhang has been playing against your dad? Li Qinxin said. Old Wu didn't know how to react. Huh. Li Qinxin said. Your dad retired many years ago, so how could he still play that well? Your dad only played 2 games against him this morning. The rest of the day, the games were all played on behalf of him by the pro Go players from the Qiyuan. Hu Liang 7 Dan, Su Han 8 Dan, Chang Han 9 Dan, Tian Shi 9 Dan, Li 9 Dan. All of them lost. All of the Qiyuan has been swept by little Zhang. Old Wu found that funny and said, Mom, stop joking. Li Qinxin said, Why would I joke about this? Do you know who's playing against little Zhang right now? Do you know? Old Wu said, It's really not Dad. Floored, Li Qinxin said, How could that be your dad? If your dad could still play like that, would he have to retire? Would he have lost to little Zhang after being given a 2-stone handicap? Old Wu asked, Then who's playing? Li Qinxin inhaled and said, Xiang Rong 9 Dan. Old Wu what? 1 Ga Gu / carry. Approach is a general term which includes any move which reduces the liberties of an opposing stone or chain of stones. https://senseis xmp net / approach moves. 2. A corner approach, which is 1 space away in a straight line, is called in full a 1 space high corner approach. https://senseis xmp.net / high approach. 3. https://senseis.xmp.net / stand. 4. https://senseis.xmp.net / seki. 5. Capturing uses the same verb as eating in Chinese. Chapter 1109. Who won? Chapter 1109. Who won? Translator, leg editor, leg. In the study, Zhang Ye was playing Go while eating at the same time. Wu Ziqing came back into the room from outside. Zhang Ye asked, Was that your mom? Wu Ziqing gave a soft affirmation. Zhang Ye blinked and said, Is it because your dad is getting angry? More or less. Wu Ziqing walked up behind him and took a look at him. Then she looked at the game on the computer and asked, Oh yeah, little Yi, what was the name of the account you just kicked? Zhang Ye did not really know who she was talking about. Which one? Old Wu said. The person that you said came into the room and offered to play against you. Oh, that newbie. Zhang Ye placed a stone down and said without much care, I think he's called Xiang something. I can't remember. That's right, he's called Xiang Rong. Wu Ziqing was speechless. What's the matter? Zhang Ye was confused. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, It's nothing. Just carry on playing. Zhang Ye nodded while pointing at the screen. Your dad is playing this game to such a godly level. If I hadn't kept a trick up my sleeve, I couldn't have held him back. Since he took black and went first, he had the advantage right from the start. So I was forced to respond to his moves and had to slowly find an opportunity to trick him whenever I got a chance. Haha. Look, here's another opportunity. I can trick him again with my next move. Hee. He smiled slyly as he directly counterattacked with another move without much thinking. Zhang Ye boasted, How's that, old Wu? This move isn't bad, right? Not only was it not bad, this move had helped him to close the gap by at least 2 or 3 points. Just who did you learn Go from? Go? The first person to teach me was my elementary school teacher. After that, it was my extracurricular class teacher in middle school. Is that all? That's all. What? It's nothing. Why don't I let your dad win this round? There's no need to do that. Just play as you would. All right then, I won't hold back. An hour. 2 hours. It was already past 8 p.m. But those people from China Chiyuan were still around and had not left. In fact, the number of people gathered here even increased. Many of them were holding bowls of wonton soup as they sat there watching the match on the screen, not moving an inch. Several 9th Dan players and national Go team coaches who had been resting at home also came running back after hearing about this. When these people came in, they immediately started asking, "How is the match going?" Suhan 8 Dan, who was nearest to them, turned around and said, "It's gotten to the mid-game." Someone asked anxiously, "Who has the advantage?" The others looked up at the screen. Chuning 7 Dan walked toward them and said, "Master Xiang took black, so he definitely has the advantage in the game. But if we account for the compensation at the end of the game, the two of them are on par. No one really has the upper hand. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Where did he pop out from? Even Xiang Rong 9 Dan can't beat him. More importantly, he's just a goddamn amateur. Who is he? We have to ask Teacher Changhe about that. No one else besides him knows." "Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard that it was Teacher Changhe who somehow offended him. As a result, this Wei came to confront him." Li Qinxin arrived at China Chiyuan as well. Ma'am, what are you doing here?" Auntie Li. Everyone greeted her since they knew her. Li Qinxin asked, "Where's Changhe?" Tian Weiwei immediately pointed to him and said, "Teacher is having an argument with President Dan over there." When Li Qinxin approached, she heard them disputing over something. Dan Donghe said loudly, "Brother Wu, you must get this guy here." Wu Changhe rolled his eyes. "He's just an amateur. Why do you want him? Have you ever seen an amateur play like that?" Dan Donghe pointed at the big screen in a speechless manner and said, "Anyone who can play against little Xiang that well, no matter how amateurish he is, I want." Li Qinxin said, "Old Dan." Wu Changhe frowned. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Dan Donghe immediately said, "Sisterly, we have to get this person to join our Chiyuan. I will give him special approval to join us so that he can officially start participating in pro tournaments. I will also reserve a spot for him on the national team next year. Can you bring him here?" "No, there's no need for you to bring him here. Just let me know who he is, and I'll have my way of persuading him. I can definitely get him to join us." Wu Changhe scowled and said, "Don't even think about it." When Li Qinxin heard that, she gave a wry smile and said, "Old Dan, I think it's better for you to give up the idea." "But why?" Dan Donghe was very thirsty for talent and panicked at this response. Li Qinxin said very helplessly, "You really won't be able to persuade him. Changhe is right. He's really an amateur and would never join China Chiyuan. Joining the national team and becoming a national Go player. Do you know how prestigious that is?" Dan Donghe said. Li Qinxin sighed. "That is exactly what he does not lack." Dan Donghe said, "What about money? As a Go player at that level, he should be earning at least a few million yuan per year. Although it's not that great monetarily, I don't believe that he won't be tempted. Can he get that kind of income from other jobs?" Li Qinxin did not know how to answer him. I don't think income level is a problem for him. Besides, if he really wanted to earn money, he would not be earning just a few million per year. It'd be more likely to be in the figure of a few million per month. Dan Donghe was stunned. "What?" He looked at Wu Changhe. "Is that true?" Wu Changhe grunted and did not reply. But that was clearly an answer. "But..." Dan Donghe refused to give up and said anxiously, "If he joined us, he would be among the top players in the world of Go. It's better than being just average in other professions." "But old Dan, from what I know," Li Qinxin interrupted. Exasperated, she thought for a while, then said, "He's considered to be at the top of other professions as well." Dan Donghe had no reply. What the hell? Can't we talk this out? Can't we have a proper discussion? Dan Donghe was almost in tears. When the other executives of China Chiyuan and the Go players who were nearby heard that, they were also extremely surprised. His annual income was in the tens of millions? He was very famous? He was considered to be at the top of other professions as well? Dan Donghe said, "Sisterly, Just who in the world is this man? Li Qinxin threw up her hands and said, without his consent, I don't know if I should reveal him. Anyway, it's probably impossible if you are thinking of pulling him into the world of Go. Dan Donghe heaved a sigh. Hi. That's such a pity. It's really such a pity. Wu Changhe sneered. What's so pitiful about that, old Dan? If you really managed to get him, you would be the one to get pitted instead. If that kid joins, he would definitely turn everything upside down, and the entire world of Go would no longer have any peace and quiet. Wu Changhe did not usually pay much attention to the entertainment industry. But clearly, after Zhang Ye's visit yesterday, he went to check and found out about the news and events related to him. He got to know more about the things Zhang Ye had done in the past. Li Qinxin glanced at him and said, don't keep criticizing him. I think he's quite good. That's your opinion. I just don't like him. Wu Changhe said angrily. Wu Changhe really felt like today was the longest day of his life. When had he ever been tortured to such a state by someone like this in the world of Go? Never. This was the first time it had happened. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed in shock. He's been surrounded. The white stones in the right corner are in danger. Great move. Master Xiang is all-powerful. Ha 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 ha. Dan Donghe, Wu Changhe, and the others immediately looked over as well. Wu Changhe laughed loudly as he slapped his thigh and applauded. Good, good. However, when the next white stone was played, another uproar ran through the place. Wu Changhe's expression darkened again. Li Qinxin was tickled at the sight. Holy shit. This. He has broken the hold. White has broken the hold. The right corner has actually been brought back to life. This is so wonderful to watch. I'm sweating. He can even bring those stones back to fucking life. White is really godly. Damn, whose side are you on? Man, I'm on Master Xiang's side of course, but White played really well. As someone who can make that move, he's definitely at the level of the top 3 in the world. Everyone was exclaiming endlessly. Then the game fell into a state of monotony again. Right into the mid-game, the two of them began a series of territorial battles. They played very conservatively, and neither rushed to make any ruthless moves again. Half an hour. An hour. It was almost 10 p.m. now. Neither had managed to take the initiative. The game was still deadlocked. When Li Qinxin saw that Zhang Ye had actually managed to be locked in such a close battle with Xiang Rong 9 Dan, the current #1 in the world of Go, she felt an indescribable feeling of shock and confusion. This little Zhang was way too talented. How does he know everything? And he even manages to do well in any of the industries he goes into? Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Xiang Rong yawned and chuckled as he typed something. This was the first time that Xiang Rong was having a conversation with Wei since the game began. If we play to the end, we would need at least another 5-6 hours to finish the game. Then it would last until tomorrow morning. So why don't we stop here for today? I'm getting sleepy and should sleep soon. Everyone was stunned. They weren't going to play on. Master Xiang did not want to continue playing. Wei replied very quickly. Then who's the winner? Xiang Rong said. Let's call it a draw. What do you say? Sure. Let's play another game some other day. Xiang Rong then went offline on Wu Changhe's account. Everyone gathered around him at once. Master Xiang, why didn't you keep playing? If you played to the end game, you would definitely have won. That's right. How can you call it a draw? A lot of people could not accept this result, because in their eyes, Xiang Rong was the legend of the Go world. No one had won against him, and it was unlikely that there would be anyone who could do so. But Xiang Rong just smiled as he shook his head and stayed quiet. Wu Changhe, Dan Donghe, and the others went up to him. Wu Changhe asked, how was it? Xiang Rong gave a wry smile. He's a very strong Go player. Wu Changhe said in frustration. Even you can't beat him? Were you holding back? He was raging mad. Could it be that there was really no one who could deal with that Zhang fellow? He is really strong. Xiang Rong said. Although I'm not too used to playing online Go, and that definitely affected my ability to perform, my opponent probably did not really give his best either. Some of his moves were even more casual than mine. Besides, he also played a lot of games with others before me, and it would surely have affected his mental state. If we continued to play, it would have been difficult to tell who the victor would be. He then threw his hands up and surprised everyone with. And the most important thing is, even if we carried on that game to the end, the victor might not necessarily be me. At this, many people fell silent. Chapter 11:10, Why appears again. Chapter 11:10. Why appears again. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, someone broke the news on Weibo, and a discussion followed. Changhe 9 Dan was utterly demolished in Go yesterday. Yeah, it happened on the online Go server. It was really ruthless. Yeah, that opponent of his was also particularly funny. He played Go in the style of Fight the Landlord and kept urging his opponents to hurry up with their moves. He even asked if they had forgotten to bring toilet paper with them to the bathroom. Those of us viewing the matches at that time laughed our asses off. I've never seen such a rude person before. Is he even playing Go? I saw it too. I was dying of laughter. But that guy is really very good at the game. By the way, I think I saw a flash of Xiang Rong's account appearing. I noticed it too. Could Xiang Rong 9 Dan have really played against him? I don't know. The room was no longer accessible after that. Even Xiang Rong 9 Dan was called upon. That's impossible. Damn. If it really happened, I want to know who won. On Weibo. In the Go forums. Within the Go community. Similar discussions were taking place everywhere. Among those who played Go, this matter had caused quite a big stir. Some of the netizens were muttering about this, but many of them could only make guesses as to what really happened. Only the people from China Chiyuan were in the know, and they even knew exactly how the matter had come about and its specific details. However, the outcome of yesterday's events were still unacceptable to many of them. As a result, none of them said a word about it to anyone. To them, this was not something to be proud of at all. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. In his bedroom, Zhang Ye woke up happily with a smile, probably from some dream that he was having. After he got up, he immediately went to brush his teeth and wash up, all the while singing, "We the common folk, we are so happy today." His mother looked at him. "Did you win a prize? What are you so happy about?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I'm just happy, that's all." "Why did you come home so late again last night?" his father asked. Zhang Ye sighed out. "I went out to play Go, just messing around and having a little fun." His parents knew that he could play Go, but they did not know how good he was. His mother said in amusement, "You only had some lessons in elementary school and signed up for an extracurricular class in middle school. You even attended the classes on and off for only a semester. So who could you possibly play against at your level? You can't even beat your dad." Zhang Ye said with a chuckle, "That's not true. I won't have a problem winning against Dad for sure. I haven't seen you touch the game in many years." "What made you suddenly want to play again?" his father asked. Zhang Ye said, "I'm on leave for half a month, aren't I? So of course I'd have to find something to relax with." His mother pursed her lips. "Rather than playing Go, you should be out earning money." His father gave her a look. "Our son's been tired out by work recently. It's only right that he should get some rest. It's still Dad who loves me more." Zhang Ye laughed. What was so important about work? What was the urgency of making money? He had to get the matter of his marriage settled first and foremost. He still hadn't managed to convince old Wu's father yet. After breakfast, he went back to his room to prepare for another day of playing Go. Talking about it, this fellow was really starting to get addicted to playing. Especially that last game with Wu Chang'e. He enjoyed it quite a lot. Although the game ended in a draw, it was only decided as so after they both agreed to it. Go was unlike Xiangqi in that no games could be drawn. As long as they played until the end, a winner would be determined. Zhang Ye didn't know if he could have won because the game played by Wu Chang'e was spectacular. Zhang Ye did not know whether he had hidden his strength before that, or if he had finally found a way of dealing with him after playing so many rounds. He had to be wary. Comrade Chang'e was indeed still pretty strong. Zhang Ye was so petty that he immediately thought of a way to deal with that. He decided that he would strengthen his Go skill so that Comrade Chang'e would not have a chance to make a comeback and gain an advantage over him. Since he wanted to win, he would have to win every game. Only then would Wu Chang'e be convinced that he was really serious and determined to marry his daughter. Right. It was time for the lottery. He needed to get several more of those skill experience books. Zhang Ye was very spontaneous about it and immediately brought up the lottery draw system. He had already maxed out on the lottery draw 1 ESCO skill experience books, so there wasn't any meaning in getting more of those. So he selected the lottery draw 2 system to play. He did not add many additional stakes to it since he had already spent quite a bit of reputation points the previous time. Although he still had a lot, he did not want to be so wasteful. He had to save for a rainy day, after all. And so, he only added 4 additional stakes to the draw for a total of 5 stakes, which cost 50 million reputation points. Then, he readily activated the lucky halo, upgraded. When the halo appeared, he was imbued with luck and his reputation points started dropping every second. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. Zhang Ye quickly started the lottery draw. When the slot machine was activated, he wasn't sure if he could be so lucky to really get the Go skill experience books. This was a good time to test the effects of the lucky halo again. The icons flashed by quickly. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Slowly, the machine came to a stop. Zhang Ye had already closed his eyes. When he heard the ding signaling the end of the lottery draw, he opened his eyes to take a look. Then he laughed out loud when he saw that the icons had lined up with the skills category icons. This made Zhang Ye very excited, and he couldn't wait to open up all the medium-sized treasure chests. The golden treasure chests opened up. A golden flash of light emitted from them. Xiangqi Skill Experience Book 5. When Zhang Ye saw the prize, he nearly burst into tears. Damn it! Why weren't they the skill experience books for Go? Xiangqi? Why would I need Xiangqi skills? Zhang Ye felt a twinge of pain. But since he had gotten the prize, he had no way to give it back. He deactivated the lucky halo in sadness, and then started studying the Xiangqi Skill Experience books one by one. The books dissolved into glowing light particles and surged right into his mind. Zhang Ye could clearly sense that his Xiangqi skill was growing. He had not drawn any Xiangqi Skill Experience books before from Lottery Draw 1, and instead, 8, the Lottery Draw 2, Skill Experience books. In doing so, Zhang Ye discovered that the effect was essentially the same as eating the equivalent amount of reputation points worth of skill experience books from Lottery Draw 1. For example, these 5 Lottery Draw 2 skill experience books had cost him 50 million reputation points. This was equivalent to 500 Lottery Draw 1 skill experience books for the Xiangqi skill. It was only after the lower level skill had been maxed out that the higher level skill experience books would be able to stack on top of that experience. If it was Xiangqi, then so be it. After he gained a better understanding of the system, Zhang Ye did not continue playing the lottery draw. He decided to forget about it since his luck today didn't seem too good. The lucky halo, upgraded, didn't felt like it was too effective today, so it was better not to force it. He went online and logged into his account. Zhang Ye entered into the online Go server again. Where was everyone? Where's Comrade Chang'e? Huhan-san am back. 1. At China Chiyuan. There was a sudden commotion at the computers. He's here. Damn, why is back again? His account is online now. What's he back for? Quite a few people had arrived at the Chiyuan this morning. When they heard the commotion, everyone rushed over to have a look. Teacher Chang'e is also online. Is he currently playing anyone? He already finished a game. How did Y get into Teacher Chang'e's room again? I'm floored. Where the heck did he get the password from? Quick, see this. Chang'e 9 Dan has kicked him out of the room. Teacher Chang'e has changed the password. Y got into the room again. Buffed. Teacher Chang'e has kicked him out again. Teacher Chang'e doesn't want to play him anymore. The room's administrative rights have been stolen. What? Y has become the administrator. Teacher Chang'e can't kick him anymore. Chang'e 9 Dan has left the room. He has set up a new room. Damn, Y came in again. Y has been kicked again. He came in again. The administrator role has been taken. Teacher Chang'e has been kicked by Y. Damn, what sort of grudge do they have? I'm dying of laughter. Everyone was laughing on as they watched the ruckus. This drama of the year was incredibly funny. Chapter 11:11. Just who could this godly person be? Chapter 11:11. Just who could this godly person be? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. He snorted. What are you doing? You said that we would play again some other time after agreeing to end the last match yesterday as a draw. Oh, you're already going back on your word? You won't play me anymore? You even kicked me out of the room? What have I said? Why did you have to kick me? Don't make me mad. You're pushing your luck. You want to challenge my computer skills? Do you think this bro's world-class hacker skills are meant for messing around with you? On the other end, old Wu's parents' courtyard house. Wu Chang'e could be heard shouting nonstop. Who wants to play against you? I'm going to kick you out. Whoa, you can still come back. I'll just have to kick you again. Keep being cocky. Go on, keep at it. Damn. Why am I not the administrator anymore? Damn. You little bastard, how dare you kick me? Are you trying to play dirty with me? I'll fight it out with you. Li Qinxin pushed open the door in a speechless manner. What's with you? Wu Changhe said furiously. That rascal Zhang is playing dirty with me. How dare he come looking for trouble? I'll show him what he gets for disrespecting me. Li Qinxin said in amusement. He's looking for you. Again to play Go? Then just play him for a little while. Wu Changhe rolled his eyes. Why would I play him? Who wants to play him? He's not worth my time, understand? Li Qinxin smiled, but did not say anything. Not worth your time? You're clearly just saying that because you can't beat him. The netizens also learned about this. They all came over to watch when they heard what was going on, and all bent over laughing. Wei and Wu Changhe are fighting again. Do they have to be this funny? What's with this Wei? Why did he come here again today? Why is he so insistent on targeting Changhe 9 Dan? How did he manage to steal the administrator's role? Who knows? Uff, this person is so funny. Wherever Wu Changhe went, Wei followed. These two started an epic chase. At the SRFT, Wu Ziqing was in her office. Secretary Bai Fast walked in. Chief Wu. Yes. Wu Ziqing looked up. Secretary Bai hesitated a little before saying, It seems like your father has met with some trouble. There's someone on the internet who's arguing with him. It's been going on for 2 days. Wu Ziqing asked a few probing questions before powering on her computer to take a look at the Go server. She then had a laugh and said, Okay, I see. Secretary Bai blinked and said, Why don't I get someone to check out who that Wei? Wu Ziqing waved it off and said with a smile, Don't worry about them. All right then, Secretary Bai said. At China Qiyuan, a lot of people could not help but laugh at the happenings. But the disciples of Wu Changhe who were gnashing their teeth in hate. Hu Liang remarked angrily, Teacher, get him. Fight it out with him. Chen Ying, Su Han, and the others all looked at him but did not say a word. Fight it out with him? Even Xiang Rong 9 Dan could not beat him. Fight? What fight? This person's Go skill was just too crazy. Other than Xiang Rong 9 Dan, who else would be a match for him? The Qiyuan's president, Dan Donghe, came over. He was also at a loss for words when he saw what was going on. Why are they at it again? Didn't they play all of yesterday? Which jinx has Brother Wu offended? Suddenly, a professional 8th Dan player pointed at the computer screen and said, Teacher Changhe went offline. Beside him, a professional 5th Dan female player clicked with her mouse and said, No, he's not offline. Teacher Changhe switched over to the Xiangqi server. Xiangqi. Teacher Changhe has been forced to the Xiangqi server? Dan Donghe shook his head and laughed. The Go server and the Xiangqi server were both operated by the same company and were accessible using the same account. The only difference was that their login pages were different. But the account status of those on the friends list could still be seen, like which server they were currently playing on, which room they were in, and even if they were in an active match at the moment. The next moment, everyone discovered that Wei had actually followed him over. When those at China Qiyuan and many of the netizens realized this, they all headed into that room to watch the fun. Now, even the Xiangqi players were alarmed. This was because Wu Changhe was also known to be a good player in the Xiangqi world. Although his achievements here could not be compared to that of the world of Go, Wu Changhe was one of the very few who could play both Go and Xiangqi at the master level. This was a rare phenomenon in the history of both games. Even now, Wu Changhe's Xiangqi skill was maintained at a very high level. His skill might not be at the same level as that of a grandmaster, but it was still comparable to a master. In the past, he had even dabbled in many of the Xiangqi World's tournaments. This was why Wu Changhe was also very well known within the Xiangqi world. Some of the professional Xiangqi players who had just debuted would not even be a match for him. Inside the room, Wu Changhe and Wei were coming face to face for the umpteenth time. Wu Changhe was almost going crazy. Rascal, why do you keep following me around? Zhang Ye typed. To play Go. Wu Changhe harumphed. You're not worth my time. Zhang Ye said. Then take back what you said the other day. Wu Changhe said. Why would I do that? I'm not taking back any words. Zhang Ye said. Then let's decide things on the board of Go. I'm not playing you. Then take back what you said. I'm not taking them back. Let me tell you this, you definitely have a questionable character. Then lay the terms. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, Wu Changhe laughed loudly and said, If you want me to take back what I said, fine. Why don't we play a game of Xiangqi? Do you dare? Xiangqi? Zhang Ye was taken aback, but at the same time, he was very happy about it. Sure. Li Qinxin could no longer watch on. You couldn't beat him at Go, and now, you're challenging him to Xiangqi? Is there any meaning to that? Of course there is. Wu Changhe laughed heartily. I think this is going to be particularly interesting. If I don't show this kid something, he's going to get all arrogant. Li Qinxin rolled her eyes and said, your Xiangqi skills are at the pro level. How do you expect him to be able to play against you? I don't care about that. Wu Changhe said, he wants to win over my daughter? He'll have to get past me first. Li Qinxin shook her head and said, you're really intent on bullying others. Wu Changhe harumphed. What do you know? This is my way of testing him. Li Qinxin pursed her lips and said, how's this a test? You're only doing this because you lost to him at Go and have nowhere to hang your head. Wu Changhe pretended not to have heard her. He immediately humped and pecked at the keyboard and sent a message to Zhang Ye. Hurry up already. We're starting. Faster. Faster. He was finally feeling spirited again. If I can't beat you at Go, then I will make sure to thrash you at Xiangqi. Haha. On the other end, Wai clicked the ready button. The game commenced. The netizens exclaimed, wow, yesterday was Go, and today it's Xiangqi. What fun this is. Teacher Changhe can finally vindicate himself today. Yeah, Teacher Changhe's Xiangqi is very advanced too. Wai has been tricked. He probably does not know that Teacher Changhe's Xiangqi skill is at the level of a pro as well. Wu Changhe is even going to move first. Indeed, Zhang Ye really did not know that Wu Changhe's Xiangqi skill was at the professional level. Moving the horse. 1. Shifting the cannon. Advancing the soldier. But after playing for a while, he suddenly let out an exclamation when he realized something was up. Hey, this standard of play is pretty good. Only then did Zhang Ye realize that Wu Changhe could actually play so professionally. He realized that Comrade Changhe was actually trying to trick him, so he immediately focused and continued playing on. Trying to trick me? You're overrating yourself. If you had played me yesterday, I might really not be able to beat you. But today? You're as good as walking into my direct line of fire. Zhang Ye didn't expect that the 5 skill experience books from Lottery Draw 2 could actually be put to use so quickly. Come on. Whoa, you're sending out your chariot already. Watch this. Haha. I've got your horse's leg hobbled too, haven't I? Jump. Why aren't you jumping? 3. At China Chiyuan. At the beginning, no one really gave much thought to the game since everyone knew that Wu Changhe was an expert in Xiangqi. But when they got to the middle game 4, everyone was dumbfounded. Qining was taken aback. Suhan was wiping away his sweat. Damn, Hu Liang could also see it. Teacher Wu is at a disadvantage? How's that possible? Beside them, there were quite a few Xiangqi pros who also came to watch the game. At first, they thought it was a game of Go being played. But when they came over, they saw it turned out to be a Xiangqi battle. Further, it was an extremely high-level game. At this point, those people from the Xiangqi world were also stunned. Fuck, who could he be? Why is he so good? He can even play Xiangqi? This is bad. That was a bad move by Teacher Changhe. This horse is done for. Indeed. With the next move, Wu Changhe's horse was captured and taken by Wai. This formation was really well planned. Yeah, Teacher Changhe has been tricked by Wai again. That move earlier by Wai was actually just a diversion. At the courtyard house, Wu Changhe had started off the game with a big smile on his face. It later turned into a slight smile before he turned completely expressionless, and then finally looked like he was about to vomit a mouthful of blood. The game lasted only half an hour. Check. When Wai moved his cannon, Wu Changhe was checkmated. Li Qinxin was also dumbfounded from watching this little Zhang Ye's. Wu Changhe was so angry that he was trembling. He typed, again. I dare you to play again. You're up for another game? Best of 3. Sure. The second game was won by Wai. It took 1 hour. Again. Isn't it supposed to be a best of 3? Do you even know how to play Xiangqi? Any proper official tournament states that a match is decided in a best of 5. Oh, okay. In the third game, Wai won. It took 45 minutes. Again. But I've already won 3 times. A pro match requires a best of 7. Oh, so it's like that. Come on. Okay. In the fourth game, Wai won in 50 minutes. For the entirety of the daytime, Wu Changhe played 10 games against Zhang Ye, not believing that this was happening. In all 10 games, Wu Changhe lost. He even lost all of them very quickly and easily. Wu Changhe was dumbfounded. China Chiyuan's people were dumbfounded. The observing players were also dumbfounded. Yesterday, Wu Changhe had been utterly demolished in Go. But who could have thought that today in Xiangqi, Wu Changhe would get utterly demolished once again by Wei? Just what sort of person was he? Which fucking godly person was this? They were all so shocked that they didn't know what to say. At the courtyard house, Wu Ziqing came back to her parents' place after work. The moment she entered the house, she saw Wu Changhe with a dark look on his face and not saying a word. Every now and then, he would even bang on the table out of anger. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Dad, what's going on?" "You dare to ask? You have the cheek to ask me that." With her question, Wu Changhe got even angrier. Li Qinxin laughed and said, "Your dad lost again." Wu Ziqing said, "Isn't that very normal?" Li Qinxin shook her head and said, "This time, he lost to little Zhang in Xiangqi. Out of 10 games, he did not even win once. Just look at how he's throwing a tantrum now, Wu Ziqing was taken aback. Little Yi knows how to play Xiangqi as well. He more than knows how to play it, Li Qinxin said with a giggle. This boyfriend of yours is really no ordinary guy. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/xiangqi #pieces. 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/xiangqi #horse. 3. The horse does not jump as the knight does in international chess. Zhang Ye hobbled/trapped Wu Changhe's horse. 4. The opening in Xiangqi is basically the first 10 to 15 moves by each person, that is, 20 to 30 moves in total. Chapter 11:12. An artificial intelligence issues a challenge to humanity. Chapter 11:12. An artificial intelligence issues a challenge to humanity. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, it was another morning. An entertainment circle without Zhang Ye was always going to be missing that bit of liveliness. Although there were still countless celebrities involved in all kinds of news and scandals, those were mainly either hyped up by their companies to promote a new film or show, or the headlines themselves being hyped up when in fact the news was nothing that interesting. It was always lacking that realism and impact that Zhang Ye brought when he was active. He would so often start some trouble that was so shocking that it would send everyone into panic. Everything was definitely more exciting when he was around. On Weibo, is Zhang Ye still on break? It's only been 3 days. I'm starting to miss him already. Me too. I wish that teacher Zhang would return soon and create yet another masterpiece. I wonder what Zhang Ye is doing right now. Could that fellow be sleeping every day? What about that girl who was like the lilac? How's it going with her? Zhang Ye, wake up. Zhang Ye, wake up. Zhang Ye, don't sleep anymore. In the end, someone kicked off a mass mention of Zhang Ye, with a lot of people gleefully joining in. In an instant, several hundred people on Weibo started to add Zhang Ye to make this fellow get up from bed. But unknown to them, Zhang Ye had awakened long ago. Back at home, 7 a.m. After breakfast, Zhang Ye eagerly went back to his room and logged on to the online Go server again. Then a call from Wu Ziqing came in. "Old Wu, you're awake?" "Yes, I am. I'm getting ready to play Go." "You still want to play?" "Yeah, I have nothing to do anyway." "Don't play anymore. My dad is starting to get frustrated. If you keep beating him, I think he might really get into a fight with you. Don't overdo it." Surely. Not right. Why not? When I got back yesterday, I heard my dad cursing you for the entire night, "Oh yes, my mom wants me to ask you something. She wonders if you'd be interested in joining a pro Go tournament. A Go celebrity is also a celebrity. They get a lot of attention too. My mom asks if you will consider it for a moment." "No thanks." "Why is that?" "With my level, I can only occasionally come up against someone like your dad, who's a retired pro. Have some faith in yourself. You're very good. Forget it. I'll just stick to the entertainment industry and make an honest living there instead." "True. All right then. Old Wu, what about the two of us?" "It won't be an issue with my mom. But as for my dad, I've won so many games against your dad. Is he still not going to recognize and accept me? Then wouldn't I have done all that for nothing?" "It's not for nothing. This time, you've really changed the way that my parents perceive you. My dad may be cursing you very fiercely, but I can see that he has been moved. As for my mom, she rather likes you too. How about this? I'll bring you to my parents' place again in a few days' time. Sure. Then you rest well today? I need to get to work. The call ended. He has been moved? Zhang Ye smiled slightly, thinking about how there was finally some progress, at last. He wasn't at all thinking of becoming some Go celebrity, although it was good to have another title and would contribute to the course of his career as well as add some shine to his resume. The intensity of the tournaments was too high, with too much competition, and spanned too long a duration. Every day for the entire year, they would be required to train and compete against one another. All those professional and world rankings were actually earned by sacrificing one's time. Zhang Ye did not have such time to do something like that. If it were not for the matter with Wu Zuqing and his differences with Wu Changhe, he would probably not have touched Go and Xiangqi at all in his lifetime. These sports celebrities might look very glorious and positive, and also gain the respect of many, but it was simply too high of a price to pay. Besides, Zhang Ye had always thought that his Go skill was mediocre. He couldn't even beat a retired pro who couldn't play in professional games, and had even nearly lost to him too. So why would he want to join any pro tournaments? Wouldn't he be looking to get abused then? Even if he got matched against a pro 5th or 6th Dan Go player, he probably still couldn't win. Suddenly, the door opened. His mother came into the room. Oh, you're not playing Go today? Zhang Ye laughed and said, No, I'm not playing anymore. I won so much that I got bored. Keep bragging, kid. His mother naturally did not take his words seriously. She said, If you have nothing to do, get changed quickly. Come with me and your dad and do some grocery shopping. Your 3 sisters will be coming over this afternoon to have fun. Bring me to the market with you? Yeah, that's right. What if I get surrounded by people at the market? If you get surrounded, then so be it. Whoa, you're really throwing me out there, huh? It wasn't easy for me to have such a famous son. Why aren't you allowing me to flaunt you? All right then. Hurry up, we're leaving. Meanwhile, at China Chiyuan, exceptionally more people came here today. President Dan Dongha, Xiang Rong 9 Dan, Li E 9 Dan. It was especially crowded here at the Go Association. Basically, all those who were called celebrity professional Go players were here. The remaining professional players who were not that highly ranked also gathered around. Everyone had looks of incredulity on their faces. Chuning said in shock, Is the news true? Yeah, that can't be impossible. Suhan said in a stunned manner. Dan Dongha said sternly, I've just received the news. It's true, the news is indeed true. This will be reported on the news very soon. No one cared about Y anymore. They also stopped caring about the dispute between Y and Changhe 9 Dan. That was because at this moment, the world of Go was facing a battle of life and death. Everyone was unable to react to the news. They were even completely unprepared for it because this news had come about too suddenly. Qinqi 9 Dan lost. How could he have lost? That's impossible. How could that thing possibly win against Qinqi 9 Dan? Could it have been a one-off? It definitely did not get lucky. It won 2 games in a best of 3. Qinqi lost 2 games in a row. Heavens this. I just called Qinqi and asked him what was going on. He didn't say much except to warn us to be careful. I could hear that he sounded very defeated. Wu Changhe just arrived, walking rapidly. Is it true? Li 9 Dan sighed and said, Yes. Wu Changhe's expression darkened. Old Dan, I want to look at that game. Xiang Rong 9 Dan spoke. I would like to see it too. Dan Dongha nodded. I've already requested for it. They'll be sending it over soon. Soon after, the game record was sent. Chen Ying volunteered. I'll recreate the match. She operated the computer and recreated the match from the first move on the big screen. Everyone's face turned sullen the longer they watched. The atmosphere in the entire Chiyuan fell into a very oppressive tension. At home, his 3 sisters arrived. Zhang Ye was unaware of these developments in the outside world. Zhang Ye smiled and said, What made you girls want to come over today? His eldest younger sister smiled. We came to look for you to play, of course. Brother, aren't you on break now? The 3 of us are on our summer break, and we're bored to tears, his second sister said with a giggle. How boring. Zhang Ye was amused by them. He pointed at the cabinet behind him and said, You all came at the right time. I have nothing to do today. Either. That's right. After the show's recording ended a few days ago, Beijing TV handed out a lot of freebies to us. I also received some gifts from other people. Things like VR headsets and perfumes. Just take whatever you like. Since you're here today, there's no need to be a stranger. Just tell me whatever you want. As long as it's something that I have, you can take it if you like it. There's no need to be polite. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ye looked back and was stunned. His third sister was already holding a pile of boxes in her arms. These are all mine. His second sister was panicking. Damn, leave some for me. And leave some for Big Sis as well. His eldest younger sister said, I want the perfume. Don't take it from me. Zhang Ye said, can you guys be a little more polite? Can you? In the end, his three sisters stared at him in confusion. Didn't you insist for us to not hold back? But you should still have listened to me and let me finish. Oh, look at this. Even before I finish speaking, everything is already gone. Zhang Ye didn't know how to react. Are you bandits raiding a village? His parents laughed at that. His mother said, take as much as you want. Little Yi doesn't have any use for them anyway. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Auntie. His third sister playfully gave a military salute to her. Zhang Ye couldn't do anything about them and just shook his head. He turned on the television with the remote control as he wanted to watch the news. Although he was taking a break from work, he still saw the need to keep up with the entertainment industry and society's news and affairs. However, when the television turned on, the news that was currently being reported on TV stunned Zhang Ye. On Central TV News Channel, the anchor, an artificial intelligence named Peter that was developed by an American company, has shockingly made its debut by defeating the American-born Chinese Go player, Chen Dan, 2-0 in a match that ended at 5:10 a.m. Beijing time. At the same time, the artificial intelligence Peter officially issued a challenge to humanity. According to information our reporters gathered from China Chiyuan, Peter's development company has already sent out official letters of challenge to the Chinese, Japanese, and Korean professional Go players. The reason they chose Go was that it was acknowledged as the most difficult and complicated board game. It is also a game that represents humanity's wisdom. Could a machine's intelligence soon surpass the wisdom of humans? This is destined to be an unprecedented battle. Zhang Ye was stunned. Peter? An AI? A challenge to all humanity? Go. Damn. Wasn't this that famous AlphaGo one from his previous world? 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/AlphaGo. Chapter 1113. Xiang Rong? I think I've heard of him before. Chapter 1113. Xiang Rong? I think I've heard of him before. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. When the news was released, it created quite the stir throughout Asia. On Weibo, challenging all of humanity? Holy shit, the Americans are way too arrogant. Didn't they only beat one person? What's that to brag about? The issue here is that the AI defeated Chen Dan. Old Chen is an American-born Chinese, and although he has never represented China as a participant in international tournaments, he has caused many problems for our national team at that level. He is one of the best Go players in the world and is ranked in the top 10 of the world rankings. Do you understand what this means? Don't tell me you guys don't know. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary amateur or pro Go player who lost to the artificial intelligence. But here, it's Chen Dan who lost and got crushed by a score of 0-2. This news is really hard to believe. It's only a machine. How can it be that strong? Yeah, Go is too complicated. How can an AI possibly handle it? The Americans claim that the machine can consider its moves. No way, right? Wouldn't that be really troublesome? Yeah, the entire world of Go is faced with a huge crisis. No, it's not only the world of Go. This is a calamity for all humanity. Intelligence is humanity's most powerful and last line of defense. If humanity were to lose to a machine in the domain of intelligence, then the consequences would be disastrous. This would subvert all that we have previously known. Humans will become inferior to machines? Damn. Fuck. What bullshit is this, Peter? Right? Show them how powerful we humans are. Japan. These netizens were also making a netizen. Nanny? 1. A letter of challenge. Don't they know that we have Shinji 9 Dan? They're really overestimating what that AI can do. Yeah, let's show them what we're capable of. They wish to compete with humans on intelligence? What a joke. A machine is still not good enough to do that. How can an intelligence designed by humans possibly surpass the wisdom of humanity? But Chen 9 Dan already lost. He must have been too careless. Korea. Peter. It only won against one person, and it's already issuing a challenge to all humanity? How arrogant. This is an insult aimed at Go. It's taking Go to be too simple. I don't believe that it can win. There are still so many outstanding Go players who are better than Chin-Chi 9-Dan. For example, Elder Park Yu-hee, Shinji 9-Dan, and Korea's great warrior, Seong Rong 9-Dan. I strongly believe that humanity's last line of defense will not be defeated by just a machine. Isn't Seong Rong 9-Dan Chinese? No, he's Korean, but that's another story. The news blew up. News of this was overwhelming. Machine issues challenge to humanity. Will humanity be able to preserve its last shred of dignity? Peter, the strongest AI in history. A machine that can think out its moves. The greatest threat to humanity in history. The International Go. Federation 2 holds an emergency meeting to discuss strategic countermeasures. The match between the AI and Chin-Chi 9-Dan revealed. Go is a very popular game in Asia, and everyone was no stranger to games played against machines. They could basically play against the computer with any of the Go software available on the market. Publishers refer to them as artificial intelligence. Although they were referred to as intelligence, those who understood the subject knew that it was not intelligent at all. These softwares would often commit a lot of mistakes that a normal Go expert would not make. They were also prone to making many bizarre moves. Some Go beginners would probably lose to it very frequently, but to any of the stronger amateur players, they would basically be able to thrash the computer opponent every time. Moreover, everyone disliked playing against a computer opponent as there were too many bugs in the program and the moves were too predictable. But now, Peter had appeared out of nowhere. This artificial intelligence program seemed to be completely different from the usual computer AI that they had come across and had completely defeated Chin-Chi 9-Dan. Although a lot of people were insulting and looking down on it, they were actually feeling quite afraid of it. That was because they couldn't understand what this thing was and if it could really consider its moves before making them. At home, his sisters were dumbfounded by the news. His parents were also surprised and scooted over. His second sister blinked and said, "Is it that strong?" His mother said, puzzled, "An artificial intelligence?" His eldest younger sister's face paled a little. If this Peter actually manages to defeat all the top Go players in the world, does it mean that machines could replace human intelligence in the future? His third sister exclaimed, "This is terrible." Zhang Ye just stared at the television and remained silent. His eldest younger sister wanted to hear Zhang Ye's opinion. "Brother, what do you think?" A lot of people were caught completely off guard by this news, including China Chiyuan, which was also plunged into a chaos. Many people were still in a state of shock. Perhaps only Zhang Ye remained the calmest among them. Other than the parent company that developed Peter, he was probably the only person who had an in-depth understanding of the program in this world. Zhang Ye said, "To say that it can consider its moves, that's impossible." His eldest younger sister asked, puzzled, "Really?" Zhang Ye nodded and said, "But if it is the thing that I know it is, it'll be very difficult for humans to win against it." In his previous world, not only was AlphaGo famous, it also captured the attention of all of Asia. Even Lee Sedol, #1 in the world at the time, had lost to it. If this Peter was really the same thing as AlphaGo, then it would cause a headache for the Go players of this world. This program was really very strong. It was definitely not the usual type of computer AI that people were used to. At this moment, another astonishing event occurred that would capture the attention of all of Asia. Someone had finally responded to the letter of challenge by Peter the AI. All over Asia, televisions, newspapers, and the internet suddenly released a piece of news simultaneously. Shinji 9-Dan, Japan's best Go player and ranked in the top 5 in the Go world, had announced in a press conference held in Japan that he would accept Peter's challenge. The American company gave a response very quickly. They didn't say more than what was needed. There weren't any pleasantries exchanged either. The reply only consisted of 8 words. "In 2 days' time, let's battle in Tokyo." The battle was going to begin soon. The Japanese had accepted the challenge. Some people were feeling worried. Some people were feeling excited. The war between humans and machines was immediately hyped up. His father said, "Shinji 9-Dan, with him playing, we should be able to win, right?" Zhang Ye shook his head and said with a smile, "That could be difficult." His third sister asked in surprise. He can't win. Zhang Ye said, I wouldn't know about that. But in any case, it would be very difficult. His eldest younger sister clenched her teeth and said, but humanity still has Xiang Rong 9 Dan. If there's really no way out, Xiang Rong 9 Dan will be able to hold the last line of defense. Right? Xiang Rong is very strong. His father also knew about him. Zhang Ye wondered out loud. Who? Xiang Rong 9 Dan. His eldest younger sister said, he's currently the #1 player in the Go world. Brother, don't you also know how to play Go? You don't even know him. Zhang Ye blinked and said, this name sounds a little familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. His father said, of course it would sound familiar. There's no one in this world who can play Go as well as him. If you play against him, you couldn't win even if he gave you a handicap of 20 stones. His eldest young sister laughed as she corrected. He would have to give him a handicap of 30 stones. Zhang Ye wondered if there was really such a strong Go player in China. Xiang Rong? Xiang Rong? Where did I see this name? Zhang Ye had forgotten. 1. What? 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/international_go_federation. Chapter 1114. Zhang Ye's contribution. Chapter 1114. Zhang Ye's contribution. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. At China Chiyuan. Reporters were swarming the outside. They came from all over the place, from the television stations to the newspaper firms to the online media outlets. Right now, China Chiyuan was the focus of discussions all over the country. Even the equivalent organizations in Japan and Korea were watching China Chiyuan's actions very closely. After all, China led Go in Asia. In the top 10 of the world rankings, half of them were taken by Chinese citizens. The remaining places were then made up of those players from Japan and Korea. Is President Dan around? Is Xiang Rong 9 Dan here? I'm from Central TV. Could you grant us an interview? I'm from Beijing TV. Could you let us have an interview with Changhe 9 Dan? If Xinji 9 Dan loses, will we also send a representative? Is Xiang Rong 9 Dan confident in winning? China Chiyuan was bursting with people. Please wait. The players are holding a meeting right now. Don't squeeze. Please be patient. The staff were all busy attending to the media reporters. Inside, dozens of professional Go players gathered around in a gloomy atmosphere. After Chen Ying had recreated the match, and with the analysis given by Xiang Rong 9 Dan and Li Yi 9 Dan, everyone finally finished studying the game between Peter and Chen Qi 9 Dan. As a result, they were all shocked by the intelligence of Peter. Suhan 8 Dan exclaimed, this is so ridiculous. He really knows how to consider his moves. Tian Weiwei paled. Puliang 7 Dan could not believe it. This is impossible. Li Yi 9 Dan gasped and said, but these moves should only be possible if a human played. A machine would never be able to make them. So how could this AI manage to do it? This simply cannot be done through big data analytics. Will Xinji 9 Dan be able to win? I don't know. Everyone is still in a state of confusion. Yeah, no one knows anything about Peter. We don't have enough understanding of the program. But using all the game data from the internet and television broadcasts, it has all the information it needs about the other world-class Go players. How does it work exactly? How can they say that it has intelligence? Everyone was in disbelief. In those 2 games of Go, they saw many frightful insights that convinced many of them that this AI could really think like a human. Further, the thought process was even more detailed than a human could muster, with the considerations of every move much more comprehensive. This was too scary. Back at home, after lunch, Zhang Ye called Wu Ziqing. Zhang Ye asked, has the Go community met with some trouble? Old Wu confirmed. My dad has gone to China Chiyuan for an emergency meeting to discuss the strategic countermeasures to take. If Xinji 9 Dan wins, it'll be fine. But if even he loses, then that will be problematic. Right now, the Chiyuan is also quite in the dark about the developments. Without any technical data and a blueprint of how Peter operates, no one has any idea of what kind of machine it is. The enemy is in the shadows while everything about my dad and the other Go players is known, so that makes it a very tricky situation. Zhang Ye replied. If it's about that, I might know a little. Oh, Old Wu said. Zhang Ye thought about it for a moment and said, how about this? I'll send you some information about what I know of AI. It might not necessarily be correct, but it should be good enough for reference. Old Wu said, "All right, I'll forward that to my dad." After hanging up, Zhang Ye went online and found the match between Chun Chi Nine Dan and Peter. After studying it for a long time, he managed to get an idea of the inner workings of the program. His third sister pushed open the door and came in. Brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Ye smiled, typing and saying, "I'm writing a document. Aren't you on leave from work for half a month?" His eldest younger sister also came into the room. Zhang Ye said, "Hi, I'm helping someone with something." At China Chiyuan, Dan Donghe was getting interviewed. Meanwhile, Xiang Rong 9 Dan declined to get interviewed. He sat there and continued to analyze the game between Peter and Chin Chi 9 Dan, at times shaking his head, at times frowning. A distance away, Wu Changhe received a call. "Daughter, I'm busy right now." "Dad, I sent you some information. Take a look at it." "What information?" Little Yi sorted out the working principles of Peter. "Him? What could he possibly know?" "Take a look at it first, all right? Is the information reliable? Have you forgotten what Little Yi does? He's a world-class mathematician and all computer programs are based on binary. So don't you think it's reliable? In this area, he's the real professional. Depending on a world-class mathematician's research information is better than listening to a group of Go players' analysis of a program. Isn't that right? All right, I'll take a look then." After hanging up, Wu Changhe downloaded the document onto his cell phone. Soon after, Dan Donghe came back. He was exhausted from handling the interview with the several dozen reporters. This was because he was unable to give them a proper conclusion about the meat of the matter. Everyone gathered again. Wu Changhe suddenly said, "Come, everyone, take a look at this." "Ah, what is it?" "Teacher, what's the matter?" Everyone looked to him. Wu Changhe said, "Someone sent me a document regarding that P whatever thing's working principles." He handed it to his disciple Tian Weiwei. "Put it up on the big screen for everyone to see." Tian Weiwei immediately said, "Yes." Everyone was skeptical. Working principles? Did someone manage to analyze them? Is it real? How can it be so fast? Dan Donghe's eyes lit up. He hurriedly strode over and said, "Brother Wu, who sent it to you?" Wu Changhe scowled and said, "Don't ask about that. It's just someone who works with math." The document was quickly shown on the display. Everyone looked up. Xiang Rong also looked up at the screen. "Peter, this is an AI program written for Go. It mainly consists of 4 parts. 1. Policy network. Picks likely moves to play at every step. 2. Fast rollout. Has the same goal as 1. A rollout policy that is 1,000 times faster but less precise under certain conditions. 3. Value network. Learns to look at a board state and predicts who is likely to win. 4. Monte Carlo tree search. MCTS combining the 3 parts above, it forms a complete program. The main theory behind it is deep learning. Deep learning refers to multi-layer neural networks and its training. A layer of neural networks can take in a large number of inputs and through a nonlinear method to obtain appropriate weights, finally obtain a final output score. It works just like biological brains. Using an appropriate matrix, multiple layers are connected together, forming a neural network brain, allowing for complicated manipulation, just like how humans process image recognition. It has 2 brains. It uses these 2 neural network brains to play Go. These brains' neural networks are similar to how image search engines search for images. They begin with the multiple layers to handle the Go board's positions and deal with it like a picture classification website. Through a filter, a 13-layer policy neural network will analyze the setup presented. These layers are able to classify and reason logically. The first brain, move picker. The second brain, position evaluator. And so on and so on. It was a 2,000-word report. It looked like a research paper and was written highly professionally. Many of the professional Go players were dumbfounded. There was many professional jargon they did not understand at all. They could only guess, but they gained a rough idea of what Peter was. Xiang Rong 9 Dan asked in shock, "Who wrote this?" President Dan Donghe quipped, "Brother Wu, you even know an expert like this? Which mathematician is he? Why do you care who he is?" Wu Changhe did not understand a thing anyway. So is it of any use? Of course it's of use. Chening was the most excited of them all. Not only was she a top female Go player, she was also an academic. She was a Tsinghua math student. This analysis and information is incredibly important. This has exposed how Peter works. If it's true, then this AI can't think like how the Americans bragged. It can't think at all. It just makes people believe that it can think. Its core is still based on data processing. 2 brains. Deep learning? They finally knew. They could finally see Peter's true face. Chapter 11:15. Humanity versus Artificial Intelligence. Start. Chapter 11:15. Humanity versus Artificial Intelligence. Start. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The next day, the AI, Peter, was once again dominating the news throughout Asia. The cause of this was China Chiyuan's revelation of Peter's operating principle, a magnificent analysis report over 1,000 words that was written in great detail. At the end, the author of the report was also indicated. It was signed as an anonymous mathematician who does not wish to reveal his name. The netizens were stunned. So that's what it is. It actually plays Go in this way. Thinking? Bullshit. Who are the Americans trying to bluff? Those Americans really love bragging too. Much. Who wrote this report? This is so awesome. It's only been a day? An anonymous mathematician who does not wish to reveal his name? Thank you for contributing to the cause of humanity. An unsung hero. Both domestic and international experts were very surprised. After going through a lot of reverse verifications, they discovered that 90% of this analysis report was true and reliable. In just a short span of a day, and after just 2 games of Go, Peter's operating principle had been analyzed? Who could have done it? At old Wu's parents' house. Li Qinxin was very shocked. Changhe, was this analysis conducted by the Chiyuan? Wu Changhe mumbled, The only person who studied math at the Chiyuan should be Chenning, right? Li Qinxin was doubtful. Wu Changhe said, Why do you care who analyzed it? Li Qinxin said, I just want to know. So who was it? Wu Changhe scowled and muttered, That Zhang kid. Little Zhang wrote it. Li Qinxin laughed. I knew it. How could the people at the Chiyuan possibly come up with something this impressive? With one glance, I knew that this report was written by some career academic. What do you think now? I told you little Zhang wasn't bad, right? And you're still displeased with him. Look at how concerned he is with your problem. He immediately got to work and researched the problem when he knew that you all met with trouble. He's even this thorough when the task was supposed to have been done by others. Wu Changhe stared at her and said, Has that kid cast a spell on you or something? Why do you keep speaking up for him? Li Qinxin laughed and said, I wonder that too. I like him no matter which side of him I see. The Japanese were watching the developments very closely. It's finally been figured out. So that's how it is. Shinji 9, Dan's chances of victory has increased by another percentage point. Thanks to the Chinese. The Korean Go community was the same. This report has proven very valuable. So that's what it really is. The Chinese mathematicians are really awesome. Over in America, the company that developed Peter was thrown into disarray at the same time. The management flew into a rage and gathered up the program's core developers. Who was it? Who leaked the information? God damn it. How did the Chinese get their hands on the information? It's all right. Even if they know how Peter works, they can't win all the same. But what I want to know is, how the hell did they find out? How? Everyone looked at one another in silence. But what the American company would never be able to figure out was that other than them, there was actually someone else who had seen a similar AI program that could play Go. And that someone was Zhang Ye, a person who couldn't truly be considered someone from this world. A day later, noon, Zhang Ye had a room booked in a restaurant for a lunch date with some people. Dong, Shan, Yao Jiankai, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Xiaodong, Amy, Li Xiaoxian, Zhang Xia, and most of the other guests and contestants from King of Masked Singers had been invited. There were also a few others that Zhang Ye had informed, but were unable to make it as they were busy with work. Come, I said that it would be my treat today, Zhang Ye said as he arranged for the guests to get seated. Dong Shanshan sat down and crossed her legs. Don't worry. No one is going to fight you over the bill today. Yao Jiankai laughed heartily. Yeah, we'll be helping ourselves. Chen Guang flipped open the menu and remarked, Let's see. What's the most expensive item in here? There's no need to scrimp for Director Zhang. Fan Wenli chorused after her husband. Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can we hold back a little? I'm just a salaried employee, and it's not easy to earn money, so please don't overdo it. Just order enough to eat, please. Dong Shanshan glanced at him. You're a domestic superstar. Why are you still so stingy? Xiaodong giggled and said, Yeah, amongst all of us here, you're the one who's the most popular. Since everyone took time out of their schedules to celebrate for you, you better not be thinking of trying to save money today. Li Xiaoxian was relatively quiet. She did not speak much and just laughed. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was great. Suddenly, Dong Shanshan called a waiter over to get him to turn on the television. Amy asked, What's going on? Dong Shanshan said, Don't you all know? Today is the first time that an AI challenged a human. The battle's about to begin. Yao Jinkai slapped the table. That's right, I nearly forgot. Zhang Xia smiled widely and said, I'm rather looking forward to it as well. Xiaodong said, Haha, I dare not speak about other areas. But when it comes to intelligence, a machine would never win against a human. We don't even need to watch. Li Xiaoxian said, That's not necessarily true. Chen Guang agreed. Yeah, the Americans came bearing down so menacingly this time. If they weren't confident about it, they wouldn't have dared to issue a challenge to all humanity. The television was turned on. Central TV Sports Channel. The image was one of the live broadcasts of the match from the competition venue in Tokyo. The competition had not started yet, but Shinji 9 Dan had already made his appearance. The international referee was speaking to him, and there were no spectators around them. This was to ensure absolute silence during the game, so there would only be the referee one and players present. From the central TV commentary box, Yu Yingyi's voice rang out. We can see that the match will begin soon. Zhang Ye said, Yingyi went too? Dong Shanshan said, Yeah, she's the host. Yao Jinkai asked, Who's she? Zhang Ye smiled and said, She's mine and Shanshan's uni classmate. We were in the same class, and she's currently a host. With Central TV Sports Channel. I never expected that Yingyi could play Go as well. Yu Yingyi was actually just the host. Her main duty today had nothing to do with commentary. The person in charge of that was Chun Ing 7 Dan, who was sitting beside her. She was a pretty female Go player. 10 minutes later, the match began. As the best Japanese Go player, Shinji 9 Dan was very composed today. He picked the black stones and started the game calmly. As his opponent was an AI, it could only display its moves on screen. Since traditional Go players were still used to playing physically at a proper Go board, Peter required a representative to be the middleman to input Shinji 9 Dan's moves after he made them. Then, when Peter responded with its move on screen, the middleman would place a stone on the physical Go board at the corresponding position. The middleman was a Caucasian person who was a representative from Peter's development company. Dong Shanshan and the others ate as they watched the game. Some of them could understand what was happening, while those who didn't could only rely on the commentary. Zhang Ye was actually quite concerned about this match too, even if he felt that this matter had nothing to do with him. 5 stones, 10 stones, 20 stones. As the game progressed faster and faster, Zhang Ye's frown became more and more obvious. Li Xiaoxian put her chopsticks down. She exclaimed, How amazing! Amy blinked and asked, Who's amazing? Xiaodong knew that Li Xiaoxian knew how to play Go. Who has the advantage? Peter, Li Xiaoxian said. On TV. Yu Yingyi said, Teacher Chening, what do you make of this move? Chuning 7 Dan said in shock. Shinji 9 Dan has miscalculated his move. It seems like this game will end early. Yu Yingyi said in surprise, It's going to end this soon? Sure enough, a short while later, Shinji 9 Dan finally resigned from the game after spending a long time thinking and becoming frustrated and annoyed. The referee immediately came over to confirm his decision. Yu Yingyi exclaimed, My goodness! We see that Shinji 9 Dan has resigned from the game. Chuning 7 Dan said, If Peter can even beat Shinji 9 Dan, then this would be really too frightful. Yu Yingyi said, We'll be showing the second game between Peter and Shinji 9 Dan tomorrow at the same time. Let's hope Shinji 9 Dan catches up in the next game. The competition was based on a best of 3. If he were to lose again tomorrow, Shinji 9 Dan would officially lose. Later, during the post-match conference, Shinji 9 Dan answered some of the reporters' questions looking rather dejected. He was clearly distracted. When it was time for the American representative to say a few words, he was clearly very excited and spoke loftily. Xiaodong could no longer watch. This American is too arrogant. Yao Jinkai said. Even Shinji 9 Dan could not win? Chen Guang said. Could there really be no one who can defeat them? There's still another game tomorrow. Let's not speak too early, Li Xiaoxian said. Zhang Xia said, if it still doesn't work out, we still have Xiang Rong 9 Dan around. At this moment, all the attention throughout Asia was focused on this battle of the century in Tokyo. Did we lose? Shinji 9 Dan lost. How could that be? We couldn't even win. Could it be that Shinji 9 Dan was unable to play to his potential? That shouldn't be the case. Damn, we'll have to wait for tomorrow. Right, we'll definitely win tomorrow. If not, there's still Park Yu 9 Dan, and also Xiang Rong 9 Dan. That's right, Peter cannot possibly win every time. Humans can't possibly lose to an AI. Intelligence is the last bit of dignity that we humans have. Humanity will prevail. Humanity will prevail. This game of Go had ignited the fears of many people. On this day, countless people started panicking. They suddenly felt a chill in the depths of their hearts and were feeling a little afraid. If humans were to lose to AI in a test of intelligence, then that was something that was totally unimaginable to them. Chapter 11:16, Humanity versus Artificial Intelligence, Middle. Chapter 11:16, Humanity versus Artificial Intelligence, Middle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In China, on the internet, things were blowing up. On this day, countless people were posting proclamations of humanity will prevail across the internet. Everywhere in workplaces, hotels, and bars, from the streets to the alleys, discussions were being had about this war between humans and machines. If it was chaotic before, now nearly everyone knew about it. The reason for this was because a lot of people did not believe it at first. They felt that it was just a gimmick arranged by the Americans, spending money to arrange for a showcase match between Peter and Shinji 9 Dan as a fancy way of hyping up the promotion for their artificial intelligence program. But now, even Shinji 9 Dan had lost in unexpected fashion. He couldn't lose again. If he lost the next game, then everyone would lose. Shinji 9 Dan could not afford to lose anymore. Humanity could not afford to lose either. With the public's attention, the second game showdown commenced. Many countries across Asia were broadcasting the game live. In Tokyo, countless foreign and domestic reporters had gathered outside the competition venue. They were all waiting for the final moment. A diagonal move, a knight's move, a horizontal stretch, a push-through one. The game lasted for a full 5 hours. Back at home, Zhang Ye's father had been watching the game the entire afternoon. His mother was forced to watch alongside her husband without any knowledge. This move isn't good. Push through. Don't retreat too. Make a knight's move over there. His father was watching excitedly while commenting on the game like a layman would to a professional. He was actually not good at all. He was just watching for the fun of it. However, the only person who really knew about Go at home did not even bother watching the game. Zhang Ye was listening to music in his room. After watching the match between Shinji 9 Dan and Peter yesterday, he did not pay any further attention to the match. This was because he felt that Shinji 9 Dan's level was just average. Even the seemingly on steroids Wu Changhe from the other day was better than him. And what exactly was Wu Changhe's level? He was a professional player retired for over 20 years who probably had not even retained half his skill from back then. Since Shinji 9 Dan was not any better than him, it would have been a wonder if he could actually win against the AI. This program was definitely not as simple as everyone thought it to be. It would be very difficult for any Go player to win against it. Or at least to Zhang Ye. A computer program that had compiled all the data of the Go players and the millions and millions of games played would already make it unfair for any human players to play against. Indeed, a cry from his father rang out from the living room. He lost. Shinji 9 Dan had lost. He suffered a terrible defeat, 2-0. On TV, commentator Chun Ying looked horrified. Host Yu Yingyi said in pity, "It was only a difference of 5 points. Only 5 points." Chun Ying gave Yu Yingyi a look, but did not say anything else. Only 5 points? Isn't a difference of 5 points already a lot? And throughout the game, Peter had been constricting Shinji 9 Dan's play. If it weren't for Shinji 9 Dan taking a defensive strategy right from the start, would he have lost by just a 5-point difference? In this game, the machine had taken the advantage almost from the start. Up until the end, Shinji 9 Dan did not even get a chance to turn things around. The Japanese netizens blew up. "No, that's impossible. He lost. How could this be? The netizens in China were also gripped by the developments. Humanity has lost. That was a really bad loss. What's with Xinji 9 Dan? Did he even get serious? That goddamned AI. This is as good as giving the Go world a slap to its face. The reason why Go was so highly praised by so many people was that it was the most complex and most challenging board game around that only humans could play. But now, a machine had suddenly appeared from nowhere and issued a challenge to all of humanity. Then, it won twice in a row against Chun-Chi 9 Dan and Xinji 9 Dan, which subverted the mindsets of a lot of people. It also crumbled the firm beliefs of many professional Go players and amateurs. The appearance of Peter had struck a heavy blow to the international Go world. There was news all around. Xinji 9 Dan swept. Will machines rule over humans in the near future? Will intelligence no longer be just a privilege of humans? Some experts also claimed that this development would be a good thing. The reason they gave was that the appearance of Peter would raise the entire standard of play in the world of Go. This was because if they popularized the game through the program, every Go enthusiast would be able to play against a world-class Go player anytime they wanted. Xiang Rong 9 Dan could not possibly be there to play with the netizens every day. Xinji 9 Dan could not possibly be there to play with every Go enthusiast either. But Peter could. An AI could. This would undoubtedly train many professional Go players and raise the overall standard of play of the game. However, the opinions of these experts were very quickly refuted by Wu Changhe, Dan Donghe, Chening, and many other professional Go players. Raise the standard of play in the world of Go? Bullshit. This was obviously a disaster for the Go world. If you were matched against a human player like yourself in a game, even if you lost, you would probably not mind it. You would think that you still stood a chance of winning in the next game. Even if you lost countless games, you could accept that it might be because your opponent had performed too well. However, that was a kind of performance that you could imagine and know to be within the limits of a human being. You would be able to admit that you were not better than this person, but that would not be enough to affect your love for this game. That was where the charm of games laid. On the contrary, if your opponent was just a cold and emotionless computer, playing the same game, you might lose once, twice, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. But when you finally realize that even after you have put in every effort that you could in your entire lifetime and still not beat this opponent, that all humans would not have a chance of winning against it, then at that time, who would still want to play such a game? If they were to really allow the machines to dominate the Go world's highest powers, it would definitely lead to a terrible ending. In the future, there would be fewer and fewer people playing this game called Go, leading to its inevitable extinction. That was too frightening an outcome. It was also the reason why so many of the Go world's professional players were stepping forward. Because there was no longer a path of retreat, they had to step into battle. On the same night, the Koreans came forward. The best player of the Korean Go world, Park Yu-hee 9 Dan, called for a press conference. He announced that he had accepted Peter's challenge and would battle against it in Seoul the day after tomorrow. Park Yu-hee, ranked second in the world of Go. Park Yu-hee's appearance once again lifted the hopes of many people. Go for it. You must definitely win. Humanity will prevail. Park Yu-hee will prevail. Show that machine what we can do. We can't lose anymore. If you win, you'll become the hero of the Go world. Please save the Go world. The Koreans were extremely confident and were all showing their support for Park Yu-hee. Park Yu-hee had even pushed away 2 upcoming professional tournaments to focus on his preparations for the match. It could be seen just how much importance he placed on the artificial intelligence program. The Korean media and television stations' promotions for the match that would be held 2 days later went into full swing. The media labeled this match as the battle for the salvation of humanity. But as it goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. On the day of the first game, no one expected that it would turn out this way. With the full attention of all of Asia, Park Yu-hee committed a mistake during the middle game in the first round of the match. As long as one was human, there would always be mistakes. Even Xiang Rong 9 Dan was not an exception to that. However, Peter did not have that problem. The machine made no mistakes. Not long after moving into the middle game, Park Yu-hee was forced to resign. The next day, the second game, Park Yu-hee started the game in full pursuit. He dominated with a 3-point advantage right from the beginning. But when they got to the middle game, A beautiful push-through move by Peter disrupted the opening setup of Park Yu-hee's stones. Park Yu-hee was left struggling and unable to turn things around from there. In the end, after adding the compensation, he actually lost by 10 points. 2-0. Peter was victorious again. It was awful. It was just too awful. At the post-match press conference, the American representative raised the microphone and said happily, "Peter is the most perfect and advanced version of an artificial intelligence program that we have developed. We're confident that it can defeat every human Go player around." When it was Park Yu-hee's turn to speak, he held the microphone for a very long time while hesitating. Finally, he just said, "I'm sorry that I disappointed everyone." He then left the stage dejectedly and offered no other comments. Everyone fell silent. Immediately, Asia turned its attention to China. One Chong/da, to push or poke through. https://senseis.xmp.net/?push through. 2/hickey, drawing back, pulling back, or retreat. https://senseis.xmp.net/?pulling back. Chapter 1117. Humanity versus Artificial Intelligence, and Chapter 1117. Humanity versus Artificial Intelligence, and Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In China. In the morning, Zhang Ye went outside to exercise. In the end, all he could hear on the streets and alleys were sounds of discussion. The whole Go world is going to get destroyed. This will really look bad on them. Do you think that it will only be the Go world that gets affected? Peter is challenging the intelligence of all of humanity. Yeah, it wouldn't look good on any of us. Will Xiang-Rong-9 accept the challenge? I don't know. There's been no news from China Chi-Yuan at all. Xiang-Rong might not necessarily win either. This AI is too strong. The key issue was that it won so easily. Both the world number 2 and 3 suffered terrible losses. If they had been only marginal losses, there would still be some hope. The situation was starting to get worse. The discussions were also becoming more and more pessimistic. All this was because of humanity suffering a terrible defeat. Admittedly, Xiang-Rong-9 had still not stepped forward yet. But even though he was at a higher level than Shinji 9 and Park Yu-hee 9, it wasn't that great of a difference. In the regular international tournaments, even he would not be able to win 10 out of 10 games when he came up against either of those two, and he would still suffer 1 or 2 losses occasionally. The outcome of a Go match was too uncertain, and no one could be guaranteed to always win. If the situation was analyzed from this angle, Xiang-Rong-9 would probably not be Peter's equal either. Of course, this was just an analysis. On the way back, Zhang Ye bought 2 copies of the newspapers. Flipping one of them open, the headlines were all about the war between humans and machines. Seeing how the representatives of each country were getting defeated one by one, Zhang Ye did not have anything to say and could only sigh. Then he took a slow jog home to eat breakfast. As expected, Peter and AlphaGo were the same thing. In fact, this AI might be even stronger than AlphaGo. The Go world was in danger. Online, the call for battle was getting louder and louder. Fuck it. The Americans are too arrogant. How can you compare the intelligence of humans to a machine? If you think it's so good, why don't you compete with humans on complex reasoning? Compete in art? Compete in creative works? Do you people dare to do that? Using Go to compete with humanity on the intelligence of humans. They were basically targeting us right from the start. The Americans are too abhorrent. Let's win against them. Fuck. Xiang-Rong-9 fight it out with them. For the past 2 days, the Americans had constantly been making their stance known. They were very arrogant and were aggressively provoking the Go world. They posted a statement or a challenge almost every few hours. Their eyes were already turning to China. This was because everyone knew that when it came to Go, if China claimed that they were second, no one would dare to proclaim themselves first. In the end, the Americans even called out Xiang-Rong-9. A lot of people to become angry over this. Fuck. They're being so arrogant. You people gathered all the Go players' data and analyzed it, then copied all of the matches and game record data into the machine as well. That in itself is already unfair. That in itself is the crystallization of humanity's intelligence. It is the collective acquired wisdom of the Go players throughout history. By using that to fight against us, how can you people still be so arrogant? I'm so pissed off. I don't believe that no one can win against it. Right? I don't fucking believe that either. At China Chiyuan, in the Go Association, the courtyard area was overwhelmed with reporters. Many of them had been here since 2 days ago. Some of them even decided to set up tents and spent entire days there. In the surrounding area, many foreign reporters were also present. This place had become the center of attention through Asia. Everyone was watching and waiting for them. Outside, there were also quite a few Go enthusiasts and common folk holding up signs and protesting. Vanquish Peter! Vanquish Peter! Vanquish Peter! Their shouts were deafening. It could even be heard clearly from inside the Chiyuan. In here, almost all of the professional Go players were present. Some of them had not been home for 2 days. They stayed up, bags under their bloodshot eyes, to research the games in the Chiyuan, analyzing every move Peter made. This was a catastrophe for the Go world, so who could possibly rest? Li E9 Dan said with a dark look. It's too difficult. Another 9th Dan player shook his head. Peter's data is too complete. Every move it makes takes into account all kinds of considerations. There isn't much hope if we want to win against it. Xiang Rong said calmly. Go and inform the media outlets. Old Xiang, Li E9 Dan exclaimed. Dan Dongha added anxiously. You must think this over carefully. Xiang Rong said. I've already considered it. Very carefully. Chening came up to him. Brother Xiang, if you accept the challenge and lose, the entire Go world will no longer have a place to stand. Yeah. Suhan also said in disagreement. You're the last line of defense and the last card that our Go world has. If you lose, what will we do? Right? Just ignore them. Let the Americans continue being arrogant. We can just pretend to have not seen or heard them. You cannot accept the challenge. Master Xiang. Master Xiang. Wu Changhe looked at him. What do you think your chances are? Xiang Rong thought about it and said truthfully, at most 20%. 20%? This was as good as a certain loss. If even Master Xiang himself could say this, then what was the point of accepting the challenge? Wu Changhe said, have you thought over this carefully? Xiang Rong acknowledged, yes. No matter how it goes, I still have to give it a try. We're at this juncture, so if I retreat from here, that would be even more embarrassing than losing. I cannot retreat. Wu Changhe grit his teeth and said firmly, okay, gather the reporters. President Dan Dongha said angrily, Brother Wu, I am the president of the Chiyuan. But Wu Changhe said, stand aside. They've come knocking on our doors to seek a fight, and you're still thinking of hiding? Where can you hide? Even if we fucking lose, our China Chiyuan will still lose with pride. Wu Changhe's temperament had always been this way. He was always the aggressive type. Immediately, some people responded, right, Teacher Changhe is right. We cannot be frightened by them. I don't believe that the machine is really going to be so difficult to overcome. Master Xiang will prevail. Half an hour later, China Chiyuan made its announcement. Xiang Rong 9 Dan has accepted the challenge. The venue, China Chiyuan. Time, tomorrow morning. Weibo instantly exploded. Xiang Rong has stepped forward. Oh God, he's really come forward. This is going to be big. Whoever wins this match will surely send a shockwave across Asia. Master Xiang, you can do it. You're the trump card of the Go world. Good showing, Master Xiang. I was afraid that you wouldn't step up to the challenge. Fight against it. Fight. 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 Unexpectedly, many of the Go enthusiasts from Japan and Korea also sent their full support to him. From Japan, let's go Chinese players. Thrash that Peter. You can do it. From Korea, don't lose. Xiang Rong, avenge us. Show that machine the conviction of us humans. A lot of the well-known international professional Go players also voiced their support for Xiang Rong 9 Dan. There was an unprecedented show of unity throughout the Go world. Almost everyone in Asia was on Xiang Rong's side. The next day, this news had spread everywhere. The newspapers sold like crazy. The entrance of China Chiyuan was filled with people from very early in the morning. Xiang Rong will prevail. Humanity will prevail. There were a lot of people shouting this catchphrase to show their support. Central TV Sports Channel, Beijing Television, and many other foreign television stations also received the rights to broadcast the event live. They gradually entered the building and waited for the game to begin after setting up their equipment. No, perhaps this shouldn't be called a game. This was a war. A war between humanity and artificial intelligence. Before the game began, only Central TV managed to secure the rights to a pre-game interview. The person interviewing Xiangrong was Ye. The live broadcast began. All cameras focused on Xiangrong. Ye gripped her microphone and said, "Teacher Xiangrong, as everyone should already know, you're the #1 player in the international Go community. Faced with the AI's challenge, everyone would like to know what your chances of winning are." Xiangrong looked at her and said, "The odds are not great." With that said, everyone burst into an uproar. Ye was also stunned. "If you lose as well, the Go world will have lost its last line of defense. So why did you agree to the challenge?" Xiangrong said calmly. "First, I have no reason not to accept. Second, I would also like to play against the computer program. Third, what you said just now was wrong. I could never be the last line of defense for the Go world. Even if I lose, I believe that someone else will step forward to battle. Against the machine, there was still someone else. There was still someone other than you." Ye said astounded. "Is there really someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the Go world?" Xiangrong smiled. No one knew if his words were directed at Ye or to the camera, or perhaps even to the artificial intelligence program. Never, ever look down on humans. The interview ended. Xiangrong strode up into the room holding the game and sat down. A lot of people could not understand what he had just said. Back at home, all of Zhang Ye's family was watching the live broadcast. His father said in surprise, "What does Xiangrong 9 Dan mean by that?" His mother said, "Isn't he the best player in the world of Go? There's still someone else other than him who can play against the machine. Who could it be?" Zhang Ye wondered. His father said, "Who knows?" Zhang Ye looked at the TV showing Xiangrong 9 Dan. He suddenly had a feeling that he would not win. He probably knew this himself as well, but still chose to sit down there. Zhang Ye suddenly gained a bit more respect for this man. This type of person who would still enter into a battle knowing that he would not be able to win truly deserved respect. But he wondered who that person he was referring to could be. If he really lost this match, would there really still be someone else who could take on this AI? The game began. However, Zhang Ye quietly walked away. He did not want to watch this, nor could he bear to watch it. His father asked, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going for a stroll." Zhang Ye went out. He wasn't a member of the Go world, but he did not wish to witness for himself this darkest day that was going to descend upon the Go world. He did not wish to see all the defeated expressions of everyone. He knew that in this world, there should not be anyone who could win against that machine called Peter. He strolled about. He turned in and out of the alleyways, and had a meal outside. The television was on, and many of those who were eating were also watching the live broadcast at the same time. Amazingly, no one recognized Zhang Ye. Damn it, he still lost. How could that be? Even Master Xiang has lost. Then who can win? Xiangrong is requesting for the second game to begin immediately. But why? Why doesn't he want to take a break first? Yeah, why isn't he spreading it out over the day? Continue. Zhang Ye looked up at the television. The first game of the match ended after only 3 hours. He did not watch how it progressed and only saw the final layout of the board. Xiangrong had lost by a mere 2 points. The second game began immediately. Everyone was feeling regretful about the result. He nearly won. Yeah, it's only 2 points. What a shame. He's indeed the best player of the international Go world. He's so strong. What's the use of that? He's still lost. Let's watch the second game. There's definitely still some hope. However, after another hard-fought 5 hours, Xiangrong lost the second game. He lost by a mere 1 point this time. Peter had managed to turn things around at the critical juncture right in the endgame. Xiangrong was defeated. Humanity was defeated. Chapter 11:18. Approaching Y for help? Chapter 11:18. Approaching Y for help? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Zhang Ye opened the door with his keys when he came back. "Dad, Mom, what's the matter?" His mother pouted. "Your dad is upset. About Xiangrong 9 Dan's loss?" Zhang Ye asked. "Yeah." His mother said. He saw his dad looking annoyed as he had a sip of tea and said, "Just what in the world is that stupid machine? Why hasn't anyone been able to teach it a lesson yet?" His mother said, "It was such a pity. He only lost by a little bit." His father said angrily, "If they played again, Xiangrong 9 Dan would definitely be able to win." Able to win? That might not be the case. Zhang Ye could see very clearly that this AI called Peter was very rigorous in its decision-making. Anyone would commit a mistake as long as they were human, but Peter was not human and almost wouldn't make any mistakes. For every move it made, it could meticulously predict the most beneficial position to take through big data analytics and the use of its two special brains. Just this alone was already an advantage that was too great and beyond comparison for humans. Furthermore, it even had a massive set of game data to support it. The Americans had probably reconfigured Peter's settings before the match against Zhang Rong Dan to cope with his playing style and come up with the best strategy to ensure the highest chance of victory. So, even if Zhang Rong Dan were to play another game against Peter, he still might not be able to win against it. Although on the surface, the difference did not seem that bad. The television was still on. A post-match press conference was being held. Zhang Rong was seated up on stage. His first words were, "I'm sorry." Zhang Rong had lost, and a lot of the reporters looked discouraged. "Teacher Zhang, could it be that you were unable to play to your potential today? Why didn't you rest for a day before continuing with the second game? Could it be that there is really no one who can win against the AI? Master Zhang, what did you really mean when you said those words in the pre-match interview?" All the reporters immediately raised their equipment in anticipation. Afterwards, it was time for the representative of the Americans to be interviewed. This man was called Smith. The moment he went up, he spoke arrogantly in Mandarin. "Today is a memorable day because an artificial intelligence has triumphed over the wisdom of humanity." Quite a few reporters in the audience booed him. "Get over it. Aren't you pontificating a little too early? There are still plenty of smart people around. You dare call that Peter thing intelligent?" Nobody acknowledged this, and neither did they want to acknowledge it. Smith waved them off in response and announced, "Our claims remain the same as before. Peter will accept a challenge from anyone. In the field of Go, no one will be a match for Peter. This latest AI that our company has developed is way beyond what any human player in existence can achieve. We're not afraid of any challengers. The current world number one, who is also the publicly acknowledged best Go player, has suffered a defeat at the hands of Peter. It is now our turn to be challenged. If there is anyone who thinks that they can defeat Peter, let them issue us a challenge. We will not turn anyone down." After saying that, Smith left the stage. Countless people raised objections in condemning voices on Weibo. What is he acting all high and mighty for? Damn, this is infuriating. This American has a death wish. There are so many top Go players in China. Why should we be afraid of him? Let's get him. Fuck him. What about Li E9 Dan? What about Lu Hong 9 Dan? Isn't he totally holding us in contempt? Right? All of them should go for it and have a simul match one against it. The opponent is a machine and does not have any limitations of stamina or mental fatigue. So it will always be in the best form to play. What's the use of having a simul match against it? Even Zhang Rong 9 Dan has lost. Is there really no one else left? There are so many people with great intelligence in Asia. Don't tell me there's no one who can win against it. In Japan, even Zhang Rong 9 Dan couldn't beat the AI. Humanity has lost. Go is done for. Yeah, Go is done for. In Korea, there must still be someone else. Right? Didn't Zhang Rong say it himself? That he's not the last line of defense. Who else can step forward? We can only look to the Chinese now. But I don't think there's anyone else left in the Chinese Go world that stands a chance of winning. Citizens from all over Asia burst into an uproar. This was especially true for the Go enthusiasts and professional players in Asia, as they were all unable to accept this result and the prospects of the Go world heading towards destruction from here on out. If a computer became the strongest player in the Go world, it would really be the end of Go. No one could accept such a setback, as it felt like one part of humanity's culture was getting slaughtered. Today it was Go. But tomorrow, it might be Shanxi. Then the day after, it could be mathematics. Someday, they might just set their sights on the arts. When all the industries had been dominated by artificial intelligence, how would humans be able to survive? There was no retreating any further. Someone had to step forward. Many celebrities gradually appeared and gave a show of support as well. The famous singer, Chen Guang. Come on, people, don't let the machines get so arrogant. The A-list movie star, Hu Dongfang. I don't believe there's no one left. A heavenly king said, Xiang Rong 9 Dan is right. Don't look down on humans. Famous girl group leader, Xiaodong. Are there any Go experts left? The famous A-list celebrity, Ning Lan. We can't let the dignity of humanity get tarnished in this generation of ours. I refuse to believe that there's no one left who can do it. Although Xiang Rong Nine Dan lost, it stirred the fighting spirit in a lot of people. Humanity had not lost yet. Humanity must not lose either. On the same night, the public was in chaos. There were news reports everywhere. Has humanity lost? An era of AI dominance upon us. The Go world's #1 loses. Where is humanity's last line of defense? Japanese citizens hold a demonstration to protest AI. 3 Korean pro-Go players announce retirement. The impending decline of Go, challenging the dignity of humanity. Who shall be the savior? At China Chiyuan, newspapers were scattered all over the table. When Dan Dongha saw this, he screamed, "Clear away all the newspapers." The interview had ended, and the reporters had also left, leaving China Chiyuan's people standing there looking beaten and terrible. Everyone was in a very bad mood and did not know what to say. Chuning 7 Dan asked anxiously, "What can we do now?" "We'll issue a challenge to it," Hu Liang said. Suhan 8 Dan said, "But who's going to challenge it? Who can we send? Let's request a simul match. Right? We'll all take turns to play." "No, we've already lost too many matches. We can't lose again this time. We can't have a simul match. That would make us humans look even more powerless. We have to snatch victory in one fell swoop. We must win the next time we play. How can we win?" The opponent could even defeat Master Xiang. It was a messy spectacle as everyone was getting confused and flustered by the events. Wu Changhe gave Li E9 Dan a glance and said, "Little Li." Everyone looked at him immediately. Next to Xiang Rong, Li E9 Dan was the strongest player in the Chiyuan. However, Li E9 Dan just gave him a look and said immediately, "I can't do it." Even old Xiang lost to it. I definitely couldn't win against it. President Dan Dongha turned his attention to yet another active 9 Dan player. Lu Hong. Lu Hong 9 Dan also said immediately, "I also can't win against it." Dan Dongha said, "Even if you have a 10% chance of winning, you still have to step up to the challenge." Lu Hong gave a wry smile. "I don't even feel like I have 10% chance of winning." They were all professional Go players and had witnessed Peter's strength for themselves. As such, they had an idea of its capabilities and knew that it was impossible for them to win against it. If there was anyone capable of winning against Peter, it would have been Xiang Rong 9 Dan. But since Master Xiang had lost, you're too afraid to even step up to the challenge. Wu Changhe was furious. Dan Dongha said loudly, "Whoever is confident of restricting Peter's playstyle, step forward now." No one came forward. Nobody moved. There's no way to restrict it. It's a computer, and its playstyle is not fixed. Right? It does not even have its own style. Even Master Xiang could not win. There is no one in the entire Go world who can equal Peter. Dan Dongha was also panicking now. He was not the kind of person to take an offensive stance and initially did not want Xiang Rong to accept the challenge. That was because he knew that their chances were really slim. If Xiang Rong had not played against Peter, even if it would be a loss of face, they would at least still be able to preserve the dignity of humanity. But now that even Xiang Rong had lost, they did not have any other choice and could only step up to the challenge. They had to win. Was there no one else left? Was there really no one else left? Suddenly, Chining thought of something. She froze for a moment before shouting, "We still have a champion. There is someone. There is at least one more person who has the chance of defeating Peter." Everyone looked at her. Who? Who is it? Little Chun, tell us quickly. Chining said something shocking. "Did you guys forget about him? That guy called Wei." Suddenly, everyone realized who it was and thought of him. Yi. Yes, that Wei. Li E9 Dan slapped his thigh and said, "Right, he's an amazing player. When I played against him, I had to resign in the middle game." Suhan also said excitedly, That's right, that's right. Even Master Xiang could only manage a draw with him." Chuning said, "If there is anyone other than Master Xiang who can go against that Peter, then it can only be that Wei." Everyone nodded in full agreement as they had witnessed Wei's skill. Dan Dongha banged the table and said, "It's him then. How could I forget him? How could I have forgotten about him?" Lu Hong 9 Dan said, "But we don't even know who he is." He then turned to look at Wu Changhe. Instantly, Everyone at the Qiyuan stared at Wu Chang'e. In here, only he knew who Wei was. From the words that Wei had said to him, everyone could see that the two of them had a conflict. They couldn't be blamed if they thought that there was a huge grudge between them. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Simultaneous Go. Chapter 1119. The Go World's Last Line of Defense. Chapter 1119. The Go World's Last Line of Defense. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At China Qiyuan, everyone's hopes were kindled. Yi. This was the last straw that they could clutch at. Wu Chang'e grunted. Why are you all looking at me? Chuning asked anxiously. Teacher, who is Wei, really? A 6-Dan player said. Teacher Chang'e. He's the only one who can step up to the plate. Wu Chang'e scowled and said, but he's just an amateur. A person who can play to a draw against little Xiang. So what if he's an amateur? Dan. Donghe said, Brother Wu, hurry up and tell us. Don't hide it from us anymore. There's no one else besides him. Li 9 Dan asked, who is he? Wu Chang'e sighed and shook his head. Believe me, you all definitely won't want to know who he is. Dan Donghe said, but what choice do we have now? Wu Chang'e was silent. Dan Donghe said, Brother Wu. Teacher Chang'e, please tell us. We can only send him. Just because there's a grudge between the two of you. You can't. Right. If you can't convince him to join, we'll do it. That's right. If the two of you have a conflict, there's no need for you to ask him. Let us do it instead. Wu Chang'e did not like hearing that. He was always concerned with his honor, so he stared at them with wide eyes and said, he has a grudge against me? He would have to dare to hold a grudge against me first. I can't convince him to join? Are you all kidding or something? If I point east, that kid would never walk west. Do you believe that? Dan Donghe smacked his lips. Is there any point in boasting about something like that? Me? Boasting? Wu Chang'e said angrily. That kid would be more than willing to get into my good books. Do you think I'm bullshitting you? That kid was the one who supplied us with the research information related to that P thingy. Everyone was shocked. It was him who gave us the information? No wonder. He's a mathematician? No wonder he's so good at Go. When Dan Donghe heard that, he got even more excited. So it's like that? That's great. That's really great. He knows that AI programs so well, and even has the skill to draw with little Xiang. Based on all that, our chances of winning will be even greater if we can convince him to represent us. Brother Wu, please tell us quickly who this mathematics expert is. Chening asked, is he from Peking University or Tsinghua? Wu Chang'e was forced to reply. Peking University? Could it be Old Pan? It can't be him. Then, Wu Chang'e reluctantly uttered a name. When this name was spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. All of them knew who he was. There was no one who didn't know this person. What? Holy fuck, it's him. How could it be him? Oh my god. Curses and expletives flew through the air. None of them, wanted to believe it. The man who had swept aside the entire China Qiyuan several days ago turned out to be him? At home, Zhang Ye's father was asking him to check for news updates on the internet. His father asked, has anyone offered to challenge the AI yet? Not yet. Why hasn't anyone stepped forward yet? Zhang Ye smiled wryly. If even the top Go player could not win against it, who else would stand a chance? Xiang Rong 9 Dan said that he was not the last line of defense. Zhang Ye threw his hands up. In any case, there's no one offering to challenge it yet. Regarding this war between humans and machines, Zhang Ye was pessimistic. He thought the entire time that no one would win against Peter, as it was a completely different artificial intelligence system from its predecessors. His mother said, since Xiang Rong 9 Dan said that there was someone else, there must be someone else. That's right. His father also deeply believed that there would be someone who could win against the AI. When they still found nothing after checking for a long time, his father got even angrier. Don't check anymore. I'm going to go out for a stroll. This is so infuriating. So his parents went out for a stroll together. Before they left, they were still rambling on about this matter. The whole of Asia was now watching with their eyes wide as they waited for a hero to step forward and trample on the AI named Peter. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye shook his head. There was still someone. Who else could there be? It would be useless no matter who came forward. He returned to his room to listen to music. He never felt that this issue had anything to do with him. A while later, there was a sudden knocking at the door. Zhang Ye was startled. Did his parents forget to bring their keys? Why were they back so soon when they had just stepped out a moment ago? He opened his bedroom door and walked out to the living room. Who is it? Then he opened the front door. When he saw what was outside the door, he got a scare. There were over a dozen people squeezed outside in the corridor. The two who were standing right at the front of the group were Wu Changhe and Li Qinqin. As for the others, Zhang Ye did not know a single one of them. Getting a sense of the situation, Zhang Ye decided not to open up security gate. How could this fellow open it up for them? Damn, they've even found their way to my doorstep now, Zhang Ye said warily. Uncle, why did you come to my place? We played Go together, but I didn't cheat or play dirty against you. For heaven's sake, I won our games fair and square, okay? Are you trying to pick a fight? You even brought along this many people to back you up? You can't do this. Are you being a sore loser? Wu Changhe was made speechless, as was Li Qinqin. The same went for Dan Donghe and the others. Without waiting for them to explain, Zhang Ye pointed at them and said, "Don't do anything foolish. Let me warn you, I know Kung Fu. Not even 80 or 100 people can get near me. Hurry up and turn back. If you try to get close, I will really injure you. When that happens, it won't look good on anyone. Don't blame me for not warning you." Wu Changhe said angrily. "Open the door." Zhang Ye grunted. "I'm not opening it." Wu Changhe was starting to get anxious. "Open up. Do you think I'm that stupid to open the door?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes at him. Dan Donghe came forward and said, "Professor Zhang, we came here today for a reason." "Of course I know you all are here for a reason." Zhang Ye sized him up as he smirked and said, "It's not that I want to criticize you, old comrade, but why are you so lacking in your common sense and awareness? I'd let it pass for those young people standing behind for coming here to start a gang fight. But you are already in your 50s or 60s. What are you joining in the fun for? With that physique of yours, who can you beat up? I'm afraid that your high blood pressure will shoot up if I just cough out loudly. Hurry up and turn back. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police." Dan Donghe nearly fainted. Su Han said anxiously, "We are not here to start a gang fight." Zhang Ye stared at him and said, "What do you want then? A one-on-one? One-on-one? One-on-one your sister? What kind of math professor are you? Why are you always only thinking about fighting?" Li Qinqin quickly said, "Little Zhang, don't get it wrong. They're here to discuss something with you. Why would you think that they are here to start a fight? Open the door first. With Auntie here, they wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you. I will hit whoever dares to pick on you. I'm just afraid that I will injure them instead." Zhang Ye's tone started loosening up a little as he still gave face to old Wu's mother. Then, he could only open up the door for them. "Auntie, please come in." Li Qinqin entered first. The others behind her also gradually entered with Zhang Ye's unfriendly gaze on them. After closing the doors, Zhang Ye wondered and asked, "Auntie, why did so many of you come to my place for?" Li Qinqin,